The for itself is outside itself in the in itself, since it causes itself to be defined by what it is not. The first bond between the in itself and the for itself is therefore a bond of being. But this bond is neither a lack nor an absence. In the case of absence, indeed, I make myself determined by a being which I am not and which does not exist or which is not there. That is, what determines me is like a hollow in the middle of what I shall call my empirical plenitude. On the other hand, in knowledge, taken as a bond of ontological being, the being which I am not represents the absolute plenitude of the in itself. And I, on the contrary, am the nothingness, the absence which determines itself in existence from the standpoint of this fullness. This means that in that type of being which we call knowing, the only being which can be encountered and which is perpetually there is the known. The knower is wrought, he is not apprehensible. He is nothing other than that which brings it about that there is a being there on the part of the known, a presence, for by itself the known is neither present nor absent, it simply is. But this presence of the known is presence to nothing, since the knower is the pure reflection of a non-being. The presence appears then across the total translucency of the knower known, an absolute presence. A psychological and empirical exemplification of this original relation is furnished us in the case of fascination. In fascination, which represents the immediate fact of knowing, the knower is absolutely nothing but a pure negation. He does not find or recover himself anywhere he is not. The only qualification which he can support is that he is not precisely this particular fascinating object. In fascination there is nothing more than a gigantic object in a desert world. Yet the fascinated intuition is in no way a fusion with the object. In fact, the condition necessary for the existence of fascination is that the object be raised in absolute relief on a background of emptiness, that is, I am precisely the immediate negation of the object and nothing but that. We find this same pure negation at the basis of those pantheistic intuitions which Rousseau has several times described as concrete psychic events in his history. He claims that on those occasions he melted into the universe, that the world alone was suddenly found present as an absolute presence and unconditioned totality. And certainly we can understand this total, isolated presence of the world, its pure being there. Certainly we admit freely that at this privileged moment there was nothing else but the world. But this does not mean, as Rousseau claims, that there was a fusion of consciousness with the world. Such a fusion would signify the solidification of the for itself in itself, and at the same stroke, the disappearance of the world and of the in itself as presence. It is true that in the pantheistic intention there is no longer anything but the world save for that which causes the in itself to be present as the world, that is, a pure negation which is a nonthetic self-consciousness as negation. Precisely because knowledge is not absence but presence, there is nothing which separates the knower from the known. Intuition has often been defined as the immediate presence of the known to the knower, but it is seldom that anyone has reflected on the requirements of the notion of the immediate. Immediacy is the absence of any mediator, that is obvious, for otherwise the mediator alone would be known and not what is mediated. But if we cannot posit any intermediary, we must at the same time reject both continuity and discontinuity as a type of presence of the knower to the known. In fact, we shall not admit that there is any continuity of the knower with the known, for it supposes an intermediary term which would be at once knower and known, which suppresses the autonomy of the knower in the face of the known while engaging the being of the knower in the being of the known. Then the structure of the object disappears, since the object must be absolutely denied by the for itself as the being of the for itself. But neither can we consider the original relation of the for itself to the in itself as a relation of discontinuity. To be sure, the separation between two discontinuous elements is an emptiness, i.e., a nothing, but it is a realized nothing, i.e., in itself. This substantialized nothing is as such a non-conductive density, it destroys the immediacy of presence, for it has qua nothing become something. The presence of the for itself to the in itself can be expressed neither in terms of continuity nor in terms of discontinuity, for it is pure denied identity. To make this clearer, let us employ a comparison. When two curves are tangential to one another, they offer a type of presence without intermediaries. Nevertheless the eye grasps only a single line for the length of their tangent. Moreover, if the two curves were hidden so that one could see only the length AB where they are tangential to each other, it would be impossible to distinguish them. Actually, what separates them is nothing. There is neither continuity nor discontinuity but pure identity. Now suddenly uncover the two figures and we apprehend them once again as being two throughout all their length. This situation derives not from an abrupt factual separation which would suddenly be realized between them, but from the fact that the two movements by which we draw the two curves so as to perceive them include each one a negation as a constituting act. Thus what separates the two curves at the very spot of their tangent is nothing, not even a distance, it is a pure negativity as the counterpart of a constituting synthesis. Such an image will enable us to understand better the relation of immediacy which originally unites the knower to the known. Ordinarily indeed it happens that a negation depends on a something which exists before the negation and constitutes its matter. For example, if I say that the inkwell is not the table, then table and inkwell are objects already constituted whose being in itself will be the support of the negative judgment. But in the case of the relation knower-known, there is nothing on the side of the knower which can provide a support for the negation, no difference, no principle of distinction is there to separate in itself the knower from the known. But in the total indistinction of being, there is nothing but a negation which does not even exist but which has to be, which does not even posit itself as a negation. Consequently knowledge and finally the knower himself are nothing except the fact that there is being, that being in itself gives itself and raises itself in relief on the ground of this nothing. In this sense we can call knowledge the pure solitude of the known. It is enough to say that the original phenomenon of knowledge adds nothing to being and creates nothing. It does not enrich being, for knowledge is pure negativity. It only brings it about that there is being. But this fact that there is being is not an inner determination of being which is what it is but of negativity. In this sense every revelation of a positive characteristic of being is the counterpart of an ontological determination as pure negativity in the being of the for itself. For example, as we shall see later, the revelation of the spatiality of being is one with the non-positional apprehension by the for itself of itself as unextended. And the unextended character of the for itself is not a positive, mysterious virtue of spirituality which is hiding under a negative denomination. It is a natural ecstatic relation, for it is by and in the extension of the transcendent in itself that the for itself makes itself known to itself and realizes its own non-extension. The for itself cannot be first unextended in order later to enter into relation with an extended being, for no matter how we consider it, the concept of the unextended makes no sense by itself, it is nothing but the negation of the extended. If we could suppress to imagine an impossibility the extension of the revealed determinations of the in itself, then the for itself would remain aspatial, it would be neither extended nor unextended, and it could not possibly be characterized in any way whatsoever so far as extension is concerned. In this sense extension is a transcendent determination which the for itself has to apprehend to the exact degree that it denies itself as extended. That is why the term which seems best to indicate this inner relation between knowing and being is the word realize, which we used earlier in its double ontological and Gnostic meaning. I realize a project in so far as I give it being, but I also realize my situation in so far as I live it and make it be with my being. I realize the scope of a catastrophe, the difficulty of an undertaking. To know is to realize in both senses of the term. It is to cause being to be there while having to be the reflected negation of this being. The real is realization. We shall define transcendence as that inner and realizing negation which reveals the in itself while determining the being of the for itself. To determination as negation. To what being is the for itself presence? Let us note immediately that the question is badly phrased. Being is what it is. It cannot possess in itself the determination this one to answer the question which. In short, the question has meaning only if it is posited in a world. Consequently the for itself cannot be present to this being rather than to that, since it is the presence of the for itself which causes the existence of a this rather than a that. Our examples, however, have shown us a for itself denying concretely that it is a particular being. This situation arises from the fact that we described the relation of knowledge before bringing to light its structure of negativity. In this sense, by the very fact that it was revealed in examples, that negativity was already secondary. Negativity as original transcendence is not determined in terms of a this, it causes a this to exist. The original presence of the for itself is presence to being. Shall we say then that it is presence to all being? That would be to fall back into our former error. For totality can come to being only by the for itself. A totality indeed supposes an internal relation of being between the terms of a quasi-multiplicity in the same way that a multiplicity supposes in order to be this multiplicity an inner totalizing relation among its elements. In this sense addition itself is a synthetic act. Totality can come to beings only by a being which has to be its own totality in their presence. This is precisely the case with the for itself, a detotalized totality which temporalizes itself in a perpetual incompleteness. It is the for itself in its presence to being which causes there to be an all of being. We must understand indeed that this particular being can be called this only on the ground of the presence of all being. That does not mean that one being needs all being in order to exist, but that the for itself realizes itself as a realizing presence to this being on the original ground of a realizing presence to all. But conversely, since totality is an internal ontological relation of this, it can be revealed only in and through the individual this. That means that the for itself as a realizing presence to all being realizes itself as a realizing presence to the this, and as a realizing presence to the this it realizes itself as a realizing presence to all being. In other words, the presence of the for itself to the world can be realized only by its presence to one or several particular things, and conversely its presence to a particular thing can be realized only on the ground of a presence to the world. Perception is articulated only on the ontological foundation of presence to the world, and the world is revealed concretely as the ground of each individual perception. It remains to explain how the upsurge of the for itself in being can bring it about that there is an all and this. The presence of the for itself to being as totality comes from the fact that the for itself has to be in the mode of being what it is not and of not being what it is its own totality as a detotalized totality. In so far as the for itself makes itself be in the unity of a single upsurge as all which is not being, being stands before it as all which the for itself is not. The original negation, in fact, is a radical negation. The for itself, which stands before being as its own totality, is itself the whole of the negation and hence is the negation of the whole. Thus the achieved totality of the world is revealed as constitutive of the being of the unachieved totality by which the being of totality comes into being. It is through the world that the for itself makes itself known to itself as a totality detotalized, which means that by its very upsurge the for itself is a revelation of being as a totality inasmuch as the for itself has to be its own totality in the detotalized mode. Thus the very meaning of the for itself is outside in being, but it is through the for itself that the meaning of being appears. This totalization of being adds nothing to being. It is nothing but the manner in which being is revealed as not being the for itself, the manner in which there is being. It appears outside the for itself, beyond all reach, as that which determines the for itself in its being. But the fact of revealing being as a totality does not touch being any more than the fact of counting 2 cups on the table touches the existence or nature of either of them. Yet it is not a purely subjective modification of the for itself since it causes all subjectivity to be possible. But if the for itself is to be the nothingness whereby there is being, then being can exist originally only as totality. Thus knowledge is the world. To use Heidegger's expression, the world, and outside of that nothing. But this nothing is not originally that in which human reality emerges. This nothing is human reality itself as the radical negation by means of which the world is revealed. Of course the very apprehension of the world as totality causes the appearance alongside the world of a nothingness which sustains and encompasses this totality. In fact this nothingness as the absolute nothing which is left outside the totality even determines the totality. This is why the totalization adds nothing to being, for it is only the result of the appearance of nothingness as the limit of being. But this nothingness is not anything except human reality apprehending itself as excluded from being and perpetually beyond being, in commerce with nothing. It amounts to the same thing whether we say, human reality is that by which being is revealed as totality, or, human reality is that which causes there to be nothing outside of being. This nothing is the possibility for there to be a beyond the world such that, 1. This possibility reveals being as a world, and, 2. Human reality has to be this possibility. As such, this nothing constitutes along with the original presence to being the circuit of selfness. But human reality makes itself the unachieved totality of negations only in so far as it reaches beyond a concrete negation which it has to be as actual presence to being. If it were in fact a pure consciousness, of being a syncretic and undifferentiated negation, it could not determine itself and therefore could not be a concrete totality, although detotalized, of its determinations. It is a totality only to the extent that through all its other negations it escapes the concrete negation which it is at present. Its being can be its own totality only to the extent that it is a surpassing toward the whole which it has to be, beyond the partial structure which it is. Otherwise it would simply be what it is and could in no way be considered as either a totality or a non-totality. In the sense then that a partial negative structure must appear on the ground of the undifferentiated negations which I am and of which it forms a part, I make known to myself by means of being in itself a certain concrete reality which I have to not be. This is the being which I at present am not, in so far as it appears on the ground of the totality of being. This is what I at present am not inasmuch as I have to be nothing of being, it is what is revealed on the undifferentiated ground of being, to make known to me the concrete negation which I have to be on the totalizing ground of my negations. This original relation between the all and the this is at the source of the relation between figure and ground which the Gestalt theory has brought to light. The this always appears on a ground, that is, on the undifferentiated totality of being inasmuch as the for itself is the radical and syncretic negation of it. Yet it can always dissolve again into this undifferentiated totality when another this arises. But the appearance of the this or of the figure on the ground, since it is the correlate of the appearance of my own concrete negation on the syncretic ground of a radical negation, implies that I both am and am not that total negation, or, if you prefer, that I am it in the mode of non-being and that I am not it in the mode of being. It is indeed only in this way that the present negation will appear on the ground of the radical negation which it is. Otherwise indeed the present negation would be entirely cut off, or else it would be dissolved in the radical negation. The appearance of the this on the all is correlative with a certain way which the for itself has of being the negation of itself. There is a this because I am not yet my future negations and because I am no longer my past negations. The revelation of the this supposes that the accent is put on a certain negation accompanied by the withdrawal of the others in the syncretic disappearance into the ground, that is, that the for itself can exist only as a negation which is constituted on the withdrawal into totality of the radical negativity. The for itself is not the world, spatiality, permanence, matter, in short the in itself in general, but its manner of not being them is to have to not be this table, this glass, this room on the total ground of negativity. This supposes then a negation of the negation, but a negation which has to be the radical negation which it denies, which does not cease reattaching itself to it by an ontological thread, and which remains ready to dissolve in the radical negation at the upsurge of another this. In this sense the this is revealed as this by a withdrawal into the ground of the world on the part of all the other this, its determination, which is the origin of all determinations, is a negation. We must understand that this negation seen from the point of view of the this is wholly ideal. It adds nothing to being and subtracts nothing from it. The being confronted as this is what it is and does not cease being it, it does not become. As such it cannot be outside of itself in the whole as a structure of the whole, nor can it be outside of itself in the whole so as to deny its identity with the whole. Negation can come to the this only through a being which has to be simultaneously presence to the whole of being and to the this, that is, through an ecstatic being. Since it leaves the this intact as being in itself, since it does not effect a real synthesis of all the this in totality, the negation constitutive of the this is a negation of the external type, the relation of the this to the whole is a relation of externality. Thus we see that determination appears as an external negation correlative with the radical and ecstatic internal negation which I am. This is the explanation of the ambiguous character of the world, which is revealed simultaneously as a synthetic totality and as a purely additive collection of all the this. In so far as the world is a totality which is revealed as that on which the for itself has to be radically its own nothingness, the world is presented as a syncretism of undifferentiation. But in so far as this radical nihilation is always beyond a concrete and present nihilation, the world appears always ready to open like a box to allow the appearance of one or several this which already were, there in the heart of the undifferentiation of the ground, what they are now as a differentiated figure. When we are gradually approaching a landscape which was given in great masses, we see objects appear which are given as having been there already, as elements in a discontinuous collection of this. In the same way, in the experiments of the Gestalt school, the continuous background suddenly when apprehended as figure bursts into a multiplicity of discontinuous elements. Thus the world, as the correlate of a detotalized totality, appears as an evanescent totality in the sense that it is never a real synthesis but an ideal limitation by nothing of a collection of this. Thus the continuous as a formal quality of the ground allows the discontinuous to appear as a type of external relation between the this and the totality. It is precisely this perpetual evanescence of the totality into collection, of the continuous into the discontinuous that defines space. Space cannot be a being. It is a moving relation between beings which are unrelated. It is the total independence of the in itselfs, as it is revealed to a being which is presence to all the in itself as the independence of each one in relation to the others. It is the unique way in which beings can be revealed as having no relation, can be thus revealed to the being through which relation comes into the world, that is, space is pure exteriority. Since this exteriority cannot belong to any one of the this considered and since in addition a purely local negativity is self-destructive, it can neither be by itself nor be made to be. The spatializing being is the for itself as co-present to the whole and to the this. Space is not the world, but it is the instability of the world apprehended as totality, inasmuch as the world can always disintegrate into external multiplicity. Space is neither the ground nor the figure but the ideality of the ground inasmuch as it can always disintegrate into figures. It is neither the continuous nor the discontinuous, but the permanent passage from continuous to discontinuous. The existence of space is the proof that the for itself by causing being to be there adds nothing to being. Space is the ideality of the synthesis. In this sense it is at once totality to the extent that it derives its origin from the world, and at the same time nothing inasmuch as it results in the pullulation of the this. Space does not allow itself to be apprehended by concrete intuition for it is not, but it is continuously spatialized. It depends on temporality and appears in temporality since it can come into the world only through a being whose mode of being is temporalization, for space is the way in which this being loses itself ecstatically in order to realize being. The spatial characteristic of the this is not added synthetically to the this but is only the place of the this, that is, its relation of exteriority to the ground inasmuch as this relation can collapse into a multiplicity of external relations with other this when the ground itself disintegrates into a multiplicity of figures. In this sense it would be useless to conceive of space as a form imposed on phenomena by the a priori structure of our sensibility. Space cannot be a form, for it is nothing. It is, on the contrary, the indication that nothing except the negation and this still as a type of external relation which leaves intact what it unites can come to the in itself through the for itself. As for the for itself, if it is not space, this is because it apprehends itself precisely as not being in itself in so far as the in itself is revealed to it in the mode of exteriority which we call extension. It is precisely by denying exteriority in itself and apprehending itself as ecstatic that the for itself spatializes space. The relation between the for itself and the in itself is not one of juxtaposition or indifferent exteriority. Its relation with the in itself, which is the foundation of all relations, is the internal negation, and it is through this that being in itself continues in indifferent exteriority in relation to other beings existing in a world. When the exteriority of indifference is hypostasized as a substance existing in and through itself which can be affected only at a lower stage of knowledge, it is made the object of a type of particular study under the title of geometry and becomes a pure specification of the abstract theory of multiplicities. It remains to determine what type of being the external negation possesses, since this comes to the world by the for itself. We know that it does not belong to the this. This newspaper does not deny concerning itself that it is the table on which it is lying, for in that case the newspaper would be ecstatically outside itself and in the table which it denies, and its relation to the table would be an internal negation. It would thereby cease even to be in itself and would become for itself. The determinative relation of the this therefore can belong neither to the this nor to the that. It enfolds them without touching them, without conferring on them the slightest trace of new character. It leaves them for what they are. In this sense we can modify the famous statement of Spinoza, omnis determinatio est negatio, which Hegel declared to possess infinite res, and we will claim rather that every determination which does not belong to the being which has to be its own determinations is an ideal negation. Moreover, it would be inconceivable that it should be otherwise. Even if, following an empirical critical psychologism, we were to consider things as purely subjective contents, we still could not conceive that the subject would realize internal synthetic negations among these contents without being them in a radical ecstatic immanence which would remove all hope of any passage to objectivity. With even more reason we cannot imagine that the for itself affects distorting synthetic negations among transcendents which it is not. In this sense the external negation constitutive of the this cannot appear as an objective characteristic of the thing, if we understand by objective that which by nature belongs to the in itself, or that which in one way or another realty constitutes the object as it is. But we must not conclude from this that the external negation has subjective existence like the pure mode of being of the for itself. The type of existence of the for itself is a pure internal negation. The existence in it of an external negation would be destructive of its very existence. Consequently, the external negation cannot be a way of disposing and of classifying phenomena which would exist only as subjective phantoms, nor can it subjectivize being in so far as its revelation is constitutive of the for itself. Its very exteriority therefore requires that it remain in the air, exterior to the for itself as well as to the in itself. On the other hand, precisely because it is exteriority, it cannot be by itself, it refuses all supports, it is by nature unsubstantig, and yet it cannot be referred to any substance. It is a nothing. In fact, it is because the inkwell is not the table nor the pipe nor the glass that we can apprehend it as an inkwell. And yet if I say, the inkwell is not the table, I am thinking nothing. Thus determination is a nothing which does not belong as an internal structure either to the thing or to consciousness, but its being is to be summoned by the for itself across a system of internal negations in which the in itself is revealed in its indifference to all that is not itself. In so far as the for itself makes itself known to itself by the in itself, which it is not in the mode of internal negation, the indifference of the in itself as the indifference which the for itself has to not be is revealed in the world as determination. 3. Quality and quantity, potentiality, instrumentality. Quality is nothing other than the being of the this when it is considered apart from all external relation with the world or with other this. Too often quality has been conceived as a simple subjective determination, and its quality of being has then been confused with the subjectivity of the psychic. The problem has then appeared to be especially to explain the constitution of an object pole conceived as the transcendent unity of qualities. We have shown that this problem is insoluble. A quality does not objectivate itself if it is subjective. Supposing that we had projected the unity of an object pole beyond qualities, at most each one of them would be given directly as the subjective effect of the action of things upon us. But the yellow of the lemon is not a subjective mode of apprehending the lemon, it is the lemon. And it is not true either that the object X appears as the empty form which holds together disparate qualities. In fact, the lemon is extended throughout its qualities, and each of its qualities is extended throughout each of the others. It is the sourness of the lemon which is yellow, it is the yellow of the lemon which is sour. We eat the color of a cake, and the taste of this cake is the instrument which reveals its shape and its color to what we may call the alimentary intuition. Conversely, if I poke my finger into a jar of jam, the sticky coldness of that jam is the revelation to my fingers of its sugary taste. The fluidity, the tepidity, the bluish color, the undulating restlessness of the water in a pool are given at one stroke, each quality through the others, and it is this total interpenetration which we call the this. This fact has been clearly shown by the experiences of painters, especially of Cézanne. Husserl is wrong in believing that a synthetic necessity unconditionally unites color and form, it is the form which is color and light. If the painter wants to vary any one of these factors, the others change as well, not because they are linked by some sort of law but because at bottom they are one and the same being. In this sense every quality of being is all of being, the quality is the presence of the absolute contingency of being, its indifferent irreducibility. The apprehension of a quality does not add anything to being except the fact that being is there as this. In this sense a quality is not an external aspect of being, for being, since it has no within, cannot have a without. But in order for there to be quality there must be being for a nothingness which by nature is not being. Yet being is not in itself a quality although it is nothing either more or less. But quality is the whole of being revealing itself within the limits of the there is. It is not the outside of being, it is all being since there cannot be being for being but only for that which makes itself not to be being. The relation of the for itself to quality is an ontological relation. The intuition of a quality is not the passive contemplation of a given, and the mind is not an in itself which remains what it is in that contemplation, that is, which remains in the mode of indifference in relation to the this contemplated. But the for itself makes known to itself what it is by means of quality. For the for itself, to perceive red as the color of this notebook is to reflect on itself as the internal negation of that quality. That is, the apprehension of quality is not a fulfillment, Erfulian, as Husserl makes it, but the giving form to an emptiness as a determined emptiness of that quality. In this sense quality is a presence perpetually out of reach. The description of knowledge is too often alimentary. There still remains too much of prelogism too in epistemological philosophy, and we are not yet rid of that primitive illusion, which we must account for later, according to which to know is to eat, that is, to ingest the known object, to fill oneself with it, Erfulian, and to digest it, assimilation. We shall best account for the original phenomenon of perception by insisting on the fact that the relation of the quality to us is that of absolute proximity, it is there, it haunts us, without either giving or refusing itself, but we must add that this proximity implies a distance. It is what is immediately out of reach, what by definition refers us to ourselves as to an emptiness. Contemplation of it can only increase our thirst for being as the sight of the food out of reach added to tantalus hunger. Quality is the indication of what we are not and of the mode of being which is denied to us. The perception of white is the consciousness of the impossibility on principle for the for itself to exist as color, that is, by being what it is. In this sense not only is being not distinguished from its qualities but even the whole apprehension of quality is the apprehension of a this. Quality, whatever it may be, is revealed to us as a being. The odor which I suddenly breathe in with my eyes closed, even before I have referred it to an odorous object, is already an odor being and not a subjective impression. The light which strikes my eyes in the morning through my closed eyelids is already a light being. This will appear obvious if one reflects on the fact that quality is. As a being which is what it is, it can indeed appear to a subjectivity, but it cannot be inserted in the woof of that subjectivity which is what it is not and which is not what it is. To say that a quality is a quality being is not to endow it with a mysterious support analogous to substance, it is simply to observe that its mode of being is radically different from the mode of the being for itself. The being of whiteness or of sourness indeed could in no way be apprehended as ecstatic. If someone should ask now how it happens that the this has qualities, we should reply that actually the this is released as a totality on the ground of the world and that it is given as an undifferentiated unity. It is the for itself which can deny itself from various points of view when confronting the this and which reveals the quality as a new this on the ground of the thing. For each negating act by which the freedom of the for itself spontaneously constitutes its being, there is a corresponding total revelation of being in profile. This profile is nothing but a relation of the thing to the for itself, a relation realized by the for itself. It is the absolute determination of negativity, for it is not enough that the for itself by an original negation should not be being nor that it should not be this being. In order for its determination as the nothingness of being to be full, the for itself must realize itself as a certain unique manner of not being this being. This absolute determination, which is the determination of quality as a profile of the this, belongs to the freedom of the for itself. It is not, it is as to be. Anyone may see this for himself by considering how the revelation of one quality of the thing appears always as a factual gratuity grasped across a freedom. While I cannot make this orange peel cease being green, it is I who am responsible for my apprehending it as a rough green or a green roughness. But the relation figure ground here is rather different from that of the this to the world. For instead of the figures appearing on an undifferentiated ground, it is wholly penetrated by the ground, it holds the ground within it as its own undifferentiated density. I apprehend the peel as green, its brightness roughness is revealed as an inner undifferentiated ground and plenitude of being for the green. There is no abstraction here in the sense that abstraction separates what is united, for being always appears entire in its profile. But the realization of being conditions the abstraction, for the abstraction is not the apprehension of a quality in midair but of a this quality where the undifferentiation of the inner ground tends toward absolute equilibrium. The green abstracted does not lose its density of being, otherwise it would be nothing more than a subjective mode of the for itself, but the brightness, the shape, the roughness, etc., which are given across it dissolve in the annihilating equilibrium of pure and simple massiveness. Abstraction, however, is a phenomenon of presence to being, since abstract being preserves its transcendence. But it can be realized only as a presence to being beyond being, it is a surpassing. This presence to being can be realized only on the level of possibility and in so far as the for itself has to be its own possibilities. The abstract is revealed as the meaning which quality has to be as co-present to the presence of a for itself to come. Thus the abstract green is the meaning to come of the concrete this in so far as it reveals itself to me through its profile green brightness roughness. The green is the peculiar possibility of this profile in so far as it is revealed across the possibilities which I am, that is, in so far as it is made to be. But this brings us to instrumentality and the temporality of the world. We shall return to this point. For the moment it is sufficient to say that the abstract haunts the concrete as a possibility fixed in the in itself, which the concrete has to be. Whatever our perception may be, as the original contact with being, the abstract is always there but to come, I apprehend it in the future with my future. It is correlative with the peculiar possibility of my present concrete negation as the possibility of being no more than this negation. The abstract is the meaning of this in so far as it reveals itself in the future across my possibility of fixing in itself the negation which I have to be. If someone should remind us here of the classic difficulties regarding abstraction, we should reply that they stem from the fact that the constitution of the this and the act of abstraction are taken as distinct. It is certain that if the this does not include its own abstractions, there is no possibility of deriving them from it afterward. But it is in the very constitution of the this as this that the abstraction operates as the revelation in profile of my future. The for itself is an abstractor, not because it could realize a psychological operation of abstraction but because it rises as a presence to being with a future that is, a beyond being. In itself being is neither concrete nor abstract nor present nor future, it is what it is. Yet the abstraction does not enrich being, it is only the revelation of a nothingness of being beyond being. But we challenge anyone to formulate the classic objections to abstraction without deriving them implicitly from the consideration of being as a this. The original relation of the this to one another can be neither interaction nor causality nor even the upsurge on the same ground of the world. If we suppose that the for itself is present to one this, the other this exist at the same time in the world but by virtue of being undifferentiated, they constitute the ground on which the this confronted is raised in relief. In order to establish any relation whatsoever between one this and another this, it is necessary that the second this be revealed rising up on the ground of the world on the occasion of an express negation which the for itself has to be. But at the same time each this must be held at a distance from the other as not being the other by a negation of a purely external type. Thus the original relation of this to that is an external negation. That appears as not being this. And the external negation is revealed to the for itself as a transcendent, it is outside, it is in itself. How are we to understand it? The appearance of the this that can be produced first only as totality. The primary relation here is the unity of a totality capable of disintegration. The for itself is determined and blocked to not be this that on the ground of the world. The this that is my whole room in so far as I am present to it. This concrete negation will not then disappear with the disintegration of the concrete mass into this and that. On the contrary, it is the very condition of the disintegration. But on this ground of presence and by means of this ground of presence, being affects the appearance of its indifferent exteriority. This exteriority is revealed to me in the fact that the negation which I am is a unity multiplicity rather than an undifferentiated totality. My negative upsurge into being is parceled out into independent negations which have no connection other than that they are negations which I have to be, that is, they derive their inner unity from me and not from being. I am present to that table, to those chairs, and as such I constitute myself synthetically as a polyvalent negation, but this purely inner negation, in so far as it is a negation of being, is paralyzed with zones of nothingness, it is annihilated by virtue of negation, it is negation detotalized. Across these striations of nothingness which I have to be as my own nothingness of negation, appears the indifference of being. But this indifference I have to realize by this nothingness of negation which I have to be, not in so far as I am originally present to the this but in so far as I am also present to the that. It is in and by my presence to the table that I realize the indifference of the chair, which presently I also have to not be, as an absence of a springboard, an arrest of my impulse toward non-being, a breakdown in the circuit. That appears alongside this, in the heart of a total revelation, as that from which I can in no way profit so as to determine myself to not be this. Thus cleavage comes from being, but there is cleavage and separation only through the presence of the for itself to all of being. The negation of the unity of the negations in so far as it is a revelation of the indifference of being and in so far as it apprehends the indifference of the this with regard to the that and the that with regard to the this, is a revelation of the original relation of the this in an external negation. The this is not that. This external negation within the unity of a totality capable of disintegration is expressed by the word and. This is not that is written this and that. The external negation has the double character of being in itself and of being pure ideality. It is in itself in that it does not in any way belong to the for itself. The for itself discovers the indifference of being as exteriority across the absolute interiority of its own negation, since in aesthetic intuition I apprehend an imaginary object. Moreover, we are not dealing with a negation which being has to be. This negation does not belong to any of the this considered, it purely and simply is. It is what it is. But at the same time it is by no means a characteristic of the this, by no means one of its qualities. It is even totally independent of the this, precisely because it does not belong to any one of them. For the indifference of being is nothing, we cannot think it or even perceive it. It means simply that annihilation or the variations of the that can engage the this in nothing. In this sense it is only a nothingness in itself separating the this, and this nothingness is the only mode in which consciousness can realize the cohesion of identity which characterizes being. This ideal nothingness in itself is quantity. Quantity in fact is pure exteriority. It does not depend on the terms added but is only the affirmation of their independence. To count is to make an ideal distinction inside a totality capable of disintegration and already given. The number obtained by the addition does not belong to any of the this counted nor to the totality capable of disintegration in so far as this is revealed as totality. If there are three men talking opposite me, it is not as I apprehend them first as a group in conversation that I count them, and the fact of counting them as three leaves the concrete unity of their group perfectly intact. Being a group of three is not a concrete property of the group. Neither is it a property of its members. We cannot say of any one of them that he is three, nor even that he is a third, for the quality of third is only a reflection of the freedom of the for itself which is counting. Each one of the men can be a third, but no one of them is it. The relation of quantity is therefore a relation in itself, but a purely negative and external relation. It is precisely because it does not belong either to things or to totalities that it is isolated and detached from the surface of the world as a reflection, reflet, of nothingness cast on being. As a purely exterior relation between the this, quantity is itself exterior to them and finally exterior to itself. It is the inapprehensible indifference of being which can appear only if there is being, and which, although belonging to being, can come to it only from a for itself, inasmuch as this indifference can be revealed only by the exteriorization to infinity of a relation of exteriority which must be exterior to being and to itself. Thus space and quantity are only one and the same type of negation. By the sole fact that this and that are revealed as having no relation to me who am my own relation, space and quantity come into the world, for each one of them is the relation of things which are unrelated, or, if you prefer, the nothingness of relation apprehended as a relation by the being which is its own relation. From this we can see that what Husserl calls categories, unity-multiplicity relation of the whole to the part more and less around beside following first, second, etc. 1, 2, 3, etc. within and without etc. These are only the ideal mixing of things which leaves them wholly intact, without either enriching or impoverishing them by one iota. They merely indicate the infinite diversity of ways in which the freedom of the for itself can realize the indifference of being. We have treated the problem of the original relation of the for itself to being as if the for itself were a simple, instantaneous consciousness such as can be revealed to the Cartesian cogito. In truth, we have already encountered the escape from self on the part of the for itself, inasmuch as this is the necessary condition for the appearance of the this and of abstractions. But the ecstatic character of the for itself was still only implicit. While we have had to proceed in this way for the sake of clarity in exposition, we should not thereby conclude that being is revealed to a being which would be first presence in order afterwards to constitute itself a future. But being in itself is revealed to a being which arises as about to come to itself. This means that the negation which the for itself makes itself be in the presence of being has an ecstatic dimension of the future. It is in so far as I am not what I am, an ecstatic relation to my own possibilities, that I have to not be being in itself as the revealing realization of the this. That means that I am presence to the this in the incompleteness of a totality detotalized. What consequence is there here for the revelation of the this? Since I am always beyond what I am, about to come to myself, the this to which I am present appears to me as something which I surpass toward myself. The perceived is originally the surpassed, it is like a conductor in the circuit of selfness, and it appears within the limits of this circuit. To the extent that I make myself be the negation of the this, I flee this negation in the direction of a complementary negation, and the fusion of the two would effect the appearance of the in itself which I am. There is a bond of being between the negation of the this and the second possible negation. The second is not just any negation but is precisely the complementary negation of my presence to the thing. But since the for itself constitutes itself qua presence, as a non-positional self-consciousness, it makes known to itself, outside itself, through being, what it is not. It recovers its being outside in the mode the reflection reflecting. The complementary negation which the for itself is as its own possibility is then a negation presence, that is, the for itself has to be it as a non-thetic self-consciousness and as a thetic consciousness of being beyond being. Being beyond being is bound to the present this, not by any kind of external relation but by a precise bond of complementarity which stands in exact correlation with the relation of the for itself to its future. First of all, the this is revealed in the negation of a being which makes itself to not be this, not by virtue of simple presence, but as a negation which is about to come to itself, which is its own possibility beyond its present. This possibility which haunts pure presence as its meaning out of reach and as that which it lacks in order to be in itself exists first as a projection of the present negation by virtue of engagement. Every negation in fact which would not have beyond itself in the future the meaning of an engagement as a possibility which comes to it and toward which it flees itself, would lose all its significance as negation. What the for itself denies, it denies with the dimension of a future. It involves either an external negation, this is not that chair is not a table, or an internal negation bearing on itself. To say that this is not that is to posit the exteriority of the this in relation to the that, whether for now and for the future or in the strict now, but in the latter case the negation has a provisory character which constitutes the future as pure exteriority in relation to the present determination this and that. In both cases the meaning comes to the negation in terms of the future, all negation is ecstatic. In so far as the for itself denies itself in the future, the this concerning which it makes itself a negation is revealed as coming to itself from the future. The possibility that consciousness exists nonthetically as consciousness, of being able not to be this is revealed as the potentiality of the this of being what it is. The first potentiality of the object, as the correlate of the engagement, an ontological structure of the negation, is permanence, which perpetually comes to it on the ground of the future. The revelation of the table as table requires a permanence of table which comes to it from the future and which is not a purely established given, but a potentiality. This permanence moreover does not come to the table from a future located in temporal infinity. Infinite time does not yet exist. The table is not revealed as having the possibility of being a table indefinitely. The time concerned here is neither finite nor infinite. Potentiality merely causes the dimension of the future to appear. When we speak of the meaning to come of the negation, we refer to that which the negation of the for itself lacks in order to become a negation in itself. In this sense the negation is, in the future, the precision 3 of the present negation. It is in the future that there is revealed the exact meaning of what I have to not be as a correlate of the exact negation which I have to be. The polymorphic negation of the this, where the green is formed by a totality roughness light, gets its meaning only if it has to be the negation of the green, that is, of a being green, the ground of which tends toward the equilibrium of undifferentiation. In a word, the absent meaning of my polymorphic negation is a negation confined by a green more purely green on an undifferentiated ground. Thus the pure green comes to the green roughness light on the ground of the future as its meaning. We apprehend here the meaning of what we have called abstraction. The existent does not possess its essence as a present quality. It is even the negation of essence, the green never is green. But the essence comes from the ground of the future to the existent, as a meaning which is never given and which forever haunts it. It is the pure correlate of the pure ideality of my negation. In this sense there is no such thing as an operation of abstraction if we mean by that a psychological affirmative act of selection effected by a constituted mind. Far from abstracting certain qualities in terms of things, we must on the contrary view abstraction as the original mode of being of the for itself, necessary in order that there may be, in general, things and a world. The abstract is a structure of the world and is necessary for the upsurge of the concrete. The concrete is concrete only in so far as it leans in the direction of its abstraction, that it makes itself known by the abstraction which it is. The being of the for itself is revealing abstracting. We see that from this point of view permanence and the abstract are only one. If the table has qua table a potentiality of permanence, this is to the exact degree that it has to be a table. Permanence is pure possibility for a this to be consistent with its essence. We have seen in part 2 of this work that the relation between the possible which I am and the present which I am fleeing is the same as the relation between the lacking and the one which lacks what is lacking. The ideal fusion of the lacking with the one which lacks what is lacking is an unrealizable totality which haunts the for itself and constitutes its very being as a nothingness of being. This ideal we call the in itself for itself or value. But on the unreflective level this value is not grasped thetically by the for itself, it is only a condition of being. If our conclusions are accurate, this perpetual indication of an unrealizable fusion must appear not as a structure of the unreflective consciousness but as a transcendent indication of an ideal structure of the object. This structure can be easily revealed, correlative with the indication of a fusion of the polymorphic negation with the abstract negation which is its meaning, there is to be revealed a transcendent and ideal indication that of a fusion of the existing this with its essence to come. Thus fusion must be such that the abstract is the foundation of the concrete and that simultaneously the concrete is the foundation of the abstract. In other words, the concrete flesh and blood existence must be the essence, and the essence must itself be produced as a total concretion, that is, it must have the full richness of the concrete without however allowing us to discover in it anything other than itself in its total purity. Or if you prefer, the form must be to itself and totally its own matter. And conversely the matter must be produced as absolute form. This perpetually indicated but impossible fusion of essence and existence does not belong either to the present or the future, it indicates rather the fusion of past, present, and future, and it presents itself as a synthesis to be effected of temporal totality. It is value as transcendence, it is what we call beauty. Beauty therefore represents an ideal state of the world, correlative with an ideal realization of the for itself. In this realization the essence and the existence of things are revealed as identity to a being who, in this very revelation, would be merged with himself in the absolute unity of the in itself. This is precisely because the beautiful is not only a transcendent synthesis to be effected but because it can be realized only in and through a totalization of ourselves. This is precisely why we desire the beautiful and why we apprehend the universe as jacking the beautiful to the extent that we ourselves apprehend ourselves as a lack. But the beautiful is no more a potentiality of things than the in itself for itself is a peculiar possibility of the for itself. It haunts the world as an unrealizable. To the extent that man realizes the beautiful in the world, he realizes it in the imaginary mode. This means that in the aesthetic intuition, I apprehend an imaginary object across an imaginary realization of myself as a totality in itself and for itself. Ordinarily the beautiful, like value, is not thematically made explicit as a value out of reach of the world. It is implicitly apprehended on things as an absence, it is revealed implicitly across the imperfection of the world. These original potentialities are not the only ones which characterize the this. To the extent that the for itself has to be its being beyond its present, it is the revelation of a qualified beyond being, which comes to the this on the ground of being. In so far as the for itself is beyond the crescent moon, next to a being beyond being which is the future full moon, the full moon becomes the potentiality of the crescent moon. In so far as the for itself is beyond the bud, next to the flower is a potentiality of the bud. The revelation of these new potentialities implies an original relation to the past. It is in the past that the connection between the crescent moon and the full moon, between the bud and the flower is gradually discovered. The past of the for itself stands as empirical knowledge for the for itself. But this knowledge does not remain as an inert given. It is behind the for itself, of course, unrecognizable as such and out of reach. But in the ecstatic unity of its being, it is in terms of this past that the for itself makes known to itself what it is in the future. My wisdom, savoir, as regards the moon escapes me as a thematic knowledge, connaissance. But I am it, and my way of being is at least in certain cases to cause what I no longer am to come to me in the form of what I am not yet. This negation of the this which I have been I am in two ways, in the mode of not being any longer and of not being yet. I am beyond the crescent moon as the possibility of a radical negation of the moon as a full disk, and correlative with the return of my future negation toward my presence, the full moon comes back toward the crescent in order to determine it in this as a negation. The full moon is what the crescent lacks, it is the lack of the full moon which makes the crescent a crescent. Thus within the unity of the same ontological negation, I attribute the dimension of the future to the crescent as crescent in the form of permanence and essence, and I constitute it as the crescent moon by the determining return toward it of what it lacks. Thus is constituted the scale of possibilities which reaches from permanence to potencies. Human reality, by surpassing itself in the direction of its own possibility of negation, makes itself that by which negation through surpassing comes into the world. It is through human reality that lack comes to things in the form of potency, of incompletion, of suspension, of potentiality. Nevertheless, the transcendent being of lack cannot have the nature of ecstatic lack in immanence. Let us look at it more carefully. The in itself does not have to be its own potentiality in the mode of not yet. The revelation of the in itself is originally a revelation of the self-identity of indifference. The in itself is what it is without any ecstatic dispersion of its being. It does not have to be its permanence or its essence or that which it lacks as I have to be my future. My upsurge into the world causes potentialities to arise correlatively. But these potentialities are fixed in their very arising, they are eaten away by exteriority. We shall discover here again that double aspect of the transcendent which in its very ambiguity has given birth to space, a totality which is dispersed in relations of exteriority. Potentiality on the ground of the future turns back on the this to determine it, but the relation between the this as in itself and its potentiality is an external relation. The crescent moon is determined as lacking or deprived of in relation to the full moon. But at the same time the crescent is revealed as being fully what it is, that concrete sign in the sky, which needs nothing in order to be what it is. The same is true for this bud or for this match, which is what it is, for which its meaning as being a match remains exterior, which can of course burst into flame but which at present is this piece of white wood with a black tip. The potentialities of the this, while strictly connected with it, are present as in itself and are in a state of indifference in relation to it. This inkwell can be broken, thrown against the marble of the fireplace where it will be shattered. But this potentiality is entirely cut off from it, for it is only the transcendent correlate of my possibility of throwing the inkwell against the marble of the fireplace. In itself the inkwell is neither breakable nor unbreakable, it is. That does not mean that I can consider this as outside all potentiality. From the mere fact that I am my own future, the this is revealed as provided with potentialities. To apprehend a match as a piece of whitewood with a black tip is not to strip it of all potentiality but simply to confer on it new ones, a new permanence, a new essence. In order for the this to be entirely deprived of potentialities, it would be necessary that I be a pure presence, which is inconceivable. But the this has various potentialities which are equivalents, that is, in a state of equivalence in relation to it. This is because it does not have to be them. In addition, my possibilities do not exist but are possibilized because they are eaten away from within by my freedom, that is, whatever my possible may be, its opposite is equally possible. I can shatter this inkwell but I can just as well put it in a drawer. I can aim at the full moon beyond the crescent moon, but I can just as well insist on the permanence of the crescent as such. Consequently, the inkwell is found to be provided with equivalent possibilities, to be put in a drawer, to be shattered. This crescent moon can be an open curve in the sky or a disk held in suspense. Those potentialities which refer back to the this without being made to be by it and without having to be those we shall call probabilities to indicate that they exist in the mode of being of the in itself. We cannot say that my possibles are, they are possibilized. But probabilities are not probabilized, they are each one in itself as probable. In this sense the inkwell is, but its being an inkwell is a probable, for the inkwell's having to be an inkwell is a pure appearance which is founded immediately on a relation of exteriority. These potentialities or probabilities, which are the meaning of being beyond being, are in itself beyond being, and precisely for this reason they are nothings. The essence of the inkwell is made to be as a correlate of the possible negation of the for itself, but it is not the inkwell and it is not being. In so far as this essence is in itself, it is a negation hypostasized and reified, that is, it is a nothing, it belongs to the shell of nothingness which encases and determines the world. The for itself reveals the inkwell as an inkwell. But this revelation is made beyond the being of the inkwell, in that future which is not, all the potentialities of being, from permanence to qualified potentialities, are defined as that which being is not yet without ever truly having to be them. Here again knowledge adds nothing to being and removes nothing from it, knowledge adorns it with no new quality. It causes being to be there by surpassing it toward a nothingness which enters into only negative exterior relations with it. This character of pure nothingness in potentiality results in efforts on the part of science, which aims at establishing relations of simple exteriority, radically to suppress the potential, essence and potencies. But on the other hand, the necessity of potentiality as a meaningful structure of perception appears clearly enough so that we need not insist on it here. Scientific knowledge, in fact, can neither overcome nor suppress the potentializing structure of perception. On the contrary, science must presuppose it. We have attempted to show how the presence of the for itself to being reveals being as a thing, and for the sake of clarity in exposition we have had to show successively the various structures of the thing, the this and spatiality, permanence, essence, and potentialities. It is evident, however, that this successive account does not correspond to a real priority of certain of these moments over others. The upsurge of the for itself causes the thing to be revealed with the totality of its structures. Furthermore, there is not one of these structures which does not imply all the others. The this does not have even logical priority over essence. On the contrary, the this presupposes essence, and conversely essence is the essence of this. Similarly, the this as the being of a quality can appear only on the ground of the world, but the world is a collection of this. The disintegrating relation of the world to the this, of the this to the world is spatiality. There is therefore no substantial form here, no principle of unity to stand behind the modes of appearance of the phenomenon. Everything is given at one stroke without any primacy. For the same reasons, it would be incorrect to conceive of any kind of primacy as concerns the representative. Our descriptions have led us to put in relief the thing in the world, and because of this fact we might be tempted to believe that the world and the thing are revealed to the for itself in a sort of contemplative intuition. This, however, would be an intuition after the event such that objects would be arranged one in relation to another in a practical order of instrumentality. Such an error will be avoided if we are willing to maintain that the world appears inside the circuit of selfness. It is this which separates the for itself from itself, or to employ an expression of Heidegger's, it is this in terms of which human reality makes known to itself what it is. This project towards self on the part of the for itself, which constitutes selfness, is in no way a contemplative repose. It is a lack, as we have said, but not a given lack. It is a lack which has to be to itself its own lack. It must be understood that an established lack or a lack in itself vanishes into exteriority, as we have pointed out in preceding passages. But a being which constitutes itself as lack can determine itself only thereupon that which it lacks and which it is, in short, by a perpetual wrenching away from self toward the self which it has to be. This means that lack can be to itself its own lack only as a refused lack. The only truly inner connection between that which lacks and that which is lacking is the refusal. In fact, to the extent that the being which lacks is not what it lacks, we apprehend in it a negation. But if this negation is not to slip away into pure exteriority and along with it all possibility of negation in general, its foundation must be in the necessity for the being which lacks to be that which it lacks. Thus the foundation of the negation is negation of negation. But this negation foundation is no more a given than the lack of which it is an essential moment. It is as having to be. The for itself in the phantom unity, the reflection reflecting, makes itself be its own lack, that is, it projects itself toward its lack by refusing it. It is only as a lack to be suppressed that lack can be internal for the for itself, and the for itself can realize its own lack only by having to be it, that is, by being a project towards its suppression. Thus the relation of the for itself to its future is never static nor given. The future comes to the present of the for itself in order to determine it in its heart, inasmuch as the for itself is already there at the future as its suppression. The for itself can be a lack here only if it is there a suppression of the lack, but a suppression which it has to be in the mode of non-being. It is this original relation which subsequently allows the empirical establishment of particular lacks as lacks suffered or endured. It is in general the foundation of affectivity. It is this also which some will try to explain psychologically by installing within the psyche those idols and those phantoms which we call drives or appetites. These drives or these forces, which by violence are inserted into the psyche, are not understandable in themselves, for they are given by the psychologist as in itself existence, that is, their very character as force is contradicted by their inner repose of indifference, and their unity is dispersed in a pure relation of exteriority. We can apprehend them only as the result of projecting into the in itself a relation of immanent being of the for itself to itself, and this ontological relation is precisely lack. But this lack cannot be grasped thetically and known by the unreflective consciousness, nor does it appear to the impure, accessory reflection which apprehends it as a psychic object, i.e., as a drive or as a feeling. It is accessible only to the purifying reflection, with which we are not here concerned. On the level of consciousness of the world, this lack can appear only in projection, as a transcendent and ideal characteristic. In fact, while that which the for itself lacks is the ideal presence to a being beyond being, the being beyond being is originally apprehended as the lacking to being. Thus the world is revealed as haunted by absences to be realized, and each this appears with a cortege of absences which point to it and determine it. These absences are not basically different from potentialities. But it is easier to grasp their meaning, thus the absences indicate the this as this, and conversely the this points toward the absences. Since each absence is being beyond being, i.e., an absent in itself, each this points toward another state of its being or toward other beings. But of course this organization of indicative complexes is fixed and petrified in itself, hence all these mute and petrified indications, which fall back into the indifference of isolation at the same time that they arise, resemble the fixed, stony smile in the empty eyes of a statue. The absences which appear behind things do not appear as absences to be made present by things. Neither can we say that they are revealed as to be realized by me, since the me is a transcendent structure of the psyche and appears only to the reflective consciousness. They are pure demands which rise as voids to be filled in the middle of the circuit of selfness. Their character as voids to be filled by the for itself is manifested to the unreflective consciousness by a direct and personal urgency which is lived as such without being referred to somebody or the matized. It is in and through the very fact of living them as claims that there is revealed what in an earlier chapter we called their selfness. They are tasks, and this world is a world of tasks. In relation to the tasks, the this which they indicate is both the this of these tasks, that is, the unique in itself which is determined by them and which they indicate as being able to fulfill them, and that which does not have to be these tasks since it exists in the absolute unity of identity. This connection in isolation, this inert relation within the dynamic, is what we call the relation of means to end. It is a being for which is degraded, laminated by exteriority, a being for whose transcendent ideality can be conceived only as a correlate of the being for which the for itself has to be. The thing, in so far as it both rests in the quiet beatitude of indifference and yet points beyond it to tasks to be performed which make known to it what it has to be, is an instrument or utensil. The original relation between things, that which appears on the foundation of the quantitative relation of the this, is the relation of instrumentality. This instrumentality is not subsequent to or subordinate to the structures already indicated. In one sense it presupposes them, in another it is presupposed by them. The thing is not first a thing in order to be subsequently an instrument, neither is it first an instrument in order to be revealed subsequently as a thing. It is an instrumental thing. It is true, nevertheless, that the further research of the scientist will reveal it as purely a thing, i.e., stripped of all instrumentality. But this is because the scientist is concerned only with establishing purely exterior relations. Moreover, the result of this scientific research is that the thing itself, deprived of all instrumentality, finally disappears into absolute exteriority. We can see to what extent we must correct Heidegger's definition. To be sure, the world appears in the circuit of selfness, but since the circuit is non-thetic, the making known of what I am cannot be thetic either. To be in the world is not to escape from the world toward oneself, but to escape from the world toward a beyond the world which is the future world. What the world makes known to me is only worldly. It follows that if the infinite reference of instruments never refers to a for itself which I am, then the totality of instruments is the exact correlate of my possibilities, and as I am my possibilities, the order of instruments in the world is the image of my possibilities projected in the in itself, i.e., the image of what I am. But I can never decipher this worldly image. I adapt myself to it in and through action, but a reflective sissiparity would be required in order for me to be able to be an object to myself. It is not then through unauthenticity that human reality loses itself in the world. For human reality, being in the world means radically to lose oneself in the world through the very revelation which causes there to be a world that is, to be referred without respite, without even the possibility of a purpose for which from instrument to instrument with no recourse save the reflective revolution. It would be useless to object that the chain of for whats is suspended from the for whoms, worum willen. Of course the worum willen refers us to a structure of being which we have not yet elucidated, namely, the for others. And the for whom constantly appears behind the instruments. But this for whom, whose constitution is different from the for what, does not break the chain. It is simply one of the links. When it is confronted in the perspective of instrumentality, it does not allow an escape from the in itself. To be sure, these work clothes are for the worker. But they are for the worker so that he can fix the roof without getting dirty. And why shouldn't he get dirty? In order not to spend most of his salary for clothes. This salary is allotted him as the minimum quantity of money which will enable him to support himself, and he supports himself so as to be able to apply his capacities for work at repairing roofs. And why should he repair the roof? So that it will not rain in the office where employees are working at bookkeeping, etc. This does not mean that we should always think of the other as an instrument of a particular type, but merely that when we consider the other in terms of the world, we do not escape even so from the infinite regress of instrumental complexes. Thus, to the extent that the for itself is its own lack as a refusal correlative with its impulse toward self, being is revealed to the for itself on the ground of the world as an instrumental thing, and the world rises as the undifferentiated ground of indicative complexes of instrumentality. The ensemble of these references is void of meaning, but in the sense that the possibility of positing the problem of meaning on this level does not exist. We work to live and we live to work. The question of the meaning of the totality life work: why do I work, I who am living? Why live if it is in order to work? This can be posited only on the reflective level, since it implies a self-discovery on the part of the for itself. It remains to explain how, as a correlate of the pure negation which I am, instrumentality can arise in the world. How does it happen that I am not a barren, indefinitely repeated negation of the this as pure this? If I am nothing but the pure nothingness which I have to be, how can this negation reveal a plurality of tasks which are my image? In order to answer this question, we must recall that the for itself is not purely and simply a future which comes to the present. It has to be also its past in the form of was. The ecstatic contradiction in the three temporal dimensions is such that while the for itself is a being which by means of its future makes known to itself the meaning of what it was, it is also in the same upsurge a being which has to be its will be within the perspectives of a certain was which it is fleeing. In this sense we must always look for the meaning of a temporal dimension elsewhere, in another dimension. This is what we have called the diaspora, for the unity of diasporatic being is not a pure given appurtenance, it is the necessity of realizing the diaspora by making itself conditioned there outside within the unity of the self. Therefore the negation which I am and which reveals the this has to be in the mode of was. This pure negation which as simple presence is not, has its being behind it, as past or facticity. As such we must recognize that it is never a negation without roots. On the contrary, it is a qualified negation if by that we understand that it drags its qualification behind it as the being which it has to not be in the form of was. The negation arises as a non-thetic negation of the past in the mode of internal determination in so far as it makes itself a thetic negation of the this. The upsurge is effected in the unity of a double being, for, since the negation affects its existence in the mode of the reflection reflecting, as the negation of the this, in order to escape from the past which it is, it escapes from the past in order to disengage itself from the this by fleeing it in its being toward the future. This is what we shall call the point of view which the for itself has on the world. This point of view, comparable to facticity, is the ecstatic qualification of the negation as the original relation to the in itself. On the other hand, as we have seen, everything that is for itself is so in the mode of was as an ecstatic appurtenance of the world. It is not in the future that I rediscover my presence, since the future releases the world to me as correlative with the consciousness to come. Rather, my being appears to me in the past, although non-thematically, within the compass of being in itself, that is, in relief in the midst of the world. Of course this being is still consciousness of, that is, a for itself, but it is a for itself fixed in itself, and consequently while a consciousness of the world, it is fallen into the midst of the world. The meaning of realism, of naturalism, and of materialism lies in the past. These three philosophies are descriptions of the past as if it were present. The for itself is then a double flight from the world. It escapes its own being in the midst of the world as a presence to a world which it is fleeing. The possible is the free end of the flight. The for itself cannot flee toward a transcendent which it is not, but only toward a transcendent which it is. It is this fact which removes all possibility of surcease from this perpetual flight. If I may use a down-to-earth image for the sake of making my thought clearer, picture an ass drawing behind him a cart. He attempts to get hold of a carrot which has been fastened at the end of a stick which in turn has been tied to the shaft of the cart. Every effort on the part of the ass to seize the carrot results in advancing the whole apparatus and the cart itself, which always remains at the same distance from the ass. Thus we run after a possible which our very running causes to appear, which is nothing but our running itself, and which thereby is by definition out of reach. We run toward ourselves, and we are due to this very fact the being which cannot be reunited with itself. In one sense the running is void of meaning, since the goal is never given but invented and projected proportionately as we run toward it. In another sense we cannot refuse to it that meaning which it rejects, since in spite of everything possibility is the meaning of the for itself. Thus there is and there is not a meaning in the flight. Now in that very flight from the past which I am toward the future which I am, the future is prefigured in relation to the past at the same time that it confers on the past all its meaning. The future is the past surpassed as a given in itself toward an in itself which would be its own foundation, that is, which would be in so far as I should have to be it. My possibility is the free recovery of my past in so far as this recovery can rescue it by providing its foundation. I flee the being without foundation which I was toward the founding act which I can be only in the mode of the I would be. Thus the possible is the lack which the for itself makes itself be, that is, which is lacking to the present negation in so far as it is a qualified negation, a negation which has its quality outside itself in the past. As such the possible is itself qualified not by virtue of being a given, which would be its own quality in the world of the in itself, but as an indication of the recovery which would found the ecstatic qualification which the for itself was. Thus thirst, for example, is three-dimensional. It is a present flight from a state of emptiness which the for itself was. This very flight confers on the given state its character of emptiness or lack. In the past the lack could not be lack, for the given can be lacking only if it is surpassed towards by a being which is its own transcendence. But this flight is a flight towards, and it is this towards which gives flight its meaning. As such flight is itself a lack which makes itself, that is, a constitution in the past of a given as a lack or potentiality, and at the same time the free recovery of the given by a for itself which makes itself a lack in the form, the reflection reflecting, that is, as consciousness of lack. Finally that toward which the lack is fled, in so far as it causes itself to be conditioned in its being a lack by that which it lacks, is the possibility that it is to be a thirst which would be no longer a lack but a thirst repletion. The possible is the indication of the repletion, value, as a phantom being which surrounds and penetrates the for itself through and through, is the indication of a thirst which would be simultaneously a given as it was it and a recovery as the game of the reflection reflecting constitutes it ecstatically. As one can see, we are dealing here with a plenitude which determines itself as thirst. The ecstatic relation past-present provides the outline of this plenitude with the structure thirst as its meaning, and the possible which I am must furnish its very density, its fleshly plenitude, as reflection. Thus my presence to being which determines it as this is a negation of the this in so far as I am also a qualified lack beside the this. To the extent that my possible is a possible presence to being beyond being, The qualification of my possible reveals a being beyond being as the being whose co-presence is a co-presence strictly linked with the repletion to come. Thus absence in the world is revealed as a being to be realized in so far as this being is correlative with the possible being which I lack. The glass of water appears as about to be drunk, that is, as the correlate of a thirst grasped non-thetically, and its very being as about to be satisfied. But these descriptions, which all imply a relation to the future of the world, will be clearer if we at present explain how the time of the world or universal time is revealed to consciousness on the ground of the original negation. For the time of the world, universal time comes into the world through the for itself. The in itself is not adapted to temporality precisely because it is in itself, and because temporality is the mode of unitary being in a being which is perpetually at a distance from itself for itself. The for itself, on the contrary, is temporality, but it is not consciousness of temporality except when it produces itself in the relation reflective reflected on. In the unreflective mode, the for itself discovers temporality on being, that is, outside. Universal temporality is objective. A. The past. The this does not appear as a present which later will have to become past and which before that was future. This inkwell the moment I perceive it already exists in the three temporal dimensions. In so far as I apprehend it as permanence, i.e., as essence, it is already in the future, although I am not present to it in my actual presence but as about to come to myself. By the same token, I cannot apprehend it except as having already been there in the world, inasmuch as I was already there myself as presence. In this sense there exists no synthesis of recognition, if we mean by that a progressive operation of identification which by successive organization of the nows would confer a duration on the thing perceived. The for itself directs the explosion of its temporality against the whole length of the revealed in itself, as though against the length of an immense and monotonous wall of which it cannot see the end. I am that original negation which I have to be in the mode of not yet and of already, beside the being which is what it is. If then we suppose a consciousness arising in a motionless world beside a unique being which is unchangeably what it is, this being will be revealed with a past and a future of immutability which will necessitate no operation of a synthesis and which will be one with its very revelation. The operation would be necessary only if the for itself had to retain and to constitute its own past by the same stroke. But due to the mere fact that the in itself is its own past as also its own future, the revelation of the in itself can only be temporalized. The this is revealed temporally not because it would be refracted across an a priori form of inner meaning, but because it is revealed to a revelation of which the very being is temporalization. Nevertheless, the atemporality of being is represented in its very revelation, in so far as it is grasped through and in a temporality which temporalizes itself. The this appears originally as temporal, but in so far as it is what it is, it refuses to be its own temporality and merely reflects time. In addition, it reflects the internal ecstatic relation which is at the source of temporality as a purely objective relation of exteriority. Permanence, as a compromise between non-temporal identity and the ecstatic unity of temporalization, will appear therefore as the pure slipping by of in itself instance. Little nothingnesses separated one from another and reunited by a relation of simple exteriority on the surface of a being which preserves an atemporal immutability. It is not true therefore that the non-temporality of being escapes us, on the contrary, it is given in time, it provides the foundation for the mode of being of universal time. In so far then as the for itself was what it is, the instrument or thing appears to it as having been already there. The for itself can be presence to the this only as a presence which was. All perception is in itself, and without any operation it is a recollection. Now what is revealed across the ecstatic unity of past and present is an identical being. It is not apprehended as being the same as the past and the present but as being it. Temporality is only a tool of vision. Yet this it which it is, the this already was. Thus the this appears as having a past. But it refuses to be this past, it only has it. Temporality in so far as it is grasped objectively is therefore a pure phantom, for it does not give itself as the temporality of the for itself nor as the temporality which the in itself has to be. At the same time the transcendent past, since it is in itself by virtue of transcendence, cannot be as that which the present has to be, the past is isolated in a phantom of Selbstständigkeit. And as each moment of the past is a having been present, this isolation is pursued to the very interior of the past. Consequently the unchangeable this is revealed across a flickering and an infinite parceling out of phantom in itselfs. This is how that glass or that table is revealed to me. They do not endure, they are. Time flows over them. Of course someone will object that I merely fail to see changes in the glass or table. But this is to introduce very inappropriately a scientific point of view. Such a point of view, which nothing justifies, is contradicted by our very perception. The pipe, the pencil, all these beings which are released entire in each one of their profiles and whose permanence is wholly indifferent to the multiplicity of profiles, are transcendent to all temporality even though they are revealed in temporality. The thing exists straightway as a form, that is, a whole which is not affected by any of the superficial parasitic variations which we can see on it. Each this is revealed with a law of being which determines its threshold, its level of change where it will cease to be what it is in order simply not to be. This law of being, which expresses permanence, is an immediately revealed structure of the essence of the this, it determines a limit of potentiality in the this that of disappearing from the world. We shall return to this point. Thus the for itself apprehends temporality on being, as a pure reflection which plays on the surface of being without any possibility of modifying being. The scientist will fix this absolute, spectral, annihilating quality of time in a concept under the name of homogeneity. But the transcendent apprehension on the in itself of the ecstatic unity of the temporalizing for itself is effected as the apprehension of an empty form of temporal unity without any being which founds that unity by being it. Thus on the plane of present-past, there appears that curious unity of the absolute dispersion which is external temporality. Here each before and each after is an in itself isolated from others by its indifferent exteriority, and here these instants are reunited in the unity of one and the same being. And this common being or time is nothing other than the very dispersion, conceived as necessity and substantiality. This contradictory nature could appear only on the double foundation of the for itself and the in itself. From this standpoint, insofar as scientific reflection aims at hypostasizing the relation of exteriority, being will be conceived, i.e., thought of in emptiness, not as a transcendence aimed at across time but as a content which passes from instant into instant. Better yet, it will be conceived as a multiplicity of contents, external to one another, and strictly resembling one another. So far our description of universal temporality has been attempted under the hypothesis that nothing may come from being save its non-temporal immutability. But something does come from being, what, for lack of a better term, we shall call abolitions and apparitions. These apparitions and abolitions ought to be the object of a purely metaphysical elucidation, not an ontological one, for we can conceive of their necessity neither from the standpoint of the structures of being of the for itself nor of those of the in itself. Their existence is that of a contingent and metaphysical fact. We do not know exactly what comes from being in the phenomenon of apparition, since this phenomenon is already the fact of a temporalized this. Yet experience teaches us that there are various upsurges and annihilations of the this. Moreover, since we know that perception reveals the in itself and outside the in itself nothing, we can consider the in itself as the foundation of these upsurges and of these annihilations. In addition, we see clearly that the principle of identity as the law of being of the in itself requires that the abolition and the apparition be totally exterior to the in itself which has appeared or been abolished, for otherwise the in itself would at the same time both be and not be. The abolition cannot be that falling away from being which is an end. Only the for itself can know its falling away because it is to itself its own end. Being, a quasi-affirmation in which the affirming is coded over by the affirmed, exists without any inner finitude in the peculiar tension of its self-affirmation. Its until then is totally external to it. Thus the abolition does not involve the necessity of an after, which can be manifested only in a world and for an in itself, but a quasi-after. This quasi-after can be expressed thus: Being in itself cannot affect the mediation between itself and its nothingness. Similarly, apparitions are not adventures of the appearing being. That priority over itself which adventure would suppose can be found only in the for itself, for which both apparition and end are inner adventures. Being is what it is. It is without putting itself into being, without childhood or youth. That which has appeared is not a novelty to itself, it is from the start being without any relation to a before which it would have to be as pure absence. Here again we find a quasi-succession, i.e., on the part of that which has appeared, there is a complete exteriority in relation to its nothingness. But in order for this absolute exteriority to be given in the form of the there is, there must be already a world, that is, the upsurge of a for itself. The absolute exteriority of the in itself in relation to the in itself is responsible for the fact that even the very nothingness which is the quasi-before of the apparition or the quasi-after of the abolition can find no place in the plenitude of being. It is only within the unity of a world and on the ground of a world that there can appear this which was not, or that there can be revealed that relation of absency of relation which is exteriority. The nothingness of being, which is priority in relation to an appeared which was not, can come only retrospectively to a world by a for itself which is its own nothingness and its own priority. Thus the upsurge and the annihilation of the this are ambiguous phenomena. Here again what comes to being by the for itself is a pure nothingness, the not being yet and the not being any longer. The being which we are considering is not the foundation of it, nor the world as a totality apprehended before or after. On the other hand, in so far as the upsurge is revealed in the world by a for itself which is its own before and its own after, the apparition is given first as an adventure. We apprehend the this, which has appeared as being already there in the world, as its own absence inasmuch as we ourselves were already present to a world from which it was absent. Thus the thing can arise from its own nothingness. Here, however, we are not dealing with a conceptual view of the mind but with an original structure of perception. The experiments of the Gestalt school show clearly that pure apparition is always grasped as a dynamic upsurge. The appearance comes on the run to being, on the ground of nothingness. At the same time we have here the origin of the principle of causality. The ideal of causality is not the negation of the appeared as such, as someone like Meyerson would make it, nor is it the assigning of a permanent bond of exteriority between two phenomena. The first causality is the apprehension of the appeared before it appears, as being already there in its own nothingness so as to prepare its apparition. Causality is simply the first apprehension of the temporality of the appeared as an ecstatic mode of being. But the adventurous character of the event, as the ecstatic constitution of the apparition, disintegrates in the very perception. The before and the after are fixed in its nothingness in itself, the appeared in its indifferent self-identity. The non-being of the appeared in that prior instant is revealed as an indifferent plenitude of the being existing at that instant. The relation of causality disintegrates into a pure relation of exteriority between the this prior to the appeared and the appeared itself. Thus the ambiguity of apparition and of abolition comes from the fact that they are given, like the world, like space, like potentiality and instrumentality, like universal time itself in the form of totalities in perpetual disintegration. Such then is the past of the world made of homogeneous instants connected one with another by a purely external relation. By means of its past, the for itself founds itself in the in itself. In the past the for itself, now become in itself, is revealed as being in the midst of the world. It has lost its transcendence. And due to this fact its being is made past in time. There is no difference between the past of the for itself and the past of the world which was co-present with it, except that the for itself has to be its own past. Thus there is only one past, which is the past of being or the objective past in which I was. My past is past in the world, belonging to the totality of past being, which I am, which I flee. This means that there is a coincidence for one of the temporal dimensions between the ecstatic temporality which I have to be and the time of the world as a pure given nothingness. It is through the past that I belong to universal temporality, it is through the present and the future that I escape from it. b. The present. The present of the for itself is presence to being, and as such it is not. But it is a revelation of being. The being which appears to presence is given as being in the present. That is why the present is given paradoxically as not being at the moment when it is experienced and as being the unique measure of being in so far as it is revealed as being what it is in the present. Not that being does not extend beyond the present, but this superabundance of being can be grasped only through the instrument of apprehension which is the past, that is, as that which is no longer. Thus this book on my table is in the present and it was, identical with itself, in the past. Thus the present is revealed through original temporality as universal being, and at the same time it is nothing more than being, it is a slipping past alongside being, pure nothingness. The preceding observations would seem to indicate that nothing comes from being to the present except its being. But this would be to forget that being is revealed to the for itself either as immobile or as in motion, and that the two notions of motion and rest are in a dialectical relation. Now motion cannot be derived ontologically from the nature of the for itself, nor from its fundamental relation to the in itself, nor from what we can discover originally in the phenomenon of being. A world without motion would be conceivable. To be sure, we cannot imagine the possibility of a world without change, except by virtue of a purely formal possibility, but change is not motion. Change is alteration of the quality of the this, it is produced, as we have seen, in a block by the upsurge or disintegration of a form. Motion, on the contrary, supposes the permanence of the quiddity. If a this were to be transferred from one place to another and during this transfer were to undergo a radical alteration of its being, this alteration would negate the motion since there would no longer be anything which was in motion. Motion is pure change of place affecting a this which remains otherwise unaltered, as is shown clearly enough by our assumption of the homogeneity of space. Since motion could not be deduced from any essential characteristic of existence in presence, it was denied by the Eleatic ontology. It compelled Descartes in his ontology to take refuge in the famous snap of the finger. Motion has the exact value of a fact, it participates wholly in the complete contingency of being and must be accepted as a given. Of course we shall soon see that a for itself is necessary in order for motion to exist, hence it is particularly difficult to designate exactly what in pure motion comes from being. But in any case there is no doubt that the for itself here as elsewhere adds nothing to being. Here as elsewhere it is pure nothing which provides the ground on which motion raises itself in relief. But while we are forbidden by the very nature of motion to deduce it, it is possible and even necessary for us to describe it. What then are we to conclude is the meaning of motion? It is believed that motion is a simple affection of being because after the motion the moving body is discovered to be just as it was before. It has so often been posited as a principle that transfer does not distort the figure transferred that it has appeared evident that motion is added to being without modifying it. It is certain, as we have seen, that the quiddity of the this remains unaltered. Nothing is more typical of this conception than the resistance which has been encountered by a theory like that of Fitzgerald concerning contraction, or like Einstein's concerning the variations of mass, because they seem particularly to attack what makes the being of the moving body. Hence evidently comes the principle of the relativity of motion, which is marvelously agreeable if the latter is an external characteristic of being and if no intrastructural modification determines it. Motion becomes then a relation so external to the being of its setting that it amounts to saying that being is in motion and its environment at rest, or conversely that the environment is in motion and the being considered is at rest. From this point of view motion appears neither as a being nor as a mode of being but as an entirely desubstantialized relation. But the fact that the moving body is identical with itself at departure and at arrival, i.e., in the two states which encompass motion, does not predetermine in any respect what it has been while it was in motion. It would amount to saying that the water which boils in an autoclave undergoes no transformation during the boiling, for the specious reason that it presents the same characteristics when it is cold at the start and when it is recooled. The fact that we can assign different successive positions to the moving body during its motion and that at each position it appears similar to itself should not deter us, for these positions define the space traversed and not motion itself. On the contrary, It is this mathematical tendency to treat the moving body as a being at rest that would change the length of a line without drawing it out of its state of rest. It is this tendency which is at the origin of the Eleatic paradoxes. Thus the affirmation that being remains unchanged in its being, whether it be at rest or in motion, should appear to us as a simple postulate which we ought not to accept uncritically. In order to submit it to criticism, let us return to the Eleatic arguments, and in particular to the one concerning the arrow. The arrow, they tell us, when it passes by the position of is there, exactly as if it were an arrow at rest, with the tip of its head on A and the tip of its tail on B. This appears evident if we admit that motion is superimposed on being, and that consequently nothing comes to decide whether being is in motion or at rest. In a world, if motion is an accident of being, motion and rest are indistinguishable. The arguments which are usually opposed to the most famous of the Eleatic paradoxes, that of Achilles and the tortoise, have no bearing here. What good is it to object that the Eleatics have reckoned on the infinite division of space without equally taking into account that of time? The question here concerns neither position nor the instant, but being. We approach a correct conception of the problem when we reply to the Eleatics that they have considered not motion but the space which supports motion. But we are not limiting ourselves to pointing out the question without resolving it. What must be the being of the moving body in order for its quiddity to remain unchanged while in its being the moving body is distinct from a being at rest? If we try to clarify our objections to Zeno's arguments, we establish that they originate in a certain naive conception of motion. We admit that the arrow passes at a b, but it does not seem to us that to pass a place is the equivalent of remaining there, i.e., of being there. Yet in this view we are guilty of serious confusion, for we consider that the moving object only passes a b, i.e., it never is there, and at the same time we continue to take for granted that in itself it is. Consequently the arrow simultaneously would be in itself and would not be at a b. This is the origin of the Eleatic paradox. How could the arrow not be at a b since at a b it is? In other words, in order to avoid the Eleatic paradox we must renounce the generally admitted postulate according to which being in motion preserves its being in itself. Merely to pass at a b is a being of passage. What does it mean to pass? It is simultaneously to be at a place and not to be there. At no moment can it be said that the being of the passage is here, without running the risk of abruptly stopping it there, but neither can it be said that it is not, or that it is not there, or that it is elsewhere. Its relation with the place is not a relation of occupation. But we have seen earlier that the location of a this at rest was its relation of exteriority to the ground, inasmuch as this relation can collapse into a multiplicity of external relations with other this when the ground itself disintegrates into a multiplicity of figures. 4 The foundation of space is therefore the reciprocal exteriority which comes to being through the for itself, and whose origin is the fact that being is what it is. In a word, it is being which defines its place by revealing itself to a for itself as indifferent to other beings. This indifference is nothing but its very identity, its absence from ecstatic reality as it is apprehended by a for itself which is already presence to other this. By the very fact therefore that the this is what it is, it occupies a place, it is in a place that is, it is put into relation by the for itself with other this as having no relation with them. Space is the nothingness of relation apprehended as relation by the being which is its own relation. The fact of passing by a place, instead of being there, can therefore be interpreted only in terms of being. This means that since place is founded by being, being is no longer sufficient to found its place. It merely outlines it. Its relations of exteriority with other this cannot be established by the for itself, because the latter must establish those relations in terms of a this which is. However, these relations could not be annihilated because the being in terms of which they are established is not a pure nothingness. The very now in which they are established is already exterior to them, that is, simultaneously with their revelation, there are already revealed new relations of exteriority of which the this considered is the foundation and which are externally related to the first. But this continuous exteriority of spatial relations which define the place of being can find its foundation only in the fact that the this considered is exterior to itself. In fact, to say that the this passes by a place means that it is already no longer there when it is still there, that is, in relation to itself. It is not in an ecstatic relation of being but in a pure relation of exteriority. Thus there is place in so far as the this is revealed as exterior to other this. And there is a passage at this place in so far as being is no longer caught up in this exteriority but on the contrary is already exterior to it. Thus motion is the being of a being which is exterior to itself. The only metaphysical question which is posited on the occasion of motion is that of exteriority to self. What should we understand by that? In motion being changes into nothing when it passes from A to B. This means that its quality, in so far as it represents the being which is revealed as this to the for itself, is not transformed into another quality. Motion is in no way similar to becoming, it does not change the essence of the quality, neither does it actualize the quality. The quality remains exactly what it is, but its mode of being is changed. This red ball which rolls on the billiard table does not cease to be red, but the ball is not this red which it is in the same way now as it was the red when at rest. The red remains suspended between abolition and permanence. In fact, in so far as it is already at B, it is exterior to what it was at A and there is an annihilation of the red, but in so far as it rediscovers itself at C, beyond B, it is exterior to that very annihilation. Thus through abolition it escapes being, and through being it escapes abolition. Therefore a category of this is encountered in the world which have the peculiar property of never being without thereby becoming nothingnesses. The only relation which the for itself can originally apprehend on these this is the relation of exteriority to self. For since the exteriority is nothing, a being must exist which is to itself its own relation in order that there may be exteriority to self. In short, it is impossible for us to define in the pure terms of the in itself what is revealed to a for itself as exteriority to self. That exteriority can be discovered only by a being which is already to itself over there what it is here, that is, a consciousness. This exteriority to self, which appears as a pure disorder of being, that is, as the impossibility which exists for certain this simultaneously to be themselves and to be their own nothingness, this must be indicated by something which exists as a nothing in the world, that is, as a substantiated nothing. Since exteriority to self is in no way ecstatic, the relation of the moving body to itself is a pure relation of indifference and can be revealed only to a witness. It is an abolition which cannot be completed and an apparition which cannot be completed. This nothing which measures and signifies exteriority to self is the trajectory, as the constitution of exteriority in the unity of a single being. The trajectory is the line which is described, that is, an abrupt appearance of synthetic unity in space, a counterfeit which collapses immediately into the infinite multiplicity of exteriority. When the this is at rest, space is, when it is in motion space is engendered or becomes. The trajectory never is, since it is nothing, it vanishes immediately into purely external relations between different places, that is, in the simple exteriority of indifference or spatiality. Motion has no more of being, it is the least being of a being which can neither arrive nor be abolished nor wholly be. Motion is the upsurge of the exteriority of indifference at the very heart of the in itself. This pure vacillation of being is a contingent venture of being. The for itself can apprehend it only across the temporal ecstasis and in an ecstatic permanent identification of the moving body with itself. This identification does not suppose any operation and in particular no synthesis of recognition, for the for itself it is only the unity of ecstatic being of the past with the present. Thus the temporal identification of the moving body with itself across the constant positing of its own exteriority causes the trajectory to reveal itself, that is, to cause space to arise in the form of an evanescent becoming. By motion space is engendered in time, motion extends the line as traced from externality to self. The line vanishes at the same time as motion, and this phantom of the temporal unity of space is founded continuously in non-temporal space, that is, in the pure multiplicity of dispersion which is without becoming. The for itself in the present is presence to being. But the eternal identity of the permanent does not allow apprehending this presence as a reflection, reflet, on things, since in permanence nothing comes to differentiate what is from what was. The present dimension of universal time would therefore be inapprehensible if there were no motion. It is motion which in the pure present determines universal time. First, because universal time is revealed as present vacillation. Already in the past it is no longer anything but an evanescent line, like the wake of a ship which fades away. In the future it is not at all, for it is unable to be its own project. It is like the steady progression of a lizard on the wall. Moreover, its being has the inapprehensible ambiguity of the instant, for one could not say either that it is or that it is not. In addition, it no sooner appears than it is already surpassed and exterior to itself. Therefore universal time corresponds perfectly to the present of the for itself. The exteriority to self of the being which can neither be or not be returns to the for itself an image projected on the level of the in itself of a being which has to be what it is not and to not be what it is. The whole difference lies in that which separates exteriority to self, where being is not in order to be its own exteriority, but is to be, rather, through the identification of an ecstatic witness, from the pure temporalizing ecstasis where being has to be what it is not. The for itself makes its present known to itself through that which moves. It is its own present in simultaneity with actual motion. It is motion which will be charged with realizing universal time, in so far as the for itself makes known to itself its own present through the present of the moving body. This realization will give importance to the reciprocal exteriority of instants, since the present of the moving body is defined because of the very nature of motion as exteriority to its own past and exteriority to that exteriority. The infinite division of time is founded in that absolute exteriority. See the future. The original future is the possibility of that presence which I have to be beyond the real to an in itself which is beyond the real in itself. My future involves as a future co-presence the outline of a future world, and as we have seen, it is this future world which is revealed to the for itself which I will be. It is not the true possibilities of the for itself, for only the reflective regard can know these. Since my possibles are the meaning of what I am and arise straightway as a beyond the in itself to which I am presence, the future of the in itself which is revealed to my future is in direct, strict connection with the real to which I am presence. The future of the in itself is the present in itself modified, for my future is nothing other than my possibilities of presence to an in itself which I will have modified. Thus the future of the world is revealed to my future. It is made from the scale of possibilities which runs from simple permanence and the pure essence of the thing on up to potencies. As soon as I fix the essence of the thing, as soon as I apprehend it as table or inkwell, I am already there in the future. First, because its essence can only be a co-presence to my further possibility of not being any more than this negation, and second, because the permanence and the very instrumentality of the table or inkwell refer us to the future. We have sufficiently developed these observations in preceding sections so that we need not dwell on them here. What we wish to point out is only that everything, from the moment of its appearance as an instrumental thing, immediately houses certain of its structures and properties in the future. From the moment of the appearance of the world and of the this there exists a universal future. Yet we have noted earlier that every future state of the world remains strange to it in the full reciprocal exteriority of indifference. There are certain futures in the world which are defined by chance and become autonomous probables, which are not probabilized but which are as probables, as fully constituted nows, with their content well determined but not yet realized. These futures belong to each this or collection of this, but they are outside. What then is the universal future? We must view it as the abstract context of that hierarchy of equivalents which are the futures, a container of reciprocal exteriorities which is itself exteriority, a sum of in itselfs which is itself in itself. That is, whatever may be the probable which is to prevail, there is and there will be a future. But due to this very fact, that future, indifferent and external to the present and composed of nows, each one indifferent to the others and reunited by the substantiated relation of before-after, in so far as this relation, emptied of its ecstatic character, has no longer anything but the meaning of an external negation, this future is a series of empty containers reunited with one another in the unity of dispersion. In this sense the future sometimes appears as an urgency and a threat insofar as I strictly tie the future of a this to its present by the project of my own possibilities beyond the co-present. But sometimes this threat disintegrates into pure exteriority, and I no longer apprehend the future except under the aspect of a pure formal container, indifferent to what fills it and homogeneous with space, as a simple law of exteriority. And finally sometimes the future is discovered as a nothingness in itself, inasmuch as it is pure dispersion beyond being. Thus the temporal dimensions, across which the non-temporal this is given to us with its very atemporality, assume new qualities when they appear on the object, being in itself, objectivity, the exteriority of indifference, absolute dispersion. Time, in so far as it is revealed to an ecstatic temporality which temporalizes itself, is everywhere a self-transcendence and a referring of the before to the after and of the after to the before. But this self-transcendence in so far as it causes itself to be apprehended on the in itself, does not have to be it, it is made to be in it. The cohesion of time is a pure phantom, the objective reflection, reflet, of the ecstatic project of the for itself towards itself and the cohesion in motion of human reality. But this cohesion has no raison d'être. If time is considered by itself, it immediately dissolves into an absolute multiplicity of instants which considered separately lose all temporal nature and are reduced purely and simply to the total atemporality of the this. Thus time is pure nothingness in itself, which can seem to have a being only by the very act in which the for itself overleaps it in order to utilize it. This being, however, is that of a particular figure which is raised on the undifferentiated ground of time and which we call the lapse of time. In fact, our first apprehension of objective time is practical. It is while being my possibilities beyond co-present being that I discover objective time as the worldly correlate of nothingness which separates me from my possible. From this point of view time appears as a finite, organized form in the heart of an indefinite dispersion. The lapse of time is the result of a compression of time at the heart of an absolute decompression, and it is the project of ourselves toward our possibilities which realizes the compression. This compression of time is certainly a form of dispersion and of separation, for it expresses in the world the distance which separates me from myself. But on the other hand, since I project myself toward a possible only across an organized series of dependent possibles which are what I have to be in order to, and since their non-thematic and non-positional revelation is given in the non-positional revelation of the major possible toward which I project myself, time is revealed to me as an objective, temporal form, as an organized echeloning of probabilities. This objective form or lapse is like the trajectory of my act. Thus time appears through trajectories. But just as spatial trajectories decompose and collapse into pure static spatiality, so the temporal trajectory collapses as soon as it is not simply lived as that which objectively implies our expectation of ourselves. In fact, the probables which are revealed to me tend naturally to be isolated as in itself probables and to occupy a strictly separated fraction of objective time. Then the lapse of time disappears, and time is revealed as the shimmer of nothingness on the surface of a strictly atemporal being. V. Knowledge. This rapid outline of the revelation of the world to the for itself enables us now to form certain conclusions. We shall grant to idealism that the being of the for itself is knowledge of being, but we must add that this knowledge has being. The identity of the being of the for itself and of knowledge does not come from the fact that knowledge is the measure of being but from the fact that the for itself makes known to itself what it is, through the in itself, that is, from the fact that in its being it is a relation to being. Knowledge is nothing other than the presence of being to the for itself, and the for itself is only the nothing which realizes that presence. Thus knowledge is by nature ecstatic being, and because of that fact it is confused with the ecstatic being of the for itself. The for itself does not exist in order subsequently to know, neither can we say that it exists only in so far as it knows or is known, for this would be to make being vanish into an infinity regulated by particular bits of knowledge. Knowing is an absolute and primitive event. It is the absolute upsurge of the for itself in the midst of being and beyond being, in terms of the being which it is not and as the negation of that being and a self-nihilation. In a word, By a radical reversal of the idealist position, knowledge is reabsorbed in being. It is neither an attribute nor a function nor an accident of being, but there is only being. From this point of view it appears necessary to abandon the idealist position entirely, and in particular it becomes possible to hold that the relation of the for itself to the in itself is a fundamental ontological relation. At the end of this book we shall even be able to consider this articulation of the for itself in relation to the in itself as the perpetually moving outline of a quasi-totality which we can call being. From the point of view of this totality the upsurge of the for itself is not only the absolute event for the for itself, it is also something which happens to the in itself, the only possible adventure of the in itself. In fact everything happens as if the for itself by its very nihilation constituted itself as consciousness of, that is, as if by its very transcendence it escaped that law of the in itself in which the affirmation is pasted over by the affirmed. The for itself by its self-negation becomes the affirmation of the in itself. The intentional affirmation is like the reverse of the internal negation. There can be affirmation only by a being which is its own nothingness and of a being which is not the affirming being. But then in the quasi-totality of being, affirmation happens to the in itself, it is the adventure of the in itself to be affirmed. This affirmation which could not be effected as the affirmation of self by the in itself without destroying its being in itself, happens to the in itself as the affirmation is realized by the for itself. The affirmation is like a passive ecstasis of the in itself which leaves the in itself unchanged yet which is achieved in the in itself and from the standpoint of the in itself. All this happens as if the for itself had a passion to lose itself in order that the affirmation world might come to the in itself. Of course this affirmation exists only for the for itself, it is the for itself and disappears with it. But it is not in the for itself, for it is an ecstasis. If the for itself is one of its terms, the affirming, then the other term, the in itself, is really present in it. The world which I discover exists outside on being. To realism, on the other hand, we shall grant that it is being which is present to consciousness in knowledge and that the for itself adds nothing to the in itself except the very fact that there is in itself, that is, the affirmative negation. Indeed we have undertaken the task of showing that the world and the instrumental thing, space and quantity, and universal time are all pure hypostasized nothingnesses which in no way modify the pure being which is revealed through them. In this sense everything is given, everything is present to me without distance and in its complete reality. Nothing of what I see comes from me, there is nothing outside what I see or what I could see. Being is everywhere around me, it seems that I can touch it, grasp it. Representation, as a psychic event, is a pure invention of philosophers. But from this being which invests me on every side and from which nothing separates me, I am separated precisely by nothing, and this nothing because it is nothingness is impassible. There is being because I am the negation of being, and worldliness, spatiality, quantity, instrumentality, temporality all come into being only because I am the negation of being. These add nothing to being but are the pure, annihilated conditions of the there is, they only cause the there is to be realized. But these conditions which are nothing separate me more radically from being than prismatic distortions, across which I might still hope to discover being. To say that there is being is nothing, and yet it is to effect a total metamorphosis since there is being only for itself. It is not in its own quality that being is relative to the for itself, nor in its being, and thereby we escape from Kantian relativism. Being is relative to the for itself in its being there since the for itself in its internal negation affirms what cannot be affirmed, knows being such as it is when the such as it is cannot belong to being. In this sense the for itself is immediate presence to being, and yet at the same time it slips in as an infinite distance between itself and being. This is because knowing has for its ideal being what one knows and for its original structure not being what is known. Worldliness, spatiality, etc., only cause this not being to be expressed. Thus I rediscover myself everywhere between myself and being as the nothing which is not being. The world is human. We can see the very particular position of consciousness, being is everywhere, opposite me, around me, it weighs down on me, it besieges me, and I am perpetually referred from being to being. That table which is there is being and nothing more, that rock, that tree, that landscape being and nothing else. I want to grasp this being and I no longer find anything but myself. This is because knowledge, intermediate between being and non-being, refers me to absolute being if I want to make knowledge subjective, and refers me to myself when I think to grasp the absolute. The very meaning of knowledge is what it is not and is not what it is, for in order to know being such as it is, it would be necessary to be that being. But there is this such as it is only because I am not the being which I know, and if I should become it, then the such as it is would vanish and could no longer even be thought. We are not dealing here either with scepticism, which supposes precisely that the such as it is belongs to being, nor with relativism. Knowledge puts us in the presence of the absolute, and there is a truth of knowledge. But this truth, although releasing to us nothing more and nothing less than the absolute, remains strictly human. Perhaps some may be surprised that we have treated the problem of knowing without raising the question of the body and the senses, or even once referring to it. It is not my purpose to misunderstand or to ignore the role of the body. But what is important above all else, in ontology as elsewhere, is to observe strict order in discussion. Now the body, whatever may be its function, appears first as the known. We cannot therefore refer knowledge back to it or discuss it before we have defined knowing, nor can we derive knowing in its fundamental structure from the body in any way or manner whatsoever. Furthermore, the body, our body, has for its peculiar characteristic the fact that it is essentially that which is known by the other. What I know is the body of another, and the essential facts which I know concerning my own body come from the way in which others see it. Thus the nature of my body refers me to the existence of others and to my being for others. I discover with it for human reality another mode of existence as fundamental as being for itself, and this I shall call being for others. If I want to describe in an exhaustive manner the relation of man to being, I must now attempt the study of this new structure of my being, the for others. Within one and the same upsurge, the being of human reality must be for itself for others. Part 3. Being for others. Chapter 1. The existence of others. The problem. We have described human reality from the standpoint of negating conduct and from the standpoint of the cogito. Following this lead, we have discovered that human reality is for itself. Is this all that it is? Without going outside our attitude of reflective description, we can encounter modes of consciousness which seem, even while themselves remaining strictly in for itself, to point to a radically different type of ontological structure. This ontological structure is mine, it is in relation to myself as subject that I am concerned about myself, and yet this concern, for myself, reveals to me a being which is my being without being for me. Consider for example shame. Here we are dealing with a mode of consciousness which has a structure identical with all those which we have previously described. It is a non-positional self-consciousness, conscious of itself as shame. As such, it is an example of what the Germans call Erlebnis, and it is accessible to reflection. In addition, its structure is intentional. It is a shameful apprehension of something, and this something is me. I am ashamed of what I am. Shame therefore realizes an intimate relation of myself to myself. Through shame I have discovered an aspect of my being. Yet although certain complex forms derived from shame can appear on the reflective plane, shame is not originally a phenomenon of reflection. In fact, no matter what results one can obtain in solitude by the religious practice of shame, it is in its primary structure shame before somebody. I have just made an awkward or vulgar gesture. This gesture clings to me, I neither judge it nor blame it. I simply live it. I realize it in the mode of for itself. But now suddenly I raise my head. Somebody was there and has seen me. Suddenly I realize the vulgarity of my gesture, and I am ashamed. It is certain that my shame is not reflective, for the presence of another in my consciousness, even as a catalyst, is incompatible with the reflective attitude. In the field of my reflection I can never meet with anything but the consciousness which is mine. but the other is the indispensable mediator between myself and me. I am ashamed of myself as I appear to the other. By the mere appearance of the other, I am put in the position of passing judgment on myself as on an object, for it is as an object that I appear to the other. Yet this object which has appeared to the other is not an empty image in the mind of another. Such an image, in fact, would be imputable wholly to the other and so could not touch me. I could feel irritation, or anger before it as before a bad portrait of myself which gives to my expression an ugliness or baseness which I do not have, but I could not be touched to the quick. Shame is by nature recognition. I recognize that I am as the other sees me. There is, however, no question of a comparison between what I am for myself and what I am for the other, as if I found in myself, in the mode of being of the for itself, an equivalent of what I am for the other. In the first place, this comparison is not encountered in us as the result of a concrete psychic operation. Shame is an immediate shudder which runs through me from head to foot without any discursive preparation. In addition, the comparison is impossible. I am unable to bring about any relation between what I am in the intimacy of the for itself, without distance, without recoil, without perspective, and this unjustifiable being in itself which I am for the other. There is no standard here, no table of correlation. Moreover, the very notion of vulgarity implies an intermonad relation. Nobody can be vulgar all alone. Thus the other has not only revealed to me what I was, he has established me in a new type of being which can support new qualifications. This being was not in me potentially before the appearance of the other, for it could not have found any place in the for itself. Even if some power had been pleased to endow me with a body wholly constituted before it should be for others, still my vulgarity and my awkwardness could not lodge there potentially, for they are meanings and as such they surpass the body and at the same time refer to a witness capable of understanding them and to the totality of my human reality. But this new being which appears for the other does not reside in the other. I am responsible for it, as is shown very well by the education system which consists in making children ashamed of what they are. Thus shame is shame of oneself before the other. These two structures are inseparable. But at the same time I need the other in order to realize fully all the structures of my being. The for itself refers to the for others. Therefore, if we wish to grasp in its totality the relation of man's being to being in itself, we cannot be satisfied with the descriptions outlined in the earlier chapters of this work. We must answer two far more formidable questions, first that of the existence of the other, then that of the relation of my being to the being of the other. 2. The reef of solipsism. It is strange that the problem of others has never truly disturbed the realists. To the extent that the realist takes everything as given, doubtless it seems to him that the other is given. In the midst of the real, what is more real than the other? The other is a thinking substance of the same essence as I am, a substance which will not disappear into primary and secondary qualities, and whose essential structure I find in myself. Yet for all that realism attempts to account for knowledge by an action of the world upon the thinking substance, it has not been concerned with establishing an immediate reciprocal action of thinking substances upon each other. It is through the mediacy of the world that they communicate. My body as a thing in the world and the other's body are the necessary intermediaries between the other's consciousness and mine. The other's soul is therefore separated from mine by all the distance which separates first my soul from my body, then my body from the other's body, and finally the other's body from his soul. And if it is as yet not certain that the relation of the for itself to the body is an external relation, we shall have to deal with this problem later. At least it is evident that the relation of my body to the other's body is a relation of pure, indifferent exteriority. If the souls are separated by their bodies, they are distinct as this inkwell is distinct from this book, that is, we cannot conceive of the immediate presence of the one in the other. And even if we admit that my soul can be immediately present in the other's body, I still have to overcome all the density of a body before I touch his soul. Therefore, if realism bases its certitude upon the presence in person of the spatial temporal thing in my consciousness, it cannot lay claim to the same evidence for the reality of the other's soul, since by this very admission, the other's soul does not give itself in person to mine. It is an absence, a meaning, the body points to it without delivering it. In short, in a philosophy based on intuition, there is provided no intuition of the soul of the other. But if we are not to make a mere play on words, this means that realism provides no place for the intuition of the other. It would be of no use to say that at least the other's body is given to us and that this body is a certain presence of the other or of a part of the other. It is true that the body belongs to the totality which we call human reality as one of its structures. But to be exact, the body is the body of a man only in so far as it exists in the indissoluble unity of this totality, just as the organ is a living organ only in the totality of the organism. Realism, in taking this position and presenting us with a body not enveloped in human totality but apart, like a stone or a tree or a piece of wax, has killed the body as surely as the physiologist who with his scalpel separates a piece of flesh from the totality of the living being. It is not the other's body which is present to the realist intuition but a body which doubtless has particular aspects and a particular but which belongs nevertheless to the great class of bodies. If it is true that for a spiritual realism, the soul is easier to know than the body, still the body will be easier to know than the other's soul. To tell the truth, the realist is not much concerned with this problem, that is because he takes the existence of others as certain. This is why the realistic and positivistic psychology of the 19th century, taking for granted the existence of my fellow man, occupied itself exclusively with establishing the ways by which I know this existence and read upon the body the nuances of a consciousness which is strange to me. The body, it will be said, is an object whose demands a particular interpretation. The hypothesis which gives the best account of its behavior is that of a consciousness which is analogous to my own consciousness and whose various emotions the body reflects. It remains to explain how we arrive at this hypothesis. We will be told at one time that it is by analogy with what I know of myself, and again that it is experience which teaches us, for example, to interpret the sudden reddening of a face as the forewarning of blows and angry cries. It will be freely admitted that this procedure can only give us a probable knowledge. It remains always possible one that the other is only a body. If animals are machines, why shouldn't the man whom I see pass in the street be one? What I apprehend on this face is nothing but the effect of certain muscular contractions, and they in turn are only the effect of a nervous impulse of which I know the course. Why not reduce the ensemble of these reactions to simple or conditioned reflexes? But the majority of psychologists remain convinced of the existence of the other as a total reality of the same structure as their own. For them the existence of others is certain, and the knowledge which we have of them is probable. We can see here the sophistry of realism. Actually, we ought to reverse the terms of this proposition and recognize that if the other is accessible to us only by means of the knowledge which we have of him, and if this knowledge is only conjectural, then the existence of the other is only conjectural, and it is the role of critical reflection to determine its exact degree of probability. Thus, by a curious reversal, the realist, because he has posited the reality of the external world, is forced to return to idealism when he confronts the existence of others. If the body is a real object really acting on thinking substance, the other becomes a pure representation, whose esse is a simple percipi, that is, one whose existence is measured by the knowledge which we have of it. The more recent theories of Einfühlung, of sympathy, and of form serve only to perfect the description of our ways of making the other present, but they do not put the debate on its true ground, that is, the other is first perceived or he appears in experience as a particular form before all habitude, and in the absence of any analogous inference the fact remains that the object, signifying and perceived, the expressive form refer purely and simply to a human totality whose existence remains purely and simply conjectural. If realism thus refers us to idealism, is it not advisable to adopt immediately the perspective of critical idealism? Since the other is my representation, is it not better to question this representation at the heart of a system which reduces the ensemble of objects to a connected grouping of representations and which measures all existence by the knowledge which I have of it? We shall, however, find little help in the Kantians. In fact, they, preoccupied with establishing the universal laws of subjectivity which are the same for all, never dealt with the question of persons. The subject is only the common essence of these persons. It would no more allow us to determine the multiplicity of persons than the essence of man, in Spinoza's system, permits one to determine that of concrete men. At first then it seems that Kant placed the problem of others among those matters which were not within the province of his critique. However, let us look more closely. The other as such is given in our experience. He is an object and a particular object. Kant adopted the point of view of the pure subject in order to determine the conditions of possibility not only for an object in general but for the various categories of objects: the physical object, the mathematical object, the beautiful or ugly object, and the one which presents teleological characteristics. In this connection Kant has been criticized for lacunas in his work, and some following Dilthey, for example, have wished to establish the conditions of possibility for the historical object, i.e., to attempt a critique of historical reason. Similarly, if it is true that the other represents a particular type of object which is discovered to our experience, then it is necessary even within the perspective of a rigorous Kantianism to ask how the knowledge of the other is possible, that is, to establish the conditions of possibility for the experience involving others. Actually, it would be completely erroneous to put the problem of the other and that of noumenal realities on the same footing. Of course, if certain others exist and if they are similar to me, the question of their intelligible existence can be posed for them as that of my noumenal existence is posed for me. To be sure also, the same reply will be valid for them and for me. This noumenal existence can only be thought, not conceived. But when I aim at the other in my daily experience, it is by no means a noumenal reality that I am aiming at, neither do I apprehend or aim at my intelligible reality when I obtain knowledge of my emotions or of my empirical thoughts. The other is a phenomenon which refers to other phenomena, to a phenomenon of anger which the other feels toward me, to a series of thoughts which appear to him as phenomena of his inner sense. What I aim at in the other is nothing more than what I find in myself. But these phenomena are radically distinct from all other phenomena. In the first place, the appearance of the other in my experience is manifested by the presence of organized forms such as gestures and expression, acts and conducts. These organized forms refer to an organizing unity which on principle is located outside of our experience. The other's anger, in so far as it appears to his inner sense and is by nature refused to my apperception, gives the meaning and is perhaps the cause of the series of phenomena which I apprehend in my experience under the name of expression or gestures. The other as the synthetic unity of his experiences and as both will and passion comes to organize my experience. It is not a question of the pure and simple action of an unknowable noumenon upon my sensibility but of the constitution of connected groups of phenomena within the field of my experience by a being who is not me. These phenomena, unlike all others, do not refer to possible experiences but to experiences which on principle are outside my experience and belong to a system which is inaccessible to me. But on the other hand, the condition of possibility for all experience is that the subject organize his impressions into a connected system. Thus we find in things only what we have put into them. The other therefore cannot without contradiction appear to us as organizing our experience. There would be in this an overdetermination of the phenomenon. Can we make use of causality here? This question is well designed to show the ambiguous character of the other in a Kantian philosophy. Causality could in fact link only phenomena to each other. But to be exact, the anger which the other feels is one phenomenon, and the furious expression which I perceive is another and different phenomenon. Can there be a causal connection between them? This would conform to their phenomenal nature, and in this sense I am not prevented from considering the redness of Paul's face as the effect of his anger. This is a part of my ordinary affirmation. But on the other hand, causality has meaning only if it links the phenomena of one and the same experience and contributes to constituting that experience. Can it serve as a bridge between two experiences which are radically separated? Here we must note that by using causality in this capacity I shall make it lose its nature as an ideal unification of empirical appearances. Kantian causality is a unification of the moments of my time in the form of irreversibility. Now are we to admit that it will unify my time with that of the other? What temporal relation is to be established between the decision to express himself, which is a phenomenon appearing in the woof of the other's experience, and the expression which is a phenomenon of my experience. Is it simultaneity? Succession. But how can an instant of my time be in a relation of simultaneity or of succession with an instant in the other's time? Even if a pre-established harmony, which is, however, incomprehensible in a Kantian perspective, could effect a correspondence of instant with instant in the two times considered, they would still remain two times unrelated, since for each of them the unifying synthesis of moments is an act of the subject. The universality of time with Kant is only the universality of a concept. It means only that each temporality must possess a definite structure, that the conditions of possibility for a temporal experience are valid for all temporalities. But this identity of temporal essence does not prevent the incommunicable diversity of times any more than the identity of the essence of man prevents the incommunicable diversity of human consciousnesses. Thus, since a relation between consciousnesses is by nature unthinkable, the concept of the other cannot constitute our experience. It must be placed along with teleological concepts among the regulative concepts. The other therefore belongs to the category of as if. The other is an a priori hypothesis with no justification save the unity which it permits to operate in our experience, an hypothesis which cannot be thought without contradiction. It is possible, so far as the pure exercise of knowledge is concerned, to conceive of the action of an intelligible reality on our sensibility, but it is not even thinkable that a phenomenon whose reality is strictly relative to its appearance in the other's experience should really act on a phenomenon of my experience. Even if we admitted that the action of an intelligible reality should be exerted simultaneously on my experience and on that of the other, in the sense that the intelligible reality would affect the other to the same degree that it would affect me, it would still remain radically impossible to establish or even to postulate a parallelism and a table of correlation between two systems which are spontaneously constituted. Point 2. But on the other hand, does the quality of a regulative concept really fit the concept of the other? It is not a question of establishing a stronger unity between the phenomena of my experience in the manner of a purely formal concept which would only allow the discovery of details in the objects which appear to me. It is not a question of a kind of a priori hypothesis not extending beyond the field of my experience but inspiring new investigation within the very limits of this field. The perception of the other as object refers to a coherent system of representations, and this system is not mine. This means that in my experience the other is not a phenomenon which refers to my experience, but that on principle he refers himself to phenomena located outside of all experience which is possible for me. Of course, the concept of the other allows discoveries and predictions within the heart of my system of representations, a contraction in the web of phenomena. Thanks to the hypothesis of others, I can anticipate this gesture as coming from that expression. But this concept is not presented as being like those scientific notions, imaginary ones, for example, or like instruments which intervene in the course of a physical calculation, which are not presented in the empirical statement of the problem and which are eliminated from the results. The concept of the other is not purely instrumental. Far from the concepts existing in order to serve to unify phenomena, the truth is that certain categories of phenomena seem to exist only for the concept of the other. The existence of a system of meanings and experiences radically distinct from my own is the fixed skeletal framework indicated by diverse series of phenomena in their very flow. This framework, which on principle is external to my experience, is gradually filled in. We can never apprehend the relation of that other to me, and he is never given, but gradually we constitute him as a concrete object. He is not the instrument which serves to predict an event in my experience, but there are events in my experience which serve to constitute the other qua other, that is, as a system of representations out of reach, as a concrete and knowable object. What I constantly aim at across my experiences are the other's feelings, the other's ideas, the other's volitions, the other's character. This is because the other is not only the one whom I see but the one who sees me. I aim at the other in so far as he is a connected system of experiences out of reach in which I figure as one object among others. But to the extent that I strive to determine the concrete nature of the system of representations and the place which I occupy there as an object, I radically transcend the field of my experience. I am concerned with a series of phenomena which on principle can never be accessible to my intuition, and consequently I exceed the lawful limits of my knowledge. I seek to bind together experiences which will never be my experiences, and consequently this work of construction and unification can in no way serve for the unification of my own experience. To the extent that the other is an absence, he escapes nature. Therefore the other cannot be described as a regulative concept. Of course ideas like the world, for example, also on principle escape my experience, but at least they are referred back to it and have meaning only through it. The other, on the contrary, is presented in a certain sense as the radical negation of my experience, since he is the one for whom I am not subject but object. Therefore as the subject of knowledge I strive to determine as object the subject who denies my character as subject and who himself determines me as object. Thus the other within the perspective of idealism can be considered neither as a constitutive concept nor as a regulative concept of my knowledge. He is conceived as real, and yet I cannot conceive of his real relation to me. I construct him as object, and yet he is never released by intuition. I posit him as subject, and yet it is as the object of my thoughts that I consider him. There remain then only two solutions for the idealist, either to get rid of the concept of the other completely and prove that he is useless to the constitution of my experience, or to affirm the real existence of the other, that is, to posit a real, extra-empirical communication between consciousnesses. The first solution is known by the name of solipsism. Yet if it is formulated in conformity with its denomination as the affirmation of my ontological solitude, it is a pure metaphysical hypothesis, perfectly unjustified and gratuitous, for it amounts to saying that outside of me nothing exists, and so it goes beyond the limits of the field of my experience. But if it is presented more modestly as a refusal to leave the solid ground of experience and as a positive attempt not to make use of the concept of the other, then it is perfectly logical. It remains on the level of critical positivism, and although it is opposed to the deepest inclinations of our being, it derives its justification from the contradictions of the notion of others considered in the idealist perspective. A psychology which wants to be exact and objective, like the behaviorism of Watson, is really only solipsism as a working hypothesis. It will not try to deny within the field of my experience the presence of objects which we shall call psychic beings, but will merely practice a sort of point 3 with respect to the existence of systems of representations organized by a subject and located outside my experience. Confronted with this solution, Kant and the majority of post-Kantians continue to affirm the existence of the other. But they can refer only to common sense or to our deep-rooted tendencies to justify their affirmation. We know that Schopenhauer speaks of the solipsist as a madman shut up in an impregnable blockhouse. What a confession of impotence! It is in fact by this position with regard to the existence of the other that we suddenly explode the structure of idealism and fall back into a metaphysical realism. First of all, by positing a plurality of closed systems which can communicate only through the outside, we implicitly re-establish the notion of substance. Of course these systems are non-substantial since they are systems of representation. But their reciprocal exteriority is an exteriority in itself. It is without being known. We do not even apprehend the effects with any certainty, since the solipsist hypothesis remains always possible. We are not limited to positing this nothingness in itself as an absolute fact. Indeed, it is not relative to our knowledge of the other, rather it conditions our knowledge of the other. Therefore, even if consciousnesses are only pure conceptual connections of phenomena, even if the rule of their existence is the percipere and the percipi, the fact still remains that the multiplicity of these relational systems is a multiplicity in itself, and that it immediately transforms them each one into a system in itself. In addition, if I posit the notion that my experience of the other's anger has as a correlate in another system a subjective experience of anger, I reinstate the system of the true image which Kant was especially concerned to get rid of. To be sure, we are dealing with a relation of agreement between the two phenomena, the anger perceived in the gestures and signs and the anger apprehended as a phenomenal reality of inner sense, and not with a relation between a phenomenon and a thing in itself. But the fact remains that the criterion of truth here is the conformity of thought to its object, not the agreement of representations with each other. In fact, precisely because all recourse to the noumenon is here removed, the phenomenon of the anger felt is to that of the anger established as the objective real is to its image. The problem is indeed one of adequate representation, since there is a real and a mode of apprehension of this real. If we were dealing with the problem of my own anger, I could in fact consider its subjective manifestations and its physiological objectively discernible manifestations as two series of the effects of a single cause, without having one of the series represent the truth of the anger or its reality and the other only its effect or its image. But if one of the series of the phenomena resides in the other and the other series in me, then the one series functions as the reality of the other series, and the realist scheme of truth is the only one which can be applied here. Thus we abandoned the realist solution of the problem only because it necessarily resulted in idealism. We deliberately placed ourselves within the idealist perspective and thereby gained nothing because, conversely, to the extent that idealism rejects the solipsistic hypothesis, it results in a dogmatic and totally unjustified realism. Let us see if we can understand this abrupt inversion of doctrines, and if we can derive from this paradox some information which will facilitate a correct position with respect to the question. At the origin of the problem of the existence of others, there is a fundamental presupposition: others are the other, that is the self which is not myself. Therefore we grasp here a negation as the constitutive structure of the being of others. The presupposition common to both idealism and realism is that the constituting negation is an external negation. The other is the one who is not me and the one who I am not. This not indicates a nothingness as a given element of separation between the other and myself. Between the other and myself there is a nothingness of separation. This nothingness does not derive its origin from myself nor from the other, nor is it a reciprocal relation between the other and myself. On the contrary, as a primary absence of relation, it is originally the foundation of all relation between the other and me. This is because the other appears to me empirically on the occasion of the perception of a body, and this body is an in itself external to my body. The type of relation which unites and separates these two bodies is a spatial relation, the relation of things which have no relation among themselves, pure exteriority in so far as it is given. The realist who believes that he apprehends the other through his body considers therefore that he is separated from the other as one body from another body, which means that the ontological meaning of the negation contained in the judgment, "I am not Paul," is of the same type as that of the negation contained in the judgment, "The table is not the chair." Thus, since the separation of consciousnesses is attributable to the bodies, there is a sort of original space between diverse consciousnesses, that is, precisely a given nothingness, an absolute distance passively experienced. Idealism, to be sure, reduces my body and the other's body to objective systems of representation. For Schopenhauer, my body is nothing but the immediate object. But this view does not thereby suppress the absolute distance between consciousnesses. A total system of representations, i.e., each monad, can be limited only by itself and so cannot enter into relation with what is not it. The knowing subject can neither limit another subject nor cause itself to be limited by another subject. It is isolated by its positive plenitude, and consequently between itself and another equally isolated system there is preserved a spatial separation as the very type of exteriority. Thus it is still space which implicitly separates my consciousness from the others. Even so, it must be added that the idealist, without being aware of it, is resorting to a third man in order to effect the appearance of this external negation. For as we have seen, every external relation, inasmuch as it is not constituted by its very terms, requires a witness to posit it. Thus for the idealist as for the realist one conclusion is imposed: due to the fact that the other is revealed to us in a spatial world, we are separated from the other by a real or ideal space. This presupposition entails a serious consequence. If my relation to the other must in fact be in the mode of indifferent exteriority, then I cannot in my being be affected by either the upsurge or the abolition of the other any more than an in itself can be affected by the apparition or the disappearance of another in itself. Consequently, since the other cannot act on my being by means of his being, the only way that he can reveal himself to me is by appearing as an object to my knowledge. But it must be understood by this that I must constitute the other as the unification which my spontaneity imposes upon a diversity of impressions, that is, that I am the one who constitutes the other in the field of his experience. Therefore the other can be for me only an image, in spite of the fact that the whole theory of knowledge which I have erected aims at rejecting this notion of image. Only a witness external both to myself and to the other could compare the image with the model and decide whether it is a true one. Moreover, this witness, in order to be authorized, could not in turn maintain a relation of exteriority with both the other and myself, for otherwise he would know us only by images. Within the ecstatic unity of his being, he would have to be simultaneously here upon me as the internal negation of myself and over there upon the other as the internal negation of the other. Thus the recourse to God, which we find in Leibniz, is purely and simply a recourse to the negation of interiority. It is concealed in the theological notion of creation. God at the same time is and is not both myself and the other, since he creates us. He must of necessity be myself in order to apprehend my reality without intermediary and with apodictic evidence, and yet it is necessary that he not be me in order that he may preserve his impartiality as witness and be able over there both to be and not be the other. The image of creation is the most adequate here, since in the creative act I look into the very heart of what I create, for what I create is me, and yet what I create opposes itself to me by closing in on itself in an affirmation of objectivity. Thus the spatializing presupposition does not leave us any choice. It must either resort to God or fall into a probabilism which leaves the door open to solipsism. But this conception of a God who is his creatures makes us fall into a new dilemma. This is the difficulty presented by the problem of substances in post-Cartesian thought. If God is I and if he is the other, then what guarantees my own existence? If creation is held to be continuous, I remain always suspended between a distinct existence and a pantheistic fusion with the Creator being. If creation is an original act and if I am shut up against God, then nothing any longer guarantees my existence to God. He is now united to me only by a relation of exteriority, as the sculptor is related to the finished statue, and once again he can know me only through images. Under these conditions the notion of God, while revealing to us the internal negation as the only possible connection between consciousnesses, shows the concept's total inadequacy. God is neither necessary nor sufficient as a guarantee of the other's existence. Furthermore, God's existence as the intermediary between me and the other already presupposes the presence of the other to me in an internal connection, for God, being endowed with the essential qualities of a mind, appears as the quintessence of the other, and he must be able to maintain an internal connection with myself in order for a real foundation of the other's existence to be valid for me. It seems therefore that a positive theory of the other's existence must be able simultaneously to avoid solipsism and to dispense with a recourse to God if it envisages my original relation to the other as an internal negation, that is, as a negation which posits the original distinction between the other and myself as being such that it determines me by means of the other and determines the other by means of me. Is it possible to look at the question from this point of view? 3. Husserl, Hegel, Heidegger. The philosophy of the 19th and 20th centuries seems to have understood that once myself and the other are considered as two separate substances, we cannot escape solipsism. Any union of these substances must in fact be held to be impossible. That is why the examination of modern theories reveals to us an attempt to seize at the very heart of the consciousness a fundamental, transcending connection with the other which would be constitutive of each consciousness in its very upsurge. But while this philosophy appears to abandon the postulate of the external negation, it nevertheless preserves its essential consequence, that is, the affirmation that my fundamental connection with the other is realized through knowledge. When Husserl in his Cartesian meditations and informal and transcendental logic attempts to refute solipsism, he believes that he can succeed by showing that a referral to the other is the indispensable condition for the constitution of a world. Without going into the details of his theory, we shall limit ourselves to indicating his general position. For Husserl, the world as it is revealed to consciousness is intermonadic. The other is present in it not only as a particular concrete and empirical appearance but as a permanent condition of its unity and of its richness. Whether I consider this table or this tree or this bare wall in solitude or with companions, the other is always there as a layer of constitutive meanings which belong to the very object which I consider. In short, he is the veritable guarantee of the object's objectivity. And since our psychophysical self is contemporary with the world, forms a part of the world, and falls with the world under the impact of the phenomenological reduction, the other appears as necessary to the very constitution of this self. If I am to doubt the existence of my friend Pierre or of others in general, then inasmuch as this existence is on principle outside my experience, I must of necessity doubt also my concrete being, my empirical reality as a professor having this or that tendency, these habits, this particular character. There is no privilege for myself, my empirical ego and the other's empirical ego appear in the world at the same time. The general meaning of others is necessary to the constitution of each one of these egos. Thus each object, far from being constituted as for Kant, by a simple relation to the subject, appears in my concrete experience as polyvalent. It is given originally as possessing systems of reference to an indefinite plurality of consciousnesses. It is on the table, on the wall, that the other is revealed to me as that to which the object under consideration is perpetually referred, as well as on the occasion of the concrete appearances of Pierre or Paul. To be sure, these views show progress over the classical positions. It is undeniable that the instrumental thing from the moment of its discovery refers to a plurality of for itselfs. We shall have to return to this point. It is also certain that the meaning of the other cannot come from the experience nor from a reasoning by analogy effected on the occasion of the experience. On the contrary, it is in the light of the concept of the other that the experience is interpreted. Does that mean that the concept of the other is a priori? This we shall attempt to determine later. But in spite of these undeniable advantages, Husserl's theory does not seem to us perceptibly different from Kant's. This is due to the fact that while my empirical ego is not any more sure than the others, Husserl has retained the transcendental subject, which is radically distinct from the ego and which strongly resembles the Kantian subject. Now what ought to be demonstrated is that it is not the parallelism of the empirical egos which throws doubt on the person, but that of the transcendental subjects. This is because actually the other is never that empirical person who is encountered in my experience. He is the transcendental subject to whom this person by nature refers. Thus the true problem is that of the connection of transcendental subjects who are beyond experience. If someone replies that from the start the transcendental subject refers to other subjects for the constitution of the noematic whole, it is easy to reply that it refers to them as to meanings. The other here would be a kind of supplementary category which would allow a world to be constituted, not a real being existing beyond this world. Of course the category of the other implies in its very meaning a reference from the other side of the world to a subject, but this reference could be only hypothetical. It has the pure value of the content of a unifying concept. It is valid in and for the world. Its laws are limited to the world, and the other is by nature outside the world. Furthermore, Husserl has removed the very possibility of understanding what can be meant by the extramundane being of the other, since he defines being as the simple indication of an infinite series of operations to be effected. There could be no better way to measure being by knowledge. Now, even admitting that knowledge in general measures being, the other's being is measured in its reality by the knowledge which the other has of himself, not by that which I have of him. What I must attain is the other, not as I obtain knowledge of him, but as he obtains knowledge of himself, which is impossible. This would in fact suppose the internal identification of myself with the other. Thus we find here again that distinction on principle between the other and myself, which does not stem from the exteriority of our bodies but from the simple fact that each of us exists in interiority, and that a knowledge valid for interiority can be effected only in interiority which on principle excludes all knowledge of the other as he knows himself, i.e., as he is. Moreover, Husserl understood this, since he says that the other as he is revealed to our concrete experience is an absence. But within Husserl's philosophy, at least, how can one have a full intuition of an absence? The other is the object of empty intentions. The other on principle refuses himself to us and flees. The only reality which remains is therefore that of my intention. The other is the empty noema which corresponds to my directing toward the other. to the extent that he appears concretely in my experience. He is an ensemble of operations of unification and of the constitution of my experience so that he appears as a transcendental concept. Husserl replies to the solipsist that the other's existence is as sure as that of the world, and Husserl includes in the world my psychophysical existence. But the solipsist says the same thing, it is as sure, he will say, but no more sure. The existence of the world is measured, he will add, by the knowledge which I have of it. The case will not be otherwise for the existence of the other. Formerly I believed that I could escape solipsism by refuting Husserl's concept of the existence of the transcendental ego, for at that time I thought that since I had emptied my consciousness of its subject, nothing remained there which was privileged as compared to the other. But actually, although I am still persuaded that the hypothesis of a transcendental subject is useless and disastrous, abandoning it does not help one bit to solve the question of the existence of others. Even if outside the empirical ego there is nothing other than the consciousness of that ego, that is, a transcendental field without a subject, the fact remains that my affirmation of the other demands and requires the existence beyond the world of a similar transcendental field. Consequently, the only way to escape solipsism would be here again to prove that my transcendental consciousness is in its very being affected by the extramundane existence of other consciousnesses of the same type. Because Husserl has reduced being to a series of meanings, the only connection which he has been able to establish between my being and that of the other is a connection of knowledge. Therefore Husserl cannot escape solipsism any more than Kant could. If now, instead of observing the rules of chronological succession, we are guided by those of a sort of non-temporal dialectic, we shall find that in the solution which Hegel gives to the problem in the first volume of the Phenomenology of Mind, he has made significant progress over Husserl. Here the appearance of the other is indispensable not to the constitution of the world and of my empirical ego, but to the very existence of my consciousness as self-consciousness. In fact, as self-consciousness, the self itself apprehends itself. The equation myself equals myself, or I am I, is precisely the expression of this fact. At first this self-consciousness is pure self-identity, pure existence for itself. It has certitude of itself, but this certitude still lacks truth. In fact, this certitude would be true only to the extent that its own existence for itself appeared to it as an independent object. Thus self-consciousness is first a syncretic relation without truth between a subject and an object, which is not yet objectified and which is the subject himself. Since the impulse of this consciousness is to realize its concept by becoming conscious of itself in all respects, it tends to make itself valid externally by giving itself objectivity and manifest existence. It is concerned with making the I am I explicit and producing itself as an object in order to attain the ultimate stage of development. This state in another sense is naturally the prime mover for the becoming of consciousness. It is self-consciousness in general, which is recognized in other self-consciousnesses and which is identical with them and with itself. The mediator is the other. The other appears along with myself, since self-consciousness is identical with itself by means of the exclusion of every other. Thus the primary fact is the plurality of consciousnesses, and this plurality is realized in the form of a double, reciprocal relation of exclusion. Here we are then in the presence of that connection by means of an internal negation which was demanded earlier. No external nothingness in itself separates my consciousness from the other's consciousness. It is by the very fact of being me that I exclude the other. The other is the one who excludes me by being himself, the one whom I exclude by being myself. Consciousnesses are directly supported by one another in a reciprocal imbrication of their being. This position allows us at the same time to define the way in which the other appears to me. He is the one who is other than I, therefore he is given as a non-essential object with a character of negativity. But this other is also a self-consciousness. As such he appears to me as an ordinary object immersed in the being of life. Similarly it is thus that I appear to the other, as a concrete, sensible, immediate existence. Here Hegel takes his stand on the ground not of a univocal relation which goes from me, apprehended by the cogito, to the other, but of the reciprocal relation which he defines as the self-apprehension of the one in the other. In fact, it is only in so far as each man is opposed to the other that he is absolutely for himself. Opposite the other and confronting the other, each one asserts his right of being individual. Thus the cogito itself cannot be a point of departure for philosophy. In fact, it can be born only in consequence of my appearance for myself as an individual, and this appearance is conditioned by the recognition of the other. The problem of the other should not be posited in terms of the cogito. On the contrary, the existence of the other renders the cogito possible as the abstract moment when the self is apprehended as an object. Thus the moment which Hegel calls being for the other is a necessary stage of the development of self-consciousness. The road of interiority passes through the other. But the other is of interest to me only to the extent that he is another me, a me object for me, and conversely to the extent that he reflects my me, i.e., is, in so far as I am an object for him. Due to the fact that I must necessarily be an object for myself only over there in the other, I must obtain from the other the recognition of my being. But if another consciousness must mediate between my consciousness for itself and itself, then the being for itself of my consciousness and consequently its being in general depends on the other. As I appear to the other, so I am. Moreover, since the other is such as he appears to me and since my being depends upon the other, the way in which I appear, that is, the moment of the development of my self-consciousness, depends on the way in which the other appears to me. The value of the other's recognition of me depends on the value of my recognition of the other. In this sense, to the extent that the other apprehends me as bound to a body and immersed in life, I am myself only an other. In order to make myself recognized by the other, I must risk my own life. To risk one's life, in fact, is to reveal oneself as not bound to the objective form or to any determined existence as not bound to life. But at the same time I pursue the death of the other. This means that I wish to cause myself to be mediated by an other who is only other, that is, by a dependent consciousness whose essential characteristic is to exist only for another. This will be accomplished at the very moment when I risk my life, for in the struggle against the other I have made an abstraction of my sensible being by risking it. On the other hand, the other prefers life and freedom even while showing that he has not been able to posit himself as not bound to the objective form. Therefore he remains bound to external things in general. He appears to me and he appears to himself as non-essential. He is the slave, I am the master, for him it is I who am essence. Thus there appears the famous master-slave relation which so profoundly influenced Marx. We need not here enter into its details. It is sufficient to observe that the slave is the truth of the master. But this unilateral recognition is unequal and insufficient, for the truth of his self-certitude for the master is a non-essential consciousness, therefore the master is not certain of being for himself as truth. In order to attain this truth there is necessary a moment in which the master does for himself what he does as regards the other, and when the slave does as regards the other what he does for himself. 5. At this moment there will appear a self-consciousness in general which is recognized in other self-consciousnesses and which is identical with them and with itself. Thus Hegel's brilliant intuition is to make me depend on the other in my being. I am, he said, a being for itself which is for itself only through another. Therefore the other penetrates me to the heart. I cannot doubt him without doubting myself, since self-consciousness is real only in so far as it recognizes its echo, and its reflection, in another. 6. Since the very doubt implies a consciousness which exists for itself, the other's existence conditions my attempt to doubt it, just as in the work of Descartes my existence conditions systematic doubt. Thus solipsism seems to be put out of the picture once and for all. By proceeding from Husserl to Hegel, we have realized immense progress. First, the negation which constitutes the other is direct, internal, and reciprocal. Second, it calls each consciousness to account and pierces it to the deepest part of its being. The problem is posited on the level of inner being, of the universal and transcendental I. Finally, in my essential being I depend on the essential being of the other, and instead of holding that my being for myself is opposed to my being for others, I find that being for others appears as a necessary condition for my being for myself. Yet in spite of the wide scope of this solution, in spite of the richness and profundity of the detailed insights with which the theory of the master and the slave is filled to overflowing, Can we be satisfied with it? To be sure, Hegel has posed the question of the being of consciousnesses. It is being for itself and being for others which he is studying, and he holds that each consciousness includes the reality of the other. Nevertheless, it is certain that this ontological problem remains everywhere formulated in terms of knowledge. The mainspring of the conflict of consciousnesses is the effort of each one to transform his self-certitude into truth. And we know that this truth can be attained only in so far as my consciousness becomes as object for the other at the same time as the other becomes an object for my consciousness. Thus when idealism asks, how can the other be an object for me? Hegel, while remaining on the same ground as idealism, replies, if there is in truth a me for whom the other is an object, this is because there is an other for whom the me is object. Knowledge here is still the measure of being, and Hegel does not even conceive of the possibility of a being for others which is not finally reducible to a being as object. Thus a universal self-consciousness which seeks to disengage itself through all these dialectical phases is by its own admission reducible to a purely empty formula, the I am I. Yet Hegel writes, this proposition regarding self-consciousness is void of all content. 7 And in another place he says it is the process of absolute abstraction which consists in surpassing all immediate existence and which results in the purely negative being of consciousness identical with itself. The limiting term of this dialectical conflict, universal self-consciousness, is not enriched in the midst of its avatars, it is on the contrary entirely denuded. It is no more than the I know that another knows me as me. Of course this is because for idealism absolute being and knowledge are identical. But what does this identification involve? To begin with, this I am I, a pure, universal form of identity, has nothing in common with the concrete consciousness which we have attempted to describe in our introduction. There we established that the being of self-consciousness could not be defined in terms of knowledge. Knowledge begins with reflection, but the game of the reflecting is not a subject-object dyad, not even implicitly. Its being does not depend on any transcendent consciousness, rather its mode of being is precisely to be in question for itself. We showed subsequently in the first chapter of Part 2 that the relation of the reflection to the reflecting was in no way a relation of identity and could not be reduced to the me equals me or to the I am I of Hegel. The reflection does not make itself be the reflecting. We are dealing here with a being which annihilates itself in its being and which seeks in vain to dissolve into itself as a self. If it is true that this description is the only one which allows us to understand the original fact of consciousness, then we must judge that Hegel has not succeeded in accounting for this abstract doubling of the me which he gives as equivalent to self-consciousness. Finally, we succeeded in getting rid of the pure unreflective conscientiousness of the transcendental I which obscured it, and we showed that selfness, the foundation of personal existence, was altogether different from an ego or from a reference of the ego to itself. There can be, therefore, no question of defining consciousness in terms of a transcendental egoology. In short, consciousness is a concrete being sui generis, not an abstract, unjustifiable relation of identity. It is selfness and not the seat of an opaque, useless ego. Its being is capable of being reached by a transcendental reflection, and there is a truth of consciousness which does not depend on the other, rather the very being of consciousness, since it is independent of knowledge, pre-exists its truth. On this plane, as for naive realism, being measures truth, for the truth of a reflective intuition is measured by its conformity to being. Consciousness was there before it was known. Therefore, if consciousness is affirmed in the face of the other, it is because it lays claim to a recognition of its being and not of an abstract truth. In fact, it would be ill-conceived to think that the ardent and perilous conflict between master and slave had for its sole stake the recognition of a formula as barren and abstract as the I am I. Moreover, there would be a deception in this very conflict, since the end finally attained would be universal self-consciousness, the intuition of the existing self by the self. Here as everywhere we ought to oppose to Hegel Kierkegaard, who represents the claims of the individual as such. The individual claims his achievement as an individual, the recognition of his concrete being, and of the objective specification of a universal structure. Of course the rights which I demand from the other posit the universality of self, respect of persons demands the recognition of my person as universal. But it is my concrete and individual being which flows into this universal and fills it, it is for that being there that I demand rights. The particular is here the support and foundation of the universal in this case could have no meaning if it did not exist for the purpose of the individual. This identification of being and knowledge results in a large number of errors or impossibilities. We shall consider them here under two headings, that is, we shall marshal against Hegel a twofold charge of optimism. In the first place, Hegel appears to us to be guilty of an epistemological optimism. It seems to him that the truth of self-consciousness can appear, that is, that an objective agreement can be realized between consciousnesses by authority of the other's recognition of me and my recognition of the other. This recognition can be simultaneous and reciprocal. I know that the other knows me as himself. It produces actually and in truth the universality of self-consciousness. But the correct statement of the problem of others renders this passage to the universal impossible. If the other can in fact refer myself to me, then at least at the end of the dialectical evolution there must be a common measure between what I am for him, what he is for me, what I am for myself, what he is for himself. Of course this homogeneity does not exist at the start. Hegel agrees to this. The relation master-slave is not reciprocal. But Hegel affirms that the reciprocity must be capable of being established. Here at the outset he is creating a confusion so easy that it seems voluntary between being an object and life. The other, he says, appears to me as an object. Now the object is myself in the other. When Hegel wants to define this object state more exactly, he distinguishes in it three elements. This self-apprehension by one in the other is, 1. The abstract moment of self-identity. 2. Each one, however, has also this particularity, that he manifests himself to the other as an external object, as an immediately concrete and sensible existence. 3. Each one is absolutely for himself and individual as opposed to the other. 8. We see that the abstract moment of self-identity is given in the knowledge of the other. It is given with two other moments of the total structure. But a curious thing in a philosopher of synthesis, Hegel did not ask if these three elements did not react on one another in such a way as to constitute a new form resistant to analysis. He defines his point of view in the Phenomenology of Mind when he declares that the other appears first as non-essential. This is the sense of the third moment cited above, and as a consciousness immersed in the being of life. But here we are dealing with a pure coexistence of the abstract moment and of life. It is sufficient therefore that I or the other risk our life in order that in the very act of offering oneself to danger, we realize the analytical separation of life and consciousness, what the other is for each consciousness is for the other, each consciousness in turn accomplishes in itself by means of its own activity and by means of the activity of the other, that pure abstraction of being for itself. To present oneself as a pure abstraction of self-consciousness is to reveal oneself as a pure negation of one's objective form, to reveal oneself as not bound to any determined existence, it is to reveal oneself as not bound to life. 9. Of course Hegel will say later that by the experience of risk and of the danger of death, self-consciousness learns that life is as essential to it as pure self-consciousness, but this is from a totally different point of view, and the fact still remains that I can always separate, in the other, the pure truth of self-consciousness from his life. Thus the slave apprehends the self-consciousness of the master, he is its truth, although, as we have seen, this truth is still not adequate. Point 10. But is it the same thing to say that the other on principle appears to me as an object and to say that he appears to me as bound to a particular existence, as immersed in life? If we remain on the level of pure, logical hypotheses, we shall note first that the other can in fact be given to a consciousness in the form of an object without that object's being precisely bound to that contingent object which we call a living body. In fact, our experience presents us only with conscious, living individuals, but in theory it must be remarked that the other is an object for me because he is the other and not because he appears on the occasion of a body object, otherwise we should fall back into the illusion of space which we discussed above. Thus what is essential to the other qua other is objectivity and not life. Moreover, Hegel took this logical affirmation as his point of departure. But if it is true that the connection between a consciousness and life does not distort the nature of the abstract moment of self-consciousness which remains there, immersed, always capable of being discovered, is the case the same for objectivity? In other words, since we know that a consciousness is before being known, then is not a known consciousness wholly modified by the very fact that it is known? Is to appear as an object for a consciousness still to be consciousness? It is easy to reply to this question. The very being of self-consciousness is such that in its being is in question. This means that it is pure interiority. It is perpetually a reference to a self which it has to be. Its being is defined by this, that it is this being in the mode of being what it is not and of not being what it is. Its being, therefore, is the radical exclusion of all objectivity. I am the one who cannot be an object for myself, the one who cannot even conceive for myself of existence in the form of an object, save on the plane of the reflective dissociation. But we have seen that reflection is the drama of the being who cannot be an object for himself. This is not because of the lack of detachment or because of an intellectual prejudice or of a limit imposed on my knowledge, but because objectivity demands an explicit negation. The object is what I make myself not be, whereas I myself am what I make myself be. I pursue myself everywhere, I cannot escape myself, I reapprehend myself from behind. Even if I could attempt to make myself an object, I would already be myself at the heart of that object which I am, and at the very center of that object I should have to be the subject who is looking at it. Moreover, this is what Hegel hinted at when he said that the other's existence is necessary in order for me to be an object for myself. But by holding that self-consciousness is expressed by the I am i.e., by identifying it with self-knowledge, he failed to derive the consequences of his first affirmations, for he introduced into consciousness something like an object existing potentially to be disengaged without change by the other. But if to be an object is precisely not to be me, then the fact of being an object for a consciousness radically modifies consciousness not in what it is for itself but in its appearance to the other. The other's consciousness is what I can simply contemplate, and what because of this fact appears to me as being a pure given instead of being what has to be me. It is what is released to me in universal time, i.e. in the original dispersion of moments, instead of appearing to me within the unity of its own temporalization. For the only consciousness which can appear to me in its own temporalization is mine, and it can do so only by renouncing all objectivity. In short, the for itself as for itself cannot be known by the other. The object which I apprehend under the name of the other appears to me in a radically other form. The other is not a for itself as he appears to me. I do not appear to myself as I am for the other. I am incapable of apprehending for myself the self which I am for the other, just as I am incapable of apprehending on the basis of the other as object which appears to me, what the other is for himself. How then could we establish a universal concept subsuming under the name of self-consciousness, my consciousness for myself and, of, myself and my knowledge of the other? But this is not all. According to Hegel, the other is an object, and I apprehend myself as an object in the other. But the one of these affirmations destroys the other. In order for me to be able to appear to myself as an object in the other, I would have to apprehend the other as subject, that is, to apprehend him in his interiority. But insofar as the other appears to me as object, my objectivity for him cannot appear to me. Of course I apprehend that the other as object refers to me by means of intentions and acts, but due to the very fact that he is an object, the other as a mirror is clouded and no longer reflects anything. These intentions and these acts are things in the world and are apprehended in the time of the world, they are established and contemplated, their meaning is an object for me. Thus I can only appear to myself as a transcendent quality to which the other's acts and intentions refer, but since the other's objectivity destroys my objectivity for him, it is as an internal subject that I apprehend myself as being that to which those intentions and those acts refer. It must be understood that this apprehension of myself by myself is in pure terms of consciousness, not of knowledge, by having to be what I am in form of an ecstatic self-consciousness, I apprehend the other as an object pointing to me. Thus Hegel's optimism results in failure. Between the other as object and me as subject there is no common measure, no more than between self-consciousness and consciousness of the other. I cannot know myself in the other if the other is first an object for me, neither can I apprehend the other in his true being, that is, in his subjectivity. No universal knowledge can be derived from the relation of consciousnesses. This is what we shall call their ontological separation. But there is in Hegel another and more fundamental form of optimism. This may be called an ontological optimism. For Hegel indeed truth is truth of the whole. And he places himself at the vantage point of truth, i.e., of the whole, to consider the problem of the other. Thus when Hegelian monism considers the relation of consciousnesses, it does not put itself in any particular consciousness. Although the whole is to be realized, it is already there as the truth of all which is true. Thus when Hegel writes that every consciousness, since it is identical with itself, is other than the other, he has established himself in the whole, outside consciousnesses, and he considers them from the point of view of the absolute. For individual consciousnesses are moments in the whole, moments which by themselves are unsubstantive, and the whole is a mediator between consciousnesses. Hence is derived an ontological optimism parallel to the epistemological optimism. Plurality can and must be surpassed toward the totality. But if Hegel can assert the reality of this surpassing, it is because he has already given it to himself at the outset. In fact, he has forgotten his own consciousness, he is the whole, and consequently if he so easily resolves the problem of particular consciousnesses, it is because for him there never has been any real problem in this connection. Actually, he does not raise the question of the relation between his own consciousness and that of the other. By effecting completely the abstraction of his own, he studies purely and simply the relation between the consciousnesses of others, i.e. the relation of consciousnesses which are already for him objects, whose nature according to him, is precisely that of being a particular type of object, the subject-object. These consciousnesses from the totalitarian point of view which he has adopted are strictly equivalent to each other, although each of them is separated from the rest by a particular privilege. But if Hegel has forgotten himself, we cannot forget Hegel. This means that we are referred back to the cogito. In fact, if, as we have established, the being of my consciousness is strictly irreducible to knowledge, then I cannot transcend my being toward a reciprocal and universal relation in which I could see my being and that of others as equivalent. On the contrary, I must establish myself in my being and posit the problem of the other in terms of my being. In a word, the sole point of departure is the interiority of the cogito. We must understand by this that each one must be able, by starting out from his own interiority, to rediscover the other's being as a transcendence which conditions the very being of that interiority. This of necessity implies that the multiplicity of consciousnesses is on principle unsurpassable, for I can undoubtedly transcend myself toward a whole, but I cannot establish myself in this whole so as to contemplate myself and to contemplate the other. No logical or epistemological optimism can cover the scandal of the plurality of consciousnesses. If Hegel believed that it could, this is because he never grasped the nature of that particular dimension of being which is self-consciousness. The task which an ontology can lay down for itself is to describe this scandal and to found it in the very nature of being, but ontology is powerless to overcome it. It is possible, as we shall see better later, that we may be able to refute solipsism and show that the other's existence is both evident and certain for us. But even if we could succeed in making the other's existence share in the apodictic certainty of the cogito, i.e., of my own existence, we should not thereby surpass the other toward any intermonad totality. So long as consciousnesses exist, the separation and conflict of conscious esses will remain. We shall simply have discovered their foundation and their true terrain. What has this long criticism accomplished for us? Simply this: if we are to refute solipsism, then my relation to the other is first and fundamentally a relation of being to being, not of knowledge to knowledge. We have seen Husserl's failure when on this particular level he measures being by knowledge, and Hegel's when he identifies knowledge and being. But we have equally recognized that Hegel, although his vision is obscured by the postulate of absolute idealism, has been able to put the discussion on its true plane. In Seine Zeit Heidegger seems to have profited by study of his predecessors and to have been deeply impressed with this twofold necessity. 1. The relation between human realities must be a relation of being. 2. This relation must cause human realities to depend on one another in their essential being. At least his theory fulfills these two requirements. In his abrupt, rather barbaric fashion of cutting Gordian knots rather than trying to untie them, he gives in answer to the question posited a pure and simple definition. He has discovered several moments inseparable except by abstraction in being in the world, which characterizes human reality. These moments are world, being in, and being. He has described the world as that by which human reality makes known to itself what it is. Being in he has defined as Befindlichkeit, and Verstandpunkt 11 we have still to speak of being, that is, the mode in which human reality is its being in the world. Being, Heidegger tells us, is the Mit-Sen, that is, being with. Thus human reality, the characteristic of being is that human reality is its being with others. This does not come about by chance. I do not exist first in order that subsequently a contingency should make me encounter the other. The question here is of an essential structure of my being. But this structure is not established from outside and from a totalitarian point of view as it was with Hegel. To be sure, Heidegger does not take his departure from the cogito in the Cartesian sense of the discovery of consciousness by itself, but the human reality which is revealed to him and for which he seeks to fix the structures in concepts is his own. Das Sein ist je means, he writes. It is by making explicit the pre-ontological comprehension which I have of myself that I apprehend being with others as an essential characteristic of my being. In short, I discover the transcendental relation to the other as constituting my own being, just as I have discovered that being in the world measures my human reality. Henceforth the problem of the other is a false problem. The other is no longer first a particular existence which I encounter in the world and which could not be indispensable to my own existence since I existed before encountering it. The other is the eccentric limit which contributes to the constitution of my being. He is the test of my being inasmuch as he throws me outside of myself toward structures which at once both escape me and define me. It is this test which originally reveals the other to me. Let us observe in addition that the type of connection with the other has changed. With realism, idealism, Husserl, Hegel, the type of relation between consciousnesses was being for, the other appeared to me and even constituted me in so far as he was for me or I was for him. The problem was the mutual recognition of consciousnesses brought face to face which appeared in the world and which confronted each other. To be with has an altogether different meaning. With does not intend the reciprocal relation of recognition and of conflict which would result from the appearance of a human reality other than mine in the midst of the world. It expresses rather a sort of ontological solidarity for the exploitation of this world. The other is not originally bound to me as an ontic reality appearing in the midst of the world among instruments as a type of particular object. In that case he would be already degraded, and the relation uniting him to me could never take on reciprocity. The other is not an object. In his connection with me he remains a human reality. The being by which he determines me in my being is his pure being apprehended as being in the world. And we know that the in must be understood in the sense of Colorado, habito, not of insum. To be in the world is to haunt the world, not to be ensnared in it, and it is in my being in the world that the other determines me. Our relation is not a frontal opposition but rather an oblique interdependence. In so far as I make a world exist as a complex of instruments which I use for the ends of my human reality, I cause myself to be determined in my being by a being who makes the world exist as a complex of instruments for the ends of his reality. Moreover, it is not necessary to understand this being with as a pure concomitance which is passively received by my being. For Heidegger, to be is to be one's own possibilities, that is, to make oneself be. It is then a mode of being which I make myself be. And it is very true that I am responsible for my being for the other in so far as I realize him freely in authenticity or in unauthenticity. It is in complete freedom and by an original choice that, For example, I realize my being within the anonymous form of they. And if I am asked how my being with can exist for myself, I must reply that through the world I make known to myself what I am. In particular, when I am in the unauthentic mode of the world refers to me as sort of impersonal reflection of my unauthentic possibilities in the form of instruments and complexes of instruments which belong to everybody and which belong to me insofar as I am everybody: ready-made clothes, common means of transportation, parks, gardens, public places, shelters made for anyone who may take shelter there, etc. Thus I make myself known as anybody by means of the indicative complex of instruments which indicate me as a worm-willen. The unauthentic state, which is my ordinary state insofar as I have not realized my conversion to authenticity, reveals to me my being with, not as the relation of one unique personality with other personalities equally unique, not as the mutual connection of most irreplaceable beings, but as a total interchangeability of the terms of the relation. The determination of the terms is still lacking. I am not opposed to the other, for I am not me. Instead we have the social unity of the they. To posit the problem on the level of the incommunicability of individual subject was to commit and 12 to stand the world on its head. Authenticity and individuality have to be earned. I shall be my own authenticity only if, under the influence of the call of conscience, Ruftage Wissens, I launch out toward death with a resolute decision, Insgelassenheit, as toward my own most peculiar possibility. At this moment I reveal myself to myself in authenticity, and I raise others along with myself toward the authentic. The empirical image which may best symbolize Heidegger's intuition is not that of a conflict but rather a crew. The original relation of the other and my consciousness is not the you and me, it is the we. Heidegger's being with is not the clear and distinct position of an individual confronting another individual, it is not knowledge. It is the mute existence in common of one member of the crew with his fellows, that existence which the rhythm of the oars or the regular movements of the coxswain will render sensible to the rowers, and which will be made manifest to them by the common goal to be attained, the boat or the yacht to be overtaken, and the entire world, spectators, performance, etc., which is profiled on the horizon. It is on the common ground of this coexistence that the abrupt revelation of my being unto death will suddenly make me stand out in an absolute common solitude, while at the same time it raises the others to that solitude. This time we have indeed been given what we asked for, a being which in its own being implies the other's being. And yet we cannot consider ourselves satisfied. First of all, Heidegger's theory offers us the indication of the solution to be found rather than that solution itself. Even if we should without reservation accept his substitution of being with for being for, it would still remain for us a simple affirmation without foundation. Undoubtedly we shall encounter certain empirical states of our being, in particular that to which the Germans give the untranslatable name Stimmung 13, which seem to reveal a coexistence of consciousnesses rather than a relation of opposition. But it is precisely this coexistence which must be explained. Why does it become the unique foundation of our being? Why is it the fundamental type of our relation with others? Why did Heidegger believe that he was authorized to pass from this empirical and ontic establishment of being with to a position claiming coexistence as the ontological structure of my being in the world? And what type of being does this coexistence have? To what extent is the negation which makes the other an other and which constitutes him as non-essential maintained? If we suppress it entirely, are we not going to fall into a monism? And if we are to preserve it as an essential structure of the relation to the other, then what modification must it undergo in order to lose the character of opposition which it had in being for others, and acquire this character as a connection which creates solidarity and which is the very structure of being with? And how shall we be able to pass from there to the concrete experience of the other in the world, as when from my window I see a man walking in the street? To be sure, it is tempting to conceive of myself as standing out on the undifferentiated ground of the human by means of the impulse of my freedom, by the choice of my unique possibilities, and perhaps this conception holds an important element of truth. But in this form at least such a view gives rise to serious objections. First of all, the ontological point of view joins here with the abstract view of the Kantian subject. To say that human reality, even if it is my human reality, is with by means of its ontological structure is to say that it is with by nature, that is, in an essential and universal capacity. Even if this affirmation were proved, it would not enable us to explain any concrete being with. In other words, the ontological coexistence which appears as the structure of being in the world can in no way serve as a foundation to an ontic being with, such as, for example, the coexistence which appears in my friendship with Pierre or in the couple which Annie and I make. In fact, it would be necessary to show that being with Pierre or being with Annie is a structure constitutive of my concrete being. But this is impossible from the point of view which Heidegger has adopted. The other in the relation with, taken on the ontological level, cannot in fact be concretely determined any more than the directly confronted human reality of which it is the alter ego. It is an abstract term and hence unsubstantive, and it does not contain the power of becoming that other Pierre or Annie. Thus the relation of the mit-sen can be of absolutely no use to us in resolving the psychological, concrete problem of the recognition of the other. There are two incommunicable levels and two problems which demand separate solutions. It may be said that this is only one of the difficulties which Heidegger encounters in passing in general from the ontological level to the ontic level, in passing from being in the world in general to my relation with this particular instrument, in passing from my being unto death, which makes of my death my most essential possibility, to this ontic death which I shall experience by encountering this or that external existent. But this difficulty can be disguised, if need be, in all other cases since, for example, it is human reality which causes the existence of a world in which a threat of death to human reality is hidden. Better yet, if the world is, it is because it is mortal in the sense in which we say that a wound is mortal. But the impossibility of passing from one level to the other bursts forth when we meet the problem of the other. In fact, even if in the ecstatic upsurge of its being in the world, human reality makes a world exist, one cannot, for all that, say that its being with causes another human reality to rise up. Of course I am the being by whom there is, es gibt, being. But are we to say that I am the being by whom there is another human reality? If we understand by that that I am the being for whom there is for me another human reality, this is a pure and simple truism. If we mean that I am the being by whom there are in general others, we fall back into solipsism. In fact, this human reality with whom I am is itself in the world with me, it is the free foundation of a world. How does this make it my world? We cannot deduce from the being with an identity of the worlds in which the human realities are. Human reality is its own possibilities. It is then for itself without having to wait for me to make its being exist in the form of the there is. Thus I can constitute a world as mortal, but I cannot constitute a human reality as a concrete being which is its own possibilities. My being with, apprehended from the standpoint of my being, can be considered only as a pure exigency founded in my being. It does not constitute the slightest proof of the other's existence, not the slightest bridge between me and the other. More precisely, this ontological relation between me and an abstract other, due to the very fact that it defines in general my relation to others, is far from facilitating a particular ontic relation between me and Pierre. In fact, it renders impossible any concrete connection between my being and a particular other given in my experience. If my relation with the other is a priori, it thereby exhausts all possibility of relation with others. Empirical and contingent relations can be only the specifications of it, not particular cases. There can be specifications of a law only under two circumstances: either the law is derived inductively from empirical, particular facts, and that is not the case here, or else it is a priori and unifies experience, as the Kantian concepts do. Actually, in this latter case, its scope is restricted to the limits of experience. I find in things only what I have put into them. Now the act of relating two concrete beings in the world cannot belong to my experience, and it therefore escapes from the domain of being with. But as the law precisely constitutes its own domain, it excludes a priori every real fact which it has not constructed. The existence of time as an a priori form of my sensibility would a priori exclude me from all connection with a noumenal time which had the characteristics of a being. Thus the existence of an ontological and hence a priori being with renders impossible all ontic connection with the concrete human reality which would arise for itself as an absolute transcendent. The being with, conceived as a structure of my being, isolates me as surely as the arguments for solipsism. The reason for this is that Heidegger's transcendence is a concept in bad faith. It aims, to be sure, at surpassing idealism, and it succeeds in so far as idealism presents us with a subjectivity at rest in itself and contemplating its own images. But the idealism thus surpassed is only a bastard form of idealism, a sort of empirical critical psychologism. Undoubtedly Heidegger's human reality exists outside itself. But this existence outside itself is precisely Heidegger's definition of the self. It resembles neither the Platonic Neoplatonic ecstasis where existence is really alienation, existence in an other, nor Malebranche's vision in God, our own conception of the ecstasis and of the internal negation. Heidegger does not escape idealism, his flight outside the self, as an a priori structure of his being, isolates him as surely as the Kantian reflection on the a priori conditions of our experience. In fact, what human reality rediscovers at the inaccessible limit of this flight outside itself is still the self. The flight outside the self is a flight toward the self, and the world appears as the pure distance between the self and the self. Consequently, it would be in vain to look in Senuendizeit for a simultaneous surpassing of all idealism and of all realism. Heidegger's attempt to bring human reality out of its solitude raises those same difficulties which idealism generally encounters when it tries to found the existence of concrete beings which are similar to us and which as such escape our experience, which even as they are being constituted do not arise from our a priori. He seems to escape isolation because he takes the outside of self sometimes as being outside of self toward self and sometimes as outside self in others. But the second interpretation of outside of self, which Heidegger surreptitiously slides in through his devious reasoning, is strictly incompatible with the first. Human reality at the very heart of its ecstasies remains alone. It is here that we can derive a new and valid insight as the result of our critical examination of Heidegger's teaching. Human reality remains alone because the other's existence has the nature of a contingent and irreducible fact. We encounter the other, we do not constitute him. And if this fact still appears to us in the form of a necessity, yet it does not belong with those conditions of the possibility of our experience, or if you prefer with ontological necessity. If the other's existence is a necessity, it is a contingent necessity, that is, it is of the same type as the factual necessity which is imposed on the cogito. If the other is to be capable of being given to us, it is by means of a direct apprehension which leaves to the encounter its character as facticity, just as the cogito itself leaves all its facticity to my own thought, a facticity which nevertheless shares in the apodicity of the cogito itself, i.e., in its indubitability. This long exposition of doctrine will not therefore have been useless if it enables us to formulate the necessary and sufficient conditions under which a theory of the existence of others can be valid. 1. Such a theory cannot offer a new proof of the existence of others, or an argument better than any other against solipsism. Actually, if solipsism is to be rejected, this cannot be because it is impossible or, if you prefer, because nobody is truly solipsistic. The other's existence will always be subject to doubt, at least if one doubts the other only in words and abstractly, in the same way that without really being able to conceive of it, I can write, I doubt my own existence. In short, the other's existence cannot be a probability. Probability can concern only objects which appear in our experience and from which new effects can appear in our experience. There is probability only if a validation or invalidation of it is at every moment possible. Thus, since the other on principle and in its for itself is outside my experience, the probability of his existence as another self can never be either validated or invalidated. It can be neither believed nor disbelieved, it cannot even be measured, it loses therefore its very being as probability and becomes a pure fictional conjecture. In the same way, M. Lalonde 14 has effectively shown that an hypothesis concerning the existence of living beings on the planet Mars will remain purely conjectural with no chance of being either true or false so long as we do not have at our disposal instruments or scientific theories enabling us to produce facts validating or invalidating this hypothesis. But the structure of the other is on principle such that no new experiment will ever be able to be conceived, that no new theory will come to validate or invalidate the hypothesis of his existence, that no instrument will come to reveal new facts inspiring me to affirm or to reject this hypothesis. Therefore, if the other is not immediately present to me, and if his existence is not as sure as my own, all conjecture concerning him is entirely lacking in meaning. But if I do not conjecture about the other, then, precisely, I affirm him. A theory of the other's existence must therefore simply question me in my being, must make clear and precise the meaning of that affirmation. In particular, far from inventing a proof, it must make explicit the very foundation of that certainty. In other words, Descartes has not proved his existence. Actually, I have always known that I existed, I have never ceased to practice the cogito. Similarly, my resistance to solipsism, which is as lively as any I should offer to an attempt to doubt the cogito, proves that I have always known that the other existed, that I have always had a total though implicit comprehension of his existence, that this pre-ontological comprehension comprises a surer and deeper understanding of the nature of the other and the relation of his being to my being than all the theories which have been built around it. If the other's existence is not a vain conjecture, a pure fiction, this is because there is a sort of cogito concerning it. It is this cogito which we must bring to light by specifying its structures and determining its scope and its laws. 2. On the other hand, Hegel's failure has shown us that the only point of departure possible is the Cartesian cogito. Moreover, the cogito alone establishes us on the ground of that factual necessity which is the necessity of the other's existence. Thus what, for lack of a better term, we called the cogito of the other's existence is merged with my own cogito. The cogito, examined once again, must throw me outside it and onto the other, just as it threw me outside upon the in itself, and this must be done not by revealing to me an a priori structure of myself which would point toward an equally a priori other, but by disclosing to me the concrete, indubitable presence of a particular, concrete other, just as it has already revealed to me my own incomparable, contingent but necessary, and concrete existence. Thus we must ask the for itself to deliver to us the for others, we must ask absolute immanence to throw us into absolute transcendence. In my own inmost depths I must find not reasons for believing that the other exists but the other himself as not being me. 3. What the cogito must reveal to us is not the other as object. For a long time now it must have been obvious that what is called an object is said to be probable. If the other is an object for me, he refers me to probability. But probability is founded solely on the infinite congruity of our representations. Since the other is neither a representation nor a system of representations nor a necessary unity of our representations, he cannot be probable, he cannot at first be an object. Therefore, if he is for us, this can be neither as a constitutive factor of our knowledge of the world nor as a constitutive factor of our knowledge of the self, but as one who interests our being, and that not as he contributes a priori to constitute our being but as he interests it concretely and ontically in the empirical circumstances of our facticity. 4. If we attempt somehow regarding the other what Descartes attempted to do for God with that extraordinary proof by the idea of perfection which is wholly animated by the intuition of transcendence, then for our apprehension of the other qua other we are compelled to reject a certain type of negation which we have called an external negation. The other must appear to the cogito as not being me. This negation can be conceived in two ways: either it is a pure, external negation, and it will separate the other from myself as one substance from another substance, and in this case all apprehension of the other is by definition impossible, or else it will be an internal negation, which means a synthetic, active connection of the two terms, each one of which constitutes itself by denying that it is the other. This negative relation will therefore be reciprocal and will possess a twofold interiority. This means first that the multiplicity of others will not be a collection but a totality. In this sense we admit that Hegel is right. Since each other finds his being in the other 15, it also means that this totality is such that it is on principle impossible for us to adopt the point of view of the whole. In fact, we have seen that no abstract concept of consciousness can result from the comparison of my being for myself with my object state for the other. Furthermore, this totality, like that of the for itself, is a detotalized totality, for since existence for others is a radical refusal of the other, no totalitarian and unifying synthesis of others is possible. It is in the light of these few observations that we in turn shall now attack the question of the other. For the look. This woman whom I see coming toward me, this man who is passing by in the street, this beggar whom I hear calling before my window, all are for me objects of that there is no doubt. Thus it is true that at least one of the modalities of the other's presence to me is objectness. But we have seen that if this relation of objectness is the fundamental relation between the other and myself, then the other's existence remains purely conjectural. Now it is not only conjectural but probable that this voice which I hear is that of a man and not a song on a phonograph. It is infinitely probable that the passerby whom I see is a man and not a perfected robot. This means that without going beyond the limits of probability, and indeed because of this very probability, my apprehension of the other as an object essentially refers me to a fundamental apprehension of the other in which he will not be revealed to me as an object but as a presence in person. In short, if the other is to be a probable object and not a dream of an object, then his objectness must of necessity refer not to an original solitude beyond my reach, but to a fundamental connection in which the other is manifested in some way other than through the knowledge which I have of him. The classical theories are right in considering that every perceived human organism refers to something and that this to which it refers is the foundation and guarantee of its probability. Their mistake lies in believing that this reference indicates a separate existence, a consciousness which would be behind its perceptible manifestations as the noumenon is behind the Kantian Empfindung. Whether or not this consciousness exists in a separate state, the face which I see does not refer to it. It is not this consciousness which is the truth of the probable object which I perceive. In actual fact, the reference to a twin upsurge in which the other is presence for me is to a being in a pair with the other, and this is given outside of knowledge proper even if the latter be conceived as an obscure and unexpressible form on the order of intuition. In other words, the problem of others has generally been treated as if the primary relation by which the other is discovered is objectness, that is, as if the other were first revealed directly or indirectly to our perception. But since this perception by its very nature refers to something other than to itself, and since it can refer neither to an infinite series of appearances of the same type as in idealism the perception of the table or of the chair does, nor to an isolated entity located on principle outside my reach, its essence must be to refer to a primary relation between my consciousness and the others. This relation, in which the other must be given to me directly as a subject although in connection with me, is the fundamental relation, the very type of my being for others. Nevertheless, the reference here cannot be to any mystic or ineffable experience. It is in the reality of everyday life that the other appears to us, and his probability refers to everyday reality. The problem is precisely this: there is in everyday reality an original relation to the other which can be constantly pointed to and which consequently can be revealed to me outside all reference to a religious or mystic unknowable. In order to understand it, I must question more exactly this ordinary appearance of the other in the field of my perception. Since this appearance refers to that fundamental relation, the appearance must be capable of revealing to us, at least as a reality aimed at, the relation to which it refers. I am in a public park. Not far away there is a lawn, and along the edge of that lawn there are benches. A man passes by those benches. I see this man, I apprehend him as an object and at the same time as a man. What does this signify? What do I mean when I assert that this object is a man? If I were to think of him as being only a puppet, I should apply to him the categories which I ordinarily use to group temporal spatial things. That is, I should apprehend him as being beside the benches, 2 yards and 20 inches from the lawn, as exercising a certain pressure on the ground, etc. His relation with other objects would be of the purely additive type. This means that I could have him disappear without the relations of the other objects around him being perceptibly changed. In short, no new relation would appear through him between those things in my universe, grouped and synthesized from my point of view into instrumental complexes. They would from his disintegrate into multiplicities of indifferent relations. Perceiving him as a man, on the other hand, is not to apprehend an additive relation between the chair and him, it is to register an organization without distance of the things in my universe around that privileged object. To be sure, the lawn remains 2 yards and 20 inches away from him, but it is also as a lawn bound to him in a relation which at once both transcends distance and contains it. Instead of the two terms of the distance being indifferent, interchangeable, and in a reciprocal relation, the distance is unfolded starting from the man whom I see and extending up to the lawn as the synthetic upsurge of a univocal relation. We are dealing with a relation which is without parts, given at one stroke, inside of which there unfolds a spatiality which is not my spatiality, for instead of a grouping toward me of the objects, there is now an orientation which flees from me. Of course this relation without distance and without parts is in no way that original relation of the other to me which I am seeking. In the first place, it concerns only the man and the things in the world. In addition, it is still an object of knowledge. I shall express it, for example, by saying that this man sees the lawn, or that in spite of the prohibiting sign he is preparing to walk on the grass, etc. Finally, it still retains a pure character of probability. First, it is probable that this object is a man. Second, even granted that he is a man, it remains only probable that he sees the lawn at the moment that I perceive him. It is possible that he is dreaming of some project without exactly being aware of what is around him, or that he is blind, etc., etc. Nevertheless, this new relation of the object man to the object lawn has a particular character. It is simultaneously given to me as a whole, since it is there in the world as an object which I can know. It is, in fact, an objective relation which I express by saying, Pierre has glanced at this watch, Jean has looked out the window, etc., and at the same time it entirely escapes me. To the extent that the man as object is the fundamental term of this relation, to the extent that the relation reaches toward him, it escapes me. I cannot put myself at the center of it. The distance which unfolds between the lawn and the man across the synthetic upsurge of this primary relation is a negation of the distance which I establish as a pure type of external negation between these two objects. The distance appears as a pure disintegration of the relations which I apprehend between the objects of my universe. It is not I who realize this disintegration, it appears to me as a relation which I aim at emptily across the distances which I originally established between things. It stands as a background of things, a background which on principle escapes me and which is conferred on them from without. Thus the appearance among the objects of my universe of an element of disintegration in that universe is what I mean by the appearance of a man in my universe. The other is first the permanent flight of things toward a goal which I apprehend as an object at a certain distance from me but which escapes me inasmuch as it unfolds about itself its own distances. Moreover, this disintegration grows by degrees. If there exists between the lawn and the other a relation which is without distance and which creates distance, then there exists necessarily a relation between the other and the statue which stands on a pedestal in the middle of the lawn, and a relation between the other and the big chestnut trees which border the walk. There is a total space which is grouped around the other, and this space is made with my space. There is a regrouping in which I take part but which escapes me, a regrouping of all the objects which people my universe. This regrouping does not stop there. The grass is something qualified. It is this green grass which exists for the other, in this sense the very quality of the object. Its deep, raw green is in direct relation to this man. This green turns toward the other a face which escapes me. I apprehend the relation of the green to the other as an objective relation, but I cannot apprehend the green as it appears to the other. Thus suddenly an object has appeared which has stolen the world from me. Everything is in place, everything still exists for me, but everything is traversed by an invisible flight and fixed in the direction of a new object. The appearance of the other in the world corresponds therefore to a fixed sliding of the whole universe, to a decentralization of the world which undermines the centralization which I am simultaneously effecting. But the other is still an object for me. he belongs to my distances, the man is there, 20 paces from me, he is turning his back on me. As such he is again 2 yards, 20 inches from the lawn, 6 yards from the statue, hence the disintegration of my universe is contained within the limits of this same universe. We are not dealing here with the flight of the world toward nothingness or outside itself. Rather it appears that the world has a kind of drain hole in the middle of its being and that it is perpetually flowing off through this hole. The universe, the flow, and the drain hole are all once again recovered, reapprehended, and fixed as an object. All this is there for me as a partial structure of the world, even though the total disintegration of the universe is involved. Moreover, these disintegrations may often be contained within more narrow limits. There, for example, is a man who is reading while he walks. The disintegration of the universe which he represents is purely virtual. He has ears which do not hear, eyes which see nothing except his book. Between his book and him I apprehend an undeniable relation without distance of the same type as that which earlier connected the walker with the grass. But this time the form has closed in on itself. There is a full object for me to grasp. In the midst of the world I can say man reading as I could say cold stone, fine rain. I apprehend a closed gestalt in which the reading forms the essential quality. For the rest, it remains blind and mute, lets itself be known and perceived as a pure and simple temporal spatial thing, and seems to be related to the rest of the world by a purely indifferent externality. The quality man reading as the relation of the man to the book is simply a little particular crack in my universe. At the heart of this solid, visible form he makes himself a particular emptying. The form is massive only in appearance, its peculiar meaning is to be in the midst of my universe, at 10 paces from me, at the heart of that massivity a closely consolidated and localized flight. None of this enables us to leave the level on which the other is an object. At most we are dealing with a particular type of objectivity akin to that which Husserl designated by the term absence without, however, his noting that the other is defined not as the absence of a consciousness in relation to the body which I see but by the absence of the world which I perceive, an absence discovered at the very heart of my perception of this world. On this level the other is an object in the world, an object which can be defined by the world. But this relation of flight and of absence on the part of the world in relation to me is only probable. If it is this which defines the objectivity of the other, then to what original presence of the other does it refer? At present we can give this answer: if the other as object is defined in connection with the world as the object which sees what I see, then my fundamental connection with the other as subject must be able to be referred back to my permanent possibility of being seen by the other. It is in and through the revelation of my being as object for the other that I must be able to apprehend the presence of his being as subject. For just as the other is a probable object for me as subject, so I can discover myself in the process of becoming a probable object for only a certain subject. This revelation cannot derive from the fact that my universe is an object for the other as object, as if the other's look after having wandered over the lawn and the surrounding objects came following a definite path to place itself on me. I have observed that I cannot be an object for an object. A radical conversion of the other is necessary if he is to escape objectivity. Therefore I cannot consider the look which the other directs on me as one of the possible manifestations of his objective being. The other cannot look at me as he looks at the grass. Furthermore, my objectivity cannot itself derive for me from the objectivity of the world, since I am precisely the one by whom there is a world, that is, the one who on principle cannot be an object for himself. Thus this relation which I call being seen by another, far from being merely one of the relations signified by the word man, represents an irreducible fact which cannot be deduced either from the essence of the other as object, or from my being as subject. On the contrary, if the concept of the other as object is to have any meaning, this can be only as the result of the conversion and the degradation of that original relation. In a word, my apprehension of the other in the world as probably being a man refers to my permanent possibility of being seen by him, that is, to the permanent possibility that a subject who sees me may be substituted for the object seen by me. Being seen by the other is the truth of seeing the other. Thus the notion of the other cannot under any circumstances aim at a solitary, extramundane consciousness which I cannot even think. The man is defined by his relation to the world and by his relation to myself. He is that object in the world which determines an internal flow of the universe, an internal hemorrhage. He is the subject who is revealed to me in that flight of myself toward objectivation. But the original relation of myself to the other is not only an absent truth aimed at across the concrete presence of an object in my universe, it is also a concrete, daily relation which at each instant I experience. At each instant the other is looking at me. It is easy therefore for us to attempt with concrete examples to describe this fundamental connection which must form the basis of any theory concerning the other. If the other is on principle the one who looks at me, then we must be able to explain the meaning of the other's look. Every look directed toward me is manifested in connection with the appearance of a sensible form in our perceptive field, but contrary to what might be expected, it is not connected with any determined form. Of course, what most often manifests a look is the convergence of two ocular globes in my direction. But the look will be given just as well on occasion when there is a rustling of branches, or the sound of a footstep followed by silence, or the slight opening of a shutter, or a light movement of a curtain. During an attack, men who are crawling through the brush apprehend as a look to be avoided, not two eyes, but a white farmhouse which is outlined against the sky at the top of a little hill. It is obvious that the object thus constituted still manifests the look as being probable. It is only probable that behind the bush which has just moved there is someone hiding who is watching me. But this probability need not detain us for the moment, we shall return to this point later. What is important first is to define the look in itself. Now the bush, the farmhouse are not the look, they only represent the eye, for the eye is not at first apprehended as a sensible organ of vision but as the support for the look. They never refer therefore to the actual eye of the watcher hidden behind the curtain, behind a window in the farmhouse. In themselves they are already eyes. On the other hand, neither is the look one quality among others of the object which functions as an eye, nor is it the total form of that object, nor a worldly relation which is established between that object and me. On the contrary, far from perceiving the look on the objects which manifest it, my apprehension of a look turned toward me appears on the ground of the destruction of the eyes which look at me. If I apprehend the look, I cease to perceive the eyes, they are there, they remain in the field of my perception as pure presentations, but I do not make any use of them, they are neutralized, put out of play, they are no longer the object of a thesis but remain in that state of disconnection 16 in which the world is put by a consciousness practicing the phenomenological reduction prescribed by Husserl. It is never when eyes are looking at you that you can find them beautiful or ugly, that you can remark on their color. The other's look hides his eyes, he seems to go in front of them. This illusion stems from the fact that eyes as objects of my perception remain at a precise distance which unfolds from me to them. In a word, I am present to the eyes without distance, but they are distant from the place where I find myself, whereas the look is upon me without distance while at the same time it holds me at a distance, that is, its immediate presence to me unfolds a distance which removes me from it. I cannot therefore direct my attention on the look without at the same stroke causing my perception to decompose and pass into the background. There is produced here something analogous to what I attempted to show elsewhere in connection with the subject of the imagination. Point 17. We cannot, I said then, perceive and imagine simultaneously, it must be either one or the other. I should willingly say here, we cannot perceive the world and at the same time apprehend a look fastened upon us, it must be either one or the other. This is because to perceive is to look at, and to apprehend a look is not to apprehend a look as object in the world. Unless the look is not directed upon us, it is to be conscious of being looked at. The look which the eyes manifest, no matter what kind of eyes they are, is a pure reference to myself. What I apprehend immediately when I hear the branches crackling behind me is not that there is someone there, it is that I am vulnerable, that I have a body which can be hurt, that I occupy a place and that I cannot in any case escape from the space in which I am without defense, in short, that I am seen. Thus the look is first an intermediary which refers from me to myself. What is the nature of this intermediary? What does being seen mean for me? Let us imagine that moved by jealousy, curiosity, or vice I have just glued my ear to the door and looked through a keyhole. I am alone and on the level of a nonthetic self-consciousness. This means first of all that there is no self to inhabit my consciousness, nothing therefore to which I can refer my acts in order to qualify them. They are in no way known, I am my acts and hence they carry in themselves their whole justification. I am a pure consciousness of things, and things, caught up in the circuit of my selfness, offer to me their potentialities as the proof of my nonthetic consciousness, of my own possibilities. This means that behind that door a spectacle is presented as to be seen, a conversation as to be heard. The door, the keyhole are at once both instruments and obstacles, they are presented as to be handled with care, the keyhole is given as to be looked through close by and a little to one side, etc. Hence from this moment I do what I have to do. No transcending view comes to confer upon my acts the character of a given on which a judgment can be brought to bear. My consciousness sticks to my acts, it is my acts, and my acts are commanded only by the ends to be attained and by the instruments to be employed. My attitude, for example, has no outside, it is a pure process of relating the instrument, the keyhole, to the end to be attained, the spectacle to be seen, a pure mode of losing myself in the world, of causing myself to be drunk in by things as ink is by a blotter in order that an instrumental complex oriented toward an end may be synthetically detached on the ground of the world. The order is the reverse of causal order. It is the end to be attained which organizes all the moments which precede it. The end justifies the means do not exist for themselves and outside the end. Moreover, the ensemble exists only in relation to a free project of my possibilities. Jealousy, as the possibility which I am, organizes this instrumental complex by transcending it toward itself. But I am this jealousy, I do not know it. If I contemplated it instead of making it, then only the worldly complex of instrumentality could teach it to me. This ensemble in the world with its double and inverted determination, there is a spectacle to be seen behind the door only because I am jealous, but my jealousy is nothing except the simple objective fact that there is a sight to be seen behind the door, this we shall call situation. This situation reflects to me at once both my facticity and my freedom, on the occasion of a certain objective structure of the world which surrounds me, it refers my freedom to me in the form of tasks to be freely done. There is no constraint here since my freedom eats into my possibles and since correlatively the potentialities of the world indicate and offer only themselves. Moreover, I cannot truly define myself as being in a situation, first because I am not a positional consciousness of myself, second because I am my own nothingness. In this sense, and since I am what I am not and since I am not what I am, I cannot even define myself as truly being in the process of listening at doors. I escape this provisional definition of myself by means of all my transcendence. There, as we have seen, is the origin of bad faith. Thus not only am I unable to know myself, but my very being escapes, although I am that very escape from my being and I am absolutely nothing. There is nothing there but a pure nothingness encircling a certain objective ensemble and throwing it into relief outlined upon the world, but this ensemble is a real system, a disposition of means in view of an end. But all of a sudden I hear footsteps in the hall. Someone is looking at me. What does this mean? It means that I am suddenly affected in my being and that essential modifications appear in my structure, modifications which I can apprehend and fix conceptually by means of the reflective cogito. First of all, I now exist as myself for my unreflective consciousness. It is this eruption of the self which has been most often described, I see myself because somebody sees me, as it is usually expressed. This way of putting it is not wholly exact. But let us look more carefully. So long as we considered the for itself in its isolation, we were able to maintain that the unreflective consciousness cannot be inhabited by a self, the self was given in the form of an object and only for the reflective consciousness. But here the self comes to haunt the unreflective consciousness. Now the unreflective consciousness is a consciousness of the world. Therefore for the unreflective consciousness the self exists on the level of objects in the world, This role, which devolved only on the reflective consciousness, the making present of the self, belongs now to the unreflective consciousness. Only the reflective consciousness has the self directly for an object. The unreflective consciousness does not apprehend the person directly or as its object. The person is presented to consciousness in so far as the person is an object for the other. This means that all of a sudden I am conscious of myself as escaping myself, not in that I am the foundation of my own nothingness, but in that I have my foundation outside myself. I am for myself only as I am a pure reference to the other. Nevertheless, we must not conclude here that the object is the other and that the ego present to my consciousness is a secondary structure or a meaning of the other as object. The other is not an object here and cannot be an object, as we have shown, unless by the same stroke myself ceases to be an object for the other and vanishes. Thus I do not aim at the other as an object nor at my ego as an object for myself. I do not even direct an empty intention toward that ego as toward an object presently out of my reach. In fact, it is separated from me by a nothingness which I cannot fill, since I apprehend it as not being for me and since on principle it exists for the other. Therefore I do not aim at it as if it could someday be given me, but on the contrary, in so far as it on principle flees from me and will never belong to me. Nevertheless, I am that ego. I do not reject it as a strange image, but it is present to me as a self which I am without knowing it, for I discover it in shame and, in other instances, in pride. It is shame or pride which reveals to me the other's look and myself at the end of that look. It is the shame or pride which makes me live, not know the situation of being looked at. Now, shame, as we noted at the beginning of this chapter, is shame of self. It is the recognition of the fact that I am indeed that object which the other is looking at and judging. I can be ashamed only as my freedom escapes me in order to become a given object. Thus originally the bond between my unreflective consciousness and my ego, which is being looked at, is a bond not of knowing but of being. Beyond any knowledge which I can have, I am this self which another knows. And this self which I am in a world which the other has made alien to me, for the other's look embraces my being and correlatively the walls, the door, the keyhole. All these instrumental things in the midst of which I am, now turn toward the other a face which on principle escapes me. Thus I am my ego for the other in the midst of a world which flows toward the other. Earlier we were able to call this internal hemorrhage the flow of my world toward the other as object. This was because the flow of blood was trapped and localized by the very fact that I fixed as an object in my world that other toward which this world was bleeding. Thus not a drop of blood was lost, all was recovered, surrounded, localized, although in a being which I could not penetrate. Here on the contrary the flight is without limit, it is lost externally, the world flows out of the world and I flow outside myself. The other's look makes me be beyond my being in this world and puts me in the midst of the world which is at once this world and beyond this world. What sort of relations can I enter into with this being which I am and which shame reveals to me? In the first place there is a relation of being. I am this being. I do not for an instant think of denying it, my shame is a confession. I shall be able later to use bad faith so as to hide it from myself, but bad faith is also a confession since it is an effort to flee the being which I am. But I am this being, neither in the mode of having to be nor in that of was. I do not found it in its being, I cannot produce it directly. But neither is it the indirect, strict effect of my acts, as when my shadow on the ground or my reflection in the mirror is moved in correlation with the gestures which I make. This being which I am preserves a certain indetermination, a certain unpredictability. And these new characteristics do not come only from the fact that I cannot know the other, they stem also and especially from the fact that the other is free. Or to be exact and to reverse the terms, the other's freedom is revealed to me across the uneasy indetermination of the being which I am for him. Thus this being is not my possible, it is not always in question at the heart of my freedom. On the contrary, it is the limit of my freedom, its backstage in the sense that we speak of behind the scenes. It is given to me as a burden which I carry without ever being able to turn back to know it, without even being able to realize its weight. If it is comparable to my shadow, it is like a shadow which is projected on a moving and unpredictable material such that no table of reference can be provided for calculating the distortions resulting from these movements. Yet we still have to do with my being and not with an image of my being. We are dealing with my being as it is written in and by the other's freedom. Everything takes place as if I had a dimension of being from which I was separated by a radical nothingness, and this nothingness is the other's freedom. The other has to make my being for him be insofar as he has to be his being. Thus each of my free conducts engages me in a new environment where the very stuff of my being is the unpredictable freedom of another. Yet by my very shame I claim as mine that freedom of another. I affirm a profound unity of consciousnesses, not that harmony of monads which has sometimes been taken as a guarantee of objectivity, but a unity of being, for I accept and wish that others should confer upon me a being which I recognize. Shame reveals to me that I am this being, not in the mode of was or of having to be, but in itself. When I am alone, I cannot realize my being seated. At most it can be said that I simultaneously both am it and am not it. But in order for me to be what I am, it suffices merely that the other look at me. It is not for myself, to be sure. I myself shall never succeed at realizing this being seated which I grasp in the other's look. I shall remain forever a consciousness. But it is for the other. Once more the annihilating escape of the for itself is fixed, once more the in itself closes in upon the for itself. But once more this metamorphosis is effected at a distance. For the other I am seated as this inkwell is on the table, for the other, I am leaning over the keyhole as this tree is bent by the wind. Thus for the other I have stripped myself of my transcendence. This is because my transcendence becomes for whoever makes himself a witness of it, i.e., determines himself as not being my transcendence, a purely established transcendence, a given transcendence, that is, it acquires a nature by the sole fact that the other confers on it an outside. This is accomplished, not by any distortion or by a refraction which the other would impose on my transcendence through his categories, but by his very being. If there is an other, whatever or whoever he may be, whatever may be his relations with me, and without his acting upon me in any way except by the pure upsurge of his being, then I have an outside, I have a nature. My original fall is the existence of the other. Shame, like pride, is the apprehension of myself as a nature, although that very nature escapes me and is unknowable as such. Strictly speaking, it is not that I perceive myself losing my freedom in order to become a thing, but my nature is over there, outside my lived freedom as a given attribute of this being which I am for the other. I grasp the other's look at the very center of my act as the solidification and alienation of my own possibilities. In fear or in anxious or prudent anticipation, I perceive that these possibilities which I am and which are the condition of my transcendence are given also to another, given as about to be transcended in turn by his own possibilities. The other as a look is only that my transcendence transcended. Of course I still am my possibilities in the mode of nonthetic consciousness, of these possibilities. But at the same time the look alienates them from me. Hitherto I grasped these possibilities thetically on the world and in the world in the form of the potentialities of instruments. The dark corner in the hallway referred to me the possibility of hiding as a simple potential quality of its shadow, as the invitation of its darkness. This quality or instrumentality of the object belonged to it alone and was given as an objective, ideal property marking its real belonging to that complex which we have called situation. But with the other's look a new organization of complexes comes to superimpose itself on the first. To apprehend myself as seen is, in fact, to apprehend myself as seen in the world and from the standpoint of the world. The look does not carve me out in the universe, it comes to search for me at the heart of my situation and grasps me only in irresolvable relations with instruments. If I am seen as seated, I must be seen as seated on a chair. If I am grasped as bent over, it is as bent over the keyhole, etc. But suddenly the alienation of myself, which is the act of being looked at, involves the alienation of the world which I organize. I am seen as seated on this chair with the result that I do not see it at all, that it is impossible for me to see it, that it escapes me so as to organize itself into a new and differently oriented complex with other relations and other distances in the midst of other objects which similarly have for me a secret face. Thus I, who in so far as I am my possibles, am what I am not and am not what I am, behold now I am somebody. And the one who I am and who on principle escapes me, I am he in the midst of the world in so far as he escapes me. Due to this fact my relation to an object or the potentiality of an object decomposes under the other's look and appears to me in the world as my possibility of utilizing the object, but only as this possibility on principle escapes me, that is, in so far as it is surpassed by the other toward his own possibilities. For example, the potentiality of the dark corner becomes a given possibility of hiding in the corner by the sole fact that the other 18 can pass beyond it toward his possibility of illuminating the corner with his flashlight. This possibility is there, and I apprehend it but as absent, as in the other, I apprehend it through my anguish and through my decision to give up that hiding place which is too risky. Thus my possibilities are present to my unreflective consciousness in so far as the other is watching me. If I see him ready for anything, his hand in his pocket where he has a weapon, his finger placed on the electric bell and ready at the slightest movement on my part to call the police, I apprehend my possibilities from outside and through him at the same time that I am my possibilities, somewhat as we objectively apprehend our thought through language at the same time that we think it in order to express it in language. This inclination to run away, which dominates me and carries me along and which I am, this I read in the other's watchful look and in that other look the gun pointed at me. The other apprehends this inclination in me in so far as he has anticipated it and is already prepared for it. He apprehends it in me in so far as he surpasses it and disarms it. But I do not grasp the actual surpassing, I grasp simply the death of my possibility. A subtle death, for my possibility of hiding still remains my possibility. Inasmuch as I am it, it still lives, and the dark corner does not cease to signal me, to refer its potentiality to me. But if instrumentality is defined as the fact of being able to be surpassed towards, then my very possibility becomes an instrumentality. My possibility of hiding in the corner becomes the fact that the other can surpass it toward his possibility of pulling me out of concealment, of identifying me, of arresting me. For the other my possibility is at once an obstacle and a means, as all instruments are. It is an obstacle, for it will compel him to certain new acts, to advance toward me, to turn on his flashlight. It is a means, for once I am discovered in this cul-de-sac, I am caught. In other words, every act performed against the other can on principle be for the other an instrument which will serve him against me. And I grasp the other not in the clear vision of what he can make out of my act, but in a fear which lives all my possibilities as ambivalent. The other is the hidden death of my possibilities in so far as I live that death as hidden in the midst of the world. The connection between my possibility and the instrument is no more than between two instruments which are adjusted to each other outside in view of an end which escapes me. Both the obscurity of the dark corner and my possibility of hiding there are surpassed by the other when, before I have been able to make a move to take refuge there, he throws the light on the corner. Thus in the shock which seizes me when I apprehend the other's look, this happens that suddenly I experience a subtle alienation of all my possibilities, which are now associated with objects of the world, far from me in the midst of the world. Two important consequences result. The first is that my possibility becomes a probability which is outside me. In so far as the other grasps it as eaten away by a freedom which he is not, in so far as he makes himself a witness of it and calculates its results, it is a pure intermination in the game of possibles, and it is precisely thus that I guess at it. Later, when we are in direct connection with the other by language and when we gradually learn what he thinks of us, this is the thing which will be able at once to fascinate us and fill us with horror. I swear to you that I will do it. Maybe so. You tell me so. I want to believe you. It is indeed possible that you will do it. The sense of this dialogue implies that the other is originally placed before my freedom as before a given property of intermination and before my possibles as before my probables. This is because originally I perceive myself to be over there for the other, and this phantom outline of my being touches me to the heart. For in shame and anger and fear I do not cease to assume myself as such. Yet I assume myself in blindness, since I do not know what I assume. I simply am it. On the other hand, the ensemble instrument possibility, made up of myself confronting the instrument, appears to me as surpassed and organized into a world by the other. With the other's look the situation escapes me. To use an everyday expression which better expresses our thought, I am no longer master of the situation. Or more exactly, I remain master of it, but it has one real dimension by which it escapes me, by which unforeseen reversals cause it to be otherwise than it appears for me. To be sure, it can happen that in strict solitude I perform an act whose consequences are completely opposed to my anticipations and to my desires. For example, I gently draw toward me a small platform holding this fragile vase, but this movement results in tipping over a bronze statuette which breaks the vase into 1,000 pieces. Here, however, there is nothing which I could not have foreseen if I had been more careful, if I had observed the arrangement of the objects, etc. Nothing which on principle escapes me. The appearance of the other, on the contrary, causes the appearance in the situation of an aspect which I did not wish, of which I am not master, and which on principle escapes me since it is for the other. This is what Gide has appropriately called the devil's part. It is the unpredictable but still real reverse side. It is this unpredictability which Kafka's art attempts to describe in The Trial and the Castle. In one sense, everything which K and the surveyor are doing belongs strictly to them in their own right, and in so far as they act upon the world the results conform strictly to anticipations, they are successful acts. But at the same time the truth of these acts constantly escapes them. The acts have on principle a meaning which is their true meaning and which neither K nor the surveyor will ever know. Without doubt Kafka is trying here to express the transcendence of the divine. It is for the divine that the human act is constituted in truth. But God here is only the concept of the other pushed to the limit. We shall return to this point. That gloomy, evanescent atmosphere of the trial, that ignorance which, however, is lived as ignorance, that total opacity which can only be felt as a presentiment across a total translucency, this is nothing but the description of our being in the midst of the world for others. In this way therefore the situation in and through its surpassing for the other is fixed and organized around me into a form, in the sense in which the Gestaltists use that term. A given synthesis is there of which I am the essential structure, and this synthesis at once possesses both ecstatic cohesion and the character of the in itself. My bond with those people who are speaking and whom I am watching is suddenly given outside me as an unknowable substratum of the bond which I myself establish. In particular, my own look or my connection without distance with these people is stripped of its transcendence by the very fact that it is a look looked at. I am fixing the people whom I see into objects, I am in relation to them as the other is in relation to me. In looking at them I measure my power. But if the other sees them and sees me, then my look loses its power. It cannot transform those people into objects for the other since they are already the objects of his look. My look simply manifests a relation in the midst of the world, a relation of myself as object to the object looked at, something like the attraction which two masses exert over one another at a distance. On the one hand, the objects are ordered around this look, the distance between me and those looked at exists at present, but it is contracted, circumscribed, and compressed by my look so that the ensemble distance objects is like a ground on which the look is detached in the manner of a this on the ground of the world. On the other hand, my attitudes are ordered around the look and are given as a series of means employed in order to maintain the look. In this sense I constitute an organized whole which is the look. I am a look as object, that is, an instrumental complex which is endowed with an inner finality and which can dispose itself in a relation of means and end in order to realize a presence to a particular other object beyond the distance. But the distance is given to me. In so far as I am looked at, I do not unfold the distance, I am limited to clearing it. The other's look confers spatiality upon me. To apprehend oneself as looked at is to apprehend oneself as a spatialized. But the other's look is not only apprehended as spatializing, it is also temporalizing. The appearance of the other's look is manifested for me through an orlebness which was on principle impossible for me to get in solitude, that of simultaneity. A world for a single for itself could not comprehend simultaneity but only co-presences, for the for itself is lost outside itself everywhere in the world, and it links all beings by the unity of its single presence. But simultaneity supposes the temporal connection of two existents which are not bound by any other relation. Two existents which exercise a reciprocal action on one another are not simultaneous because they belong to the same system. Simultaneity therefore does not belong to the existence of the world, it supposes the co-presence to the world of two presents considered as presences to. Pierre's presence to the world is simultaneous with my presence. In this sense the original phenomenon of simultaneity is the fact that this glass is for Paul at the same time that it is for me. This supposes therefore a foundation for all simultaneity which must of necessity be the presence of an other who is temporalized by my own temporalization. But to be exact, in so far as the other temporalizes himself, he temporalizes me with him, in so far as he launches out toward his own time, I appear to him in universal time. The other's look in so far as I apprehend it comes to give to my time a new dimension. My presence, in so far as it is a present grasped by another as my present, has an outside. This presence which makes itself present for me is alienated for me in a present to which the other makes himself present. I am thrown into the universal present in so far as the other makes himself be a presence to me. But the universal present in which I come to take my place is a pure alienation of my universal present. Physical time flows toward a pure and free temporalization which I am not. What is outlined on the horizon of that simultaneity which I live is an absolute temporalization from which I am separated by a nothingness. As a temporal spatial object in the world, as an essential structure of a temporal spatial situation in the world, I offer myself to the other's appraisal. This also I apprehend by the pure exercise of the cogito. To be looked at is to apprehend oneself as the unknown object of unknowable appraisals, in particular, of value judgments. But at the same time that in shame or pride I recognize the justice of these appraisals, I do not cease to take them for what they are, a free surpassing of the given toward possibilities. A judgment is the transcendental act of a free being. Thus being seen constitutes me as a defenseless being for a freedom which is not my freedom. It is in this sense that we can consider ourselves as slaves in so far as we appear to the other. But this slavery is not a historical result capable of being surmounted of a life in the abstract form of consciousness. I am a slave to the degree that my being is dependent at the center of a freedom which is not mine and which is the very condition of my being. In so far as I am the object of values which come to qualify me without my being able to act on this qualification or even to know it, I am enslaved. By the same token, in so far as I am the instrument of possibilities which are not my possibilities, whose pure presence beyond my being I cannot even glimpse, and which deny my transcendence in order to constitute me as a means to ends of which I am ignorant, I am in danger. This danger is not an accident but the permanent structure of my being for others. This brings us to the end of our description. Yet before we can make use of it to discover just what the other is, we must note that this description has been worked out entirely on the level of the cogito. We have only made explicit the meaning of those subjective reactions to the other's look which are fear, the feeling of being in danger before the other's freedom, pride, or shame, the feeling of being finally what I am but elsewhere, over there for the other, the recognition of my slavery, the feeling of the alienation of all my possibilities. In addition, this specification is not merely a conceptual fixing of bits of knowledge more or less obscure. Let each one refer to his own experience. There is no one who has not at some time been surprised in an attitude which was guilty or simply ridiculous. The abrupt modification then experienced was in no way provoked by the eruption of knowledge. It is rather in itself a solidification and an abrupt stratification of myself which leaves intact my possibilities and my structures for myself, but which suddenly pushes me into a new dimension of existence, the dimension of the unrevealed. Thus the appearance of the look is apprehended by me as the upsurge of an ecstatic relation of being, of which one term is the me as for itself which is what it is not and which is not what it is, and of which other term is still the me but outside my reach, outside my action, outside my knowledge. This term, since it is directly connected with the infinite possibilities of a free other, is itself an infinite and inexhaustible synthesis of unrevealed properties. Through the other's look I live myself as fixed in the midst of the world, as in danger, as irremediable. But I know neither what I am nor what is my place in the world, not what face this world in which I am turns toward the other. Now at last we can make precise the meaning of this upsurge of the other in and through his look. The other is in no way given to us as an object. The objectivation of the other would be the collapse of his being as a look. Furthermore, as we have seen, the other's look is the disappearance of the other's eyes as objects which manifest the look. The other cannot even be the object aimed at emptily at the horizon of my being for the other. The objectivation of the other, as we shall see, is a defense on the part of my being which, precisely by conferring on the other a being for me, frees me from my being for the other. In the phenomenon of the look, the other is on principle that which cannot be an object. At the same time we see that he cannot be a limiting term of that relation of myself to myself which makes me arise for myself as the unrevealed. Neither can the other be the goal of my attention, if in the upsurge of the other's look, I paid attention to the look or to the other. This could be only as to objects, for attention is an intentional direction toward objects. But it is not necessary to conclude that the other is an abstract condition, a conceptual structure of the ecstatic relation. There is here in fact no object really thought, of which the other could be a universal, formal structure. The other is, to be sure, the condition of my being unrevealed. But he is the concrete, particular condition of it. He is not engaged in my being in the midst of the world as one of its integral parts, since he is precisely that which transcends this world in the midst of which I am as non-revealed. As such he can therefore be neither an object nor the formal, constituent element of an object. He cannot appear to me, as we have seen, as a unifying or regulative category of my experience, since he comes to me through an encounter. Then what is the other? In the first place, he is the being toward whom I do not turn my attention. He is the one who looks at me and at whom I am not yet looking, the one who delivers me to myself as unrevealed but without revealing himself, the one who is present to me as directing at me but never as the object of my direction. He is the concrete pole, though out of reach, of my flight, of the alienation of my possibles, and of the flow of the world toward another world which is the same world and yet lacks all communication with it. But he cannot be distinct from this same alienation and flow. He is the meaning and the direction of them. He haunts this flow not as a real or categorial element but as a presence which is fixed and made part of the world if I attempt to make it present, and which is never more present, more urgent than when I am not aware of it. For example, if I am wholly engulfed in my shame, the other is the immense, invisible presence which supports the shame and embraces it on every side. He is the supporting environment of my being unrevealed. Let us see what it is which the other manifests as unrevealable across my lived experience of the unrevealed. First, the other's look as the necessary condition of my objectivity is the destruction of all objectivity for me. The other's look touches me across the world and is not only a transformation of myself but a total metamorphosis of the world. I am looked at in a world which is looked at. In particular, the other's look, which is a look looking and not a look looked at, denies my distances from objects and unfolds its own distances. This look of the other is given immediately as that by which distance comes to the world at the heart of a presence without distance. I withdraw, I am stripped of my distanceless presence to my world, and I am provided with a distance from the other. There I am 15 paces from the door, 6 yards from the window. But the other comes searching for me so as to constitute me at a certain distance from him. As the other constitutes me as at 6 yards from him, it is necessary that he be present to me without distance. Thus within the very experience of my distance from things and from the other, I experience the distanceless presence of the other to me. Anyone may recognize in this abstract description that immediate and burning presence of the other's look which has so often filled him with shame. In other words, in so far as I experience myself as looked at, there is realized for me a transmundane presence of the other. The other looks at me not as he is in the midst of my world but as he comes toward the world and toward me from all his transcendence. When he looks at me, he is separated from me by no distance, by no object of the world whether real or ideal, by no body in the world, but the sole fact of his nature as other. Thus the appearance of the other's look is not an appearance in the world, neither in mine nor in the other's, and the relation which unites me to the other cannot be a relation of exteriority inside the world. By the other's look I effect the concrete proof that there is a beyond the world. The other is present to me without any intermediary as a transcendence which is not mine. But this presence is not reciprocal. All of the world's density is necessary in order that I may myself be present to the other. An omnipresent and inapprehensible transcendence, posited upon me without intermediary as I am my being unrevealed, a transcendence separated from me by the infinity of being, as I am plunged by this look into the heart of a world complete with its distances and its instruments, such is the other's look when first I experience it as a look. Furthermore, by fixing my possibilities, the other reveals to me the impossibility of my being an object except for another freedom. I cannot be an object for myself, for I am what I am, thrown back on its own resources. The reflective effort toward a dissociation results in failure. I am always reapprehended by myself. And when I naively assume that it is possible for me to be an objective being without being responsible for it, I thereby implicitly suppose the other's existence, for how could I be an object if not for a subject? Thus for me the other is first the being for whom I am an object, that is, the being through whom I gain my objectness. If I am to be able to conceive of even one of my properties in the objective mode, then the other is already given. He is given not as a being of my universe but as a pure subject. Thus this pure subject, which by definition I am unable to know, i.e., to posit as object, is always there, out of reach and without distance whenever I try to grasp myself as object. In experiencing the look, in experiencing myself as an unrevealed objectness, I experience the inapprehensible subjectivity of the other directly and with my being. At the same time I experience the other's infinite freedom. It is for and by means of a freedom, and only for and by means of it, that my possibles can be limited and fixed. A material obstacle cannot fix my possibilities, it is only the occasion for my projecting myself toward other possibles and cannot confer upon them an outside. To remain at home because it is raining and to remain at home because one has been forbidden to go out are by no means the same thing. In the first case I myself determine to stay inside in consideration of the consequences of my acts. I surpass the obstacle rain toward myself and I make an instrument of it. In the second case it is my very possibilities of going out of or staying inside which are presented to me as surpassed and fixed, and which a freedom simultaneously foresees and prevents. It is not mere caprice which causes us often to do very naturally and without annoyance what would irritate us if another commanded it. This is because the order and the prohibition cause us to experience the other's freedom across our own slavery. Thus in the look the death of my possibilities causes me to experience the other's freedom. This death is realized only at the heart of that freedom. I am inaccessible to myself and yet myself, thrown, abandoned at the heart of the other's freedom. In connection with this experience my belonging to universal time can appear to me only as contained and realized by an autonomous temporalization. Only a for itself which temporalizes itself can throw me into time. Thus through the look I experience the other concretely as a free, conscious subject who causes there to be a world by temporalizing himself toward his own possibilities. That subject's presence without intermediary is the necessary condition of all thought which I would attempt to form concerning myself. The other is that myself from which nothing separates me, absolutely nothing except his pure and total freedom, that is, that intermination of himself which he has to be for and through himself. We know enough at present to attempt to explain that unshakable resistance which common sense has always opposed to the solipsistic argument. This resistance indeed is based on the fact that the other is given to me as a concrete evident presence which I can in no way derive from myself and which can in no way be placed in doubt nor made the object of a phenomenological reduction or of any other. 19. If someone looks at me, I am conscious of being an object. But this consciousness can be produced only in and through the existence of the other. In this respect Hegel was right. However, that other consciousness and that other freedom are never given to me, for if they were, they would be known and would therefore be an object, which would cause me to cease being an object. Neither can I derive the concept or the representation of them from my own background. First, because I do not conceive them nor represent them to myself. Expressions like these would refer us again to knowing, which on principle is removed from consideration. In addition, this concrete proof of freedom which I can effect by myself is the proof of my freedom. Every concrete apprehension of a consciousness is consciousness, of my consciousness. The very notion of consciousness makes reference only to my possible consciousnesses. Indeed, we established in our introduction that the existence of freedom and of consciousness precedes and conditions their essence. Consequently, these essences can subsume only concrete exemplifications of my consciousness or of my freedom. In the third place, the other's freedom and consciousness cannot be categories serving for the unification of my representations. To be sure, as Husserl has shown, the ontological structure of my world demands that it be also a world for others. But to the extent that the other confers a particular type of objectivity on the objects of my world, this is because he is already in this world in the capacity of an object. If it is correct that Pierre, who is reading before me, gives a particular type of objectivity to the face of the book which is turned toward him, then this objectivity is conferred on a face which on principle I can see, although, as we have said, it escapes me in so far as it is read, on a face which belongs to the world where I am and which consequently by a magic bond is connected beyond distance to Pierre as object. Under these conditions the concept of the other can in fact be fixed as an empty form and employed constantly as a reinforcement of objectivity for the world which is mine. But the other's presence in his looking cannot contribute to reinforce the world, for on the contrary it undoes the world by the very fact that it causes the world to escape me. The escape of the world from me when it is relative and when it is an escape toward the other as object, reinforces objectivity. The escape of the world and of myself from me when it is absolute and when it is effected toward a freedom which is not mine, is a dissolution of my knowledge. The world disintegrates in order to be reintegrated over there as a world, but this disintegration is not given to me, I cannot know it nor even think it. The presence to me of the other as a look is therefore neither a knowledge nor a projection of my being nor a form of unification nor a category. It is, and I cannot derive it from me. At the same time I cannot make it fall beneath the stroke of the phenomenological. The latter indeed has for its goal putting the world within brackets so as to reveal transcendental consciousness in its absolute reality. Whether in general this operation is possible or not is something which is not for us to decide here. But in the case which concerns us the other cannot be put out of consideration, since as a looking he definitely does not belong to the world. I am ashamed of myself before the other, we said. The phenomenological reduction must result in removing from consideration the object of shame in order better to make shame itself stand out in its absolute subjectivity. But the other is not the object of the shame, the object is my act or my situation in the world. They alone can be strictly reduced. The other is not even an objective condition of my shame. Yet he is as the very being of it. Shame is the revelation of the other not in the way in which a consciousness reveals an object but in the way in which one moment of consciousness implies on the side another moment as its motivation. If we should have attained pure consciousness by means of the cogito, and if this pure consciousness were only a consciousness, of being, shame, the other's consciousness would still haunt it as an inapprehensible presence and would thereby escape all reduction. This demonstrates sufficiently that it is not in the world that the other is first to be sought but at the side of consciousness as a consciousness in which and by which consciousness makes itself be what it is. Just as my consciousness apprehended by the cogito bears indubitable witness of itself and of its own existence, so certain particular consciousnesses, for example, shame consciousness, bear indubitable witness to the cogito both of themselves and of the existence of the other. But, someone may object, is this not simply because of the other's look as meaning of my objectivity for myself? If so, we shall fall back into solipsism. When I integrate myself as an object in the concrete system of representations, the meaning of this objectivation would be projected outside me and hypostasized as the other. But we must note the following. 1. My objectness for myself is in no way a specification of Hegel's Ich bin ich. We are not dealing with a formal identity, and my being as object or being for others is profoundly different from my being for myself. In fact, the notion of objectivity, as we observed in Part 1, requires an explicit negation. The object is that which is not my consciousness, consequently it is that which does not have the characteristics of consciousness, since the only existent which has for me the characteristics of consciousness is the consciousness which is mine. Thus the me as object for myself is a me which is not me, that is, which does not have the characteristics of consciousness. It is a degraded consciousness. Objectivation is a radical metamorphosis. Even if I could see myself clearly and distinctly as an object, what I should see would not be the adequate representation of what I am in myself and for myself, of that incomparable monster preferable to all, as Malraux puts it, but the apprehension of my being outside myself, for the other, that is, the objective apprehension of my being other, which is radically different from my being for myself, and which does not refer to myself at all. To apprehend myself as evil, for example, could not be to refer myself to what I am for myself, for I am not and cannot be evil for myself for two reasons. In the first place, I am not evil any more than I am a civil servant or a physician. In fact, I am in the mode of not being what I am and of being what I am not. The qualification evil, on the contrary, characterizes me as an in itself. In the second place, if I were to be evil for myself, I should of necessity be so in the mode of having to be so and would have to apprehend myself and will myself as evil. But this would mean that I must discover myself as willing what appears to myself as the opposite of my good, and precisely because it is the evil or the opposite of my good. It is therefore expressly necessary that I will the contrary of what I desire at one and the same moment and in the same relation, that is, I would have to hate myself precisely as I am myself. If on the level of the for itself I am to realize fully this essence of evil, it would be necessary for me to assume myself as evil, that is, I would have to approve myself by the same act which makes me blame myself. We can see that this notion of evil can in no way derive its origin from me in so far as I am me. It would be in vain for me to push the ecstasis to its extreme limits or to effect a detachment from self which would constitute me for myself. I shall never succeed in conferring evil on myself or even in conceiving it for myself if I am thrown on my own resources. This is because I am my own detachment, I am my own nothingness. Simply because I am my own mediator between me and me, all objectivity disappears. I cannot be this nothingness which separates me from me as object, for there must of necessity be a presentation to me of the object which I am. Thus I cannot confer on myself any quality without mediation or an objectifying power which is not my own power and which I can neither pretend nor forge. Of course this has been said before. It was said a long time ago that the other teaches me who I am. But the same people who uphold this thesis affirm on the other hand that I derive the concept of the other from myself by reflecting on my own powers and by projection or analogy. Therefore they remain at the center of a vicious circle from which they cannot get out. Actually the other cannot be the meaning of my objectivity, he is the concrete, transcending condition of it. This is because such qualities as evil, jealous, sympathetic or antipathetic and the like are not empty imaginings. When I use them to qualify the other, I am well aware that I want to touch him in his being. Yet I cannot live them as my own realities. If the other confers them on me, they are admitted by what I am for myself. When the other describes my character, I do not recognize myself and yet I know that it is me. I accept the responsibility for this stranger who is presented to me, but he does not cease to be a stranger. This is because he is neither a simple unification of my subjective representations, not a me which I am in the sense of the Ich bin ich, nor an empty image which the other makes of me for himself and for which he alone bears the responsibility. This me, which is not to be compared to the me which I have to be, is still me but metamorphosed by a new setting and adapted to that setting. It is a being, my being, but with entirely new dimensions of being and new modalities. It is me separated from me by an impassable nothingness, for I am this me but I am not this nothingness which separates me from myself. It is the me which I am by an ultimate ecstasis which transcends all my ecstasies, since it is not the ecstasis which I have to be. My being for others is a fall through absolute emptiness toward objectivity. And since this fall is an alienation, I cannot make myself be for myself as an object, for in no case can I ever alienate myself from myself. 2. Furthermore, the other does not constitute me as an object for myself but for him. In other words, he does not serve as a regulative or constitutive concept for the pieces of knowledge which I may have of myself. Therefore the other's presence does not cause me as object to appear. I apprehend nothing but an escape from myself toward. Even when language has revealed that the other considers me evil or jealous, I shall never have a concrete intuition of my evil or of my jealousy. These will never be more than fleeting notions whose very nature will be to escape me. I shall not apprehend my evil, but in relation to this or that particular act I shall escape myself, I shall feel my alienation or my flow towards, a being which I shall only be able to think emptily as evil and which nevertheless I shall feel that I am, which I shall live at a distance through shame or fear. Thus myself as object is neither knowledge nor a unity of knowledge but an uneasiness, a lived wrenching away from the ecstatic unity of the for itself, a limit which I cannot reach and which yet I am. The other through whom this me comes to me is neither knowledge nor category but the fact of the presence of a strange freedom. In fact, my wrenching away from myself and the upsurge of the other's freedom are one. I can feel them and live them only as an ensemble. I cannot even try to conceive of one without the other. The fact of the other is incontestable and touches me to the heart. I realize him through uneasiness. Through him I am perpetually in danger in a world which is this world and which nevertheless I can only glimpse. The other does not appear to me as a being who is constituted first so as to encounter me later. He appears as a being who arises in an original relation of being with me and whose indubitability and factual necessity are those of my own consciousness. A number of difficulties remain. In particular, there is the fact that through shame we confer on the other an indubitable presence. Now, as we have seen, it is only probable that the other is looking at me. That farm at the top of the hill seems to be looking at the commandos, and it is certain that the house is occupied by the enemy. But it is not certain that the enemy soldiers are at present watching through the windows. It is not certain that the man whose footstep I hear behind me is looking at me. His face could be turned away, his look fixed on the ground or on a book. Finally, in general, it is not sure that those eyes which are fixed on me are eyes, they could be only artificial ones resembling real eyes. In short, must we not say that in turn the look becomes probable because of the fact that I can constantly believe that I am looked at without actually being so? As a result, does not our certainty of the other's existence take on a purely hypothetical character? The difficulty can be expressed in these terms. On the occasion of certain appearances in the world which seem to me to manifest a look, I apprehend in myself a certain being looked at with its own structures which refer me to the other's real existence. But it is possible that I am mistaken. Perhaps the objects of the world which I took for eyes were not eyes, perhaps it was only the wind which shook the bush behind me. In short, perhaps these concrete objects did not really manifest a look. In this case, what becomes of my certainty that I am looked at? My shame was in fact shame before somebody. But nobody is there. Does it not thereby become shame before nobody? Since it has posited somebody where there was nobody, does it not become a false shame? This difficulty should not deter us for long, and we should not even have mentioned it except that actually it can help us in our investigation by indicating more purely the nature of our being for others. There is indeed a confusion here between two distinct orders of knowledge and two types of being which cannot be compared. We have always known that the object in the world can be only probable. This is due to its very character as object. It is probable that the passerby is a man. If he turns his eyes toward me, then although I immediately experience and with certainty the fact of being looked at, I cannot make this certainty pass into my experience of the other as object. In fact, it reveals to me only the other as subject, a transcending presence to the world and the real condition of my being as object. In every causal state, therefore, it is impossible to transfer my certainty of the other as subject to the other as object which was the occasion of that certainty, and conversely it is impossible to invalidate the evidence of the appearance of the other as subject by pointing to the constitutional probability of the other as object. Better yet, the look, as we have shown, appears on the ground of the destruction of the object which manifests it. If this gross and ugly passerby shuffling along toward me suddenly looks at me, then there is nothing left of his ugliness, his obesity, and his shuffling. During the time that I feel myself looked at, he is a pure mediating freedom between myself and me. The fact of being looked at cannot therefore depend on the object which manifests the look. Since my shame as an orlebness which is reflectively apprehensible is a witness for the other for the same reason as it is its own witness, I am not going to put it in question on the occasion of an object of the world which can on principle be placed in doubt. This would amount to doubting my own existence, for the perceptions which I have of my own body, when I see my hand, for example, are subject to error. Therefore if the act of being looked at, in its pure form, is not bound to the other's body any more than in the pure realization of the cogito my consciousness of being a consciousness is not bound to my own body, then we must consider the appearance of certain objects in the field of my experience, in particular the convergence of the other's eyes in my direction, as a pure monition, as the pure occasion of realizing my being looked at. In the same way for a Platonist the contradictions of the sensible world are the occasion of effecting a philosophical conversion. In a word, what is certain is that I am looked at, what is only probable is that the look is bound to this or that intramundane presence. Moreover, there is nothing here to surprise us, since, as we have seen, it is never eyes which look at us, it is the other as subject. Nevertheless, someone will say, the fact remains that I can discover that I have been mistaken. Here I am bent over the keyhole, suddenly I hear a footstep. I shudder as a wave of shame sweeps over me. Somebody has seen me. I straighten up. My eyes run over the deserted corridor. It was a false alarm. I breathe a sigh of relief. Do we not have here an experience which is self-destructive? Let us look more carefully. Is it actually my being as object for the other which has been revealed as an error? By no means. The other's existence is so far from being placed in doubt that this false alarm can very well result in making me give up my enterprise. If, on the other hand, I persevere in it, I shall feel my heart beat fast, and I shall detect the slightest noise, the slightest creaking of the stairs. Far from disappearing with my first alarm, the other is present everywhere, below me, above me, in the neighboring rooms, and I continue to feel profoundly my being for others. It is even possible that my shame may not disappear, it is my red face as I bend over the keyhole. I do not cease to experience my being for others, my possibilities do not cease to die, nor do the distances cease to unfold toward me in terms of the stairway where somebody could be, in terms of this dark corner where a human presence could hide. Better yet, if I tremble at the slightest noise, if each creak announces to me a look, this is because I am already in the state of being looked at. What then is it which falsely appeared and which was self-destructive when I discovered the false alarm? It is not the other as subject, nor is it his presence to me. It is the other's facticity, that is, the contingent connection between the other and an object being in my world. Thus what is doubtful is not the other himself. It is the other's being there, i.e., that concrete, historical event which we can express by the words, there is someone in this room. These observations may enable us to proceed further. The other's presence in the world cannot be derived analytically from the presence of the other as subject to me, for this original presence is transcendent, i.e., being beyond the world. I believed that the other was present in the room, but I was mistaken. He was not there. He was absent. What then is absence? If we take the expression absence in its empirical and everyday usage, it is clear that I do not use it to indicate just any kind of not being there. In the first place, if I do not find my package of tobacco in its usual spot, I do not say that it is absent even though I could declare that it ought to be there. This is because the place of a material object or of an instrument, even though sometimes it may be precisely assigned, does not derive from the nature of the object or instrument. To be exact, its nature can barely bestow on it a location, but it is through me that the place of an instrument is realized. Human reality is the being which causes a place to come to objects. Human reality alone, in so far as it is its own possibilities, can originally take a place. On the other hand, I shall not say that Aga Khan or the Sultan of Morocco is absent from this apartment, but I say that Pierre, who usually lives here, is absent for a quarter of an hour. In short, absence is defined as a mode of being of human reality in relation to locations and places which it has itself determined by its presence. Absence is not a nothingness of connections with a place. On the contrary, I determine Pierre in relation to a determined place by declaring that he is absent from it. Finally, I shall not speak of Pierre's absence in relation to a natural location, even if he often passes by there. On the other hand, I shall be able to lament his absence from a picnic which took place in a part of the country where he has never been. Pierre's absence is defined in relation to a place where he might himself determine himself to be, but this place itself is delimited as a place, not by the site nor even by the solitary relations of the location to Pierre himself, but by the presence of other human realities. It is in relation to other people that Pierre is absent. Absence is Pierre's concrete mode of being in relation to Therese. It is a bond between human realities, not between human reality and the world. It is in relation to Therese that Pierre is absent from this location. Absence therefore is a bond of being between two or several human realities which necessitates a fundamental presence of these realities one to another, and which, moreover, is only one of the particular concretizations of this presence. For Pierre to be absent in relation to Therese is a particular way of his being present. In fact, absence has meaning only if all the relations of Pierre with Therese are preserved. He loves her, he is her husband, he supports her, etc. In particular, absence supposes the maintenance of the concrete existence of Pierre. Death is not an absence. Due to this fact, the distance from Pierre to Therese in no way changes the fundamental fact of their reciprocal presence. In fact, if we consider this presence from the point of view of Pierre, we see that it means either that Therese is existing in the midst of the world as the other as object, or else that he feels that he exists for Therese as for the other as subject. In the first case, the distance is made contingent and signifies nothing in relation to the fundamental fact that Pierre is the one by whom there is a world as a totality, and that Pierre is present without distance to this world as the one through whom the distance exists. In the second case, Pierre feels himself existing for Therese without distance. She is at a distance from him to the extent that she is removed and unfolds a distance between her and him. The entire world separates him from her. But for her he is without distance inasmuch as he is an object in the world which she makes come into being. Consequently, in each case, removal cannot modify these essential relations. Whether the distance is small or great, between Pierre as object and Therese as subject, between Therese as object and Pierre as subject, there is the infinite density of a world. Between Pierre as subject and Therese as object, and again between Therese as subject and Pierre as object, there is no distance at all. Thus the empirical concepts of absence and of presence are two specifications of a fundamental presence of Pierre to Therese and of Therese to Pierre. They are only different ways of expressing the presence and have meaning only through it. At London, in the East Indies, in America, on a desert island, Pierre is present to Therese who remains in Paris. He will cease to be present to her only at his death. This is because a being is not situated in relation to locations by means of degrees of longitude and latitude. He is situated in a human space between the Guermantes Way and Swann's Way, and it is the immediate presence of Swann and of the Duchesse de Guermantes which allows the unfolding of the hodological 20 space in which he is situated. Now this presence has a location in transcendence. It is the presence tome in transcendence of my cousin in Morocco which allows me to unfold between him and me this road which situates me in the world and which can be called the road to Morocco. This road, indeed, is nothing but the distance between the other as object which I could perceive in connection with my being for the other as subject who is present to me without distance. Thus I am situated by the infinite diversity of the roads which lead me to the object of my world in correlation with the immediate presence of transcendent subjects. And as the world is given to me all at once with all its beings, these roads represent only the ensemble of instrumental complexes which allow me to cause an other as object to appear as a this on the ground of the world, an other as object who is already implicitly and really contained there. But these remarks can be generalized. It is not only Pierre, René, Lucien, who are absent or present in relation to me on the ground of original presence, for they are not alone in contributing to situate me. I am situated also as a European in relation to Asiatics, or to Negroes, as an old man in relation to the young, as a judge in relation to delinquents, as a bourgeois in relation to workers, etc. In short, it is in relation to every living man that every human reality is present or absent on the ground of an original presence. This original presence can have meaning only as a being looked at or as a being looking at, that is, according to whether the other is an object for me or whether I myself am an object for the other. Being for others is a constant fact of my human reality, and I grasp it with its factual necessity in every thought, however slight, which I form concerning myself. Wherever I go, whatever I do, I only succeed in changing the distances between me and the other as object, only avail myself of paths toward the other. To withdraw, to approach, to discover this particular other as object is only to effect empirical variations on the fundamental theme of my being for others. The other is present to me everywhere as the one through whom I become an object. Hence I can indeed be mistaken concerning the empirical presence of an other as object whom I happen to encounter on my path. I can indeed believe that it is Annie who is coming toward me on the road and discover that it is an unknown person. The fundamental presence of Annie to me is not thereby changed. I can indeed believe that it is a man who is watching me in the half-light and discover that it is a trunk of a tree which I took for a human being. My fundamental presence to all men, the presence of all men to myself is not thereby altered. For the appearance of a man as an object in the field of my experience is not what informs me that there are men. My certainty of the other's existence is independent of these experiences and is, on the contrary, that which makes them possible. What appears to me then about which I can be mistaken is not the other nor the real, concrete bond between the other and me. It is a this which can represent a man as object as well as not represent one. What is only probable is the distance and the real proximity of the other, that is, his character as an object and his belonging to the world which I cause to be revealed are not doubtful inasmuch as I make an other appear by my very upsurge. However, this objectivity dissolves in the world as the result of the other's being an other somewhere in the world. The other as object is certain as an appearance correlative with the recovery of my subjectivity, but it is never certain that the other is that object. Similarly, the fundamental fact, my being as object for a subject, is accompanied by evidence of the same type as reflective evidence, but the case is not the same for the fact that at this precise moment and for a particular other, I am detached as this on the ground of the world rather than remaining drowned in the indistinction of the ground. It is indubitable that at present I exist as an object for some German or other. But do I exist as a Frenchman, as a Parisian in the indifferentiation of these collectivities, or in my capacity as this Parisian around whom the Parisian population and the French collectivity are suddenly organized to serve for him as ground? On this point I shall never obtain anything but bits of probable knowledge, although they can be infinitely probable. We are able now to apprehend the nature of the look. In every look there is the appearance of an other as object as a concrete and probable presence in my perceptive field. On the occasion of certain attitudes of that other I determine myself to apprehend through shame, anguish, etc. my being looked at. This being looked at is presented as the pure probability that I am at present this concrete, this a probability which can derive its meaning and its very nature as probable, only from a fundamental certainty that the other is always present to me inasmuch as I am always for others. The proof of my condition as man, as an object for all other living men, as thrown in the arena beneath millions of looks and escaping myself millions of times, this proof I realize concretely on the occasion of the upsurge of an object into my universe. If this object indicates to me that I am probably an object at present functioning as a differentiated this for a consciousness, The proof is the ensemble of the phenomenon which we call the look. Each look makes us prove concretely and in the indubitable certainty of the cogito that we exist for all living men, that is, that there are some consciousnesses for whom I exist. We put some between parentheses to indicate that the other as subject present to me in this look is not given in the form of plurality any more than as unity, save in its concrete relation to one particular other as object. Plurality, in fact, belongs only to objects. It comes into being through the appearance of a world making for itself. Being looked at, by causing some subjects to arise for us, puts us in the presence of an unnumbered reality. By contrast, as soon as I look at those who are looking at me, the other consciousnesses are isolated in multiplicity. On the other hand, if I turn away from the look as the occasion of concrete proof and seek to think emptily of the infinite indistinction of the human presence and to unify it under the concept of the infinite subject which is never an object, then I obtain a purely formal notion which refers to an infinite series of mystic experiences of the presence of the other, the notion of God as the omnipresent, infinite subject for whom I exist. But these two objectivations, the concrete, enumerating objectivation and the unifying, abstract objectivation, both lack proved reality, that is, the pre-numerical presence of the other. These few remarks will become more concrete if we recall an experience familiar to everybody. If we happen to appear in public to act in a play or to give a lecture, we never lose sight of the fact that we are looked at, and we execute the ensemble of acts which we have come to perform in the presence of the look. Better yet, we attempt to constitute a being and an ensemble of objects for this look. While we are speaking, attentive only to the ideas which we wish to develop, the other's presence remains undifferentiated? It would be false to unify it under the headings class, audience, etc. In fact, we are not conscious of a concrete and individualized being with a collective consciousness. These are images which will be able to serve after the event to translate our experience and which will more than half betray it. But neither do we apprehend a plural look. It is a matter rather of an intangible reality, fleeting and omnipresent, which realizes the unrevealed me confronting us and which collaborates with us in the production of this me which escapes us. If, on the other hand, I want to verify that my thought has been well understood, and if in turn I look at the audience, then I shall suddenly see heads and eyes appear. When objectivized, the pre-numerical reality of the other is decomposed and pluralized. But the look has disappeared as well. It is for this pre-numerical concrete reality that we ought to reserve the term they rather than for human reality's state of unauthenticity. Wherever I am, they are perpetually looking at me. The they can never be apprehended as an object, for it immediately disintegrates. Thus the look has set us on the track of our being for others and has revealed to us the indubitable existence of this other for whom we are. But it cannot lead us any further. What we must examine next is the fundamental relation of the me to the other as he has been revealed to us. Or, if you prefer, we must at present make explicit and fix thematically everything which is included within the limits of this original relation and ask what is the being of this being for others. There is one consideration which may be drawn from the preceding remarks and which will be of help to us. This is the fact that being for others is not an ontological structure of the for itself. We cannot think of deriving being for others from a being for itself as one would derive a consequence from a principle, nor conversely can we think of deriving being for itself from being for others. Of course, our human reality must of necessity be simultaneously for itself and for others, but our present investigation does not aim at constituting an anthropology. It would perhaps not be impossible to conceive of a for itself which would be wholly free from all for others and which would exist without even suspecting the possibility of being an object. But this for itself simply would not be man. What the cogito reveals to us here is just factual necessity. It is found, and this is indisputable, that our being along with its being for itself is also for others. The being which is revealed to the reflective consciousness is for itself for others. The Cartesian cogito only makes an affirmation of the absolute truth of a fact, that of my existence. In the same way, the cogito, a little expanded as we are using it here, reveals to us as a fact the existence of the other and my existence for the other. That is all we can say. It is also true that my being for others as the upsurge of my consciousness into being has the character of an absolute event. Since this event is at once an historization, for I temporalize myself as presence to others, and a condition of all history, we shall call it a prehistoric historization. It is as a prehistoric temporalization of simultaneity that we shall consider it here. By prehistoric we do not mean that it is in a time prior to history, which would not make sense, but that it is a part of that original temporalization which historicizes itself while making history possible. It is as fact, as a primary and perpetual fact, not as an essential necessity, that we shall study being for others. We have seen previously the difference which separates the internal type of negation from the external negation. In particular, we have noted that the foundation of all knowledge of a determined being is the original relation by which in its very upsurge the for itself has to be as not being this being. The negation which the for itself thus realizes is an internal negation. The for itself realizes it in its full freedom. Better yet, the for itself is this negation in so far as it chooses itself as finitude. But the negation binds the for itself indissolubly to the being which it is not, and we have been able to state that the for itself includes in its being the being of the object which it is not, inasmuch as its being is in question as not being this being. These observations are applicable without any essential change to the primary relation of the for itself with the other. If in general there is an other, it is necessary above all that I be the one who is not the other, and it is in this very negation effected by me upon myself that I make myself be, and that the other arises as the other. This negation which constitutes my being, and which, as Hegel said, makes me appear as the same confronting the other, constitutes me on the ground of a nonthetic selfness as myself. We need not understand by this that a self comes to dwell in our consciousness, but that selfness is reinforced by arising as a negation of another selfness, and that this reinforcement is positively apprehended as the continuous choice of selfness by itself as the same selfness and as this very selfness. A for itself which would have to be a self without being itself would be conceivable. The for itself which I am simply has to be what it is in the form of a refusal of the other, that is, as itself. Thus, by utilizing the formulae applied to the knowledge of the not me in general, we can say that the for itself as itself includes the being of the other in its being in so far as its being is in question as not being the other. In other words, in order for a consciousness to be able to not be the other, and therefore in order that there may be an other without making this non-being, which is the condition of the self of consciousness, become purely and simply the object of the establishment of a third man as witness, two things are necessary: consciousness must have to be itself and must spontaneously have to be this non-being. Consciousness must freely disengage itself from the other and wrench itself away by choosing itself as a nothingness which is simply other than the other, and thereby must be reunited in itself. This very detachment, which is the being of the for itself, causes there to be an other. This does not mean that it gives being to the other, but simply that it gives to the other its being other, or the essential condition of the there is. It is evident that for the for itself the mode of being what is not the other is wholly paralyzed by nothingness. The for itself is what is not the other in the annihilating mode of the reflection reflecting. The not being the other is never given but perpetually chosen in a perpetual resurrection. Consciousness cannot be the other only in so far as it is consciousness of itself as not being the other. Thus the internal negation, here as in the case of presence to the world, is a unitary bond of being. It is necessary that the other be present to consciousness in every part, and even that it penetrate consciousness completely, in order that consciousness precisely by being nothing may escape that other who threatens to ensnare it. If consciousness were abruptly to be something, the distinction between itself and the other would disappear at the heart of a total undifferentiation. This description, however, allows an essential addition which will radically modify its implications. When consciousness realized itself as not being a particular this in the world, the negative relation was not reciprocal. The this confronted did not make itself not be consciousness, it was determined in and through consciousness not to be consciousness. Its relation to consciousness remained that of pure indifferent exteriority. This is because the this preserved its nature as in itself, and it was as in itself that it was revealed to consciousness in the very negation by which the for itself made itself be, by denying that it was in itself. But with regard to the other, on the contrary, the internal negative relation is a relation of reciprocity. The being which consciousness has to not be is defined as a being which has to not be this consciousness. This is because at the time of the perception of the this in the world, consciousness differed from the this not only by its own individuality but also in its mode of being. It was for itself confronting the in itself. In the upsurge of the other, however, consciousness is in no way different from the other so far as its mode of being is concerned. The other is what consciousness is. The other is for itself and consciousness, and he refers to possibles which are his possibles. He is himself by excluding the other. There can be no question of viewing this opposition to the other in terms of a pure numerical determination. We do not have two or several consciousnesses here. Numbering supposes an external witness and is the pure and simple establishment of exteriority. There can be an other for itself only in a spontaneous and pre-numerical negation. The other exists for consciousness only as a refused self. But precisely because the other is a self, he can himself be refused for and through me only insofar as it is his self which refuses me. I can neither apprehend nor conceive of a consciousness which does not apprehend me. The only consciousness which exists without apprehending me or refusing me and which I myself can conceive is not a consciousness isolated somewhere outside the world, it is my own. Thus the other whom I recognize in order to refuse to be him is before all else the one for whom my for itself is. Not only do I make myself not be this other being by denying that he is me, I make myself not be a being who is making himself not be me. This double negation, however, is in a sense self-destructive. One of two things happens: either I make myself not be a certain being, and then he is an object for me and I lose my objectness for him. In this case the other ceases to be the other me, that is, the subject who makes me be an object by refusing to be me. Or else this being is indeed the other and makes himself not be me, in which case I become an object for him and he loses his own objectness. Thus originally the other is the not me not object. Whatever may be the further steps in the dialectic of the other, if the other is to be at the start the other, then on principle he cannot be revealed in the same upsurge by which I deny being him. In this sense my fundamental negation cannot be direct, for there is nothing on which it can be brought to bear. What I refuse to be can be nothing but this refusal to be the me by means of which the other is making me an object. Or, if you prefer, I refuse my refused me, I determine myself as myself by means of the refusal of the me refused. I posit this refused me as an alienated me in the same upsurge in which I wrench myself away from the other. But I thereby recognize and affirm not only the other but the existence of myself for others. Indeed this is because I cannot not be the other unless I assume my being as object for the other. The disappearance of the alienated me would involve the disappearance of the other through the collapse of myself. I escape the other by leaving him with my alienated me in his hands. But as I choose myself as a tearing away from the other, I assume and recognize as mine this alienated me. My wrenching away from the other, that is, myself, is by its essential structure an assumption as mine of this me which the other refuses. We can even say that it is only that. Thus this me which has been alienated and refused is simultaneously my bond with the other and the symbol of our absolute separation. In fact, to the extent that I am the one who makes there be an other by means of the affirmation of my selfness, the me as object is mine and I claim it, for the separation of the other and of myself is never given. I am perpetually responsible for it in my being. But in so far as the other is co-responsible for our original separation, this me escapes me since it is what the other makes himself not be. Thus I claim as mine and for me a me which escapes me. And since I make myself not be the other, in so far as the other is a spontaneity identical with mine, it is precisely as me escaping myself that I claim this me as object. This me as object is the me which I am to the exact extent that it escapes me. In fact, I should refuse it as mine if it could coincide with myself in a pure selfness. Thus my being for others, i.e., my me as object, is not an image cut off from me and growing in a strange consciousness. It is a perfectly real being, my being as the condition of my selfness confronting the other and of the other's selfness confronting me. It is my being outside, not a being passively submitted to which would itself have come to me from outside, but an outside assumed and recognized as my outside. In fact, it is possible for me to deny that the other is me only in so far as the other is himself a subject. If I immediately refused the other as pure object, that is, as existing in the midst of the world, it would not be the other which I refused, but rather an object which on principle had nothing in common with subjectivity. I should remain defenseless before a total assimilation of myself to the other for failing to take precautions within the true province of the other subjectivity, which is also my province. But this limit can neither come from me nor be thought by me, for I cannot limit myself, otherwise I should be a finite totality. On the other hand, in Spinoza's terms, thought can be limited only by thought. Consciousness can be limited only by my consciousness. Now we can grasp the nature of myself as object. It is the limit between two consciousnesses as it is produced by the limiting consciousness and assumed by the limited consciousness. And we must understand it in the two senses of the word limit. On the side of the limiting, indeed, the limit is apprehended as the container which contains me and surrounds me, the shell of emptiness which pleads for me as a totality while putting me out of play. On the side of the limited, it is wholly a phenomenon of selfness and is as the mathematical limit is to the series which progresses toward it without ever reaching it. Every being which I have to be is at its limit like an asymptotic curve to a straight line. Thus I am a detotalized and indefinite totality, contained within a finite totality which surrounds me at a distance and which I am outside myself without ever being able either to realize it or even to touch it. A good comparison for my efforts to apprehend myself and their futility might be found in that sphere described by Poincaré, in which the temperature decreases as one goes from its center to its surface. Living beings attempt to arrive at the surface of the sphere by setting out from its center, but the lowering of temperature produces in them a continually increasing contraction. They tend to become infinitely flat proportionately to their approaching their goal, and because of this fact they are separated from the surface by an infinite distance. Yet this limit beyond reach, the self as object, is not ideal, it is a real being. This being is not in itself, for it is not produced in the pure exteriority of indifference. But neither is it for itself, for it is not the being which I have to be by annihilating myself. It is precisely my being for others, this being which is divided between two negations with opposed origins and opposite meanings. For the other is not this me of which he has an intuition, and I do not have the intuition of this me which I am. Yet this me, produced by the one and assumed by the other, derives its absolute reality from the fact that it is the only separation possible between two beings fundamentally identical as regards their mode of being and immediately present one to the other, for since consciousness alone can limit consciousness, no other mean is conceivable between them. In view of this presence of the other as subject to me in and through my assumed objectness, we can see that my making an object out of the other must be the second moment in my relation to him. In fact, the other's presence beyond my unrevealed limit can serve as motivation for my reapprehension of myself as a free selfness. To the extent that I deny that I am the other and as the other is first manifested, he can be manifested only as the other, that is, as a subject beyond my limit, as the one who limits me. In fact, nothing can limit me except the other. Therefore he appears as the one who in his full freedom and in his free projection toward his possibles puts me out of play and strips me of my transcendences by refusing to join in the sense of the German mit machen. Thus at first I must grasp only that one of the two negations for which I am not responsible, the one which does not come to me through myself. But in the very apprehension of this negation there arises the consciousness of myself as myself, that is, I can obtain an explicit self-consciousness inasmuch as I am also responsible for a negation of the other which is my own possibility. This is the process of making explicit the second negation, the one which proceeds from me to the other. In truth it was already there but hidden by the other negation since it was lost in order to make the other appear. But the other negation is the reason for the appearance of the new one, for if there is an other who puts me out of play by positing my transcendence as purely contemplated, this is because I wrench myself away from the other by assuming my limit. The consciousness of this wrenching away of the consciousness of being the same in relation to the other is the consciousness of my free spontaneity. By this very wrenching away which puts the other in possession of my limit, I am already putting the other out of play. Therefore, in so far as I am conscious of myself as of one of my free possibilities, and in so far as I project myself toward myself in order to realize the selfness, to that extent I am responsible for the existence of the other. It is I who, by the very affirmation of my free spontaneity, cause there to be an other, and not simply an infinite reference of consciousness to itself. The other then finds himself put out of play, he is now what it depends on me to not be, and thereby his transcendence is no longer a transcendence which transcends me toward himself, but a purely contemplated transcendence, simply a given circuit of selfness. Since I cannot realize both negations at once, the new negation, although it has the other negation for its motivation, in turn disguises it. The other appears to me as a degraded presence. This is because the other and I are in fact co-responsible for the other's existence, but it is by two negations such that I cannot experience the one without immediately disguising the second. Thus the other becomes now what I limit in my very projection toward not being the other. Naturally, it is necessary to realize here that the motivation of this passage is of the affective order. For example, nothing would prevent me from remaining fascinated by this unrevealed with its beyond if I did not realize this unrevealed specifically in fear, in shame, or in pride. It is precisely the affective character of these motivations which accounts for the empirical contingency of these changes in point of view. But these feelings themselves are nothing more than our way of effectively experiencing our being for others. Fear in fact implies that I appear to myself as threatened by virtue of my being a presence in the world, not in my capacity as a for itself which causes a world to exist. It is the object which I am which is in danger in the world, and which as such, because of its indissoluble unity of being with the being which I have to be, can involve in its own ruin the ruin of the for itself which I have to be. Fear is therefore the discovery of my being as object on the occasion of the appearance of another object in my perceptive field. It refers to the origin of all fear, which is the fearful discovery of my pure and simple object state in so far as it is surpassed and transcended by possibles which are not my possibles. It is by thrusting myself toward my possibles that I shall escape fear to the extent that I shall consider my objectness as non-essential. This can happen only if I apprehend myself as being responsible for the other's being. The other becomes then that which I make myself not be, and his possibilities are possibilities which I refuse and which I can simply contemplate, hence dead possibilities. Therefore I surpass my present possibilities in so far as I consider them as always able to be surpassed by the other's possibilities, but I also surpass the other's possibilities by considering them from the point of view of the only quality which he has, which is not his own possibility, his very character as other, inasmuch as I cause there to be an other. I surpass the other's possibilities by considering them as possibilities of surpassing me, which I can always surpass toward new possibilities. Thus by one and the same stroke I have regained my being for itself through my consciousness of myself as a perpetual center of infinite possibilities, and I have transformed the other's possibilities into dead possibilities by affecting them all with the character of not lived by me, that is, as simply given. Similarly, shame is only the original feeling of having my being outside, engaged in another being, and as such without any defense, illuminated by the absolute light which emanates from a pure subject. Shame is the consciousness of being irremediably what I always was, in suspense, that is, in the mode of the not yet or of the already no longer. Pure shame is not a feeling of being this or that guilty object, but in general of being an object, that is, of recognizing myself in this degraded, fixed, and dependent being which I am for the other. Shame is the feeling of an original fall, not because of the fact that I may have committed this or that particular fault, but simply that I have fallen into the world in the midst of things, and that I need the mediation of the other in order to be what I am. Modesty, and in particular the fear of being surprised in a state of nakedness, are only a symbolic specification of original shame. The body symbolizes here our defenseless state as objects. To put on clothes is to hide one's object state, it is to claim the right of seeing without being seen, that is, to be pure subject. This is why the biblical symbol of the fall after the original sin is the fact that Adam and Eve know that they are naked. The reaction to shame will consist exactly in apprehending as an object the one who apprehended my own object state. In fact, from the moment that the other appears to me as an object, his subjectivity becomes a simple property of the object considered. It is degraded and is defined as an ensemble of objective properties which on principle elude me. The other as object has a subjectivity as this hollow box has an inside. In this way I recover myself, for I cannot be an object for an object. I certainly do not deny that the other remains connected with me inside him, but the consciousness which he has of me, since it is consciousness as an object, appears to me as pure interiority without efficacy. It is just one property among others of that inside, something comparable to a sensitized plate in the closed compartment of a camera. In so far as I make there be an other, I apprehend myself as the free source of the knowledge which the other has of me, and the other appears to me as affected in his being by that knowledge which he has of my being, inasmuch as I have affected him with the character of other. This knowledge takes on then a subjective character in the new sense of relative, that is, it remains in the subject as object as a quality relative to the being other with which I have affected him. It no longer touches me, it is an image of me in him. Thus subjectivity is degraded into interiority, free consciousness into a pure absence of principles, possibilities into properties, and the knowledge by which the other touches me in my being, into a pure image of me in the other's consciousness. Shame motivates the reaction which surpasses and overcomes the shame inasmuch as the reaction encloses within it an implicit and non-thematized comprehension of being able to be an object on the part of the subject for whom I am an object. This implicit comprehension is nothing other than the consciousness of my being myself, that is, of myselfness reinforced. In fact, in the structure which expresses the experience I am ashamed of myself, shame supposes a me as object for the other, but also a selfness which is ashamed and which is imperfectly expressed by the I of the formula. Thus shame is a unitary apprehension with three dimensions: I am ashamed of myself before the other. If any one of these dimensions disappears, the shame disappears as well. If, however, I conceive of the they as a subject before whom I am ashamed, then it cannot become an object without being scattered into a plurality of others, and if I posit it as the absolute unity of the subject which can in no way become an object, I thereby posit the eternity of my being as object and so perpetuate my shame. This is shame before God, that is, the recognition of my being an object before a subject which can never become an object. By the same stroke I realize my object state in the absolute and hypostasize it. The position of God is accompanied by a reification of my objectness. Or better yet, I posit my being an object for God as more real than my for itself. I exist alienated and I cause myself to learn from outside what I must be. This is the origin of fear before God. Black masses, desecration of the host, demonic associations, etc., are so many attempts to confer the character of object on the absolute subject. In desiring evil for evil's sake, I attempt to contemplate the divine transcendence for which good is the peculiar possibility as a purely given transcendence and one which I transcend toward evil. Then I make God suffer, I irritate him, etc. These attempts, which imply the absolute recognition of God as a subject who cannot be an object, carry their own contradiction within them and are always failures. Pride does not exclude original shame. In fact, it is on the ground of fundamental shame or shame of being an object that pride is built. It is an ambiguous feeling. In pride I recognize the other as the subject through whom my being gets its object state, but I recognize as well that I myself am also responsible for my objectness. I emphasize my responsibility and I assume it. In one sense, therefore, pride is at first resignation. In order to be proud of being that, I must of necessity first resign myself to being only that. We are therefore dealing with a primary reaction to shame, and it is already a reaction of flight and of bad faith, for without ceasing to hold the other as a subject, I try to apprehend myself as affecting the other by my object state. In short, there are two authentic attitudes, that by which I recognize the other as the subject through whom I get my objectness, this is shame, and that by which I apprehend myself as the free object by which the other gets his being other, this is arrogance, or the affirmation of my freedom confronting the other as object. But pride or vanity is a feeling without equilibrium, and it is in bad faith. In vanity I attempt in my capacity as object to act upon the other. I take this beauty or this strength or this intelligence which he confers on me in so far as he constitutes me as an object, and I attempt to make use of it in a return shock so as to affect him passively with a feeling of admiration or of love. But at the same time I demand that this feeling as the sanction of my being as object should be entertained by the other in his capacity as subject, i.e., as a freedom. This is, in fact, the only way of conferring an absolute objectness on my strength or on my beauty. Thus the feeling which I demand from the other carries within itself its own contradiction, since I must affect the other with it in so far as he is free. The feeling is entertained in the mode of bad faith, and its internal development leads it to disintegration. In fact, as I play my assumed role of my being as object, I attempt to recover it as an object. Since the other is the key to it, I attempt to lay hold of the other so that he may release to me the secret of my being. Thus vanity impels me to get hold of the other and to constitute him as an object in order to burrow into the heart of this object to discover there my own object state. But this is to kill the hen that lays the golden eggs. By constituting the other as object, I constitute myself as an image at the heart of the other as object, hence the disillusion of vanity. In that image which I wanted to grasp in order to recover it and merge it with my own being, I no longer recognize myself. I must willy-nilly impute the image to the other as one of his own subjective properties. Freed in spite of myself from my object state, I remain alone confronting the other as object in my unqualifiable selfness, which I have to be forever without relief. Shame, fear, and pride are my original reactions. They are only various ways by which I recognize the other as a subject beyond reach, and they include within them a comprehension of my selfness which can and must serve as my motivation for constituting the other as an object. This other as object who suddenly appears to me does not remain a purely objective abstraction. He rises before me with his particular meanings. He is not only the object which possesses freedom as a property, as a transcended transcendence. He is also angry or joyful, or attentive, he is amiable or disagreeable, he is greedy, quick-tempered, etc. This is because while apprehending myself as myself, I make the other as object exist in the midst of the world. I recognize his transcendence, but I recognize it not as a transcendence transcending, but as a transcendence transcended. It appears therefore as a surpassing of instruments toward ends, to the exact extent that in my unitary projection of myself I surpass these ends, these instruments, and the others surpassing of the instruments, toward ends. This is because I never apprehend myself abstractly as the pure possibility of being myself, but I live my selfness in its concrete projection toward this or that particular end. I exist only as engaged. Point 21. And I am conscious of being only as engaged. Thus I apprehend the other as object only in a concrete and engaged surpassing of his transcendence. But conversely the other's engagement, which is his mode of being, appears to me, in so far as it is transcended by my transcendence, as a real engagement, as a taking root. In short, so far as I exist for myself, my engagement in a situation must be understood in the sense in which we say, I am engaged to a particular person, I am engaged to return that money, etc. It is this engagement which characterizes the other as subject, since he is another self like me. But when I grasp the other as an object, his objectivized engagement is degraded and becomes an engagement as object in the sense in which we say, the knife is deeply engaged in the wound. Or, the army was engaged in a narrow pass. It must be understood that the being in the midst of the world which comes to the other through me is a real being. It is not at all a purely subjective necessity which makes me know him as existing in the midst of the world. Yet on the other hand the other did not by himself lose himself in the world. I make him lose himself in the world which is mine by the sole fact that he is for me the one who I have to not be, that is, by the sole fact that I hold him outside myself as a purely contemplated reality surpassed toward my own ends. Thus objectivity is not the pure refraction of the other across my consciousness, it comes through me to the other as a real qualification, I make the other be in the midst of the world. Therefore what I apprehend as real characteristics of the other is a being in situation. In fact I organize him in the midst of the world in so far as he organizes the world toward himself, I apprehend him as the objective unity of instruments and of obstacles. In part 2 of this work we explained that the totality of instruments is the exact correlate of my possibilities. Point 22 Since I am my possibilities, the order of instruments in the world is the image of my possibilities projected into the in itself, that is, the image of what I am. But this mundane image I can never decipher, I adapt myself to it in and through action. The other inasmuch as he is a subject is found similarly engaged in his image. On the other hand, in so far as I grasp him as object, it is this mundane image which leaps to my eyes. The other becomes the instrument which is defined by his relation with all other instruments, he is an order of my instruments which is included in the order which I impose on these instruments. To apprehend the other is to apprehend this enclave order and to refer it back to a central absence or interiority, it is to define this absence as a fixed flow of the objects of my world toward a definite object of my universe. And the meaning of this flow is furnished to me by those objects themselves. The arrangement of the hammer and nails, of the chisel and marble, the arrangement which I surpass without being its foundation defines the meaning of this internal hemorrhage in the world. Thus the world announces the other to me in his totality and as a totality. To be sure, the announcement remains ambiguous. But this is because I grasp the order of the world toward the other as an undifferentiated totality on the ground of which certain explicit structures appear. If I could make explicit all the instrumental complexes as they are turned toward the other, that is, if I could grasp not only the place which the hammer and the nails occupy in this complex of instrumentality but also the street, the city, the nation, etc., I should have defined explicitly and totally the being of the other as object. If I am mistaken concerning an intention of the other, this is not because I refer his gesture to a subjectivity beyond reach, this subjectivity in itself and by itself has no common measure with the gesture, for it is transcendence for itself, an unsurpassable transcendence. But I am mistaken because I organize the entire world around this gesture differently than it is organized in fact. Thus by the sole fact that the other appears as object, he is given to me on principle as a totality, he is extended across the whole world as a mundane power for the synthetic organization of this world. I cannot make this synthetic organization explicit any more than I can make the world itself explicit in so far as it is my world. The difference between the other as subject, i.e., between the other such as he is for himself and the other as object, is not a difference between the whole and the part or between the hidden and the revealed. The other as object is on principle a whole coextensive with subjective totality, nothing is hidden, and in so far as objects refer to other objects, I can increase indefinitely my knowledge of the other by indefinitely making explicit his relations with other instruments in the world. The ideal of knowledge of the other remains the exhaustive specification of the meaning of the flow of the world. The difference of principle between the other as object and the other as subject stems solely from this fact, that the other as subject can in no way be known nor even conceived as such. There is no problem of the knowledge of the other as subject, and the objects of the world do not refer to his subjectivity, they refer only to his object state in the world as the meaning surpassed toward myselfness of the intramundane flow. Thus the other's presence to me as the one who produces my object state is experienced as a subject totality. If I turn toward this presence in order to grasp it, I apprehend the other once more as totality, an object totality coextensive with the totality of the world. This apprehension is made all of a sudden, it is from the standpoint of the entire world that I arrive at the other as object. But it is never anything but particular relations which come out in relief like figures on the ground of the world. Around this man whom I do not know and who is reading in the subway, the entire world is present. It is not his body only as an object in the world which defines him in his being, it is his identity card, it is the direction of the particular train which he has boarded, it is the ring which he wears on his finger. Not as the result of the signs of what he is. This notion of a sign, in fact, would refer us to a subjectivity which I cannot even conceive and in which he is precisely nothing, strictly speaking, since he is what he is not and is not what he is but by virtue of real characteristics of his being. Yet if I know that he is in the midst of the world, in France, in Paris, in the process of reading, still for lack of seeing his identity card, I can only suppose that he is a foreigner, which means, to suppose that he is subject to special regulations, that he figures on some official register, that I must speak to him in Dutch, or in Italian in order to obtain from him this or that particular gesture, that the international post directs toward him by this or that root letters bearing this or that stamp, etc. Yet this identity card is on principle given to me in the midst of the world. It does not escape me from the moment that it was created, it has been set to existing for me. It exists in an implicit state like each point of the circle which I see as a completed form. And it would be necessary to change the present totality of my relations to the world in order to make the identity card appear as an explicit this on the ground of the universe. In the same way the anger of the other as object as it is manifested to me across his cries, his stamping, and his threatening gestures is not the sign of a subjective and hidden anger, it refers to nothing except to other gestures and to other cries. It defines the other, it is the other. To be sure, I can be mistaken and can take for true anger what is only a pretended irritation. But it is only in relation to other gestures and to other objectively apprehensible acts that I can be mistaken. I am mistaken if I apprehend the motion of his hand as a real intention to hit me. That is, I am mistaken if I interpret it as the function of an objectively discernible gesture which will not take place. In a word, the anger objectively apprehended is a disposition of the world around an intramundane presence absence. Does this mean that we must grant that the behaviorists are right? Certainly not. For although the behaviorists interpret man in terms of his situation, they have lost sight of his characteristic principle, which is transcendence transcended. In fact, if the other is the object which cannot be limited to himself, he is also the object which is understood only in terms of his end. Of course, the hammer and the saw are not understood any differently. Both are apprehended through their function, that is, through their end. But this is exactly because they are already human. I can understand them only in so far as they refer me to an instrumental organization in which the other is the center, only in so far as they form a part of a complex wholly transcended toward an end which I in turn transcend. If then we can compare the other to a machine, this is because the machine as a human fact presents already the trace of a transcendence transcended, just as the looms in a mill are explained only by the fabrics which they produce. The behaviorist point of view must be reversed, and this reversal, moreover, will leave the other's objectivity intact. For that which first of all is objective, what we shall call signification after the fashion of French and English psychologists, intention according to the phenomenologists, transcendence with Heidegger, or form with the Gestalt school, this is the fact that the other can be defined only by a total organization of the world and that he is the key to this organization. If therefore I return from the world to the other in order to define him, this is not because the world would make me understand the other, but because the other as object is nothing but a center of autonomous and intramundane reference in my world. Thus the objective fear which we can apprehend when we perceive the other as object is not the ensemble of the physiological manifestations of disorder which we see or which we measure with sphygmograph or a stethoscope. Fear is a flight, it is a fainting. These phenomena themselves are not released to us as a pure series of movements but as transcendence transcended. The flight or the fainting is not only that desperate running through the brush, nor that heavy fall on the stones of the road, it is the total upheaval of the instrumental organization which had the other for its center. This soldier who is fleeing formerly had the other as enemy at the point of his gun. The distance from him to the enemy was measured by the trajectory of his bullet, and I too could apprehend and transcend that distance as a distance organized round the soldier as center. But behold, now he throws his gun in the ditch and is trying to save himself. Immediately the presence of the enemy surrounds him and presses in upon him, the enemy, who had been held at a distance by the trajectory of the bullets, leaps upon him at the very instant when the trajectory collapses, at the same time that land in the background, which he was defending and against which he was leaning as against a wall, suddenly opens fanwise and becomes the foreground, the welcoming horizon toward which he is fleeing for refuge. All this I establish objectively, and it is precisely this which I apprehend as fear. Fear is nothing but a magical conduct tending by incantation to suppress the frightening objects which we are unable to keep at a distance. Point 23. It is precisely through its results that we apprehend fear, for it is given to us as a new type of internal hemorrhage in the world, the passage from the world to a type of magical existence. We must be careful, however, to remember that the other is a qualified object for me only to the extent that I can be one for him. Therefore he will be objectivized as a non-individualized portion of the they, or as purely absent, represented by his letters and his written accounts of himself, or as this man present in fact, according to whether I shall have been myself an element for him of the they, or a dear absent one, or a concrete this man. What decides in each case the type of objectivation of the other and of his qualities is both my situation in the world and his situation, that is, the instrumental complexes which we have each organized and the various this which appear to each one of us on the ground of the world. All this naturally brings us to facticity. It is my facticity and the other's facticity which decide whether the other can see me and whether I can see this particular other. But the problem of facticity is beyond the scope of this general exposition. We shall consider it in the course of the next chapter. Thus I make proof of the other's presence as a quasi-totality of subjects in my being an object for others, and on the ground of this totality I can experience more particularly the presence of a concrete subject without however being able to specify it as that particular other. My defensive reaction to my object state will cause the other to appear before me in the capacity of this or that object. As such he will appear to me as a this one, that is, his subjective quasi-totality is degraded and becomes a totality as object coextensive with the totality of the world. This totality is revealed to me without reference to the other's subjectivity. The relation of the other as subject to the other as object is in no way comparable to that which we usually establish, for example, between the physical object and the object of perception. The other as object is revealed to me for what he is, he refers only to himself. The other as object is simply such as he appears to me on the plane of objectness in general and in his being as object. It is not even conceivable that I should refer back any knowledge which I have of him to his subjectivity such as I experience it on the occasion of the look. The other as object is only an object, but my apprehension of him includes the comprehension of the fact that I could always and on principle produce from him another experience by placing myself on another plane of being. This comprehension is constituted on the one hand by the empirical knowledge of my past experience, which is moreover, as we have seen, the pure past, out of reach and what I have to be, of this experience, and on the other hand it is constituted by an implicit apprehension of the dialectic of the other. The other is at present what I make myself not be. But although for the instant I am rid of him and escape him, there remains around him the permanent possibility that he may make himself other. Nevertheless this possibility, foreseen in the embarrassment and constraint which forms the specific quality of my attitude confronting the other as object, is strictly speaking inconceivable, first because I cannot conceive of a possibility which is not my possibility, nor can I apprehend transcendence except by transcending it, that is, by grasping it as a transcendence transcended. Secondly, because this anticipated possibility is not the possibility of the other as object. The possibilities of the other as object are dead possibilities which refer to other objective aspects of the other. The peculiar possibility of apprehending myself as an object is the possibility belonging to the other as subject, and hence is not for me a living possibility. It is an absolute possibility which derives its source only from itself, that on the ground of the total annihilation of the other as object, there may occur the upsurge of an other as subject which I shall experience across my objectivity for him. Thus the other as object is an explosive instrument which I handle with care, because I foresee around him the permanent possibility that they are going to make it explode, and that with this explosion I shall suddenly experience the flight of the world away from me and the alienation of my being. Therefore my constant concern is to contain the other within his objectivity, and my relations with the other as object are essentially made up of ruses designed to make him remain an object. But one look on the part of the other is sufficient to make all these schemes collapse and to make me experience once more the transfiguration of the other. Thus I am referred from transfiguration to degradation and from degradation to transfiguration without ever being able either to get a total view of the ensemble of these two modes of being on the part of the other, for each of them is self-sufficient and refers only to itself, or to hold firmly to either one of them, for each has its own instability and collapses in order for the other to rise from its ruins. Only the dead can be perpetually objects without ever becoming subjects, for to die is not to lose one's objectivity in the midst of the world. All the dead are there in the world around us. But to die is to lose all possibility of revealing oneself as subject to another. At this point in our investigation now we have elucidated the essential structures of being for others. There is an obvious temptation to raise the metaphysical question, why are there others? As we have seen, the existence of others is not a consequence which can derive from the ontological structure of the for itself. It is a primary event, to be sure, but of a metaphysical order, that is, it results from the contingency of being. The question why is essentially connected with these metaphysical existences. We know very well that the answer to the why can only refer us to an original contingency, but still it is necessary to prove that the metaphysical phenomenon which we are considering is an irreducible contingency. In this sense ontology appears to us capable of being defined as the specification of the structures of being of the existent taken as a totality, and we shall define metaphysics rather as raising the question of the existence of the existent. This is why, in view of the absolute contingency of the existent, we are convinced that any metaphysics must conclude with a that is, i.e., in a direct intuition of that contingency. Is it possible to posit the question of the existence of others? Is this existence an irreducible fact, or is it to be derived from a fundamental contingency? Such are the preliminary questions which we can in turn pose to the metaphysician who questions us concerning the existence of others. Let us examine more closely the possibility of the metaphysical question. What appears to us first is the fact that the being for others represents the third ecstasis of the for itself. The first ecstasis is indeed the tridimensional projection on the part of the for itself toward a being which it has to be in the mode of non-being. It represents the first fissure, the nihilation which the for itself has to be, the wrenching away on the part of the for itself from everything which it is, and this wrenching away is constitutive of its being. The second ecstasis or reflective ecstasis is the wrenching away from this very wrenching away. The reflective sissiparity corresponds to a vain attempt to take a point of view on the nihilation which the for itself has to be, in order that this nihilation as a simply given phenomenon may be a nihilation which is. But at the same time reflection wants to recover this wrenching away, which it attempts to contemplate as a pure given, by affirming concerning itself that it is this nihilation which is. This is a flagrant contradiction. In order to be able to apprehend my transcendence, I should have to transcend it. But my own transcendence can only transcend. I am my own transcendence, I cannot make use of it so as to constitute it as a transcendence transcended. I am condemned to be forever my own nihilation. In short, reflection, is the reflected on. The reflective nihilation, however, is pushed further than that of the pure for itself as a simple self-consciousness. In self-consciousness, in fact, the two terms of the dyad reflected reflecting, reflete refletant, were so incapable of presenting themselves separately that the duality remained perpetually evanescent, and each term while positing itself for the other became the other. But with reflection the case is different, since the reflection reflecting which is reflected on exists for a reflection reflecting which is reflective. Reflected on and reflective, therefore, each tend toward independence, and the nothing which separates them tends to divide them more profoundly than the nothingness which the for itself has to be separates the reflection from the reflecting. Yet neither the reflective nor the reflected on can secrete this separating nothingness, for in that case reflection would be an autonomous for itself coming to direct itself on the reflected on, which would be to suppose an external negation as the preliminary condition of an internal negation. There can be no reflection if it is not entirely a being which has to be its own nothingness. Thus the reflective ecstasis is found on the path to a more radical ecstasis, the being for others. The final term of the nihilation, the ideal pole, should be in fact the external negation, that is, a sissiparity in itself, or the spatial exteriority of indifference. In relation to this external negation, the three ecstasies are ranked in the order which we have just presented, but the goal is never achieved. It remains on principle ideal, in fact the for itself, without running the risk of ceasing by the same stroke to be for itself, cannot by itself realize in relation to any being a negation which would be in itself. The constitutive negation of being for others is therefore an internal negation. It is a nihilation which the for itself has to be, just like the reflective nihilation. But here the sissiparity attacks the very negation. It is no longer only the negation which divides being into reflected and reflecting, and in turn divides the dyad reflected reflecting into reflected reflecting, reflected and reflected reflecting, reflecting. Here the negation is divided into two internal and opposed negations. Each is an internal negation, but they are nevertheless separated from one another by an inapprehensible external nothingness. In fact, since each of them is exhausted in denying that one for itself is the other, and since each negation is wholly engaged in that being which it has to be, it is no longer in command of itself so as to deny concerning itself that it is the opposite negation. Here suddenly appears the given, not as the result of an identity of being in itself, but as a sort of phantom of exteriority which neither of the negations has to be, and which yet separates them. Actually, in the reflective being we have already found the beginning of this negative inversion. In fact, the reflective as a witness is profoundly affected in its being by its reflectivity, and consequently in so far as it makes itself reflective, it aims at not being the reflected on. But reciprocally the reflected on is self-consciousness as the reflected on consciousness of this or that transcendent phenomenon. We said of it that it knows itself looked at. In this sense it aims on its part at not being the reflective, since every consciousness is defined by its negativity. But this tendency to a double schism was recovered and stifled by the fact that in spite of everything the reflective had to be the reflected on, and that the reflected on had to be the reflective. The double negation remained evanescent. In the case of the third ecstasis we behold a reflective sissiparity pushed further. The results may surprise us. On the one hand, since the negations are effected in interiority, the other and myself cannot come to one another from the outside. It is necessary that there be a being I and the other which has to be the reciprocal sissiparity of the for others, just as the totality reflective reflected on is a being which has to be its own nothingness, that is, myselfness, and that of the other are structures of one and the same totality of being. Thus Hegel appears to be right. The point of view of the totality is the point of view of being, the true point of view. Everything happens as if myselfness confronting that of the other were produced and maintained by a totality which would push its own nihilation to the extreme. Being for others appears to be the prolongation of the pure reflective sissiparity. In this sense everything happens as if the other and myself indicated the vain effort of a totality of for itself to reapprehend itself and to envelop what it has to be in the pure and simple mode of the in itself. This effort to reapprehend itself as object is pushed here to the limit that is, well beyond the reflective division, and would produce a result precisely the reverse of the end toward which this totality would project itself. By its effort to be self-consciousness, the totality for itself would be constituted in the face of the self as a self as consciousness which has to not be the self of which it is consciousness. Conversely, the self as object in order to be would have to experience itself as made to be by and for a consciousness which it has to not be if it wishes to be. Thus would be born the schism of the for others, and this dichotomic division would be repeated to infinity in order to constitute a plurality of consciousnesses as fragments of a radical explosion. There would be numerous others as the result of a failure, the reverse of the reflective failure. In reflection, in fact, if I do not succeed in apprehending myself as an object but only as a quasi-object, this is because I am the object which I wish to grasp. I have to be the nothingness which separates me from myself. I can escape myselfness neither by taking a point of view on myself, for thus I do not succeed in realizing myself as being, nor by apprehending myself in the form of the there is. Here the recovery fails because the recoverer is to himself the recovered. In the case of being for others, on the contrary, the ssiparity is pushed further, the reflection reflecting, reflected is radically distinct from the reflection reflecting, reflecting and thereby can be an object for it. But this time the recovery fails because the recovered is not the one recovering. Thus the totality which is not what it is but which is what it is not, would as the result of a radical attempt at wrenching away from self everywhere produce its being as an elsewhere. The scattering of being in itself of a shattered totality, always elsewhere, always at a distance, never in itself, but always maintained in being by the perpetual explosion of this totality, such would be the being of others and of myself as other. But on the other hand, simultaneously with my negation of myself, the other denies concerning himself that he is me. These two negations are equally indispensable to being for others, and they cannot be reunited by any synthesis. This is not because an external nothingness would have separated them at the start, but rather because the in itself would recapture each one in relation to the other by the mere fact that each one is not the other without having to not be the other. There is here a kind of limit of the for itself which stems from the for itself itself, but which qua limit is independent of the for itself. We rediscover something like facticity, and we cannot conceive how the totality of which we were speaking earlier would have been able at the very heart of the most radical wrenching away to produce in its being a nothingness which it in no way has to be. In fact, it seems that this nothingness has slipped into this totality in order to shatter it, just as in the atomism of Leucippus non-being slips into the Parmenidean totality of being and makes it explode into atoms. Therefore it represents the negation of any synthetic totality in terms of which one might claim to understand the plurality of consciousnesses. Of course it is inapprehensible, since it is produced neither by the other nor by myself, nor by any intermediary, for we have established that consciousnesses experience one another without intermediary. Of course, where we directed our sight, we encountered as the object of our description only a pure and simple internal negation. Yet it is there in the irreducible fact that there is a duality of negations. It is not, to be sure, the foundation of the multiplicity of consciousnesses, for if it existed before this multiplicity, it would make all being for others impossible. On the contrary, we must conceive of it as the expression of this multiplicity. It appears with this multiplicity. But since there is nothing which can found it, neither a particular consciousness nor a totality exploding into consciousnesses, it appears as a pure, irreducible contingency. It is the fact that my denial that I am the other is not sufficient to make the other exist, but that the other must simultaneously with my own negation deny that he is me. This is the facticity of being for others. Thus we arrive at this contradictory conclusion: being for others can be only if it is made to be by a totality which is lost, so that being for others may arise, a position which would lead us to postulate the existence and directing power of the mind. But on the other hand, this being for others can exist only if it involves an inapprehensible and external non-being which no totality, not even the mind, can produce or found. In one sense, the existence of a plurality of consciousnesses cannot be a primary fact, and it refers us to an original fact of a wrenching away from self, a fact of the mind. Thus the question, why is there a plurality of consciousnesses, could receive an answer. But in another sense, the facticity of this plurality seems to be irreducible, and if the mind is considered from the standpoint of the fact of the plurality, it vanishes. Then the metaphysical question no longer has meaning. We have encountered a fundamental contingency, and we can answer only by "so it is." Thus the original ecstasis is deepened. It appears that we cannot make it a part of nothingness. The for itself has appeared to us as a being which exists in so far as it is not what it is and is what it is not. The ecstatic totality of the mind is not simply a totality detotalized. It appears to us as a shattered being concerning which we can neither say that it exists or that it does not exist. Thus our description has enabled us to satisfy the preliminary conditions which we have posited for any theory about the existence of the other. The multiplicity of consciousnesses appears to us as a synthesis and not as a collection, but it is a synthesis whose totality is inconceivable. Is this to say that the antinomic character of the totality is itself an irreducible? Or from a higher point of view, can we make it disappear? Ought we to posit that the mind is the being which is and is not, just as we posited that the for itself is what it is not and is not what it is? The question has no meaning. It is supposing that it is possible for us to take a point of view on the totality, that is, to consider it from outside. But this is impossible precisely because I exist as myself on the foundation of this totality and to the extent that I am engaged in it. No consciousness, not even God's, can see the underside, that is, apprehend the totality as such. For if God is consciousness, he is integrated in the totality. And if by his nature, he is a being beyond consciousness, that is, an in itself which would be its own foundation, still the totality can appear to him only as object. In that case he lacks the totality's internal disintegration as the subjective effort to reapprehend the self, or as subject. Then since God is not this subject, he can only experience it without knowing it. Thus no point of view on the totality is conceivable, the totality has no outside, and the very question of the meaning of the underside is stripped of meaning. We cannot go further. Here we have arrived at the end of this exposition. We have learned that the other's existence was experienced with evidence in and through the fact of my objectivity. We have seen also that my reaction to my own alienation for the other was expressed in my grasping the other as an object. In short, the other can exist for us in two forms. If I experience him with evidence, I fail to know him; if I know him, if I act upon him, I only reach his being as object and his probable existence in the midst of the world. No synthesis of these two forms is possible. But we cannot stop here. This object which the other is for me and this object which I am for him are manifested each as a body. What then is my body? What is the body of the other? Chapter 2. The body. The problem of the body and its relations with consciousness is often obscured by the fact that while the body is from the start posited as a certain thing having its own laws and capable of being defined from outside, consciousness is then reached by the type of inner intuition which is peculiar to it. Actually, if after grasping my consciousness in its absolute interiority and by a series of reflective acts, I then seek to unite it with a certain living object composed of a nervous system, a brain, glands, digestive, respiratory, and circulatory organs whose very matter is capable of being analyzed chemically into atoms of hydrogen, carbon, nitrogen, phosphorus, etc., then I am going to encounter insurmountable difficulties. But these difficulties all stem from the fact that I try to unite my consciousness not with my body but with the body of others. In fact, the body which I have just described is not my body such as it is for me. I have never seen and never shall see my brain nor my endocrine glands. But because I who am a man have seen the cadavers of men dissected, because I have read articles on physiology, I conclude that my body is constituted exactly like all those which have been shown to me on the dissection table or of which I have seen colored drawings in books. Of course the physicians who have taken care of me, the surgeons who have operated on me, have been able to have direct experience with the body which I myself do not know. I do not disagree with them, I do not claim that I lack a brain, a heart, or a stomach. But it is most important to choose the order of our bits of knowledge. So far as the physicians have had any experience with my body, it was with my body in the midst of the world and as it is for others. My body as it is for me does not appear to me in the midst of the world. Of course, during a radioscopy I was able to see the picture of my vertebrae on a screen, but I was outside in the midst of the world. I was apprehending a wholly constituted object as a this among other this, and it was only by a reasoning process that I referred it back to being mine. It was much more my property than my being. It is true that I see and touch my legs and my hands. Moreover, nothing prevents me from imagining an arrangement of the sense organs such that a living being could see one of his eyes while the eye which was seen was directing its glance upon the world. But it is to be noted that in this case again I am the other in relation to my eye. I apprehend it as a sense organ constituted in the world in a particular way, but I cannot see the seeing, that is, I cannot apprehend it in the process of revealing an aspect of the world to me. Either it is a thing among other things, or else it is that by which things are revealed to me. But it cannot be both at the same time. Similarly, I see my hand touching objects, but do not know it in its act of touching them. This is the fundamental reason why that famous sensation of effort of Maine de Byron does not really exist. For my hand reveals to me the resistance of objects, their hardness or softness, but not itself. Thus I see my hand only in the way that I see this inkwell. I unfold a distance between it and me, and this distance comes to integrate itself in the distances which I establish among all the objects of the world. When a doctor takes my wounded leg and looks at it while I, half raised up on my bed, watch him do it, there is no essential difference between the visual perception which I have of the doctor's body and that which I have of my own leg. Better yet, they are distinguished only as different structures of a single global perception. There is no essential difference between the doctor's perception of my leg and my own present perception of it. Of course, when I touch my leg with my finger, I realize that my leg is touched. But this phenomenon of double sensation is not essential. Cold, a shot of morphine, can make it disappear. This shows that we are dealing with two essentially different orders of reality. To touch and to be touched, to feel that one is touching and to feel that one is touched, these are two species of phenomena which it is useless to try to reunite by the term double sensation. In fact, they are radically distinct, and they exist on two incommunicable levels. Moreover, when I touch my leg or when I see it, I surpass it toward my own possibilities. It is, for example, in order to pull on my trousers or to change a dressing on my wound. Of course, I can at the same time arrange my leg in such a way that I can more conveniently work on it. But this does not change the fact that I transcend it toward the pure possibility of curing myself, and that consequently I am present to it without its being me and without my being it. What I cause to exist here is the thing leg. It is not the leg as the possibility which I am of walking, running, or of playing football. Thus, to the extent that my body indicates my possibilities in the world, seeing my body or touching it is to transform these possibilities of mine into dead possibilities. This metamorphosis must necessarily involve a complete thisness with regard to the body as a living possibility of running, of dancing, etc. Of course, the discovery of my body as an object is indeed a revelation of its being. But the being which is thus revealed to me is its being for others. That this confusion may lead to absurdities can be clearly seen in connection with the famous problem of inverted vision. We know the question posed by the physiologists: how can we set upright the objects which are painted upside down on our retina? We know as well the answer of the philosophers: there is no problem. An object is upright or inverted in relation to the rest of the universe. To perceive the whole universe inverted means nothing, for it would have to be inverted in relation to something. But what particularly interests us is the origin of this false problem. It is the fact that people have wanted to link my consciousness of objects to the body of the other. Here are the candle, the crystalline lens, the inverted image on the screen of the retina. But to be exact, the retina enters here into a physical system. It is a screen and only that. The crystalline lens is a lens and only a lens. Both are homogeneous in their being with the candle which completes the system. Therefore we have deliberately chosen the physical point of view, i.e., the point of view of the outside, of exteriority, in order to study the problem of vision. We have considered a dead eye in the midst of the visible world in order to account for the visibility of this world. Consequently, how can we be surprised later when consciousness, which is absolute interiority, refuses to allow itself to be bound to this object? The relations which I establish between the other's body and the external object are really existing relations, but they have for their being the being of the for others. They suppose a center of intramundane flow in which knowledge is a magic property of space, action at a distance. From the start they are placed in the perspective of the other as object. If then we wish to reflect on the nature of the body, it is necessary to establish an order of our reflections which conforms to the order of being. We cannot continue to confuse the ontological levels, and we must in succession examine the body first as being for itself and then as being for others. And in order to avoid such absurdities as inverted vision, we must keep constantly in mind the idea that since these two aspects of the body are on different and incommunicable levels of being, They cannot be reduced to one another. Being for itself must be wholly body and it must be wholly consciousness, it cannot be united with the body. Similarly, being for others is wholly body, there are no psychic phenomena there to be united with the body. There is nothing behind the body. But the body is wholly psychic. We must now proceed to study these two modes of being which we find for the body. The body as being for itself facticity. It appears at first glance that the preceding observations are opposed to the givens of the Cartesian cogito. The soul is easier to know than the body, said Descartes. Thereby he intended to make a radical distinction between the facts of thought, which are accessible to reflection, and the facts of the body, the knowledge of which must be guaranteed by divine providence. It appears at first that reflection reveals to us only pure facts of consciousness. Of course, on this level we encounter phenomena which appear to include within themselves some connection with the body, physical pain, the uncomfortable, pleasure, etc. But these phenomena are no less pure facts of consciousness. There is a tendency therefore to make signs out of them, affections of consciousness occasioned by the body, without realizing that one has thereby irremediably driven the body out of consciousness and that no bond will ever be able to reunite this body, which is already a body for others, with the consciousness which, it is claimed, makes the body manifest. Furthermore, we ought not to take this as our point of departure but rather our primary relation to the in itself, our being in the world. We know that there is not a for itself on the one hand and a world on the other as two closed entities for which we must subsequently seek some explanation as to how they communicate. The for itself is a relation to the world. The for itself, by denying that it is being, makes there be a world, and by surpassing this negation toward its own possibilities it reveals the this as instrumental things. But when we say that the for itself is in the world, that consciousness is consciousness of the world, we must be careful to remember that the world exists confronting consciousness as an indefinite multiplicity of reciprocal relations which consciousness surveys without perspective and contemplates without a point of view. For me this glass is to the left of the decanter and a little behind it, for Pierre, it is to the right and a little in front. It is not even conceivable that a consciousness could survey the world in such a way that the glass should be simultaneously given to it at the right and at the left of the decanter, in front of it and behind it. This is by no means the consequence of a strict application of the principle of identity but because this fusion of right and left, of before and behind, would result in the total disappearance of this at the heart of a primitive indistinction. Similarly, if the table leg hides the designs in the rug from my sight, this is not the result of some finitude and some imperfection in my visual organs, but it is because a rug which would not be hidden by the table, a rug which would not be either under it or above it or to one side of it, would not have any relation of any kind with the table and would no longer belong to the world in which there is the table. The in itself which is made manifest in the form of the this would return to its indifferent self-identity. Even space as a purely external relation would disappear. The constitution of space as a multiplicity of reciprocal relations can be effected only from the abstract point of view of science, it cannot be lived, it cannot even be represented. The triangle which I trace on the blackboard so as to help me in abstract reasoning is necessarily to the right of the circle tangent to one of its sides, necessarily to the extent that it is on the blackboard. And my effort is to surpass the concrete characteristics of the figure traced in chalk by not including its relation to me in my calculations any more than the thickness of the lines or the imperfection of the drawing. Thus, by the mere fact that there is a world, this world cannot exist without a univocal orientation in relation to me. Idealism has rightly insisted on the fact that relation makes the world. But since idealism took its position on the ground of Newtonian science, it conceived this relation as a relation of reciprocity. Thus it attained only abstract concepts of pure exteriority, of action and reaction, etc., and due to this very fact it missed the world and succeeded only in making explicit the limiting concept of absolute objectivity. This concept in short amounted to that of a desert world or of a world without men, that is, to a contradiction, since it is through human reality that there is a world. Thus the concept of objectivity, which aimed at replacing the innate self of dogmatic truth by a pure relation of reciprocal agreement between representations, is self-destructive if pushed to the limit. Moreover, the progress of science has led to rejecting this notion of absolute objectivity. What Breuil is led to call experience is a system of univocal relations from which the observer is not excluded. If microphysics can reintegrate the observer into the heart of the scientific system, this is not by virtue of pure subjectivity. This notion would have no more meaning than that of pure objectivity, but as an original relation to the world, as a place, as that toward which all envisaged relations are oriented. Thus, for example, Heisenberg's principle of indeterminacy cannot be considered either as an invalidation or a validation of the determinist postulate. Instead of being a pure connection between things, it includes within itself the original relation of man to things and his place in the world. This is sufficiently demonstrated, for example, by the fact that we cannot make the dimensions of bodies in motion increase in proportionate quantities without changing their relative speed. If I examine the movement of one body toward another first with the naked eye and then with the microscope, it will appear to me 100 times faster in the second case, for although the body in motion approaches no closer to the body toward which it is moving, it has in the same time traversed a space 100 times as large. Thus the notion of speed no longer means anything unless it is speed in relation to given dimensions of a body in motion. But it is we ourselves who decide these dimensions by our very upsurge into the world, and it is very necessary that we decide them, for otherwise they would not be at all. Thus they are relative not to the knowledge which we get of them but to our primary engagement at the heart of the world. This fact is expressed perfectly by the theory of relativity. An observer placed at the heart of a system cannot determine by any experiment whether the system is at rest or in motion. But this relativity is not a relativism, it has nothing to do with knowledge. Better yet, it implies the dogmatic postulate according to which knowledge releases to us what is. The relativity of modern science aims at being. Man and the world are relative beings, and the principle of their being is the relation. It follows that the first relation proceeds from human reality to the world. To come into existence, for me, is to unfold my distances from things and thereby to cause things to be there. But consequently things are precisely things which exist at a distance from me. Thus the world refers to me that univocal relation which is my being and by which I cause it to be revealed. The point of view of pure knowledge is contradictory, there is only the point of view of engaged knowledge. This amounts to saying that knowledge and action are only two abstract aspects of an original, concrete relation. The real space of the world is the space which Lewin calls ontological. A pure knowledge in fact would be a knowledge without a point of view, therefore a knowledge of the world but on principle located outside the world. But this makes no sense. The knowing being would be only knowledge since he would be defined by his object and since his object would disappear in the total indistinction of reciprocal relations. Thus knowledge can be only an engaged upsurge in a determined point of view which one is. For human reality, to be is to be there, that is, there in that chair, there at that table, there at the top of that mountain, with these dimensions, this orientation, etc. It is an ontological necessity. This point must be well understood. For this necessity appears between two contingencies. On the one hand, while it is necessary that I be in the form of being there, still it is altogether contingent that I be, for I am not the foundation of my being. On the other hand, while it is necessary that I be engaged in this or that point of view, it is contingent that it should be precisely in this view to the exclusion of all others. This twofold contingency which embraces a necessity we have called the facticity of the for itself. We have described it in Part 2. We showed there that the annihilated in itself, engulfed in the absolute event which is the appearance of the foundation or the upsurge of the for itself, remains at the heart of the for itself as its original contingency. Thus the for itself is supported by a perpetual contingency for which it becomes responsible and which it assimilates without ever being able to suppress it. Nowhere can the for itself find this contingency anywhere within itself, nor can the for itself anywhere apprehend and know it, not even by the reflective cogito. The for itself forever surpasses this contingency toward its own possibilities, and it encounters in itself only the nothingness which it has to be. Yet facticity does not cease to haunt the for itself, and it is facticity which causes me to apprehend myself simultaneously as totally responsible for my being and as totally unjustifiable. But the world refers to me the image of this unjustifiability in the form of the synthetic unity of its univocal relations to me. It is absolutely necessary that the world appear to me in order. And in this sense this order is me, it is that image of me which we described in the last chapter of Part 2. But it is wholly contingent that it should be this order. Thus it appears as the necessary and totally unjustifiable arrangement of the totality of being. This absolutely necessary and totally unjustifiable order of the things of the world, this order which is myself in so far as I am neither the foundation of my being nor the foundation of a particular being, this order is the body as it is on the level of the for itself. In this sense we could define the body as the contingent form which is assumed by the necessity of my contingency. The body is nothing other than the for itself, it is not an in itself in the for itself, for in that case it would solidify everything. But it is the fact that the for itself is not its own foundation, and this fact is expressed by the necessity of existing as an engaged, contingent being among other contingent beings. As such the body is not distinct from the situation of the for itself, since for the for itself, to exist and to be situated are one and the same. On the other hand, the body is identified with the whole world inasmuch as the world is the total situation of the for itself and the measure of its existence. But a situation is not a pure contingent given. Quite the contrary, it is revealed only to the extent that the for itself surpasses it toward itself. Consequently the body for itself is never a given which I can know. It is there everywhere as the surpassed, it exists only in so far as I escape it by annihilating myself. The body is what I annihilate. It is the in itself which is surpassed by the annihilating for itself and which reapprehends the for itself in this very surpassing. It is the fact that I am my own motivation without being my own foundation, the fact that I am nothing without having to be what I am, and yet in so far as I have to be what I am without having to be. In one sense therefore the body is a necessary characteristic of the for itself. It is not true that the body is the product of an arbitrary decision on the part of a demiurge, nor that the union of soul and body is the contingent bringing together of two substances radically distinct. On the contrary, the very nature of the for itself demands that it be body, that is, that its annihilating escape from being should be made in the form of an engagement in the world. Yet in another sense the body manifests my contingency, we can even say that it is only this contingency. The Cartesian rationalists were right in being struck with this characteristic, in fact it represents the individualization of my engagement in the world. And Plato was not wrong either in taking the body as that which individualizes the soul. Yet it would be in vain to suppose that the soul can detach itself from this individualization by separating itself from the body at death or by pure thought, for the soul is the body inasmuch as the for itself is its own individualization. We shall understand the bearing of these remarks better if we try to apply them to the problem of sense knowledge. The problem of sense knowledge is raised on the occasion of the appearance in the midst of the world of certain objects which we call the senses. First we established that the other had eyes, later as physiologists dissected cadavers, they learned the structure of these objects, they distinguished the cornea from the crystalline lens and the lens from the retina. They established that the object, crystalline lens, was classed in a family of particular objects lenses, and that they could apply to the object of their study those laws of geometric optics which concern lenses. More precise dissections effected progressively as surgical instruments were perfected, have taught us that a bundle of nerves leave the retina and end up in the brain. With the microscope we have examined the nerves of cadavers and have determined exactly their trajectory, their point of departure, and their point of arrival. The totality of these pieces of knowledge concerned therefore a certain spatial object called the eye, they implied the existence of space and of the world. In addition they implied that we could see this eye, and touch it, that is, we are ourselves provided with a sensible point of view on things. Finally, between our knowledge of the eye and the eye itself are interposed all our technical knowledge, the art of making our scalpels, our lancets, and our scientific skills, example geometric optics, which enables us to construct and use microscopes. In short, between me and the eye which I dissect there is interposed the whole world such as I make it appear by my very upsurge. Later a more thorough examination has enabled us to establish the existence of various nerve endings on the surface of our body. We have even succeeded in acting separately on certain of these endings and performing experiments on living subjects. We then found ourselves in the presence of two objects in the world, on the one hand the stimulant, on the other hand, the sensitive cell or the free nerve ending which we stimulated. The stimulant was a physical chemical object, an electric current, a mechanical or chemical agent whose properties we knew with precision and which we could vary in intensity or in duration in a definite way. Therefore we were dealing with two mundane objects, and their intramundane relation could be established by our own senses or by means of instruments. The knowledge of this relation once again supposed a whole system of scientific and technical skills, in short, the existence of a world and our original upsurge into the world. Our empirical information enabled us, furthermore, to conceive a relation between the inside of the other as object and the ensemble of these objective establishments. We learned in fact that by acting on certain senses we provoked a modification in the other's consciousness. We learned this through language, that is, through the meaningful and objective reactions of the other. A physical object, the stimulant, a physiological object, sense, a psychic object, the other, objective manifestations of meaning, language, such are the terms of the objective relation which we wished to establish. But not one of them could enable us to get out of the world of objects. On occasion I have served as subject for the research work of physiologists or psychologists. If I volunteered for some experiment of this kind, I found myself suddenly in a laboratory where I perceived a more or less illuminated screen, or else felt tiny electric shocks, or I was brushed by an object which I could not exactly determine but whose global presence I grasped as in the midst of the world and over against me. Not for an instant was I isolated from the world. All these events happened for me in a laboratory in the middle of Paris, in the south building of the Sorbonne. I remained in the other's presence, and the very meaning of the experiment demanded that I could communicate with him through language. From time to time the experimenter asked me if the screen appeared to me more or less illuminated, if the pressure exerted on my hand seemed to me stronger or weaker, and I replied, that is, I gave objective information concerning things which appeared in the midst of my world. Sometimes an inept experimenter asked me if my sensation of light was stronger or weaker, more or less intense. Since I was in the midst of objects and in the process of observing these objects, his phrase would have had no meaning for me if I had not long since learned to use the expression sensation of light for objective light as it appeared to me in the world at a given instant. I replied therefore that the sensation of light was, for example, less intense, but I meant by this that the screen was in my opinion less illuminated. Since I actually apprehended the screen as less illuminated, the phrase in my opinion corresponded to nothing real except to an attempt not to confuse the objectivity of the world for me with a stricter objectivity, which is the result of experimental measures and of the agreement of minds with each other. What I could know in each case was a certain object which the experimenter observed during this time and which was my visual organ or certain tactile endings. Therefore the result obtained at the end of the experiment could be only the relating of two series of objects, those which were revealed to me during the experiment and those which were revealed during the same period to the experimenter. The illumination of the screen belonged to my world, my eyes as objective organs belonged to the world of the experimenter. The connection of these two series was held to be like a bridge between two worlds. Under no circumstances could it be a table of correlation between the subjective and the objective. Why indeed should we use the term subjectivity for the ensemble of luminous or heavy or odorous objects such as they appeared to me in this laboratory at Paris on a day in February, etc. And if despite all we are to consider this ensemble as subjective, then why should we recognize objectivity in the system of objects which were revealed simultaneously to the experimenter, in this laboratory, this same day in February? We do not have two weights or two measures here. We do not encounter anywhere anything which is given as purely felt, as experienced for me without objectivation. Here as always I am conscious of the world, and on the ground of the world I am conscious of certain transcendent objects. As always I surpass what is revealed to me toward the possibility which I have to be, for example, toward that of replying correctly to the experimenter and of enabling the experiment to succeed. Of course these comparisons can give certain objective results. For example, I can establish that the warm water appears cold to me when I put my hand in it after having first plunged my hand in hot water. But this establishment, which we pompously call the law of relativity of sensations, has nothing to do with sensations. Actually we are dealing with the quality of the object which is revealed to me. The warm water is cold when I submerge my heated hand in it. A comparison of the subjective quality of the water to equally objective information which the thermometer gives me simply reveals to me a contradiction. This contradiction motivates on my part a free choice of true objectivity. I shall give the name subjectivity to the objectivity which I have not chosen. As for the reasons for the relativity of sensations, a further examination will reveal them to me in certain objective, synthetic structures which I shall call forms, Gestalt. The Müller-Lier's illusion, the relativity of the senses, etc., are so many names given to objective laws concerning the structures of these forms. These laws teach us nothing about appearances, but they concern synthetic structures. I intervene here only to the extent that my upsurge into the world gives birth to this putting into relation of objects with each other. As such they are revealed as forms. Scientific objectivity consists in considering the structures separately by isolating them from the whole, hence they appear with other characteristics. But in no case do we get out of an existing world. In the same way we might show that what is called the threshold of sensation or the specificity of the senses is referred back to pure determinations of objects as such. Yet some have claimed that this objective relation of the stimulant to the sense organ is itself surpassed toward a relation of the objective, stimulant sense organ, to the subjective, pure sensation, and that this subjective is defined by the action exercised on us by the stimulant through the intermediary of the sense organ. The sense organ appears to us to be affected by the stimulant. The protoplasmic and physical chemical modifications which appear in the sense organ are not actually produced by that organ, they come to it from the outside. At least we assert this in order to remain faithful to the principle of inertia which constitutes all nature as exteriority. Therefore when we establish a correlation between the objective system, stimulant sensory organ, which we presently perceive, and the subjective system which for us is the ensemble of the internal properties of the other object, then we are compelled to admit that the new modality which has just appeared in this subjectivity in connection with the stimulation of the sense is also produced by something other than itself. If it were produced spontaneously, in fact, it would immediately be cut off from all connection with the organ stimulated, or if you prefer, the relation which could be established between them would be anything whatsoever. Therefore we shall conceive of an objective unity corresponding to even the tiniest and shortest of perceptible stimulations, and we shall call it sensation. We shall endow this unity with inertia, that is, it will be pure exteriority since, conceived in terms of the this, it will participate in the exteriority of the in itself. This exteriority which is projected into the heart of the sensation touches it almost in its very existence. Its reason for being and the occasion of its existence are outside of it. It is therefore an exteriority to itself. At the same time its raison d'être does not reside in any internal fact of the same nature as it but in a real object, the stimulant, and in the change which affects another real object, the sense organ. Nevertheless, as it remains inconceivable that a certain being existing on a certain level of being and incapable of being supported in being by itself alone can be determined to exist by an existence standing on a plane of being which is radically distinct, I must, in order to support the sensation and in order to furnish it with being, conceive of an environment which is homogeneous with it and constituted likewise in exteriority. This environment I call mind or sometimes even consciousness. But I conceive of this consciousness as an other's consciousness, that is, as an object. Nonetheless, as the relations which I wish to establish between the sense organ and the sensation must be universal, I posit that the consciousness thus conceived must be also my consciousness, not for the other but in itself. Thus I have determined a sort of internal space in which certain figures called sensations are formed on the occasion of external stimulations. Since this space is pure passivity, I declare that it suffers its sensations. But I do not thereby mean only that it is the internal environment which serves as matrix for them. I am inspired at present with a biological vision of the world which I borrow for my objective conception of the sensory organ considered, and I claim that this internal space lives its sensation. Thus life is a magical connection which I establish between a passive environment and a passive mode of this environment. The mind does not produce its own sensations and hence they remain exterior to it, but on the other hand, it appropriates them to itself by living them. The unity of the lived and the living is no longer indeed a spatial juxtaposition nor a relation of content to container, it is a magical inherence. The mind is its own sensations while remaining distinct from them. Thus sensation becomes a particular type of object inert, passive, and simply lived. Behold us now obliged to bestow on it absolute subjectivity. But the word subjectivity must be correctly understood. It does not mean here the belonging to a subject, that is, to a selfness which spontaneously motivates itself. The subjectivity of the psychologist is of an entirely different sort, on the contrary, it manifests inertia and the absence of all transcendence. That is subjective which cannot get out of itself. And precisely to the extent that sensation, since it is pure exteriority, can be only an impression in the mind, precisely to the extent that it is only itself, only this figure which is formed by an eddy in psychic space, it is not transcendence, it is purely and simply that which is suffered, the simple determination of our receptivity. It is subjectivity because it is neither presentative nor representative. The subjective quality of the other as object is purely and simply a closed box. Sensation is inside the box. Such is the notion of sensation. We can see its absurdity. First of all, it is pure fiction. It does not correspond to anything which I experience in myself or with regard to the other. We have apprehended only the objective universe, all our personal determinations suppose the world and arise as relations to the world. Sensation supposes that man is already in the world since he is provided with sense organs, and it appears in him as the pure cessation of his relations with the world. At the same time this pure subjectivity is given as the necessary basis on which all these transcendent relations which its appearance has just caused to disappear will have to be reconstructed. Thus we meet with these three moments of thought. 1. In order to establish sensation we must proceed on the basis of a certain realism, thus we take as valid our perception of the other's senses, and inductive instruments. 2. But on the level of sensation all this realism disappears. Sensation, a modification which one suffers, gives us information only about ourselves, it belongs with the lived. 3. Nevertheless it is sensation which I give as the basis of my knowledge of the external world. This basis could not be the foundation of a real contact with things, it does not allow us to conceive of an intentional structure of the mind. We are to use the term objectivity not for an immediate connection with being but for certain combinations of sensations which will present more permanence or more regularity or which will accord better with the ensemble of our representations. In particular it is thus that we shall have to define our perception of the other's sense organs, and inductive instruments. We are dealing with subjective formations of a particular coherence, that is all. On this level there can be no question of explaining my sensation by the sense organ as I perceive it in the other or in myself, quite the contrary, it is the sense organ which I explain as a certain association of my sensations. We can see the inevitable circle. My perception of the other's senses serves me as a foundation for an explanation of sensations and in particular of my sensations, but reciprocally my sensations thus conceived constitute the only reality of my perception of the other's senses. In this circle the same object, the other's sense organ, maintains neither the same nature nor the same truth throughout each of its appearances. It is at first reality, and then because it is reality it founds a doctrine which contradicts it. In appearance the structure of the classical theory of sensation is exactly that of the cynic argument of the liar, in that it is precisely because the cretin tells the truth that he is found to be lying. But in addition, as we have just seen, a sensation is pure subjectivity. How are we supposed to construct an object out of subjectivity? No synthetic grouping can confer an objective quality on what is on principle of the nature of what is lived. If there is to be perception of objects in the world, it is necessary that from the time of our very upsurge we should be in the presence of the world and of objects. Sensation, a hybrid notion between the subjective and the objective, conceived from the standpoint of the object and applied subsequently to the subject, a bastard existence concerning which we cannot say whether it exists in fact or in theory. Sensation is a pure daydream of the psychologist. It must be deliberately rejected by any serious theory concerning the relations between consciousness and the world. But if sensation is only a word, what becomes of the senses? No doubt one will recognize that we never in ourselves encounter that phantom and strictly subjective impression which is sensation. One will admit that I apprehend only the green of this notebook, of this foliage, and never the sensation of green, nor even the quasi-green which Husserl posits as the hyaltic material which the intention animates into green as object. One will declare that he is easily convinced of the fact that on the supposition that the phenomenological reduction is possible which remains to be proved, it will put us face to face with objects put within brackets as the pure correlates of positional acts but not of impressional residues. Nonetheless, it is still true that the senses remain. I see the green, touch this cold, polished marble. An accident can deprive me of a whole sense, I can lose my sight, become deaf, etc. What then is a sense which does not give us sensation? The answer is easy. Let us establish first that senses are everywhere and yet everywhere inapprehensible. This inkwell on the table is given to me immediately in the form of a thing, and yet it is given to me by sight. This means that its presence is a visible presence and that I am conscious that it is present to me as visible, that is, I am conscious of seeing it. But at the same time that sight is knowledge of the inkwell, sight slips away from all knowledge, there is no knowledge of sight. Even reflection will not give us this knowledge. My reflective consciousness will give to me indeed a knowledge of my reflected unconsciousness of the inkwell, but not that of a sensory activity. It is in this sense that we must take the famous statement of Auguste Comte, the eye cannot see itself. It would be admissible, indeed, that another organic structure, a contingent arrangement of our visual apparatus, would enable a third eye to see our two eyes while they were seeing. Can I not see and touch my hand while it is touching? But then I shall be assuming the point of view of the other with regard to my senses. I should be seeing eyes as objects, I cannot see the eye seeing, I cannot touch my hand as it is touching. Thus any sense in so far as it is for me is an inapprehensible, it is not the infinite collection of my sensations, since I never encounter anything but objects in the world. On the other hand, if I assume a reflective point of view on my consciousness, I shall encounter my consciousness of this or that thing in the world, not my visual or tactile sense. Finally, if I can see or touch my sense organs, I have the revelation of pure objects in the world, not of a revealing or constructive activity. Nevertheless, the senses are there. There is sight, touch, hearing. On the other hand, if I consider the system of seen objects which appear to me, I establish that they are not presented to me in just any order, they are oriented. Therefore, since a sense cannot be defined either by an apprehensible act or by a succession of lived states, it remains for us to attempt to define it by its objects. If sight is not the sum of visual sensations, can it not be the system of seen objects? In this case it is necessary to return to that idea of orientation which we indicated earlier and to attempt to grasp its significance. In the first place, let us note that orientation is a constitutive structure of the thing. The object appears on the ground of the world and manifests itself in a relation of exteriority with other this which have just appeared. Thus its revelation implies the complementary constitution of an undifferentiated ground which is the total perceptive field or the world. The formal structure of this relation of the figure to the ground is therefore necessary. In a word, the existence of a visual or tactile or auditory field is a necessity. Silence, for example, is the resonant field of undifferentiated noises in which the particular sound on which we focused is swallowed up. But the material connection of a particular this to the ground is both chosen and given. It is chosen in so far as the upsurge of the for itself is an explicit and internal negation of a particular this on the ground of the world. I look at the cup or the inkwell. It is given in the sense that my choice operates in terms of an original distribution of the this which manifests the very facticity of my upsurge. It is necessary that the book appear to me on the right or on the left side of the table. But it is contingent that the book appears to me specifically on the left, and finally I am free to look at the book on the table or at the table supporting the book. It is this contingency between the necessity and the freedom of my choice that we call sense. It means that an object must always appear to me all at once. It is the cube, the inkwell, the cup which I see, but that this appearance always takes place in a particular perspective which expresses its relations to the ground of the world and to other this. It is always the note of the violin which I hear. But it is necessary that I hear it through a door or by the open window or in a concert hall. Otherwise the object would no longer be in the midst of the world and would no longer be manifested to an existent rising up in the world. On the other hand, while it is very true that all the this cannot appear at once on the ground of the world and that the appearance of certain among them results in the fusion of certain others with the ground, while it is true that each this can manifest itself only in one way at a time, although there exists for it an infinity of ways of appearing, still these rules of appearance should not be considered as subjective and psychological. They are strictly objective and derive from the nature of things. If the inkwell hides a portion of the table from me, this does not stem from the nature of my senses but from the nature of the inkwell and of light. If the object gets smaller when moving away, we must not explain this by some kind of illusion in the observer but by the strictly external laws of perspective. Thus by these objective laws a strictly objective center of reference is defined. For example, in a perspective scheme the eye is the point toward which all the objective lines converge. Thus the perceptive field refers to a center objectively defined by that reference and located in the very field which is oriented around it. Only we do not see the center as the structure of the perceptive field considered, we are the center. Thus the order of the objects in the world perpetually refers to us the image of an object which on principle cannot be an object for us since it is what we have to be. The structure of the world demands that we cannot see without being visible. The intramundane references can be made only to objects in the world, and the seen world perpetually defines a visible object to which its perspectives and its arrangements refer. This object appears in the midst of the world and at the same time as the world. It is always given as an addition to some grouping of objects since it is defined by the orientation of these objects. Without it there would be no orientation since all orientations would be equivalent. It is the contingent upsurge of one orientation among the infinite possibilities of orienting the world. It is this orientation raised to the absolute. But on this level this object exists for us only in the capacity of an abstract indication. It is what everything indicates to me and what on principle I cannot apprehend since it is what I am. In fact, what I am cannot on principle be an object for me inasmuch as I am it. The object which the things of the world indicate and which they include in their radius is for itself and on principle a non-object. But the upsurge of my being, by unfolding distances in terms of a center, by the very act of this unfolding determines an object which is itself in so far as it causes itself to be indicated by the world, and I could have no intuition of it as object because I am it, I who am presence to myself as the being which is its own nothingness. Thus my being in the world, by the sole fact that it realizes a world, causes itself to be indicated to itself as a being in the midst of the world by the world which it realizes. The case could not be otherwise, for my being has no other way of entering into contact with the world except to be in the world. It would be impossible for me to realize a world in which I was not and which would be for me a pure object of a surveying contemplation. But on the contrary, it is necessary that I lose myself in the world in order for the world to exist and for me to be able to transcend it. Thus to say that I have entered into the world, come to the world, or that there is a world, or that I have a body is one and the same thing. In this sense my body is everywhere in the world, it is over there in the fact that the lamp-post hides the bush which grows along the path, as well in the fact that the roof up there is above the windows of the 6th floor, or in the fact that a passing car swerves from right to left behind the truck, or that the woman who is crossing the street appears smaller than the man who is sitting on the sidewalk in front of the cafe. My body is coextensive with the world, spread across all things, and at the same time it is condensed into this single point which all things indicate and which I am without being able to know it. This explanation should allow us to understand the meaning of the senses. A sense is not given before sensible objects. For is it not capable indeed of appearing as an object to the other? Neither is it given after sensible objects, for in that case it would be necessary to suppose a world of incommunicable images, simple copies of reality, the mechanism of whose appearance was inconceivable. The senses are contemporaneous with objects, they are things in person as they are revealed to us in perspective. They represent simply an objective rule of this revelation. Thus sight does not produce visual sensations, neither is it affected by light rays. It is the collection of all visible objects in so far as their objective and reciprocal relations all refer to certain chosen sizes submitted to all at once as measures, and to a certain center of perspective. From this point of view the senses must in no way be identified with subjectivity. In fact, all variations which can be registered in a perceptive field are objective variations. In particular, the fact that one can cut off vision by closing the eyelids is an external fact which does not refer to the subjectivity of the apperception. The eyelid, in fact, is merely one object perceived among other objects, an object which hides other objects from me as the result of its objective relation with them. No longer to see the objects in my room because I have closed my eyes is to see the curtain of my eyelids. In the same way, if I put my gloves on the tablecloth, then no longer to see a particular design in the cloth is precisely to see the gloves. Similarly, the accidents which affect a sense belong to the province of objects. I see yellow because I have jaundice or because I am wearing yellow glasses. In each case the reason for the phenomenon is not found in a subjective modification of the sense nor even in an organic change but in an objective relation between objects in the world. In each case I see through something, and the truth of my vision is objective. Finally, if in one way or another the center of visual reference is destroyed, since destruction can come only from the development of the world according to its own laws, i.e., expressing in a certain way my facticity, visible objects are not by the same stroke annihilated. They continue to exist for me, but they exist without any center of reference, as a visible totality without the appearance of any particular this, that is, they exist in the absolute reciprocity of their relations. Thus it is the upsurge of the for itself in the world which by the same stroke causes the world to exist as the totality of things and causes senses to exist as the objective mode in which the qualities of things are presented. What is fundamental is my relation to the world, and this relation at once defines the world and the senses according to the point of view which is adopted. Blindness, Daltonism, myopia originally represent the way in which there is a world for me, that is, they define my visual sense in so far as this is the facticity of my upsurge. This is why I can know and objectively define my senses but only emptily, in terms of the world. All that is necessary is that my rational and universalizing thought should prolong in the abstract the indications which things give to myself about my sense, and that it reconstitute the sense in terms of these signs as the historian reconstitutes an historical personality according to the evidence indicating it. But in this case I have reconstructed the world on the ground of pure rationality by abstracting myself from the world through thought. I survey the world without attaching myself to it. I place myself in an attitude of absolute objectivity, and each sense becomes one object among objects, a center of relative reference and one which itself supposes coordinates. But thereby I establish in thought the absolute equivalence of all centers of reference. I destroy the world's quality of being a world without my even being aware of it. Thus the world, by perpetually indicating the senses which I am and by inviting me to reconstitute it, impels me to eliminate the personal equation which I am by reinstating in the world the center of mundane reference in relation to which the world is arranged. but by the same stroke I escape through abstract thought from the senses which I am, that is, I cut my bonds with the world. I place myself in a state of simple surveying, and the world disappears in the absolute equivalence of its infinite possible relations. The senses indeed are our being in the world in so far as we have to be it in the form of being in the midst of the world. These observations can be generalized, they can be applied in toto to my body inasmuch as it is the total center of reference which things indicate. In particular, our body is not only what has long been called the seat of the five senses, it is also the instrument and the end of our actions. It is impossible to distinguish sensation from action even if we use the terms of classical psychology. This is what we had in mind when we made the observation that reality is presented to us neither as a thing nor as an instrument but as an instrumental thing. This is why for our study of the body as a center of action we shall be able to take as a guiding thread the reasoning which has served us to reveal the true nature of the senses. As soon as we formulate the problem of action, we risk falling into a confusion with grave consequences. When I take this pen and plunge it into the inkwell I am acting. But if I look at Pierre who at that same instant is drawing up a chair to the table, I establish also that he is acting. Thus there is here a very distinct risk of committing the mistake which we denounced a propos of the senses, that is, of interpreting my action as it is for me in terms of the other's action. This is because the only action which I can know at the same time that it is taking place is the action of Pierre. I see his gesture and at the same time I determine his goal. He is drawing a chair up to the table in order to be able to sit down near the table and to write the letter which he told me he wished to write. Thus I can apprehend all the intermediate positions of the chair and of the body which moves it as instrumental organizations. They are ways to arrive at one pursued end. The other's body appears to me here as one instrument in the midst of other instruments, not only as a tool to make tools but also as a tool to manage tools, in a word as a tool machine. If I interpret the role of my body in relation to my action, in the light of the knowledge I have gained of the other's body, I shall then consider myself as disposing of a certain instrument which I can dispose of at my whim and which in turn will dispose of other instruments all functioning toward a certain end which I pursue. Thus we are brought back to the classical distinction between the soul and the body. The soul utilizes the tool which is the body. The parallel with the theory of sensation is perfect. We have seen indeed that the latter started from the knowledge of the other's senses and that subsequently it endowed me with senses exactly similar to the sensible organs which I perceived in the other. We have seen also the difficulty which such a theory immediately encountered. This is because I then perceive the world and particularly the other's sense organs through my own sense, a distorting organ, a refracting environment which can give me no information on its own affections. Thus the consequences of the theory ruin the objectivity of the very principle which has served to establish them. The theory of action, since it has an analogous structure, encounters analogous difficulties. In fact, if I start with the other's body, I apprehend it as an instrument, and in so far as I myself make use of it as an instrument, I can utilize it in order to arrive at ends which I could not attain alone. I command its acts through orders or supplications. I can also provoke its act by my own acts. At the same time I must take precautions with respect to a tool which is particularly delicate and dangerous to handle. In relation to it I stand in the complex attitude of the worker with respect to his tool machine when simultaneously he directs its movements and avoids being caught by it. Once again, in order to utilize the other's body to my best interests I need an instrument which is my own body, just as in order to perceive the other's sense organs I need other sense organs which are my own. Therefore if I conceive of my body in the image of the other's body, it is an instrument in the world which I must handle delicately and which is like a key to the handling of other tools. But my relations with this privileged instrument can themselves be only technical, and I need an instrument in order to handle this instrument which refers us to infinity. Thus if I conceive of my sense organs as like those of the other, they require a sense organ in order to perceive them, and if I apprehend my body as an instrument like the other's body, it demands an instrument to manage it, and if we refuse to conceive of this appeal to infinity, then we must of necessity admit that paradox of a physical instrument handled by a soul, which, as we know, causes us to fall into inextricable aporias. Let us see whether we can attempt here as with the problem of sensations to restore to the body its nature for us. Objects are revealed to us at the heart of a complex of instrumentality in which they occupy a determined place. This place is not defined by pure spatial coordinates but in relation to axes of practical reference. The glass is on the coffee table. This means that we must be careful not to upset the glass if we move the table. The package of tobacco is on the mantelpiece. This means that we must clear a distance of 3 yards if we want to go from the pipe to the tobacco while avoiding certain obstacles, end tables, footstools, etc., which are placed between the mantelpiece and the table. In this sense, perception is in no way to be distinguished from the practical organization of existence into a world. Each instrument refers to other instruments, to those which are its keys and to those for which it is the key. But these references could not be grasped by a purely contemplative consciousness. For such a consciousness, the hammer would not refer to the nails but would be alongside them. Furthermore, the expression alongside loses all meaning if it does not outline a path which goes from the hammer to the nail and which must be cleared. The space which is originally revealed to me is hodological space. It is furrowed with paths and highways, it is instrumental, and it is the location of tools. Thus the world from the moment of the upsurge of my for itself is revealed as the indication of acts to be performed. These acts refer to other acts, and those to others, and so on. It is to be noted, however, that if from this point of view perception and action are indistinguishable, action is nevertheless presented as a future efficacy which surpasses and transcends the pure and simple perceived. Since the perceived is that to which my for itself is presence, it is revealed to me as co-presence, it is immediate contact, present adherence, it brushes lightly over me. But as such it is offered without my being able at present to grasp it. The thing perceived is full of promises, it touches me lightly in passing, and each of the properties which it promises to reveal to me, each surrender silently consented to, each meaningful reference to other objects engages the future. Thus I am in the presence of things which are only promises beyond an ineffable presence which I cannot possess and which is the pure being there of things, that is, the mine, my facticity, my body. The cup is there on the saucer, it is presently given to me with its bottom side which is there, which everything indicates but which I do not see. And if I wish to see the bottom side, i.e., to make it explicit, to make it appear on the bottom of the cup, it is necessary for me to grasp the cup by the handle and turn it upside down. The bottom of the cup is at the end of my projects, and it amounts to the same thing whether I say that the other structures of the cup indicate it as an indispensable element of the cup or that they indicate it to me as the action which will best appropriate the cup for me with its meaning. Thus the world as the correlate of the possibilities which I am appears from the moment of my upsurge as the enormous skeletal outline of all my possible actions. Perception is naturally surpassed toward action, better yet, it can be revealed only in and through projects of action. The world is revealed as an always future hollow, for we are always future to ourselves. 1. Yet it must be noted that this future of the world which is thus revealed to us is strictly objective. The instrumental things indicate other instruments or objective ways of making use of them. The nail is to be pounded in this way or that, the hammer is to be held by the handle, the cup is to be picked up by its handle, etc. All these properties of things are immediately revealed, and the Latin gerundives perfectly translate them. Of course they are correlates of non-thetic projects which we are, but they are revealed only as structures of the world, potentialities, absences, instrumentalities. Thus the world appears to me as objectively articulated, it never refers to a creative subjectivity but to an infinity of instrumental complexes. Nevertheless, while each instrument refers to another instrument and this to another, all end up by indicating an instrument which stands as the key for all. This center of reference is necessary, for otherwise all the instrumentalities would become equivalent and the world would vanish due to the total undifferentiation of gerundives. Carthage is delenda for the Romans but servanda for the Carthaginians. Without relation to its centers, Carthage is no longer anything, it falls into the indifference of the in itself, for the two gerundives annihilate each other. Nevertheless, we must of necessity see that the key is never given to me but only indicated by a sort of gap point to what I objectively apprehend in action is a world of instruments which encroach on one another, and each of them as it is apprehended in the very act by which I adapt myself to it and surpass it, refers to another instrument which must enable me to utilize this one. In this sense the nail refers to the hammer and the hammer refers to the hand and the arm which utilizes it. But it is only to the extent that I cause the nails to be pounded in by the other that the hand and the arm become in turn instruments which I utilize and which I surpass toward their potentiality. In this case the other's hand refers me to the instrument which will allow me to utilize this hand, to threats, promises, salary, etc. The first term is present everywhere but it is only indicated. I do not apprehend my hand in the act of writing but only the pen which is writing. This means that I use my pen in order to form letters but not my hand in order to hold the pen. I am not in relation to my hand in the same utilizing attitude as I am in relation to the pen. I am my hand. That is, my hand is the arresting of references and their ultimate end. The hand is only the utilization of the pen. In this sense the hand is at once the unknowable and non-utilizable term which the last instrument of the series indicates, book to be read, characters to be formed on the paper pen, and at the same time the orientation of the entire series, the printed book itself refers back to the hand. But I can apprehend it at least in so far as it is acting only as the perpetual, evanescent reference of the whole series. Thus in a duel with swords or with quarter staffs, it is the quarter staff which I watch with my eyes and which I handle. In the act of writing it is the point of the pen which I look at in synthetic combination with the line or the square marked on the sheet of paper. But my hand has vanished, it is lost in the complex system of instrumentality in order that this system may exist. It is simply the meaning and the orientation of the system. Thus, it seems, we find ourselves before a double and contradictory necessity, since every instrument is utilizable and even apprehensible only by means of another instrument. The universe is an indefinite, objective reference from tool to tool. In this sense the structure of the world implies that we can insert ourselves into the field of instrumentality only by being ourselves an instrument, that we cannot act without being acted on. Yet on the other hand, an instrumental complex can be revealed only by the determination of a cardinal meaning of this complex, and this determination is itself practical and active to pound a nail, to sow seed. In this case the very existence of the complex immediately refers to a center. Thus this center is at once a tool objectively defined by the instrumental field which refers to it and at the same time the tool which we cannot utilize since we should thus be referred to infinity. We do not use this instrument, for we are it. It is given to us in no other way than by the instrumental order of the world, by ontological space, by the univocal or reciprocal relations of machines, but it cannot be given to my action. I do not have to adapt myself to it nor to adapt another tool to it, but it is my very adaptation to tools, the adaptation which I am. This is why if we reject the analogical reconstruction of my body according to the body of the other, there remain two ways of apprehending the body. First, it is known and objectively defined in terms of the world but emptily. For this view it is enough that rationalizing thought reconstitute the instrument which I am from the standpoint of the indications which are given by the instruments which I utilize. In this case, however, the fundamental tool becomes a relative center of reference which itself supposes other tools to utilize it. By the same stroke the instrumentality of the world disappears, for in order to be revealed it needs a reference to an absolute center of instrumentality. The world of action becomes the world acted upon of classical science. Consciousness surveys a universe of exteriority and can no longer in any way enter into the world. Secondly, the body is given concretely and fully as the very arrangement of things in so far as the for itself surpasses it towards a new arrangement. In this case the body is present in every action although invisible, for the act reveals the hammer and the nails, the brake and the change of speed, not the foot which breaks or the hand which hammers. The body is lived and not known. This explains why the famous sensation of effort by which Maynard Byron attempted to reply to Hume's challenge is a psychological myth. We never have any sensation of our effort, but neither do we have peripheral sensations from the muscles, bones, tendons, or skin, which have been suggested to replace the sensation of effort. We perceive the resistance of things. What I perceive when I want to lift this glass to my mouth is not my effort but the heaviness of the glass, that is, its resistance to entering into an instrumental complex which I have made appear in the world. Bachelard rightly reproaches phenomenology for not sufficiently taking into account what he calls the coefficient of adversity in objects. Point 3. The accusation is just and applies to Heidegger's transcendence as well as to Husserl's intentionality. But we must understand that the instrumentality is primary. It is in relation to an original instrumental complex that things reveal their resistance and their adversity. The bolt is revealed as too big to be screwed into the nut, the pedestal too fragile to support the weight which I want to hold up, the stone too heavy to be lifted up to the top of the wall, etc. Other objects will appear as threatening to an instrumental complex already established, the storm and the hail threatening to the harvest, the phylloxera to the vine, the fire to the house. Thus step by step and across the instrumental complexes already established, their threat will extend to the center of reference which all these instruments indicate, and in turn it will indicate the center through them. In this sense every means is simultaneously favorable and adverse, but within the limits of the fundamental project realized by the upsurge of the for itself in the world. Thus my body is indicated originally by instrumental complexes and secondarily by destructive devices. I live my body in danger as regards menacing machines as for manageable instruments. My body is everywhere. The bomb which destroys my house also damages my body in so far as the house was already an indication of my body. This is why my body always extends across the tool which it utilizes. It is at the end of the cane on which I lean and against the earth, it is at the end of the telescope which shows me the stars, it is on the chair, in the whole house, for it is my adaptation to these tools. Thus at the end of this account sensation and action are rejoined and become one. We have given up the idea of first endowing ourselves with a body in order to study second the way in which we apprehend or modify the world through the body. Instead we have laid down as the foundation of the revelation of the body as such our original relation to the world, that is, our very upsurge into the midst of being. Far from the body being first for us and revealing things to us, it is the instrumental things which in their original appearance indicate our body to us. The body is not a screen between things and ourselves, it manifests only the individuality and the contingency of our original relation to instrumental things. In this sense we define the senses and the sense organs in general as our being in the world in so far as we have to be it in the form of being in the midst of the world. Similarly we can define action as our being in the world in so far as we have to be it in the form of being an instrument in the midst of the world. But if I am in the midst of the world, this is because I have caused the world to be there by transcending being toward myself. And if I am an instrument in the world, this is because I have caused instruments in general to be there by the projection of myself toward my possibles. It is only in a world that there can be a body, and a primary relation is indispensable in order that this world may exist. In one sense the body is what I immediately am. In another sense I am separated from it by the infinite density of the world, it is given to me by a reflux of the world toward my facticity, and the condition of this reflux of the world toward my facticity is a perpetual surpassing. We are now able to define our body's nature for us. The preceding observations have allowed us to conclude that the body is perpetually the surpassed. The body as a sensible center of reference is that beyond which I am in so far as I am immediately present to the glass or to the table or to the distant tree which I perceive. Perception, in fact, can be accomplished only at the very place where the object is perceived and without distance. But at the same time it unfolds the distances, and that in relation to which the perceived object indicates its distance as an absolute property of its being is the body. Similarly, as an instrumental center of instrumental complexes, the body can be only the surpassed, it is that which I surpass toward a new combination of complexes and which I shall perpetually have to surpass whatever may be the instrumental combination at which I arrive, for every combination from the moment that my surpassing fixes it in its being indicates the body as the center of reference for its own fixed immobility. Thus the body, since it is surpassed, is the past. It is the immediate presence to the for itself of sensible things insofar as this presence indicates a center of reference and is already surpassed either toward the appearance of a new this or toward a new combination of instrumental things. In each project of the for itself, in each perception the body is there, it is the immediate past insofar as it still touches on the present which flees it. This means that it is at once a point of view and a point of departure, a point of view, a point of departure which I am and which at the same time I surpass toward what I have to be. This point of view which is perpetually surpassed and which is perpetually reborn at the heart of the surpassing, this point of departure which I do not cease to leave and which is myself remaining behind me, this is the necessity of my contingency. It is doubly necessary. First, it is necessary because it is the continual reapprehension of the for itself by the in itself and the ontological fact that the for itself can be only as the being which is not its own foundation. To have a body is to be the foundation of one's own nothingness and not to be the foundation of one's being. I am my body to the extent that I am not my body to the extent that I am not what I am. It is by my annihilation that I escape it. But I do not thereby make an object of it, for what I am is what I perpetually escape. The body is necessary again as the obstacle to be surpassed in order to be in the world, that is, the obstacle which I am to myself. In this sense it is not different from the absolute order of the world, this order which I cause to arrive in being by surpassing it toward a being to come, toward being beyond being. We can clearly grasp the unity of these two necessities. Being for itself is to surpass the world and to cause there to be a world by surpassing it. But to surpass the world is not to survey it but to be engaged in it in order to emerge from it. It is necessary always that a particular perspective of surpassing be effected. In this sense finitude is the necessary condition of the original project of the for itself. The necessary condition for me to be what I am not and to not be what I am beyond a world which I cause to come into being, this condition is that at the heart of the infinite pursuit which I am there should be perpetually an inapprehensible given. This given which I am without having to be it except in the mode of non-being, this I can neither grasp nor know, for it is everywhere recovered and surpassed, utilized for my assumed projects. On the other hand, everything indicates it to me. Every transcendent outlines it in a sort of hollow by its very transcendence without my ever being able to turn back on that which it indicates, since I am the being indicated. In particular, we must not understand the indicated given as a pure center of reference of a static order of instrumental things. On the contrary, their dynamic order, whether it depends on my action or not, refers to it according to rules, and thereby the center of reference is defined in its change as in its identity. The case could not be otherwise, since it is by denying that I am being that I make the world come into being, and since it is from the standpoint of my past, i.e., in projecting myself beyond my own being, that I can deny that I am this or that particular being. From this point of view, the body, i.e., this inapprehensible given, is a necessary condition of my action. In fact, if the ends which I pursue could be attained by a purely arbitrary wish, if it were sufficient to hope in order to obtain, and if definite rules did not determine the use of instruments, I could never distinguish within me desire from will, nor dream from act, nor the possible from the real. No project of myself would be possible, since it would be enough to conceive of it in order to realize it. Consequently, my being for myself would be annihilated in the indistinction of present and future. A phenomenology of action would in fact show that the act supposes a break in continuity between the simple conception and the realization, that is, between a universal and abstract thought such as a carburetor must not be clogged and a technical and concrete thought directed upon this particular carburetor as it appears to me with its absolute dimensions and its absolute position. The condition of this technical thought, which is not distinguished from the act which it directs, is my finitude, my contingency, finally my facticity. Now, to be exact, I am in fact insofar as I have a past, and this immediate past refers to the primary in itself, on the annihilation of which I arise through birth. Thus the body as facticity is the past as it refers originally to a birth, that is, to the primary annihilation which causes me to arise from the in itself which I am in fact without having to be it. Birth, the past, contingency, the necessity of a point of view, the factual condition for all possible action on the world, such is the body, such it is for me. It is therefore in no way a contingent addition to my soul, on the contrary it is a permanent structure of my being and the permanent condition of possibility for my consciousness as consciousness of the world and as a transcendent project toward my future. From this point of view we must recognize both that it is altogether contingent and absurd that I am a cripple, the son of a civil servant or of a laborer, irritable and lazy, and that it is nevertheless necessary that I be that or else something else, French or German or English, etc., a proletarian or bourgeois or aristocrat, etc., weak and sickly or vigorous, irritable or of amiable disposition precisely because I cannot survey the world without the world disappearing. My birth as it conditions the way in which objects are revealed to me, objects of luxury or of basic necessity are more or less accessible, certain social realities appear to me as forbidden, there are barriers and obstacles in my ontological space, my race as it is indicated by the other's attitude with regard to me, these attitudes are revealed as scornful or admiring, as trusting or distrusting, my class as it is disclosed by the revelation of the social community to which I belong. Inasmuch as the places which I frequent refer to it, my nationality, my physiological structure as instruments imply it by the very way in which they are revealed as resistant or docile and by their very coefficient of adversity, my character, my past, as everything which I have experienced is indicated as my point of view on the world by the world itself. All this in so far as I surpass it in the synthetic unity of my being in the world is my body as the necessary condition of the existence of a world and as the contingent realization of this condition. Now at last we can grasp clearly the definition which we gave earlier of the body in its being for us, the body is the contingent form which is taken up by the necessity of my contingency. We can never apprehend this contingency as such in so far as our body is for us, for we are a choice, and for us, to be is to choose ourselves. Even this disability from which I suffer I have assumed by the very fact that I live, I surpass it toward my own projects, I make of it the necessary obstacle for my being, and I cannot be crippled without choosing myself as crippled. This means that I choose the way in which I constitute my disability, as unbearable, humiliating, to be hidden, to be revealed to all, an object of pride, the justification for my failures, etc. But this inapprehensible body is precisely the necessity that there be a choice, that I do not exist all at once. In this sense my finitude is the condition of my freedom, for there is no freedom without choice, and in the same way that the body conditions consciousness as pure consciousness of the world, it renders consciousness possible even in its very freedom. It remains for us to arrive at a conception of what the body is for me, for precisely because the body is inapprehensible, it does not belong to the objects in the world, i.e., to those objects which I know and which I utilize. Yet on the other hand, since I can be nothing without being the consciousness of what I am, the body must necessarily be in some way given to my consciousness. In one sense, to be sure, the body is what is indicated by all the instruments which I grasp, and I apprehend the body without knowing it in the very indications which I perceive on the instruments. But if we limit ourselves to this observation, we shall not be able to distinguish, for example, between the body and the telescope through which the astronomer looks at the planets. In fact, if we define the body as a contingent point of view on the world, we must recognize that the notion of a point of view supposes a double relation, a relation with the things on which the body is a point of view and a relation with the observer for whom the body is a point of view. When we are dealing with the body as a point of view, this second relation is radically different from the first. It is not truly distinct when we are dealing with a point of view in the world, spectacles, a lookout point, a magnifying glass, etc., which is an objective instrument distinct from the body. A traveler contemplating the landscape from a belvedere sees the belvedere as well as the landscape, he sees the trees between the columns of the belvedere, the roof of the belvedere hides the sky from him, etc. Nevertheless, the distance between him and the belvedere is by definition less great than that between his eyes and the panorama. The point of view can approach the body to the point of almost being dissolved in it, as we see, for example in the case of glasses, pince-nez, monocles, etc., which become, so to speak, a supplementary sense organ. At its extreme limit, if we conceive of an absolute point of view, the distance between it and the one for whom it is a point of view is annihilated. This means that it would become impossible to withdraw in order to give oneself plenty of room and to constitute a new point of view on the point of view. It is precisely this fact, as we have seen, which characterizes the body. It is the instrument which I cannot use in the way I use any other instrument, the point of view on which I can no longer take a point of view. This is why on the top of that hill which I call a good viewpoint, I take a point of view at the very instant when I look at the valley, and this point of view on the point of view is my body. But I cannot take a point of view on my body without a reference to infinity. Therefore the body cannot be for me transcendent and known. The spontaneous, unreflective consciousness is no longer the consciousness of the body. It would be best to say, using exist as a transitive verb, that consciousness exists its body. Thus the relation between the body as point of view and things is an objective relation, and the relation of consciousness to the body is an existential relation. What do we mean by an existential relation? First of all, it is evident that consciousness can exist its body only as consciousness. Therefore my body is a conscious structure of my consciousness. But precisely because the body is the point of view on which there cannot be a point of view, there is on the level of the unreflective consciousness no consciousness of the body. The body belongs then to the structures of the nonthetic self-consciousness. Yet can we identify it purely and simply with this nonthetic consciousness? That is not possible either, for nonthetic consciousness is self-consciousness as the free project toward a possibility which is its own, that is, in so far as it is the foundation of its own nothingness. Non-positional consciousness is consciousness of the body as being that which it surmounts and annihilates by making itself consciousness, i.e., as being something which consciousness is without having to be it and which it passes over in order to be what it has to be. In short, consciousness of the body is lateral and retrospective. The body is the neglected, the passed by in silence. And yet the body is what this consciousness is. It is not even anything except body. The rest is nothingness and silence. Consciousness of the body is comparable to the consciousness of a sign. The sign moreover is on the side of the body, it is one of the essential structures of the body. Now the consciousness of a sign exists, for otherwise we should not be able to understand its meaning. But the sign is that which is surpassed toward meaning, that which is neglected for the sake of the meaning, that which is never apprehended for itself, that beyond which the look is perpetually directed. Consciousness of the body is a lateral and retrospective consciousness of what consciousness is without having to be it, i.e., of its inapprehensible contingency, of that in terms of which consciousness makes itself a choice, and hence it is a nonthetic consciousness of the manner in which it is affected. Consciousness of the body is often confused with original affectivity. Again, it is very important to grasp the meaning of this affectivity, and for this we must make a further distinction. Affectivity as introspection reveals it to us is in fact already a constituted affectivity, it is consciousness of the world. All hate is hate of someone, all anger is apprehension of someone as hateful or unjust or faulty, to have sympathy for someone is to find him sympathetic, etc. In these various examples a transcendent intention is directed toward the world and apprehends it as such. Already therefore there is a surpassing, an internal negation, we are on the level of transcendence and choice. But Skeeler has effectively demonstrated that this intention must be distinguished from pure affective qualities. For example, if I have a headache I can discover within me an intentional affectivity directed toward my pain so as to suffer it, to accept it with resignation, or to reject it, to evaluate it, as unjust, as deserved, as purifying, as humiliating, etc., so as to escape it. Here it is the very intention which is the affection, it is pure act and already a project, a pure consciousness of something. This cannot be what we should consider consciousness of the body. In reality this intention cannot be the whole of affectivity. Since affectivity is a surpassing, it presupposes a surpassed. Moreover, this is proved by the existence of what Baldwin incorrectly calls emotional abstracts. Baldwin has indeed established that we can realize effectively within us certain emotions without feeling them concretely. For example, if someone tells me of a particular painful event which has just darkened the life of Pierre, I shall exclaim, "How he must have suffered." I do not know the suffering and I do not actually feel it. These intermediaries between pure knowledge and true affection Baldwin calls abstracts. But the mechanism of such an abstraction remains very obscure. Who abstracts? If following M. Laporte's definition we say that to abstract is to think of structures in isolation which cannot exist separately, it is necessary either that we identify emotional abstracts with pure abstract concepts of emotions or else that we recognize that these abstracts can exist as such as real modalities of consciousness. In actuality these so-called emotional abstracts are empty intentions, pure projects of emotion. That is, we direct ourselves towards pain and shame, we strain toward them, consciousness transcends itself but emptily. Grief is there, objective and transcendent, but it lacks concrete existence. It would be better to give to these insubstantial significations the name of affective images. Their importance of artistic creation and psychological understanding is undeniable. But the important thing here is the fact that what separates them from real shame, for example, is the absence of the quality of being lived. There exist therefore pure affective qualities which are surpassed and transcended by affective projects. We shall not make of them as Skeeler did, some kind of hyle borne upon the flux of consciousness. For us it is simply a matter of the way in which consciousness exists its contingency, it is the very texture of consciousness in so far as it surpasses this texture toward its own possibilities, it is the manner in which consciousness exists spontaneously and in the non-thetic mode, that which it constitutes thetically but implicitly as a point of view on the world. This can be pure grief, but it can also be a mood, an affective, non-thetic tonality, the pure agreeable, the pure disagreeable. In a general way, it is what is called synesthesia. This synesthesia rarely appears without being surpassed toward the world by a transcendent project on the part of the for itself, as such it can only with difficulty be studied in isolation. Yet there exists some privileged experiences in which it can be apprehended in its purity, in particular what we call physical pain. Therefore we shall now examine this experience in order to fix conceptually the structures of the consciousness, of the body. My eyes are hurting but I should finish reading a philosophical work this evening. I am reading. The object of my consciousness is the book and across the book the truths which it points out. The body is in no way apprehended for itself, it is a point of view and a point of departure. The words slip by one after the other before me, I make them slip by, those at the bottom of the page which I have not yet read still belong to a relative ground or the page as ground which is organized upon the book as ground and on the absolute ground or ground of the world. But from the ground of their indistinction they are calling to me, they already possess the character of a friable totality, they are given as to be made to slip by under my sight. In all this the body is given only implicitly, the movement of my eyes belongs only to an observer's glance. For myself I apprehend thetically only this fixed upsurge of the words one after the other. Yet the succession of the words in objective time is given and known through my own temporalization. Their motionless movement is given across a movement of my consciousness, and this movement of consciousness, a pure metaphor which designates a temporal progression, is for me exactly the movement of my eyes. It is impossible for me to distinguish the movement of my eyes from the synthetic progression of my states of consciousness without resorting to the point of view of the other. Yet at the very moment that I am reading my eyes hurt. Let us note first that this pain can itself be indicated by objects of the world, i.e., by the book which I read. It is with more difficulty that the words are detached from the undifferentiated ground which they constitute, they may tremble, quiver, their meaning may be derived only with effort, the sentences which I have just read twice, 3 times may be given as not understood, as to be reread. But these same indications can be lacking, for example, in the case when my reading absorbs me and when I forget my pain, which does not mean that it has disappeared, since if I happen to gain knowledge of it in a later reflective act, it will be given as having always been there. In any case, this is not what interests us. We are looking for the way in which consciousness exists its pain. But at the start someone will ask, how is the pain given as pain in the eyes? Is there not there an intentional reference to a transcendent object, to my body precisely in so far as it exists outside in the world? It is undeniable that pain contains information about itself. It is impossible to confuse pain in the eyes with pain in the finger or the stomach. Nevertheless, pain is totally void of intentionality. It must be understood that if pain is given as pain in the eyes, there is no mysterious local sign there nor any knowledge either. Pain is precisely the eyes in so far as consciousness exists them. As such, it is distinguished from other pain by its very existence, not by a criterion nor by anything added on. To be sure, the expression pain in the eyes supposes a whole constitutive work which we shall have to describe. But at this stage in the argument, there is not as yet any reason to consider this, for it is not made. Pain is not considered from a reflective point of view. It is not referred back to a body for others. It is the eyes as pain or vision as pain. It is not distinguished from my way of apprehending transcendent words. We ours ahas have called it pain in the eyes for the sake of clarity, but it is not named in consciousness, for it is not known. Pain in the eyes is distinguished from other possible pains inexpressibly and by its very being. This pain, however, does not exist anywhere among the actual objects of the universe. It is not to the right or to the left of the book, nor among the truths which are revealed through the book, nor in my body as object, the body which the other sees and which I can always partially touch and partially see, nor in my body as a point of view, as the latter is implicitly indicated by the world. Neither must we say that the pain is an overprint or that it is like a harmony superimposed on the things which I see. Those are images which have no meaning. Pain then is not in space. But neither does it belong to objective time. It temporalizes itself, and it is in and through this temporalization that the time of the world can appear. What then is this pain? Simply the translucent matter of consciousness, its being there, its attachment to the world, in short the peculiar contingency of the act of reading. The pain exists beyond all attention and all knowledge, since it slips into each act of attention and of knowledge, since it is this very act in so far as the act is without being the foundation of its being. Yet even on this plane of pure being, pain as a contingent attachment to the world can be existed nonthetically by consciousness only if it is surpassed. Pain consciousness is an internal negation of the world, but at the same time it exists its pain, i.e., itself, as a wrenching away from self. Pure pain as the simple lived cannot be reached. It belongs to the category of indefinables and indescribables, which are what they are. But pain consciousness is a project toward a further consciousness which would be empty of all pain, that is, to a consciousness whose contexture, whose being there would be not painful. This lateral escape, this wrenching away from self which characterizes pain consciousness, does not for all that constitutes pain as a psychic object. It is a nonthetic project of the for itself. We apprehend it only through the world. For example, it is given in the way in which the book appears as about to be read in a hurried, jerky rhythm, where the words press against each other in an infernal, fixed round, where the whole universe is pierced with anxiety. In addition, and this is the unique character of corporal existence, the inexpressible which one wishes to flee is rediscovered at the heart of this very wrenching away. It is this which is going to constitute the consciousnesses which surpass it. It is the very contingency and the being of the flight which wishes to flee it. Nowhere else shall we come closer to touching that annihilation of the in itself by the for itself, and that apprehension of the for itself by the in itself which nourishes the very annihilation. Granted, someone may say. But you are weighting the scales by choosing a case where pain is specifically pain in a functioning organ, pain in the eye while it is looking, in the hand while it is grasping. But I can suffer from a wound in my finger while I am reading. In this case it would be difficult to maintain that my pain is the very contingency of my act of reading. Let us note first that no matter how absorbed I am in my reading, I do not for all that cease making the world come into being. Better yet, my reading is an act which implies in its very nature the existence of the world as a necessary ground. This certainly does not mean that I have a weaker consciousness of the world, but that I am conscious of it as a ground. I do not lose sight of the colors, the movements which surround me, I do not cease to hear sounds, they are simply lost in the undifferentiated totality which serves as the background for my reading. Correlatively, my body does not cease to be indicated by the world as the total point of view on mundane totality, but it is the world as ground which indicates it. Thus my body does not cease to be existed in totality, as it is the total contingency of my consciousness. It is what the totality of the world as ground indicates, and at the same time it is the totality which I exist effectively in connection with the objective apprehension of the world. But to the extent that a particular this detaches itself as figure on the ground of the world, it correlatively points toward a functional specification of the corporal totality, and by the same stroke my consciousness exists a corporal form which arises on the body as totality which it exists. The book is read, and to the extent that I exist and that I surpass the contingency of vision, or if you prefer of reading, the eyes appear as figure on the ground of the corporal totality. On this plane of existence the eyes certainly are not the sensory organ seen by the other, but rather the very contexture of my consciousness of seeing, inasmuch as this consciousness is a structure of my larger consciousness of the world. To be conscious is always to be conscious of the world, and the world and body are always present to my consciousness, although in different ways. But this total consciousness of the world is consciousness of the world as ground for a particular this. Thus, just as consciousness specifies itself in its very act of nihilation, there is the presence of a particular structure of the body on the total ground of corporeality. When I am in the process of reading, I do not cease to be a body seated in a particular armchair 3 yards from the window under given conditions of pressure and temperature. And I do not cease to exist this pain in my left index finger any more than I cease to exist my body in general. However, I exist the pain in such a way that it disappears in the ground of corporeality as a structure subordinated to the corporal totality. The pain is neither absent nor unconscious, it simply forms a part of that distance-less existence of positional consciousness for itself. If a little later I turn the pages of the book, the pain in my finger, without becoming thereby an object of knowledge, will pass to the rank of existed contingency as a figure on a new organization of my body as the total ground of contingency. Moreover, these statements are in agreement with the empirical observation that this is because it is easier when reading to be distracted from a pain in the finger or in the lower back than from pain in the eyes. For pain in the eyes is precisely my reading, and the words which I read refer me to it every instant, whereas the pain in my finger or back is the apprehension of the world as ground, and hence is itself lost as a partial structure in the body as the fundamental apprehension of the ground of the world. But now suppose that I suddenly cease to read and am at present absorbed in apprehending my pain. This means that I direct a reflective consciousness on my present consciousness or consciousness as vision. Thus the actual texture of my consciousness reflected on in particular my pain is apprehended and posited by my reflective consciousness. We must recall here what we said concerning reflection: it is a total grasp without a point of view, it is a knowledge which overflows itself and which tends to be objectivized, to project the known at a distance so as to be able to contemplate it and to think it. The first movement of reflection is therefore to transcend the pure quality of consciousness in pain toward a pain as object. Thus if we restrict ourselves to what we have called an accessory reflection, reflection tends to make of pain something psychic. The psychic object apprehended through pain is illness. Point 4. This object has all the characteristics of pain, but it is transcendent and passive. It is a reality which has its own time, not the time of the external universe nor that of consciousness, but psychic time. The psychic object can then support evaluations and various determinations. As such it is distinct even from consciousness and appears through it, it remains permanent while consciousness develops, and it is this very permanence which is the condition of the opacity and the passivity of illness. But on the other hand, this illness insofar as it is apprehended through consciousness has all the characteristics of unity, interiority, and spontaneity which consciousness possesses but in degraded form. This degradation confers psychic individuality upon it. That is, first of all, the illness has an absolute cohesion without parts. In addition, it has its own duration since it is outside consciousness and possesses a past and a future. But this duration, which is only the projection of the original temporalization, is a multiplicity of interpenetration. The illness is penetrating, caressing, etc. And these characteristics aim only at rendering the way in which this illness is outlined in duration. They are melodic qualities. A pain which is given in twinges followed by lulls is not apprehended by reflection as the pure alteration of painful and non-painful consciousnesses. For organizing reflection, the brief respites are a part of the illness just as silences are a part of a melody. The ensemble constitutes the rhythm and the behavior of the illness. But at the same time that it is a passive object, illness as it is seen through an absolute spontaneity which is consciousness, is a projection of this spontaneity into the in itself. As a passive spontaneity it is magical, it is given as extending itself, as entirely the master of its temporal form. It appears and disappears differently than spatial temporal objects. If I no longer see the table, this is because I have turned my head, but if I no longer feel my illness, it is because it has left. In fact, there is produced here a phenomenon analogous to that which psychologists of form call the stroboscopic illusion. The disappearance of the illness by frustrating the projects of the reflective for itself is given as a movement of withdrawal, almost as will. There is an animaism of illness, it is given as a living thing which has its form, its own duration, its habits. The sick maintain sort of intimacy with it. When it appears, it is not as a new phenomenon, it is, the sick man will say, my afternoon crisis. Thus reflection does not join together the moments of the same crisis, but passing over an entire day it links the crises together. Nevertheless, the synthesis of recognition has a special character. It does not aim at constituting an object which would remain existing even when it would not be given to consciousness, in the manner of a hate which remains dormant or stays in the unconscious. In fact, when the illness goes away it disappears for good. Nothing is left of it. But the curious consequence follows that when the illness reappears, it rises up in its very passivity by a sort of spontaneous generation. For example, one can feel its gentle overtures. It is coming back again. This is it. Thus the first pains, just like the rest, are not apprehended for themselves as a simple, bare texture of the consciousness reflected on, they are the announcements of the illness, or rather the illness itself, which is born slowly like a locomotive which gradually gets underway. On the other hand, it is very necessary to understand that I constitute the illness with the pain. This does not mean that I apprehend the illness as the cause of the pain, but rather that each concrete pain is like a note in a melody, it is at once the whole melody and a moment in the melody. Across each pain I apprehend the entire illness, and yet it transcends them all, for it is the synthetic totality of all the pains, the theme which is developed by them and through them. But the matter of the illness does not resemble that of a melody. In the first place, it is something purely lived. There is no distance between the consciousness reflected on and the pain, nor between the reflective consciousness and the consciousness reflected on. The result is that the illness is transcendent but without distance. It is outside my consciousness as a synthetic totality and already close to being elsewhere. But on the other hand, it is in my consciousness, it fastens onto consciousness with all its teeth, penetrates consciousness with all its notes, and these teeth, these notes are my consciousness. What has become of the body on this level? There has been, we noted, a sort of size Zion from the moment of the reflective projection. For the unreflective consciousness, pain was the body. For the reflective consciousness, the illness is distinct from the body, it has its own form, it comes and goes. On the reflective level where we are taking our position, i.e., before the intervention of the for others, the body is not explicitly and thematically given to consciousness. The reflective consciousness is consciousness of the illness. However, while the illness has a form which is peculiar to it and a melodic rhythm which confers on it a transcending individuality, it adheres to the for itself by means of its matter, since it is revealed through the pain and as the unity of all my pains of the same type. The illness is mine in the sense that I give to it its matter. I apprehend it as sustained and nourished by a certain passive environment in which the passivity is precisely the projection into the innate self of the contingent facticity of the pains. It is my passivity. This passive environment is not apprehended for itself except as the matter of the statue is apprehended when I perceive its form, and yet it is there. The illness feeds on this passivity and magically derives new strength from it, just as Antaeus was nourished by the earth. It is my body on a new plane of existence, that is, as the pure noematic correlate of a reflective consciousness. We shall call it a psychic body. It is not yet known in any way, for the reflection which seeks to apprehend the pain consciousness is not yet cognitive. This consciousness is affectivity in its original upsurge. It apprehends the illness as an object, but as an affective object. One directs oneself first toward one's pain so as to hate it, to endure it with patience, to apprehend it as unbearable, sometimes to love it, to rejoice in it, if it foretells a release, a cure, to evaluate it in some way. Naturally, it is the illness which is evaluated, or rather which rises up as the necessary correlate of the evaluation. The illness is therefore not known, it is suffered, and similarly the body is revealed by the illness and is likewise suffered by consciousness. In order to add cognitive structures to the body as it has been given to reflection, we will have to resort to the other. We cannot discuss this point at present, for it is necessary first to bring to light the structures of the body for others. At present, however, we can note that this psychic body, since it is the projection on the plane of the innate self of the intracontexture of consciousness, provides the implicit matter of all the phenomena of the psyche. Just as the original body was existed by each consciousness as its own contingency, so the psychic body is suffered as the contingency of hate or of love, of acts and qualities, but this contingency has a new character. In so far as it was existed by consciousness, it was the recapture of consciousness by the innate self. In so far as it is suffered by reflection in the illness or the hate or the enterprise, it is projected into the innate self. Hence it represents the tendency of each psychic object beyond its magical cohesion to be parcelled out in exteriority. It represents beyond the magical relations which unite psychic objects to each other, the tendency of each one of them to be isolated in an insularity of indifference. It is therefore a sort of implicit space supporting the melodic duration of the psychic. In so far as the body is the contingent and indifferent matter of all our psychic events, the body determines a psychic space. This space has neither high nor low, neither left nor right, it is without parts inasmuch as the magical cohesion of the psychic comes to combat its tendency towards a division in indifference. This is nonetheless a real characteristic of the psyche, not that the psyche is united to a body, but that under its melodic organization the body is its substance and its perpetual condition of possibility. It is this which appears as soon as we name the psychic. It is this which is at the basis of the mechanistic and chemical metaphors which we use to classify and to explain the events of the psyche. It is this which we aim at and which we form into images, image-making consciousnesses, which we produce in order to aim at absent feelings and make them present. It is this, finally, which motivates and to some degree justifies psychological theories like that of the unconscious, problems like that of the preservation of memories. It goes without saying that we have chosen physical pain for the sake of an example, and that there are thousands of other ways, themselves contingent, to exist our contingency. In particular, we must note that when no pain, no specific satisfaction or dissatisfaction is existed by consciousness, the for itself does not thereby cease to project itself beyond a contingency which is pure and, so to speak, unqualified. Consciousness does not cease to have a body. Conesthetic affectivity is then a pure, non-positional apprehension of a contingency without color, a pure apprehension of the self as a factual existence. This perpetual apprehension on the part of my for itself of an insipid taste which I cannot place, which accompanies me even in my efforts to get away from it, and which is my taste, this is what we have described elsewhere under the name of nausea. A dull and inescapable nausea perpetually reveals my body to my consciousness. Sometimes we look for the pleasant or for physical pain to free ourselves from this nausea, but as soon as the pain and the pleasure are existed by consciousness, they in turn manifest its facticity and its contingency, and it is on the ground of this nausea that they are revealed. We must not take the term nausea as a metaphor derived from our physiological disgust. On the contrary, we must realize that it is on the foundation of this nausea that all concrete and empirical nauseas, nausea caused by spoiled meat, fresh blood, excrement, etc., are produced and make us vomit. 2. The body for others. We have just described the being of my body for me. On this ontological plane my body is such as we have described it, and it is only that. It would be useless to look there for traces of a physiological organ, of an anatomical and spatial constitution. Either it is the center of reference indicated emptily by the instrumental objects of the world, or else it is the contingency which the for itself exists. More exactly, these two modes of being are complementary. But the body knows the same avatars as the for itself, it has other planes of existence. It exists also for others. We must now study it in this new ontological perspective. To study the way in which my body appears to the other, or the way in which the other's body appears to me, amounts to the same thing. In fact, we have established that the structures of my being for the other are identical to those of the other's being for me. It is then in terms of the other's being for me that, for the sake of convenience, we shall establish the nature of the body for others, that is, of the other's body. We showed in the preceding chapter that the body is not that which first manifests the other to me. In fact, if the fundamental relation of my being to that of the other were reduced to the relation of my body to the other's body, it would be a purely external relation. But my connection with the other is inconceivable if it is not an internal negation. I must apprehend the other first as the one for whom I exist as an object. The reapprehension of my selfness causes the other to appear as an object in a second moment of prehistoric historization. The appearance of the other's body is not therefore the primary encounter, on the contrary, it is only one episode in my relations with the other, and in particular in what we have described as making an object of the other. Or if you prefer, the other exists for me first and I apprehend him in his body subsequently. The other's body is for me a secondary structure. In the fundamental phenomenon of making an object of the other, he appears to me as a transcendence transcended. That is, by the mere fact that I project myself toward my possibilities, I surpass and transcend the other's transcendence. It is put out of play, it is a transcendence as object. I apprehend this transcendence in the world, and originally, as a certain arrangement of the instrumental things of my world, inasmuch as they indicate in addition a secondary center of reference which is in the midst of the world and which is not me. These indications, unlike the indications which indicate me, are not constitutive of the indicating thing, they are lateral properties of the object. The other, as we have seen, cannot be a constitutive concept of the world. These indications all have therefore an original contingency and the character of an event. But the center of reference which they indicate is indeed the other as a transcendence simply contemplated or transcended. The secondary arrangement of objects refers me to the other as to the organizer or to the beneficiary of this arrangement, in short to an instrument which disposes of instruments in view of an end which it itself produces. But in turn I surpass this end and utilize it, it is in the midst of the world and I can make use of it for my own ends. Thus the other is at first indicated by things as an instrument. Things also indicate me too as an instrument, and I am a body precisely in so far as I make myself be indicated by things. Therefore it is the other as body whom things indicate by their lateral and secondary arrangements. The fact is that I actually do not know instruments which do not refer secondarily to the other's body. Earlier we pointed out that I could not take any point of view on my body in so far as it was designated by things. The body is, in fact, the point of view on which I can take no point of view, the instrument which I cannot utilize in the way I utilize any other instrument. When by means of universalizing thought I tried to think of my body emptily as a pure instrument in the midst of the world, the immediate result was the collapse of the world as such. On the other hand, because of the mere fact that I am not the other, his body appears to me originally as a point of view on which I can take a point of view, an instrument which I can utilize with other instruments. The other's body is indicated by the round of instrumental things, but in turn it indicates other objects, finally it is integrated with my world, and it indicates my body. Thus the other's body is radically different from my body. For me, it is the tool which I am not and which I utilize, or which resists me, which amounts to the same thing. It is presented to me originally with a certain objective coefficient of utility and of adversity. The other's body is therefore the other himself as a transcendence instrument. These same remarks apply to the other's body as the synthetic ensemble of sense organs. We do not discover in and through the other's body the possibility which the other has of knowing us. This is revealed fundamentally in and through my being as object for the other, that is, it is the essential structure of our original relation with the other. And in this original relation the flight of my world toward the other is equally given. By the reapprehension of my selfness I transcend the other's transcendence, inasmuch as this transcendence is the permanent possibility of apprehending myself as an object. Due to this fact it becomes a purely given transcendence surpassed toward my own goals, a transcendence which simply is there, and the knowledge which the other has of me and of the world becomes knowledge as an object. This means that it is a given property of the other, a property which in turn I can know. In truth this knowledge which I get of it remains empty in the sense that I shall never know the act of knowing. This act, since it is pure transcendence, can be apprehended only by itself in the form of nonthetic consciousness or by the reflection issuing from it. What I know is only knowledge as being there, or, if you like, the being there of knowledge. Thus this relativity of the sensory organ which is revealed to my universalizing reason but which cannot be thought, so far as my own sense is concerned, without determining the collapse of the world, this I apprehend first when I apprehend the other as object. I apprehend it without danger, for since the other forms part of my universe, his relativity cannot determine the collapse of this universe. The senses of the other are senses known as knowing. We can see here the explanation of the error of psychologists who define my senses by the other's senses and who give to the sense organ as it is for me a relativity which belongs to its being for others. We can see also how this error becomes truth if we place it on its proper level of being after we have determined the true order of being and of knowing. Thus the objects of my world indicate laterally an object center of reference which is the other. But this center in turn appears to me from a point of view without a point of view which is mine, which is my body or my contingency. In short, to employ an inaccurate but common expression, I know the other through the senses. Just as the other is the instrument which I utilize in the manner of the instrument which I am and which no instrument can any longer utilize, so he is the ensemble of sense organs which are revealed to my sense knowledge, that is, he is a facticity which appears to a facticity. Thus there can be in its true place in the order of knowing and of being, a study of the other's sense organs as they are known through the senses by me. This study will attach the greatest importance to the function of these sense organs which is to know. But this knowledge in turn will be a pure object for me. Here, for example, belongs the false problem of inverted vision. In reality the sensory organ of the other originally is in no way an instrument of knowledge for him, it is simply the other's knowledge, his pure act of knowing in so far as this knowledge exists in the mode of an object in my universe. Nevertheless we have as yet defined the other's body only in so far as it is indicated laterally by the instrumental things of my universe. Actually this by no means gives us his being there in flesh and blood. To be sure, the other's body is everywhere present in the very indication which instrumental things give of it, since they are revealed as utilized by him and as known by him. This room in which I wait for the master of the house reveals to me in its totality the body of its owner. This easy chair is a chair where he sits, this desk is a desk at which he writes, this window is a window through which there enters the light which illuminates the objects which he sees. Thus it is an outline complete with all its parts, and this outline is an outline of an object can come at every instant to fill the outline with content. But still the master of the house is not there. He is elsewhere, he is absent. Now we have seen that absence is a structure of being there. To be absent is to be elsewhere in my world, it is to be already given for me. As soon as I receive a letter from my cousin in Africa, his being elsewhere is concretely given to me by the very indications of this letter, and this being elsewhere is a being somewhere, it is already his body. We can in no other way explain why a mere letter from a beloved woman sensually affects her lover. All the body of the beloved is present as an absence in these lines and on this paper. But since the being elsewhere is a being there in relation to a concrete ensemble of instrumental things in a concrete situation, it is already facticity and contingency. It is not only the encounter which I had yesterday with Pierre which defines his contingency and mine, his absence yesterday similarly defined our contingencies and our facticities. And this facticity of the absent is implicitly given in these instrumental things which indicate it. His abrupt appearance does not add anything. Thus the other's body is his facticity as an instrument and as a synthesis of sense organs as it is revealed to my facticity. It is given to me as soon as the other exists for me in the world. The presence or absence of the other changes nothing. But look. Now Pierre appears. He is entering my room. This appearance changes nothing in the fundamental structure of my relation to him. It is contingency, but so was his absence contingency. Objects indicate him to me, the door which he pushes indicates a human presence when it opens before him, the same with the chair when he sits down, etc. But the objects did not cease to indicate him during his absence. Of course I exist for him, he speaks to me. But I existed equally yesterday when he sent me that telegram, which is now on my table, to tell me of his coming. Yet there is something new. This is the fact that he appears at present on the ground of the world as a this which I can look at, apprehend, and utilize directly. What does this mean? First of all, the facticity of the other, that is, the contingency of his being, is now explicit instead of being implicitly contained in the lateral indications of instrumental things. This facticity is precisely what the other exists in and through his for itself. It is what the other perpetually lives in nausea as a non-positional apprehension of a contingency which he is, as a pure apprehension of self as a factual existence. In a word, it is his synesthesia. The other's appearance is the revelation of the taste of his being as an immediate existence. I, however, do not grasp this taste as he does. Nausea for him is not knowledge, it is the nonthetic apprehension of the contingency which he is. It is the surpassing of this contingency toward the unique possibilities of the for itself. It is an existed contingency, a contingency submitted to and refused. It is this same contingency, and no other, which I presently grasp. But I am not this contingency. I surpass it toward my own possibilities, but this surpassing is the transcendence of an other. It is given to me in entirety and without appeal, it is irremediable. The other's for itself wrenches itself away from this contingency and perpetually surpasses it. But in so far as I transcend the other's transcendence, I fix it. It is no longer a resource against facticity, quite the contrary, it participates in turn in facticity, it emanates from facticity. Thus nothing comes to interpose itself between the other's pure contingency as a taste for himself and my consciousness. Indeed, I apprehend this taste as it is existed. However, from the very fact of my otherness, this taste appears as a known and given this in the midst of the world. This body of the other is given to me as the pure in itself of his being, and in itself among in itselfs, and one which I surpass toward my possibilities. This body of the other is revealed therefore with two equally contingent characteristics: it is here and could be elsewhere, that is, instrumental things could be arranged otherwise in relation to it, could indicate it otherwise, the distance between the chair and this body could be different, the body is like this and could be otherwise, i.e., I grasp its original contingency in the form of an objective and contingent configuration. But in reality these two characteristics are only one. The second only makes the first present, only makes it explicit for me. This body of the other is the pure fact of the other's presence in my world as a being there which is expressed by a being as this. Thus the other's very existence as the other for me implies that he is revealed as a tool possessing the property of knowing, and that this property of knowing is bound to some objective existence. This is what we shall call the necessity for the other to be contingent for me. From the moment that there is an other, it must be concluded that he is an instrument provided with certain sense organs. But these considerations only serve to show the abstract necessity for the other to have a body. This body of the other as I encounter it is the revelation as object for me of the contingent form assumed by the necessity of this contingency. Every other must have sense organs, but not necessarily these sense organs, not any particular face, and finally not this face. But face, sense organs, presence, all that is nothing but the contingent form of the other's necessity to exist himself as belonging to a race, a class, an environment, etc., in so far as this contingent form is surpassed by a transcendence which does not have to exist it. What for the other is his taste of himself becomes for me the other's flesh. The flesh is the pure contingency of presence. It is ordinarily hidden by clothes, makeup, the cut of the hair or beard, the expression, etc. But in the course of long acquaintance with a person there always comes an instant when all these disguises are thrown off, and when I find myself in the presence of the pure contingency of his presence. In this case I achieve in the face or the other parts of a body the pure intuition of the flesh. This intuition is not only knowledge, it is the effective apprehension of an absolute contingency, and this apprehension is a particular type of nausea. The other's body is then the facticity of transcendence transcended as it refers to my facticity. I never apprehend the other as body without at the same time in a non-explicit manner apprehending my body as the center of reference indicated by the other. But all the same we cannot perceive the other's body as flesh, as if it were an isolated object having purely external relations with other. That is true only for a corpse. The other's body as flesh is immediately given as the center of reference in a situation which is synthetically organized around it, and it is inseparable from this situation. Therefore we should not ask how the other's body can be first body for me and subsequently enter into a situation. The other is originally given to me as a body in situation. Therefore there is not, for example, first a body and later action. But the body is the objective contingency of the other's action. Thus once again we find on another plane an ontological necessity which we pointed out in connection with the existence of my body for me. The contingency of the for itself, we said, can be existed only in and through a transcendence. It is the reapprehension perpetually surpassed and perpetually reapprehending of the for itself, the reapprehension of the for itself by the in itself on the ground of the primary nihilation. Similarly here the other's body as flesh cannot be inserted into a situation preliminarily defined. The other's body is precisely that in terms of which there is a situation. Here also it can exist only in and through a transcendence. Now, however, this transcendence is at the start transcended, it is itself an object. Thus Pierre's body is not first a hand which could subsequently take hold of this glass. Such a conception would tend to put the corpse at the origin of the living body. But his body is the complex hand glass, since the flesh of the hand marks the original contingency of this complex. Far from the relation of the body to objects being a problem, we never apprehend the body outside this relation. Thus the other's body is meaningful. Meaning is nothing other than a fixed movement of transcendence. A body is a body as this mass of flesh which it is defined by the table which the body looks at, the chair in which it sits, the pavement on which it walks, etc. But to proceed further, there could be no question of exhausting the meanings which constitute the body by means of reference to concerted actions, to the rational utilization of instrumental complexes. The body is the totality of meaningful relations to the world. In this sense it is defined also by reference to the air which it breathes, to the water which it drinks, to the food which it eats. The body in fact could not appear without sustaining meaningful relations with the totality of what is. Like action, life is a transcended transcendence and a meaning. There is no difference in nature between action and life conceived as a totality. Life represents the ensemble of meanings which are transcended toward objects which are not posited as this on the ground of the world. Life is the other's body as ground in contrast to the body as figure, inasmuch as this body as ground can be apprehended, not by the other's for itself and as something implicit and non-positional, but precisely, explicitly, and objectively by me. His body appears then as a meaningful figure on the ground of the universe, but without ceasing to be a ground for the other, and precisely as a ground. But here we should make an important distinction: the other's body actually appears to my body. This means that there is a facticity in my point of view on the other. In this sense we must not confuse my possibility of apprehending an organ, an arm, a hand, on the ground of the corporal totality, and, on the other hand, my explicit apprehension of the other's body or of certain structures of this body in so far as they are lived by the other as the body as ground. It is only in the second case that we apprehend the other as life. In the first instance it can happen that we apprehend as ground that which is figure for him. When I look at his hand, the rest of his body is united into ground. But it is perhaps his forehead or his thorax which for him exists nonthetically as figure on a ground in which his arms and his hands are dissolved. The result, of course, is that the being of the other's body is for me a synthetic totality. This means, 1. I can never apprehend the other's body except in terms of a total situation which indicates it. 2. I cannot perceive any organ of the other's body in isolation, and I always cause each single organ to be indicated to me in terms of the totality of the flesh or of life. Thus my perception of the other's body is radically different from my perception of things. 1. The other moves within limits which appear in immediate connection with his movements, and which are the terms within which I cause the meaning of these movements to be indicated to myself. These limits are both spatial and temporal. Spatially it is the glass placed at a distance from Pierre which is the meaning of his actual gesture. Thus in my perception of the ensemble table, glass bottle, etc., I go to the movement of the arm in order to make known to myself what it is. If the arm is visible and if the glass is hidden, I perceive Pierre's movement in terms of the pure idea of situation and in terms of the goal aimed at emptily beyond the objects which hide the glass from me, and this is the meaning of the gesture. Pierre's gesture which is revealed to me in the present I always apprehend temporally from the standpoint of the future goals toward which he is reaching. Thus I make known to myself the present of the body by means of its future, and still more generally, by means of the future of the world. We shall never be able to understand anything about the psychological problem of the perception of the other's body if we do not grasp first this essential truth that the other's body is perceived wholly differently than other bodies, for in order to perceive it we always move to it from what is outside of it. In space and in time, we apprehend its gesture against the current by a sort of inversion of time and space. To perceive the other is to make known to oneself what he is by means of the world. 2. I never perceive an arm raised alongside a motionless body. I perceive Pierre who raises his hand. This does not mean that by an act of judgment I relate the movement of the hand to a consciousness which instigated it, rather I can apprehend the movement of the hand or of the arm only as a temporal structure of the whole body. Here it is the whole which determines the order and the movement of its parts. In order to prove that we are dealing here with an original perception of the other's body, we need only recall the horror we feel if we happen to see an arm which looks as if it did not belong to any body, or we may recall any one of those rapid perceptions in which we see, for example, a hand, the arm of which is hidden, crawl like a spider up the length of the doorway. In such cases there is a disintegration of the body, and this disintegration is apprehended as extraordinary. In addition, we know the positive proofs the Gestalt psychology has often advanced. It comes as a shock when a photograph registers an enormous enlargement of Pierre's hands as he holds them forward, because the camera grasps them in their own dimension and without synthetic connection with the corporal totality, for we perceive that these same hands appear without enlargement if we look at them with the naked eye. In this sense the body appears within the limits of the situation as a synthetic totality of life and action. Following these observations, it is evident that Pierre's body is in no way to be distinguished from Pierre for me. The other's body with its various meanings exists only for me. To be an object for others or to be a body are two ontological modalities which are strictly equivalent expressions of the being for others on the part of the for itself. Thus the meanings do not refer to a mysterious psychism, they are the psychism in so far as it is a transcendence transcended. Of course there is a psychic cryptography, certain phenomena are hidden. But this certainly does not mean that the meanings refer to something beyond the body. They refer to the world and to themselves. In particular, these emotional manifestations, or, more generally, the phenomena erroneously called the phenomena of expression, by no means indicate to us a hidden affection lived by some psychism which would be the immaterial object of the research of the psychologist. These frowns, this redness, this stammering, this slight trembling of the hands, these downcast looks which seem at once timid and threatening, these do not express anger, they are the anger. But this point must be clearly understood. In itself a clenched fist is nothing and means nothing. But also we never perceive a clenched fist. We perceive a man who in a certain situation clenches his fist. This meaningful act considered in connection with the past and with possibles and understood in terms of the synthetic totality body in situation is the anger. It refers to nothing other than to actions in the world, to strike, insult, etc., that is, to new meaningful attitudes of the body. We cannot get away from the fact that the psychic object is entirely released to perception and is inconceivable outside corporeal structures. If this fact has not been taken into account hitherto, or if those who have supported it, like the behaviorists, have not themselves very well understood what they wanted to say and have shocked the world with their pronouncements, this is because people too readily believe that all perceptions are of the same kind. Actually, perception must release to us immediately the spatial temporal object. Its fundamental structure is the internal negation, and it releases to me the object as it is, not as an empty image of some reality beyond reach. But precisely for this reason a new structure of perception corresponds to each type of reality. The body is the psychic object par excellence, the only psychic object. But if we consider that the body is a transcended transcendence, then the perception of it cannot by nature be of the same type as that of inanimate objects. We must not understand by this that the perception is progressively enriched, but that originally it is of another structure. Thus it is not necessary to resort to habit or reason by analogy in order to explain how we understand expressive conduct. This conduct is originally released to perception as understandable, its meaning is part of its being, just as the color of the paper is part of the being of the paper. It is therefore no more necessary to refer to other conduct in order to understand a particular conduct than to refer to the color of the table, or of another paper, or of foliage in order to perceive the color of the folio which is placed before me. 5. The other's body, however, is given to us immediately as what the other is. In this sense we apprehend it as that which is perpetually surpassed toward an end by each particular meaning. Take for example a man who is walking. From the start I understand his walking in terms of a spatial temporal ensemble, alley, street, sidewalk, shops, cars, etc., in which certain structures represent the meaning to come of the walking. I perceive this walking by going from the future to the present, although the future in which there is a question belongs to universal time and is a pure now which is not yet. The walking itself, a pure, inapprehensible, and annihilating becoming, is the present. But this present is a surpassing toward a future goal on the part of something which is walking, beyond the pure and inapprehensible present of the movement of the arm. We attempt to grasp the substratum of the movement. This substratum, which we never apprehend as it is except in the corpse, is yet always there as the surpassed, the past. When I speak of an arm in motion, I consider this arm which was at rest as the substance of the motion. We pointed out in Part 2 that such a conception cannot be supported. What moves cannot be the motionless arm. Motion is a disorder of being. It is nonetheless true that the psychic movement refers to two limits: the future terminus of its result, and the past terminus, the motionless organ which it alters and surpasses. I perceive the movement of the arm as a perpetual, inapprehensible reference toward a past being. This past being, the arm, the leg, the whole body at rest, I do not see at all. I can never catch sight of it except through the movement which surpasses it and to which I am a presence, just as one gets a glimpse of a pebble at the bottom of the stream through the movement of the water. Yet this immobility of being which is always surpassed and never realized, to which I perpetually refer in order to say what is in motion, this is pure facticity, pure flesh, the pure in itself as the past of a transcended transcendence which is perpetually being made past. This pure in itself, which exists only by virtue of being surpassed and in and through this surpassing, falls to the level of the corpse if it ceases to be simultaneously revealed and hidden by the transcendence transcended. As a corpse, i.e., as the pure past of a life, as simply the remains, it is still truly understandable only in terms of the surpassing which no longer surpasses it. It is that which has been surpassed towards situations perpetually renewed. On the other hand, in so far as it appears at present as a pure in itself, it exists in relation to other this in the simple relation of indifferent exteriority. The corpse is no longer in situation. At the same time it collapses into itself in a multiplicity of sustaining beings, each maintaining purely external relations with the others. The study of exteriority, which always implies facticity since this exteriority is never perceptible except on the corpse, is anatomy. The synthetic reconstitution of the living person from the standpoint of corpses, is physiology. From the outset physiology is condemned to understand nothing of life since it conceives life simply as a particular modality of death, since it sees the infinite divisibility of the corpse as primary, and since it does not know the synthetic unity of the surpassing towards for which infinite divisibility is the pure and simple past. Even the study of life in the living person, even vivisection, even the study of the life of protoplasm, even embryology or the study of the egg cannot rediscover life. The organ which is observed is living, but it is not established in the synthetic unity of a particular life. It is understood in terms of anatomy, i.e., in terms of death. There is therefore an enormous error in believing that the other's body, which is originally revealed to us, is the body of anatomical physiology. The fault here is as serious as that of confusing our senses for ourselves with our sensory organs for others. The other's body is the facticity of the transcendence transcended, as this facticity is perpetually a birth, that is, as it refers to the indifferent exteriority of an in itself perpetually surpassed. These considerations enable us to explain what is called character. It should be noted in fact that character has distinct existence only in the capacity of an object of knowledge for the other. Consciousness does not know its own character unless in determining itself reflectively from the standpoint of another's point of view. It exists its character in pure indistinction non-thematically and non-thetically in the proof which it effects of its own contingency and in the nihilation by which it recognizes and surpasses its facticity. This is why pure introspective self-description does not give us character. Proust's hero does not have a directly apprehensible character. He is presented first as being conscious of himself as an ensemble of general reactions common to all men, mechanisms of passion, emotions, a certain order of memories, etc., in which each man can recognize himself. This is because these reactions belong to the general nature of the psychic. If, as Abraham attempted in his book on Proust, we succeed in determining the character of Proust's hero, for example, his weakness, his passivity, his particular way of linking love and money, this is because we are interpreting brute givens. We adopt an external point of view regarding them, we compare them and we attempt to disengage from them permanent, objective relations. But this necessitates detachment. So long as the reader using the usual optic process of reading identifies himself with the hero of the novel, the character of Marcel escapes him, better yet it does not exist on this level. It appears only if I break the complicity which unites me to the writer, only if I consider the book no longer as a confidant but as a confidence, still better as a document. This character exists therefore only on the plane of the for others, and that is the reason why the teachings and the descriptions of psychological realists, that is, those French authors who have undertaken an objective, social psychology, are never rediscovered in the lived experience of the subject. But if character is essentially for others, it cannot be distinguished from the body as we have described it. To suppose, for example, that temperament is the cause of character, that the sanguine temperament is the cause of irascibility is to posit character as a psychic entity presenting all the aspects of objectivity and yet subjective and suffered by the subject. Actually the other's irascibility is known from the outside and is from the start transcended by my transcendence. In this sense it is not to be distinguished from the sanguine temperament. In both instances we apprehend the apoplectic redness, the same corporeal aspects, but we transcend these givens differently according to our projects. We shall be dealing with temperament if we consider this redness as the manifestation of the body as ground, that is, by cutting all that binds it to the situation. If we try to understand it in terms of the corpse, we shall be able to conduct a physiological and medical study of it. If on the contrary, we consider it by approaching it in terms of the global situation, it will be anger itself, or again a promise of anger, or rather an anger in promise, that is, a permanent relation with instrumental things, a potentiality. Between temperament and character there is therefore only a difference of principle, and character is identical with the body. This is what justifies the attempts of numerous authors to instate a physiognomy as the basis of the studies of character, and in particular the fine research of Kretschmer on character and the structure of the body. The character of the other, in fact, is immediately given to intuition as a synthetic ensemble. This does not mean that we can immediately describe it. It would take time to make the differentiated structures appear, to make explicit certain givens which we have immediately apprehended effectively, to transform the global indistinction which is the other's body into organized form. We can be deceived. It is permissible also to resort to general and discursive knowledge, laws empirically or statistically established in connection with other subjects, in order to interpret what we see. But in any case the problem will be only to make explicit and to organize the content of our first intuition in terms of foresight and action. This is without a doubt what is meant by people who insist that first impressions are not mistaken. In fact, from the moment of the first encounter the other is given entirely and immediately without any veil or mystery. Here to learn is to understand, to develop, and to appreciate. Nevertheless, as the other is thus given, he is given in what he is. Character is not different from facticity, that is, from original contingency. We apprehend the other as free, and we have demonstrated above that freedom is an objective quality of the other as the unconditioned power of modifying situations. This power is not to be distinguished from that which originally constitutes the other and which is the power to make a situation exist in general. In fact, to be able to modify a situation is precisely to make a situation exist. The other's objective freedom is only transcendence transcended, it is, as we have established, freedom as object. In this sense the other appears as the one who must be understood from the standpoint of a situation perpetually modified. This is why his body is always the past. In this sense the other's character is released to us as the surpassed. Even irascibility as the promise of anger is always a surpassed promise. Thus character is given as the other's facticity as it is accessible to my intuition, but also in so far as it is only in order to be surpassed. In this sense to get angry is already to surpass the irascibility by the very fact that one consents to it, it is to give irascibility a meaning. Anger will appear therefore as the recovery of irascibility by freedom as object. This does not mean that we are hereby referred to a subjectivity, but only that what we transcend here is not only the other's facticity but his transcendence, not his being, i.e., his past, but his present and his future. Although the other's anger appears to me always as a free anger, which is evident by the very fact that I pass judgment on it, I can always transcend it, i.e., stir it up or calm it down. Better yet, it is by transcending it and only by transcending it that I apprehend it. Thus, since the body is the facticity of the transcendence transcended, it is always the body which points beyond itself, it is at once in space, it is the situation, and in time, it is freedom as object. The body for others is the magic object par excellence. Thus the other's body is always a body more than body, because the other is given to me totally and without intermediary in the perpetual surpassing of its facticity. But this surpassing does not refer me to a subjectivity, it is the objective fact that the body, whether it be as organism, as character, or as tool, never appears to me without surroundings, and that the body must be determined in terms of these surroundings. The other's body must not be confused with his objectivity. The other's objectivity is his transcendence as transcended. The body is the facticity of this transcendence. But the other's corporeality and objectivity are strictly inseparable. 3. The third ontological dimension of the body. I exist my body, this is its first dimension of being. My body is utilized and known by the other, this is its second dimension. But insofar as I am for others, the other is revealed to me as the subject for whom I am an object. Even there the question, as we have seen, is of my fundamental relation with the other. I exist therefore for myself as known by the other, in particular in my very facticity. I exist for myself as a body known by the other. This is the third ontological dimension of my body. This is what we are going to study next. With it we shall have exhausted the question of the body's modes of being. With the appearance of the other's look I experience the revelation of my being as object, that is, of my transcendence as transcended. A me as object is revealed to me as an unknowable being, as the flight into an other which I am with full responsibility. But while I cannot know nor even conceive of this me in its reality, at least I am not without apprehending certain of its formal structures. In particular I feel myself touched by the other in my factual existence, it is my being there for others for which I am responsible. This being there is precisely the body. Thus the encounter with the other does not only touch me in my transcendence, in and through the transcendence which the other surpasses, the facticity which my transcendence annihilates and transcends exists for the other, and to the extent that I am conscious of existing for the other I apprehend my own facticity, not only in its nonthetic annihilation, not only in the existent, but in its flight towards a being in the midst of the world. The shock of the encounter with the other is for me a revelation in emptiness of the existence of my body outside as an in itself for the other. Thus my body is not given merely as that which is purely and simply lived, rather this lived experience becomes in and through the contingent, absolute fact of the other's existence extended outside in a dimension of flight which escapes me. My body's depth of being is for me this perpetual outside of my most intimate inside. To the extent that the other's omnipresence is the fundamental fact, the objectivity of my being there is a constant dimension of my facticity. I exist my contingency in so far as I surpass it toward my possibles and in so far as it surreptitiously flees me toward an irremediable. My body is there not only as the point of view which I am but again as a point of view on which are actually brought to bear points of view which I could never take. My body escapes me on all sides. This means first that this ensemble of senses, which themselves cannot be apprehended, is given as apprehended elsewhere and by others. This apprehension which is thus emptily manifested does not have the character of an ontological necessity, its existence cannot be derived even from my facticity, but it is an evident and absolute fact. It has the character of a factual necessity. Since my facticity is pure contingency and is revealed to me nonthetically as a factual necessity, the being for others of this facticity comes to increase the contingency of this facticity, which is lost and flees from me in an infinity of contingency which escapes me. Thus at the very moment when I live my senses as this inner point of view on which I can take no point of view, their being for others haunts me, they are. For the other, my senses are as this table or as this tree is for me. They are in the midst of a world, they are in and through the absolute flow of my world toward the other. Thus the relativity of my senses, which I cannot think abstractly without destroying my world, is at the same time perpetually made present to me through the other's existence, but it is a pure and inapprehensible presentation. In the same way my body is for me the instrument which I am and which cannot be utilized by any instrument. But to the extent that the other in the original encounter transcends my being there toward his possibilities, this instrument which I am is made present to me as an instrument submerged in an infinite instrumental series, although I can in no way view the series by surveying it. My body as alienated escapes me toward a being a tool among tools, toward a being a sense organ apprehended by sense organs, and this is accompanied by an alienating destruction and a concrete collapse of my world which flows toward the other and which the other will reapprehend in his world. When, for example, a doctor listens to my breathing, I perceive his ear. To the extent that the objects of the world indicate me as an absolute center of reference, This perceived here indicates certain structures as forms which I exist on my body as a ground. These structures in the same upsurge with my being belong with the purely lived, they are that which I exist and which I nihilate. Thus we have here in the first place the original connection between designation and the lived. The things perceived designate that which I subjectively exist. But I apprehend on the collapse of the sense object here the doctor as listening to the sounds in my body, feeling my body with his body, and immediately the lived designated becomes designated as a thing outside my subjectivity, in the midst of a world which is not mine. My body is designated as alienated. The experience of my alienation is made in and through affective structures such as, for example, shyness. 6 To feel oneself blushing, to feel oneself sweating, etc., are inaccurate expressions which the shy person uses to describe his state. What he really means is that he is vividly and constantly conscious of his body not as it is for him but as it is for the other. This constant uneasiness, which is the apprehension of my body's alienation as irremediable, can determine psychoses such as erotophobia, a pathological fear of blushing. These are nothing but the horrified metaphysical apprehension of the existence of my body for the others. We often say that the shy man is embarrassed by his own body. Actually, this expression is incorrect. I cannot be embarrassed by my own body as I exist it. It is my body as it is for the other which may embarrass me. Yet there too the expression is not a happy one, for I can be embarrassed only by a concrete thing which is presented inside my universe and which hinders me as I try to use other tools. Here the embarrassment is more subtle, for what constrains me is absent. I never encounter my body for the other as an obstacle. On the contrary, it is because the body is never there, because it remains inapprehensible that it can be constraining. I seek to reach it, to master it, by making use of it as an instrument since it is also given as an instrument in a world in order to give it the form and the attitude which are appropriate. But it is on principle out of reach, and all the acts which I perform in order to appropriate it to myself escape me in turn and are fixed at a distance from me as my body for the other. Thus I forever act blindly, shoot at a venture without ever knowing the results of my shooting. This is why the effort of the shy man after he has recognized the uselessness of these attempts will be to suppress his body for the other. When he longs not to have a body anymore, to be invisible, etc., it is not his body for himself which he wants to annihilate, but this inapprehensible dimension of the body alienated. The explanation here is that we in fact attribute to the body for the other as much reality as to the body for us. Better yet, the body for the other is the body for us, but inapprehensible and alienated. It appears to us then that the other accomplishes for us a function of which we are incapable and which nevertheless is incumbent on us, to see ourselves as we are. Language, by revealing to us abstractly the principal structures of our body for others, even though the existed body is ineffable, impels us to place our alleged mission wholly in the hands of the other. We resign ourselves to seeing ourselves through the other's eyes. This means that we attempt to learn our being through the revelations of language. Thus there appears a whole system of verbal correspondence by which we cause our body to be designated for us as it is for the other by utilizing these designations to denote our body as it is for us. It is on this level that there is effected the analogical identification of the other's body with mine. It is indeed necessary, if I am to be able to think that my body is for the other as the other's body is for me, that I have met the other first in his object-making subjectivity and then as object. If I am to judge the other's body as an object similar to my body, then it is necessary that he has been given to me as an object and that my body has for its part revealed itself to me as possessing an object dimension. Analogy or resemblance can never at the start constitute the other's body as object and the objectivity of my body. On the contrary, these two object states must exist beforehand in order that an analogical principle may be brought into play. Here therefore it is language which teaches me my body's structures for the other. Nevertheless, it is necessary to realize that it is not on the unreflective plane that language with its meanings can slip in between my body and my consciousness which exists it. On this plane the alienation of the body toward the other and its third dimension of being can only be experienced emptily. They are only an extension of the lived facticity. No concept, no cognitive intuition can be attached to it. The object state of my body for the other is not an object for me and cannot constitute my body as an object, it is experienced as the flight of the body which I exist. In order that any knowledge which the other has of my body and which he communicates to me by language may give to my body for me a structure of a particular type, it is necessary that this knowledge be applied to an object and that my body already be an object for me. It is therefore on the level of the reflective consciousness that the other's knowledge can be brought into play. It will not qualify facticity as the pure existed of the nonthetic consciousness but rather facticity as the quasi-object apprehended by reflection. It is this conceptual stratum which by inserting itself between the quasi-object and the reflective consciousness will succeed in making an object of the psychic quasi-body. Reflection, as we have seen, apprehends facticity and surpasses it toward an unreal whose esse is a pure percipi and which we have named psychic. This psychic is constituted. The conceptual pieces of knowledge which we acquire in our history and which all come from our commerce with the other are going to produce a stratum constitutive of the psychic body. In short, so far as we suffer our body reflectively we constitute it as a quasi-object by means of an accessory reflection, thus observation comes from ourselves. But as soon as we know the body, i.e., as soon as we apprehend it in a purely cognitive intuition, we constitute it by that very intuition with the other's knowledge, i.e., as it would never be for us by itself. The knowable structures of our psychic body therefore simply indicate emptily its perpetual alienation. Instead of living this alienation we constitute it emptily by surpassing the lived facticity toward this quasi-object which is the psychic body, and by once again surpassing this quasi-object which is suffered toward characters of being which on principle cannot be given to me and which are simply signified. Let us return, for example, to our description of physical pain. We have seen how a reflection while suffering physical pain constitutes it as illness. But we had to stop midway in our description because we lacked the means to proceed further. Now, however, we can pursue the point. The illness which I suffer I can aim at in itself, that is, precisely in its being for others. At this moment I know it, that is, I aim at it in its dimension of being which escapes me, at the face which it turns toward others, and my aim is impregnated with the wisdom which language has brought to me, i.e., I utilize instrumental concepts which come to me from the other, and which I should in no case have been able to form by myself or think of directing upon my body. It is by means of the other's concepts that I know my body. But it follows that even in reflection I assume the other's point of view on my body, I try to apprehend it as if I were the other in relation to it. It is evident that the categories which I then apply to the illness constitute it emptily, that is, in a dimension which escapes me. Why speak then of intuition? It is because despite all, the body which is suffered serves as a nucleus, as matter for the alienating means which surpass it. The body is this illness which escapes me toward new characteristics which I establish as limits and empty schemata of organization. It is thus, for example, that my illness, suffered as psychic, will appear to me reflectively as sickness in my stomach. Let us understand, of course, that pain in the stomach is the stomach itself as painfully lived. As such, before the intervention of the alienating, cognitive stratum, the pain is neither a local sign nor identification. Gastralgia is the stomach present to consciousness as the pure quality of pain. As we have seen, the illness as such is distinguished from all other pain and from any other illness and by itself without an intellectual operation of identification or of discrimination. At this level, however, the stomach is an inexpressible, it can be neither named nor thought. It is only this suffered figure which is raised on the ground of the body existed. Objectivating empirical knowledge, which presently surpasses the illness suffered toward the stomach named, is the knowing of a certain objective nature possessed by the stomach. I know that it has the shape of a bagpipe, that is a sac, that it produces juices, and enzymes, that it is enclosed by a muscular tunica with smooth fibers, etc. I can also know because a physician has told me that the stomach has an ulcer, and again I can more or less clearly picture the ulcer to myself. I can imagine it as a redness, a slight internal putrescence, I can conceive of it by means of analogy with abscesses, fever blisters, pus, canker sores, etc. All this on principle stems from bits of knowledge which I have acquired from others or from such knowledge as others have of me. In any case, all this can constitute my illness, not as I enjoy possession of it, but as it escapes me. The stomach and the ulcer become directions of flight, perspectives of alienation from the object which I possess. At this point a new layer of existence appears. We have surpassed the lived pain toward the suffered illness, now we surpass the illness toward the disease. 7 The disease as psychic is of course very different from the disease known and described by the physician. It is a state. There is no question here of bacteria or of lesions in tissue, but of a synthetic form of destruction. This form on principle escapes me. At times it is revealed to the other by the twinges of pain, by the crises of my illness, but the rest of the time it remains out of reach without disappearing. It is then objectively discernible for others. Others have informed me of it, others can diagnose it, it is present for others even though I am not conscious of it. Its true nature is therefore a pure and simple being for others. When I am not suffering, I speak of it, I conduct myself with respect to it as with respect to an object which on principle is out of reach, for which others are the depositories. If I have hepatitis, I avoid drinking wine so as not to arouse pains in my liver. But my precise goal not to arouse pains in my liver is in no way distinct from that other goal to obey the prohibitions of the physician who revealed the pain to me. Thus another is responsible for my disease. Yet this object which comes to me through others preserves characteristics of a degraded spontaneity deriving from the fact that I apprehend it through my illness. It is not our intention to describe this new object nor to dwell on its characteristics, its magical spontaneity, its destructive finality, its evil potentiality, on its familiarity with me, and on its concrete relations with my being, for it is before all else, my disease. We wish only to point out that in the disease itself the body is a given. By the very fact that it was the support of the illness, it is at present the substance of the disease, that which is destroyed by the disease, that across which this destructive form is extended. Thus the injured stomach is present through the gastralgia as the very matter out of which this gastralgia is made. The stomach is there, it is present to intuition, and I apprehend it with its characteristics through the suffered pain. I grasp it as that which is gnawed at, as a sack in the shape of a bagpipe, etc. I do not see it, to be sure, but I know that it is my pain. Hence the phenomena which are incorrectly called endoscopy. In reality the pain itself tells me nothing about my stomach, contrary to what Sartre claims. But in and by means of the pain, my practical knowledge of it constitutes a stomach for others, which appears to me as a concrete and definite absence with exactly those objective characteristics which I have been able to know in it. But on principle the object thus defined stands as the pole of alienation of my pain. It is, on principle, that which I am without having to be it and without being able to transcend it toward anything else. Thus in the same way that a being for others haunts my facticity, which is nonthetically lived, so a being an object for others haunts as a dimension of escape from my psychic body the facticity constituted as a quasi-object for an accessory reflection. In the same way pure nausea can be surpassed toward a dimension of alienation, it will then present to me my body for others in its shape, its bearing, its physiognomy. It will be given then as disgust with my face, disgust with my too white flesh, with my too grim expression, etc. But we must reverse the terms. I am not disgusted by all this. Nausea is all this as nonthetically existed. My knowledge extends my nausea toward that which it is for others. For it is the other who grasps my nausea, precisely as flesh and with the nauseous character of all flesh. We have not with these observations exhausted the description of the appearances of my body. It remains to describe what we shall call an aberrant type of appearance. In actuality I can see my hands, touch my back, smell the odor of my sweat. In this case my hand, for example, appears to me as one object among other objects. It is no longer indicated by the environment as a center of reference. It is organized with the environment, and like it indicates my body as a center of reference. It forms a part of the world. In the same way, my hand is no longer the instrument which I cannot handle along with other instruments. On the contrary, it forms a part of the utensils which I discover in the midst of the world. I can utilize it by means of my other hand. For example, when I hold an almond or walnut in my left fist and then pound it with my right hand. My hand is then integrated with the infinite system of utensils utilized. There is nothing in this new type of appearance which should disturb us or make us retract the preceding statements. Nevertheless, this type of appearance must be mentioned. It can be easily explained on condition that we put it in its proper place in the order of the appearances of the body, that is, on condition that we examine it last and as a curiosity of our constitution. This appearance of my hand means simply that in certain well-defined cases we can adopt with regard to our own body the other's point of view, or, if you like, that our own body can appear to us as the body of the other. Scholars who have made this appearance serve as a basis for a general theory of the body have radically reversed the terms of the problem and have shown themselves up as understanding nothing about the question. We must realize that this possibility of seeing our body is a pure factual given, absolutely contingent. It can be deduced neither from the necessity on the part of the for itself to have a body nor from the factual structures of the body for others. One could easily conceive of bodies which could not take any view on themselves. It even appears that this is the case for certain insects which, although provided with a differentiated nervous system and with sense organs, cannot employ the system and these organs to know each other. We are dealing therefore with a particularity of structure which we must mention without attempting to deduce it. To have hands which can touch each other, these are two facts which are on the same plane of contingency and which as such fall in the province of either pure anatomical description or metaphysics. We cannot take them for the foundation of a study of corporeality. We must note in addition that this appearance of the body does not give us the body as it acts and perceives, but only as it is acted on and perceived. In short, as we remarked at the beginning of this chapter, it would be possible to conceive of a system of visual organs such that it would allow one eye to see the other. But the seen eye would be seen as a thing, not as a being of reference. Similarly, the hand which I grasp with my other hand is not apprehended as a hand which is grasping but as an apprehensible object. Thus the nature of our body for us entirely escapes us to the extent that we can take upon it the other's point of view. Moreover, it must be noted that even if the arrangement of sense organs allows us to see the body as it appears to the other, this appearance of the body as an instrumental thing is very late in the child. It is in any case later than the consciousness of the body proper and of the world as a complex of instrumentality. It is later than the perception of the body of the other. The child has known for a long time how to grasp, to draw toward himself, to push away, and to hold on to something before he first learns to pick up his hand and to look at it. Frequent observation has shown that the child of 2 months does not see his hand as his hand. He looks at it, and if it is outside his visual field, he turns his head and seeks his hand with his eyes as if it did not depend on him to bring the hand back within his sight. It is by a series of psychological operations and of syntheses of identification and recognition that the child will succeed in establishing tables of reference between the body existed and the body seen. Again, it is necessary that the child begin the learning process with the other's body. Thus the perception of my body is placed chronologically after the perception of the body of the other. Considered at its proper place and time and in its original contingency, this appearance of the body does not seem to be capable of giving rise to new problems. The body is the instrument which I am. It is my facticity of being in the midst of the world in so far as I surpass this facticity toward my being in the world. It is, of course, radically impossible for me to take a global point of view on this facticity, for then I should cease to be it. But why is it so astonishing that certain structures of my body, without ceasing to be a center of reference for the objects of the world, are ordered from a radically different point of view as compared with other objects in such a way that along with the objects they point to one of my sense organs as a partial center of reference, raising itself as a figure on the body as ground? That my eye should see itself is by nature impossible. But why is it astonishing that my hand touches my eyes? If this seems surprising to us, it is because we have apprehended the necessity for the for itself to arise as a concrete point of view on the world, as if it were an ideal obligation strictly reducible to knowable relations between objects and to simple rules for the development of my achieved knowledge. But instead we ought to see here the necessity of a concrete and contingent existence in the midst of the world. Chapter 3. Concrete relations with others. Up to this point we have described only our fundamental relation with the other. This relation has enabled us to make explicit our body's three dimensions of being. And since the original bond with the other first arises in connection with the relation between my body and the other's body, it seemed clear to us that the knowledge of the nature of the body was indispensable to any study of the particular relations of my being with that of the other. These particular relations, in fact, on both sides presuppose facticity, that is, our existence as body in the midst of the world. Not that the body is the instrument and the cause of my relations with others. But the body constitutes their meaning and marks their limits. It is as body in situation that I apprehend the other's transcendence transcended, and it is as body in situation that I experience myself in my alienation for the other's benefit. Now we can examine these concrete relations since we are cognizant of what the body is. They are not simple specifications of the fundamental relation. Although each one of them includes within it the original relation with the other as its essential structure and its foundation, they are entirely new modes of being on the part of the for itself. In fact, they represent the various attitudes of the for itself in a world where there are others. Therefore each relation in its own way presents the bilateral relation, for itself for others, in itself. If then we succeed in making explicit the structures of our most primitive relations with the other in the world, we shall have completed our task. At the beginning of this work, we asked, what are the relations of the for itself with the in itself? We have learned now that our task is more complex. There is a relation of the for itself with the in itself in the presence of the other. When we have described this concrete fact, we shall be in a position to form conclusions concerning the fundamental relations of the three modes of being, and we shall perhaps be able to attempt a metaphysical theory of being in general. The for itself as the annihilation of the in itself temporalizes itself as a flight toward. Actually it surpasses its facticity, i.e., to be either given or past or body, toward the in itself which it would be if it were able to be its own foundation. This may be translated into terms already psychological and hence inaccurate, although perhaps clearer, by saying that the for itself attempts to escape its factual existence, i.e., its being there, as an in itself for which it is in no way the foundation, and that this flight takes place toward an impossible future always pursued where the for itself would be an in itself for itself, i.e., an in itself which would be to itself its own foundation. Thus the for itself is both a flight and a pursuit. It flees the in itself and at the same time pursues it. The for itself is a pursuit pursuing. But in order to lessen the danger of a psychological interpretation of the preceding remarks, let us note that the for itself is not first in order to attempt later to attain being. In short, we must not conceive of it as an existent which would be provided with tendencies as this glass is provided with certain particular qualities. This pursuing flight is not given which is added on to the being of the for itself. The for itself is this very flight. The flight is not to be distinguished from the original annihilation. To say that the for itself is a pursuit pursuing, or that it is in the mode of having to be its being, or that it is not what it is and is what it is not, each of these statements is saying the same thing. The for itself is not the in itself and cannot be it. But it is a relation to the in itself. It is even the sole relation possible to the in itself. Cut off on every side by the in itself, the for itself cannot escape it because the for itself is nothing and it is separated from the in itself by nothing. The for itself is the foundation of all negativity and of all relation. The for itself is relation. Such being the case, the upsurge of the other touches the for itself in its very heart. By the other and for the other the pursuing flight is fixed in itself. Already the in itself was progressively recapturing it, already it was at once a radical negation of fact, an absolute positing of value, and yet wholly paralyzed with facticity. But at least it was escaping by temporalization, at least its character as a totality detotalized conferred on it a perpetual elsewhere. Now it is this very totality which the other makes appear before him and which he transcends toward his own elsewhere. It is this totality which is totalized. For the other I am irremediably what I am, and my very freedom is a given characteristic of my being. Thus the in-self recaptures me at the threshold of the future and fixes me wholly in my very flight, which becomes a flight foreseen and contemplated, a given flight. But this fixed flight is never the flight which I am for myself, it is fixed outside. The objectivity of my flight I experience as an alienation which I can neither transcend nor know. Yet by the sole fact that I experience it and that it confers on my flight that in itself which it flees, I must turn back toward it and assume attitudes with respect to it. Such is the origin of my concrete relations with the other, they are wholly governed by my attitudes with respect to the object which I am for the other. And as the other's existence reveals to me the being which I am without my being able either to appropriate that being or even to conceive it, this existence will motivate two opposed attitudes. First, the other looks at me and as such he holds the secret of my being, he knows what I am. Thus the profound meaning of my being is outside of me, imprisoned in an absence. The other has the advantage over me. Therefore, in so far as I am fleeing the in itself which I am without founding it, I can attempt to deny that being which is conferred on me from outside, that is, I can turn back upon the other so as to make an object out of him in turn, since the other's objectness destroys my objectness for him. But on the other hand, in so far as the other as freedom is the foundation of my being in itself, I can seek to recover that freedom and to possess it without removing from it its character as freedom. In fact, if I could identify myself with that freedom which is the foundation of my being in itself, I should be to myself my own foundation. To transcend the other's transcendence, or, on the contrary, to incorporate that transcendence within me without removing from it its character as transcendence, such are the two primitive attitudes which I assume confronting the other. Here again we must understand the words exactly. It is not true that I first am and then later seek to make an object of the other or to assimilate him, but to the extent that the upsurge of my being is an upsurge in the presence of the other, to the extent that I am a pursuing flight and a pursued pursuing, I am at the very root of my being the project of assimilating and making an object of the other. I am the proof of the other. That is the original fact. But this proof of the other is in itself an attitude toward the other, that is, I cannot be in the presence of the other without being that in the presence in the form of having to be it. Thus again we are describing the for itself structures of being, although the other's presence in the world is an absolute and self-evident fact, but a contingent fact, that is, a fact impossible to deduce from the ontological structures of the for itself. These two attempts which I am are opposed to one another. Each attempt is the death of the other, that is, the failure of the one motivates the adoption of the other. Thus there is no dialectic for my relations toward the other, but rather a circle, although each attempt is enriched by the failure of the other. Thus we shall study each one in turn. But it should be noted that at the very core of the one the other remains always present, precisely because neither of the two can be held without contradiction. Better yet, each of them is in the other and endangers the death of the other. Thus we can never get outside the circle. We must not forget these facts as we approach the study of these fundamental attitudes toward the other. Since these attitudes are produced and destroyed in a circle, it is as arbitrary to begin with the one as with the other. Nevertheless, since it is necessary to choose, we shall consider first the conduct in which the for itself tries to assimilate the other's freedom. First attitude toward others: love, language, masochism. Everything which may be said of me in my relations with the other applies to him as well. While I attempt to free myself from the hold of the other is trying to free himself from mine. While I seek to enslave the other seeks to enslave me. We are by no means dealing with unilateral relations with an object in isklf, but with reciprocal and moving relations. The following descriptions of concrete behavior must therefore be envisaged within the perspective of conflict. Conflict is the original meaning of being for others. If we start with the first revelation of the other as a look, we must recognize that we experience our inapprehensible being for others in the form of a possession. I am possessed by the other's look fashions my body in its nakedness, causes it to be born, sculptures it, produces it as it is, sees it as I shall never see it. The other holds a secret, the secret of what I am. He makes me be, and thereby he possesses me, and this possession is nothing other than the consciousness of possessing me. I, in the recognition of my object state, have proved that he has this consciousness. By virtue of consciousness, the other is for me simultaneously the one who has stolen my being from me and the one who causes there to be a being which is my being. Thus I have a comprehension of this ontological structure. I am responsible for my being for others, but I am not the foundation of it. It appears to me therefore in the form of a contingent given for which I am nevertheless responsible. The other founds my being in so far as this being is in the form of the there is. But he is not responsible for my being, although he founds it in complete freedom in and by means of his free transcendence. Thus, to the extent that I am revealed to myself as responsible for my being, I lay claim to this being which I am, that is, I wish to recover it, or, more exactly, I am the project of the recovery of my being. I want to stretch out my hand and grab hold of this being which is presented to me as my being but at a distance, like the dinner of Tantalus. I want to found it by my very freedom. For if in one sense my being as object is an unbearable contingency and the pure possession of myself by another, still in another sense this being stands as the indication of what I should be obliged to recover and found in order to be the foundation of myself. But this is conceivable only if I assimilate the other's freedom. Thus my project of recovering myself is fundamentally a project of absorbing the other. Nevertheless, this project must leave the other's nature intact. Two consequences result. 1. I do not thereby cease to assert the other, that is, to deny concerning myself that I am the other. Since the other is the foundation of my being, he could not be dissolved in me without my being for others disappearing. Therefore, if I project the realization of unity with the other, this means that I project my assimilation of the other's otherness as my own possibility. In fact, the problem for me is to make myself be by acquiring the possibility of taking the other's point of view on myself. It is not a matter of acquiring a pure, abstract faculty of knowledge. It is not the pure category of the other which I project appropriating to myself. This category is not conceived nor even conceivable. But on the occasion of concrete experience with the other, an experience suffered and realized, it is this concrete other as an absolute reality whom in his otherness I wish to incorporate into myself. 2. The other whom I wish to assimilate is by no means the other as object. Or, if you prefer, my project of incorporating the other in no way corresponds to a recapturing of my for itself as myself and to a surpassing of the other's transcendence toward my own possibilities. For me it is not a question of obliterating my object state by making an object of the other, which would amount to releasing myself from my being for others. Quite the contrary, I want to assimilate the other as the other looking at me, and this project of assimilation includes an augmented recognition of my being looked at. In short, in order to maintain before me the other's freedom which is looking at me, I identify myself totally with my being looked at. And since my being as object is the only possible relation between me and the other, it is this being as object which alone can serve me as an instrument to effect my assimilation of the other freedom. Thus, as a reaction to the failure of the third ecstasis, the for itself wishes to be identified with the other's freedom as founding its own being in itself. To be other to oneself, the ideal always aimed at concretely in the form of being this other to oneself, is the primary value of my relations with the other. This means that my being for others is haunted by the indication of an absolute being which would be itself as other and other as itself, and which by freely giving to itself its being itself as other and its being other as itself, would be the very being of the ontological proof, that is, God. This ideal cannot be realized without my surmounting the original contingency of my relations to the other, that is, by overcoming the fact that there is no relation of internal negativity between the negation by which the other is made other than I and the negation by which I am made other than the other. We have seen that this contingency is insurmountable. It is the fact of my relations with the other, just as my body is the fact of my being in the world. Unity with the other is therefore in fact unrealizable. It is also unrealizable in theory, for the assimilation of the for itself and the other in a single transcendence would necessarily involve the disappearance of the characteristic of otherness in the other. Thus the condition on which I project the identification of myself with the other is that I persist in denying that I am the other. Finally, this project of unification is the source of conflict, since while I experience myself as an object for the other and while I project assimilating him in and by means of this experience, the other apprehends me as an object in the midst of the world and does not project identifying me with himself. It would therefore be necessary, since being for others includes a double internal negation, to act upon the internal negation by which the other transcends my transcendence and makes me exist for the other, that is, to act upon the other's freedom. This unrealizable ideal which haunts my project of myself in the presence of the other is not to be identified with love insofar as love is an enterprise, i.e., an organic ensemble of projects toward my own possibilities. But it is the ideal of love, its motivation and its end, its unique value. Love as the primitive relation to the other is the ensemble of the projects by which I aim at realizing this value. These projects put me in direct connection with the other's freedom. It is in this sense that love is a conflict. We have observed that the other's freedom is the foundation of my being. But precisely because I exist by means of the other's freedom, I have no security, I am in danger in this freedom. It molds my being and makes me be, it confers values upon me and removes them from me, and my being receives from it a perpetual passive escape from self. Irresponsible and beyond reach, this protean freedom in which I have engaged myself can in turn engage me in 1,000 different ways of being. My project of recovering my being can be realized only if I get hold of this freedom and reduce it to being a freedom subject to my freedom. At the same time, it is the only way in which I can act on the free negation of interiority by which the other constitutes me as an other. That is the only way in which I can prepare the way for a future identification of the other with me. This will be clearer perhaps if we study the problem from a purely psychological aspect. Why does the lover want to be loved? If love were in fact a pure desire for physical possession, it could in many cases be easily satisfied. Proust's hero, for example, who installs his mistress in his home, who can see her and possess her at any hour of the day, who has been able to make her completely dependent on him economically, ought to be free from worry. Yet we know that he is, on the contrary, continually gnawed by anxiety. Through her consciousness Albertine escapes Marcel even when he is at her side, and that is why he knows relief only when he gazes on her while she sleeps. It is certain then that the lover wishes to capture a consciousness. But why does he wish it? And how? The notion of ownership, by which love is so often explained, is not actually primary. Why should I want to appropriate the other if it were not precisely that the other makes me be? But this implies precisely a certain mode of appropriation. It is the other's freedom as such that we want to get hold of. Not because of a desire for power. The tyrant scorns love, he is content with fear. If he seeks to win the love of his subjects, it is for political reasons, and if he finds a more economical way to enslave them, he adopts it immediately. On the other hand, the man who wants to be loved does not desire the enslavement of the beloved. He is not bent on becoming the object of passion which flows forth mechanically. He does not want to possess an automaton, and if we want to humiliate him, we need only try to persuade him that the beloved's passion is the result of a psychological determinism. The lover will then feel that both his love and his being are cheapened. If Tristan and Isolde fall madly in love because of a love potion, they are less interesting. The total enslavement of the beloved kills the love of the lover. The end is surpassed. If the beloved is transformed into an automaton, the lover finds himself alone. Thus the lover does not desire to possess the beloved as one possesses a thing, he demands a special type of appropriation. He wants to possess a freedom as freedom. On the other hand, the lover cannot be satisfied with that superior form of freedom which is a free and voluntary engagement. Who would be content with a love given as pure loyalty to a sworn oath? Who would be satisfied with the words, "I love you because I have freely engaged myself to love you and because I do not wish to go back on my word"? Thus the lover demands a pledge, yet is irritated by a pledge. He wants to be loved by a freedom but demands that this freedom as freedom should no longer be free. He wishes that the other's freedom should determine itself to become love, and this not only at the beginning of the affair but at each instant, and at the same time he wants this freedom to be captured by itself, to turn back upon itself, as in madness, as in a dream, so as to will its own captivity. This captivity must be a resignation that is both free and yet chained in our hands. In love it is not a determinism of the passions which we desire in the other, nor a freedom beyond reach. It is a freedom which plays the role of a determinism of the passions and which is caught in its own role. For himself the lover does not demand that he be the cause of this radical modification of freedom, but that he be the unique and privileged occasion of it. In fact, he could not want to be the cause of it without immediately submerging the beloved in the midst of the world as a tool which can be transcended. That is not the essence of love. On the contrary, in love the lover wants to be the whole world for the beloved. This means that he puts himself on the side of the world. He is the one who assumes and symbolizes the world. He is a this which includes all other this. He is and consents to be an object. But on the other hand, he wants to be the object in which the other's freedom consents to lose itself, the object in which the other consents to find his being and his raison d'être as his second facticity, the object limit of transcendence, that toward which the other's transcendence transcends all other objects but which it can in no way transcend. And everywhere he desires the circle of the other's freedom, that is, at each instant as the other's freedom accepts this limit to his transcendence, this acceptance is already present as the motivation of the acceptance considered. It is in the capacity of an end already chosen that the lover wishes to be chosen as an end. This allows us to grasp what basically the lover demands of the beloved. He does not want to act on the other's freedom but to exist a priori as the objective limit of this freedom, that is, to be given at one stroke along with it and in its very upsurge as the limit which the freedom must accept in order to be free. By this very fact, what he demands is a liming, a gluing down of the other's freedom by itself. This limit of structure is in fact a given, and the very appearance of the given as the limit of freedom means that the freedom makes itself exist within the given by being its own prohibition against surpassing it. This prohibition is envisaged by the lover simultaneously as something lived, that is, something suffered, in a word, as a facticity, and as something freely consented to. It must be freely consented to since it must be effected only with the upsurge of a freedom which chooses itself as freedom. But it must be only what is lived since it must be an impossibility always present, a facticity which surges back to the heart of the other's freedom. This is expressed psychologically by the demand that the free decision to love me, which the beloved formerly has taken, must slip in as a magically determining motivation within his present free engagement. Now we can grasp the meaning of this demand, the facticity which is to be a factual limit for the other in my demand to be loved and which is to result in being his own facticity. This is my facticity. It is in so far as I am the object which the other makes come into being that I must be the inherent limit to his very transcendence. Thus the other by his upsurge into being makes me be as unsurpassable and absolute, not as annihilating for itself but as a being for others in the midst of the world. Thus to want to be loved is to infect the other with one's own facticity, it is to wish to compel him to recreate you perpetually as the condition of a freedom which submits itself and which is engaged. It is to wish both that freedom found fact and that fact have preeminence over freedom. If this end could be attained, it would result in the first place in my being secure within the other's consciousness. First, because the motive of my uneasiness and my shame is the fact that I apprehend and experience myself in my being for others as that which can always be surpassed towards something else, that which is the pure object of a value judgment, a pure means, a pure tool. My uneasiness stems from the fact that I assume necessarily and freely that being which another makes me be in an absolute freedom. God knows what I am for him. God knows what he thinks of me. This means God knows what he makes me be. I am haunted by this being which I fear to encounter someday at the turn of a path. This being which is so strange to me and which is yet my being and which I know that I shall never encounter in spite of all my efforts to do so. But if the other loves me, then I become the unsurpassable, which means that I must be the absolute end. In this sense I am saved from instrumentality. My existence in the midst of the world becomes the exact correlate of my transcendence for myself, since my independence is absolutely safeguarded. The object which the other must make me be is an object transcendence, an absolute center of reference around which all the instrumental things of the world are ordered as pure means. At the same time, as the absolute limit of freedom, i.e., of the absolute source of all values, I am protected against any eventual devalorization. I am the absolute value. To the extent that I assume my being for others, I assume myself as value. Thus to want to be loved is to want to be placed beyond the whole system of values posited by the other, and to be the condition of all valorization and the objective foundation of all values. This demand is the usual theme of lovers' conversations, whether, as in La Porte-Detroit, the woman who wants to be loved identifies herself with an ascetic morality of self-surpassing and wishes to embody the ideal limit of this surpassing, or, as more usually happens, the woman in love demands that the beloved in his acts should sacrifice traditional morality for her, and is anxious to know whether the beloved would betray his friends for her, would steal for her, would kill for her, etc. From this point of view, my being must escape the look of the beloved, or rather it must be the object of a look with another structure. I must no longer be seen on the ground of the world as a this among other this, but the world must be revealed in terms of me. In fact, to the extent that the upsurge of freedom makes a world exist, I must be, as the limiting condition of this upsurge, the very condition of the upsurge of a world. I must be the one whose function is to make trees and water exist, to make cities and fields and other men exist, in order to give them later to the other who arranges them into a world, just as the mother in matrilineal communities receives titles and the family name not to keep them herself but to transfer them immediately to her children. In one sense, if I am to be loved, I am the object through whose procuration the world will exist for the other; in another sense I am the world. Instead of being a this detaching itself on the ground of the world, I am the ground as object on which the world detaches itself. Thus I am reassured, the other's look no longer paralyzes me with finitude. It no longer fixes my being in what I am. I can no longer be looked at as ugly, as small, as cowardly, since these characteristics necessarily represent a factual limitation of my being and an apprehension of my finitude as finitude. To be sure, my possibles remain transcended possibilities, dead possibilities, but I possess all possibles. I am all the dead possibilities in the world, hence I cease to be the being who is understood from the standpoint of other beings or of its acts. In the loving intuition which I demand, I am to be given as an absolute totality in terms of which all its peculiar acts and all beings are to be understood. One could say, slightly modifying a famous pronouncement of the Stoics, that the beloved can fail in three ways. 1. The ideal of the sage and the ideal of the man who wants to be loved actually coincide in this, that both want to be an object as totality accessible to a global intuition which will apprehend the beloved's or the sage's actions in the world as partial structures which are interpreted in terms of the totality. Just as wisdom is proposed as a state to be attained by an absolute metamorphosis, so the other's freedom must be absolutely metamorphosed in order to allow me to attain the state of being loved. Up to this point our description would fall into line with Hegel's famous description of the master and slave relation. What the Hegelian master is for the slave, the lover wants to be for the beloved. But the analogy stops here, for with Hegel the master demands the slave's freedom only laterally and, so to speak, implicitly, while the lover wants the beloved's freedom first and foremost. In this sense, if I am to be loved by the other, this means that I am to be freely chosen as beloved. As we know, in the current terminology of love, the beloved is often called the chosen one. But this choice must not be relative and contingent. The lover is irritated and feels himself cheapened when he thinks that the beloved has chosen him from among others. Then if I had not come into a certain city, if I had not visited the home of so and so, you would never have known me, you wouldn't have loved me. This thought grieves the lover, his love becomes one love among others and is limited by the beloved's facticity and by his own facticity as well as by the contingency of encounters. It becomes love in the world, an object which presupposes the world and which in turn can exist for others. What he is demanding he expresses by the awkward and vitiated phrases of fatalism. He says, "We were made for each other," or again he uses the expression soulmate. But we must translate all this. The lover knows very well that being made for each other refers to an original choice. This choice can be God's, since he is the being who is absolute choice, but God here represents only the farthest possible limit of the demand for an absolute. Actually, what the lover demands is that the beloved should make of him an absolute choice. This means that the beloved's being in the world must be a being as loving. The upsurge of the beloved must be the beloved's free choice of the lover. And since the other is the foundation of my being as object, I demand of him that the free upsurge of his being should have his choice of me as his unique and absolute end, that is, that he should choose to be for the sake of founding my object state and my facticity. Thus my facticity is saved. It is no longer this unthinkable and insurmountable given which I am fleeing, it is that for which the other freely makes himself exist, it is as an end which he has given to himself. I have infected him with my facticity, but as it is in the form of freedom that he has been infected with it, he refers it back to me as a facticity taken up and consented to. He is the foundation of it in order that it may be his end. By means of this love I then have a different apprehension of my alienation and of my own facticity. My facticity as for others is no longer a fact but a right. My existence is because it is given a name. I am because I give myself away. These beloved veins on my hands exist beneficently. How good I am to have eyes, hair, eyebrows, and to lavish them away tirelessly in an overflow of generosity to this tireless desire which the other freely makes himself be. Whereas before being loved we were uneasy about that unjustifiable protuberance which was our existence, whereas we felt ourselves de trop, we now feel that our existence is taken up and willed even in its tiniest details by an absolute freedom which at the same time our existence conditions and which we ourselves will with our freedom. This is the basis for the joy of love. When there is joy, we feel that our existence is justified. By the same token, if the beloved can love us, he is wholly ready to be assimilated by our freedom, for this being loved which we desire is already the ontological proof applied to our being for others. Our objective essence implies the existence of the other, and conversely it is the other's freedom which founds our essence. If we could manage to interiorize the whole system, we should be our own foundation. Such then is the real goal of the lover in so far as his love is an enterprise, i.e., a project of himself. This project is going to provoke a conflict. The beloved in fact apprehends the lover as one other, as object among others, that is, he perceives the lover on the ground of the world, transcends him, and utilizes him. The beloved is a look. He cannot therefore employ his transcendence to fix an ultimate limit to his surpassings, nor can he employ his freedom to captivate itself. The beloved cannot will to love. Therefore the lover must seduce the beloved, and his love can in no way be distinguished from the enterprise of seduction. In seduction I do not try to reveal my subjectivity to the other. Moreover, I could do so only by looking at the other, but by this look I should cause the other's subjectivity to disappear, and it is exactly this which I want to assimilate. To seduce is to risk assuming my object state completely for the other, it is to put myself beneath his look and to make him look at me, it is to risk the danger of being seen in order to effect a new departure and to appropriate the other in and by means of my objectness. I refuse to leave the level on which I make proof of my objectness. It is on this level that I wish to engage in battle by making myself a fascinating object. In Part 2 we defined fascination as a state. It is, we said, the nonthetic consciousness of being nothing in the presence of being. Seduction aims at producing in the other the consciousness of his state of nothingness as he confronts the seductive object. By seduction I aim at constituting myself as a fullness of being and at making myself recognized as such. To accomplish this I constitute myself as a meaningful object. My acts must point in two directions, on the one hand, toward that which is wrongly called subjectivity and which is rather a depth of objective and hidden being, the act is not performed for itself only, but it points to an infinite, undifferentiated series of other real and possible acts which I give as constituting my objective, unperceived being. Thus I try to guide the transcendence which transcends me and to refer it to the infinity of my dead possibilities precisely in order to be the unsurpassable and to the exact extent to which the only unsurpassable is the infinite. On the other hand, each of my acts tries to point to the great density of possible world and must present me as bound to the vastest regions of the world. At the same time I present the world to the beloved, and I try to constitute myself as the necessary intermediary between her and the world. I manifest by my acts infinitely varied examples of my power over the world, money, position, connections, etc. In the first case I try to constitute myself as an infinity of depth, in the second case to identify myself with the world. Through these different procedures I propose myself as unsurpassable. This proposal could not be sufficient in itself, it is only a besieging of the other. It cannot take on value as fact without the consent of the other's freedom, which I must capture by making it recognize itself as nothingness in the face of my plenitude of absolute being. Someone may observe that these various attempts at expression presuppose language. We shall not disagree with this. But we shall say rather that they are language or, if you prefer, a fundamental mode of language. For while psychological and historical problems exist with regard to the existence, the learning, and the use of a particular language, there is no special problem concerning what is called the discovery or invention of language. Language is not a phenomenon added on to being for others. It is originally being for others, that is, it is the fact that a subjectivity experiences itself as an object for the other. In a universe of pure objects, language could under no circumstances have been invented since it presupposes an original relation to another subject. In the intersubjectivity of the for others, it is not necessary to invent language because it is already given in the recognition of the other. I am language. By the sole fact that whatever I may do, my acts freely conceived and executed, my projects launched toward my possibilities have outside of them a meaning which escapes me and which I experience. It is in this sense and in this sense only that Heidegger is right in declaring that I am what I say. Point 2 Language is not an instinct of the constituted human creature, nor is it an invention of our subjectivity. But neither does it need to be referred to the pure being outside of self of the Dasein. It forms part of the human condition. It is originally the proof which a for itself can make of its being for others, and finally it is the surpassing of this proof and the utilization of it toward possibilities which are my possibilities, that is, toward my possibilities of being this or that for the other. Language is therefore not distinct from the recognition of the other's existence. The other's upsurge confronting me as a look makes language arise as the condition of my being. This primitive language is not necessarily seduction. We shall see other forms of it. Moreover, we have noted that there is another primitive attitude confronting the other and that the two succeed each other in a circle, each implying the other. But conversely, seduction does not presuppose any earlier form of language, it is the complete realization of language. This means that language can be revealed entirely and at one stroke by seduction as a primitive mode of being of expression. Of course, by language we mean all the phenomena of expression and not the articulated word, which is a derived and secondary mode whose appearance can be made the object of an historical study. Especially in seduction, language does not aim at giving to be known but at causing to experience. But in this first attempt to find a fascinating language I proceed blindly, since I am guided only by the abstract and empty form of my object state for the other. I cannot even conceive what effect my gestures and attitudes will have, since they will always be taken up and founded by a freedom which will surpass them, and since they can have a meaning only if this freedom confers one on them. Thus the meaning of my expressions always escapes me. I never know exactly if I signify what I wish to signify, nor even if I am signifying anything. It would be necessary that at the precise instant I should read in the other what on principle is inconceivable. For lack of knowing what I actually express for the other, I constitute my language as an incomplete phenomenon of flight outside myself. As soon as I express myself, I can only guess at the meaning of what I express, i.e., the meaning of what I am, since in this perspective to express and to be are one. The other is always there, present and experienced as the one who gives to language its meaning. Each expression, each gesture, each word is on my side a concrete proof of the alienating reality of the other. It is only the psychopath who can say, someone has stolen my thought, as in cases of psychoses of influence. For example, point 3, the very fact of expression is a stealing of thought, since thought needs the cooperation of an alienating freedom in order to be constituted as an object. That is why this first aspect of language, insofar as it is I who employ it for the other, is sacred. The sacred object is an object which is in the world and which points to a transcendence beyond the world. Language reveals to me the freedom, the transcendence, of the one who listens to me in silence. But at the same moment I remain for the other a meaningful object, that which I have always been. There is no path which, departing from my object state, can lead the other to my transcendence. Attitudes, expressions, and words can only indicate to him other attitudes, other expressions, and other words. Thus language remains for him a simple property of a magical object, and this magical object itself. It is an action at a distance whose effect the other exactly knows. Thus the word is sacred when I employ it, and magic when the other hears it. Thus I do not know my language any more than I know my body for the other. I cannot hear myself speak nor see myself smile. The problem of language is exactly parallel to the problem of bodies, and the description which is valid in one case is valid in the other. Fascination, however, even if it were to produce a state of being fascinated in the other, could not by itself succeed in producing love. We can be fascinated by an orator, by an actor, by a tightrope walker, but this does not mean that we love him. To be sure, we cannot take our eyes off him, but he is still raised on the ground of the world, and fascination does not posit the fascinating object as the ultimate term of the transcendence. Quite the contrary, fascination is transcendence. When then will the beloved become in turn the lover? The answer is easy: when the beloved projects being loved. By himself the other as object never has enough strength to produce love. If love has for its ideal the appropriation of the other qua other, i.e., as a subjectivity which is looking at an object, this ideal can be projected only in terms of my encounter with the other as subject, not with the other as object. If the other tries to seduce me by means of his object state, then seduction can bestow upon the other only the character of a precious object to be possessed. Seduction will perhaps determine me to risk much to conquer the other as object, but this desire to appropriate an object in the midst of the world should not be confused with love. Love therefore can be born in the beloved only from the proof which he makes of his alienation and his flight toward the other. Still the beloved, if such is the case, will be transformed into a lover only if he projects being loved, that is, if what he wishes to overcome is not a body but the other's subjectivity as such. In fact, the only way that he could conceive to realize this appropriation is to make himself be loved. Thus it seems that to love is in essence the project of making oneself be loved. Hence this new contradiction and this new conflict: each of the lovers is entirely the captive of the other, inasmuch as each wishes to make himself loved by the other to the exclusion of anyone else, but at the same time each one demands from the other a love which is not reducible to the project of being loved. What he demands in fact is that the other, without originally seeking to make himself be loved, should have at once a contemplative and effective intuition of his beloved as the objective limit of his freedom, as the ineluctable and chosen foundation of his transcendence, as the totality of being and the supreme value. Love thus exacted from the other could not ask for anything; it is a pure engagement without reciprocity. Yet this love cannot exist except in the form of a demand on the part of the lover. The lover is held captive in a wholly different way. He is the captive of his very demand, since love is the demand to be loved. He is a freedom which wills itself a body and which demands an outside, hence a freedom which imitates the flight toward the other, a freedom which qua freedom lays claim to its alienation. The lover's freedom, in his very effort to make himself be loved as an object by the other, is alienated by slipping into the body for others, that is, it is brought into existence with a dimension of flight toward the other. It is the perpetual refusal to posit itself as pure selfness, for this affirmation of self as itself would involve the collapse of the other as a look and the upsurge of the other as object, hence a state of affairs in which the very possibility of being loved disappears since the other is reduced to the dimension of objectivity. This refusal therefore constitutes freedom as dependent on the other, and the other as subjectivity becomes indeed an unsurpassable limit of the freedom of the for itself, the goal and supreme end of the for itself, since the other holds the key to its being. Here in fact we encounter the true ideal of love's enterprise, alienated freedom. But it is the one who wants to be loved who by the mere fact of wanting someone to love him alienates his freedom. My freedom is alienated in the presence of the other's pure subjectivity which founds my objectivity. It can never be alienated before the other as object. In this form in fact the beloved's alienation, of which the lover dreams, would be contradictory, since the beloved can found the being of the lover only by transcending it on principle toward other objects of the world, therefore this transcendence can constitute the object which it surpasses both as a transcended object and as an object limit of all transcendence. Thus each one of the lovers wants to be the object for which the other's freedom is alienated in an original intuition, but this intuition, which would be love in the true sense, is only a contradictory ideal of the for itself. Each one is alienated only to the exact extent to which he demands the alienation of the other. Each one wants the other to love him but does not take into account the fact that to love is to want to be loved, and that thus by wanting the other to love him, he only wants the other to want to be loved in turn. Thus love relations are a system of indefinite reference analogous to the pure reflection reflected of consciousness under the ideal standard of the value love, that is, in a fusion of consciousnesses in which each of them would preserve his otherness in order to found the other. This state of affairs is due to the fact that consciousnesses are separated by an insurmountable nothingness, a nothingness which is both the internal negation of the one by the other and a factual nothingness between the two internal negations. Love is a contradictory effort to surmount the factual negation while preserving the internal negation. I demand that the other love me and I do everything possible to realize my project, but if the other loves me, he radically deceives me by his very love. I demanded of him that he should found my being as a privileged object by maintaining himself as pure subjectivity confronting me, and as soon as he loves me he experiences me as subject and is swallowed up in his objectivity confronting my subjectivity. The problem of my being for others remains therefore without solution. The lovers remain each one for himself in a total subjectivity, nothing comes to relieve them of their duty to make themselves exist each one for himself, nothing comes to relieve their contingency nor to save them from facticity. At least each one has succeeded in escaping danger from the other's freedom, but altogether differently than he expected. He escapes not because the other makes him be as the object limit of his transcendence, but because the other experiences him as subjectivity and wishes to experience him only as such. Again the gain is perpetually compromised. At the start, each of the consciousnesses can at any moment free itself from its chains and suddenly contemplate the other as an object. Then the spell is broken, the other becomes one mean among means. He is indeed an object for others as the lover desires, but an object as tool, a perpetually transcended object. The illusion, the game of mirrors which makes the concrete reality of love, suddenly ceases. Later in the experience of love each consciousness seeks to shelter its being for others in the other's freedom. This supposes that the other is beyond the world as pure subjectivity, as the absolute by which the world comes into being. But it suffices that the lovers should be looked at together by a third person in order for each one to experience not only his own objectivation but that of the other as well. Immediately the other is no longer for me the absolute transcendence which founds me in my being, he is a transcendence transcended, not by me but by another. My original relation to him, i.e., my relation of being the beloved for my lover, is fixed as a dead possibility. It is no longer the experienced relation between a limiting object of all transcendence and the freedom which founds it, it is a love as object which is wholly alienated toward the third. Such is the true reason why lovers seek solitude. It is because the appearance of a third person, whoever he may be, is the destruction of their love. But factual solitude, e.g. we are alone in my room, is by no means a theoretical solitude. Even if nobody sees us, we exist for all consciousnesses and we are conscious of existing for all. The result is that love as a fundamental mode of being for others holds in its being for others the seed of its own destruction. We have just defined the triple destructibility of love. In the first place it is, in essence, a deception and a reference to infinity, since to love is to wish to be loved, hence to wish that the other wish that I love him. A pre-ontological comprehension of this deception is given in the very impulse of love, hence the lover's perpetual dissatisfaction. It does not come, as is so often said, from the unworthiness of being loved, but from an implicit comprehension of the fact that the amorous intuition is, as a fundamental intuition, an ideal out of reach. The more I am loved, the more I lose my being, the more I am thrown back on my own responsibilities, on my own power to be. In the second place, the other's awakening is always possible. At any moment he can make me appear as an object, hence the lover's perpetual insecurity. In the third place, love is an absolute which is perpetually made relative by others. One would have to be alone in the world with the beloved in order for love to preserve its character as an absolute axis of reference, hence the lover's perpetual shame, or pride, which here amounts to the same thing. Thus it is useless for me to have tried to lose myself in objectivity, my passion will have availed me nothing. The other has referred me to my own unjustifiable subjectivity either by himself or through others. This result can provoke a total despair and a new attempt to realize the identification of the other and myself. Its ideal will then be the opposite of that which we have just described. Instead of projecting the absorbing of the other while preserving in him his otherness, I shall project causing myself to be absorbed by the other and losing myself in his subjectivity in order to get rid of my own. This enterprise will be expressed concretely by the masochistic attitude. Since the other is the foundation of my being for others, if I relied on the other to make me exist, I should no longer be anything more than a being in itself, founded in its being by a freedom. Here it is my own subjectivity which is considered as an obstacle to the primordial act by which the other would found me in my being. It is my own subjectivity which above all must be denied by my own freedom. I attempt therefore to engage myself wholly in my being as object. I refuse to be anything more than an object. I rest upon the other, and as I experience this being as object in shame, I will and I love my shame as the profound sign of my objectivity. As the other apprehends me as object by means of actual desire, I wish to be desired, I make myself in shame an object of desire. 5. This attitude would resemble that of love if instead of seeking to exist for the other as the object limit of his transcendence, I did not rather insist on making myself be treated as one object among others, as an instrument to be used. Now it is my transcendence which is to be denied, not his. This time I do not have to project capturing his freedom, on the contrary I hope that this freedom may be and will itself to be radically free. Thus the more I shall feel myself surpassed toward other ends, the more I shall enjoy the abdication of my transcendence. Finally I project being nothing more than an object, that is, radically and in itself. But inasmuch as a freedom which will have absorbed mine will be the foundation of this in itself, my being will become again the foundation of itself. Masochism, like sadism, is the assumption of guilt. 6 I am guilty due to the very fact that I am an object. I am guilty toward myself since I consent to my absolute alienation. I am guilty toward the other, for I furnish him with the occasion of being guilty, that is, of radically missing my freedom as such. Masochism is an attempt not to fascinate the other by means of my objectivity but to cause myself to be fascinated by my objectivity for others, that is, to cause myself to be constituted as an object by the other in such a way that I nonthetically apprehend my subjectivity as a nothing in the presence of the in itself which I represent to the other's eyes. Masochism is characterized as a species of vertigo not before a precipice of rock and earth but before the abyss of the other's subjectivity. But masochism is and must be itself a failure. In order to cause myself to be fascinated by myself as object, I should necessarily have to be able to realize the intuitive apprehension of this object such as it is for the other, a thing which is on principle impossible. Thus I am far from being able to be fascinated by this alienated me, which remains on principle inapprehensible. It is useless for the masochist to get down on his knees, to show himself in ridiculous positions, to cause himself to be used as a simple lifeless instrument. It is for the other that he will be obscene or simply passive, for the other that he will undergo these postures, for himself he is forever condemned to give them to himself. It is in and through his transcendence that he disposes of himself as a being to be transcended. The more he tries to taste his objectivity, the more he will be submerged by the consciousness of his subjectivity, hence his anguish. Even the masochist who pays a woman to whip him is treating her as an instrument, and by this very fact posits himself in transcendence in relation to her. Thus the masochist ultimately treats the other as an object and transcends him toward his own objectivity. Recall, for example, the tribulations of Sacher-Masoch, who in order to make himself scorned, insulted, reduced to a humiliating position, was obliged to make use of the great love which women bore toward him, that is, to act upon them just in so far as they experienced themselves as an object for him. Thus in every way the masochist's objectivity escapes him, and it can even happen, in fact usually does happen, that in seeking to apprehend his own objectivity he finds the other's objectivity, which in spite of himself frees his own subjectivity. Masochism therefore is on principle a failure. This should not surprise us if we realize that masochism is a vice and that vice is, on principle, the love of failure. But this is not the place to describe the structures peculiar to vice. It is sufficient here to point out that masochism is a perpetual effort to annihilate the subject's subjectivity by causing it to be assimilated by the other. This effort is accompanied by the exhausting and delicious consciousness of failure, so that finally it is the failure itself which the subject ultimately seeks as his principal goal. 7. 2. Second attitude toward others: indifference, desire, hate, sadism. The failure of the first attitude toward the other can be the occasion for my assuming the second. But of course neither of the two is really first. Each of them is a fundamental reaction to being for others as an original situation. It can happen therefore that due to the very impossibility of my identifying myself with the other's consciousness through the intermediacy of my objectness for him, I am led to turn deliberately toward the other and look at him. In this case, to look at the other's look is to posit oneself in one's own freedom and to attempt on the ground of this freedom to confront the other's freedom. The meaning of the conflict thus sought would be to bring out into the open the struggle of two freedoms confronted as freedoms. But this intention must be immediately disappointed, for by the sole fact that I assert myself in my freedom confronting the other, I make the other a transcendence transcended, that is, an object. It is the story of that failure which we are about to investigate. We can grasp its general pattern. I direct my look upon the other who is looking at me. But a look cannot be looked at. As soon as I look in the direction of the look, it disappears, and I no longer see anything but eyes. At this instant the other becomes a being which I possess and which recognizes my freedom. It seems that my goal has been achieved, since I possess the being who has the key to my object state, and since I can cause him to make proof of my freedom in 1,000 different ways. But in reality the whole structure has collapsed, for the being which remains within my hands is an other as object. As such he has lost the key to my being as object, and he possesses a pure and simple image of me which is nothing but one of its objective affects and which no longer touches me. If he experiences the effects of my freedom, if I can act upon his being in 1,000 different ways and transcend his possibilities with all my possibilities, this is only in so far as he is an object in the world and as such is outside the state of recognizing my freedom. My disappointment is complete, since I seek to appropriate the other's freedom and perceive suddenly that I can act upon the other only in so far as this freedom has collapsed beneath my look. This disappointment will be the result of my further attempts to seek again for the other's freedom across the object which he is for me, and to find privileged attitudes or conduct which would appropriate this freedom across a total appropriation of the other's body. These attempts, as one may suspect, are on principle doomed to failure. But it can happen also that to look at the look is my original reaction to my being for others. This means that in my upsurge into the world, I can choose myself as looking at the other's look and can build my subjectivity upon the collapse of the subjectivity of the other. It is this attitude which we shall call indifference toward others. Then we are dealing with a kind of blindness with respect to others. But the term blindness must not lead us astray. I do not suffer this blindness as a state. I am my own blindness with regard to others, and this blindness includes an implicit comprehension of being for others, that is, of the other's transcendence as a look. This comprehension is simply what I myself determine to hide from myself. I practice then a sort of factual solipsism. Others are those forms which pass by in the street, those magic objects which are capable of acting at a distance and upon which I can act by means of determined conduct. I scarcely notice them, I act as if I were alone in the world. I brush against people as I brush against a wall, I avoid them as I avoid obstacles. Their freedom as object is for me only their coefficient of adversity. I do not even imagine that they can look at me. Of course they have some knowledge of me, but this knowledge does not touch me. It is a question of pure modifications of their being which do not pass from them to me and which are tainted with what we call a suffered subjectivity or subjectivity as object, that is, they express what they are, not what I am, and they are the effect of my action upon them. Those people are functions. The ticket collector is only the function of collecting tickets, the cafe waiter is nothing but the function of serving the patrons. In this capacity they will be most useful if I know their keys and those master words which can release their mechanisms. Hence is derived that realist psychology which the 17th century in France has given us, hence those treatises of the 18th century, How to Succeed, Moyen de Parvenir, by Barroald de Verville, Dangerous Connections, Liaisons Dangereuses, by Laclos, Treatise on Ambition, Trait de l'Ambition, by Hérault de Seychelles, all of which give to us a practical knowledge of the other and the art of acting upon him. In this state of blindness I concurrently ignore the other's absolute subjectivity as the foundation of my being in itself and my being for others, in particular of my body for others. In a sense I am reassured, I am self-confident, that is, I am in no way conscious of the fact that the other's look can fix my possibilities and my body. I am in a state the very opposite of what we call shyness or timidity. I am at ease, I am not embarrassed by myself, for I am not outside, I do not feel myself alienated. This state of blindness can be maintained for a long time, as long as my fundamental bad faith desires. It can be extended with relapses over several years, over a whole life. There are men who die without save for brief and terrifying flashes of illumination ever having suspected what the other is. But even if one is entirely immersed in this state, one does not thereby cease to experience its inadequacy. And like all bad faith, it is the state itself which furnishes us with the motives for getting out of it, for blindness as concerns the other concurrently causes the disappearance of every lived apprehension of my objectivity. Nevertheless, the other as freedom and my objectivity as my alienated self are there, unperceived, not thematized, but given in my very comprehension of the world and of my being in the world. The conductor, even if he is considered as a pure function, refers me by his very function to a being outside, even though this being outside is neither apprehended nor apprehensible. Hence a perpetual feeling of lack and of uneasiness. This is because my fundamental project toward the other, whatever may be the attitude which I assume, is twofold. First, there is the problem of protecting myself against the danger which is incurred by my being outside in the other's freedom, and second, there is the problem of utilizing the other in order finally to totalize the detotalized totality which I am, so as to close the open circle, and finally to be my own foundation. But on the one hand, the other's disappearance as look throws me back into my unjustifiable subjectivity and reduces my being to this perpetual pursuit toward an inapprehensible in itself for itself. Without the other I apprehend fully and nakedly this terrible necessity of being free which is my lot, that is, the fact that I cannot put the responsibility for making myself be off onto anyone but myself, even though I have not chosen to be and although I have been born. On the other hand, although the blindness toward the other does in appearance release me from the fear of being in danger in the other's freedom, it includes despite all an implicit comprehension of this freedom. It therefore places me at the extreme degree of objectivity at the very moment when I can believe myself to be an absolute and unique subjectivity, since I am seen without being able to experience the fact that I am seen, and without being able by means of the same experience to defend myself against my being seen. I am possessed without being able to turn toward the one who possesses me. In making direct proof of the other as a look, I defend myself by putting the other to the test, and the possibility remains for me to transform the other into an object. But if the other is an object for me while he is looking at me, then I am in danger without knowing it. Thus my blindness is anxiety, because it is accompanied by the consciousness of a wandering and inapprehensible look, and I am in danger of its alienating me behind my back. This uneasiness can occasion a new attempt to get possession of the other's freedom. But this will mean that I am going to turn back upon the other as object which has been merely brushing against me, and attempt now to utilize him as an instrument in order to touch his freedom. But precisely because I address myself to the object other, I cannot ask him to account for his transcendence, and since I am myself on the level where I make an object of the other, I cannot even conceive of what I wish to appropriate. Thus I am in an irritating and contradictory attitude with respect to this object which I am considering. Not only can I not obtain from him what I wish, but in addition this quest provokes a disappearance of the practical knowledge pertaining to what I wish. I engage myself in a desperate pursuit of the other's freedom, and midway I find myself engaged in a pursuit which has lost its meaning. All my efforts to bring back meaning to the pursuit result only in making me lose it further and provoking my bewilderment and my uneasiness, just as when I attempt to recover the memory of a dream and this memory melts between my fingers, leaving me with a vague and irritating impression of a total knowledge but with no object, or just as when I attempt to make explicit the content of a false recollection and the very explanation causes it to melt away in translucency. My original attempt to get hold of the other's free subjectivity through his objectivity for me is sexual desire. Perhaps it will come as a surprise to see a phenomenon which is usually classified among psychophysiological reactions now mentioned on the level of primary attitudes which manifest our original mode of realizing being for others. For the majority of psychologists, indeed, desire, as a fact of consciousness, is in strict correlation with the nature of our sexual organs, and it is only in connection with an elaborate study of these that sexual desire can be understood. But since the differentiated structure of the body, mammalian, viviparous, etc., and consequently the particular sexual structure, uterus, fallopian tubes, ovaries, etc., are in the domain of absolute contingency and in no way derived from the ontology of consciousness or of the Dasein, it seems that the same must be true for sexual desire. Just as the sex organs are a contingent and particular formation of our body, so the desire which corresponds to them would be a contingent modality of our psychic life, that is, it would be described only on the level of an empirical psychology based on biology. This is indicated sufficiently by the term sex instinct, which is reserved for desire and all the psychic structures which refer to it. The term instinct always in fact qualifies contingent formations of psychic life which have the double character of being coextensive with all the duration of this life, or in any case of not deriving from our history and of nevertheless not being such that they can not be deduced as belonging to the very essence of the psychic. This is why existential philosophies have not believed it necessary to concern themselves with sexuality. Heidegger, in particular, does not make the slightest allusion to it in his existential analytic, with the result that his Dasein appears to us as asexual. Of course one may consider that it is contingent for human reality to be specified as masculine or feminine. Of course one may say that the problem of sexual differentiation has nothing to do with that of existence, since man and woman equally exist. These reasons are not wholly convincing. That sexual differentiation lies within the domain of facticity we accept without reservation. But does this mean that the for itself is sexual accidentally, by the pure contingency of having this particular body? Can we admit that this tremendous matter of the sexual life comes as a kind of addition to the human condition? Yet it appears at first glance that desire and its opposite, sexual repulsion, are fundamental structures of being for others. It is evident that if sexuality derives its origin from sex as a physiological and contingent determination of man, it cannot be indispensable to the being of the for others. But do we not have the right to ask whether the problem is not perchance of the same order as that which we encountered apropos of sensations and sense organs? Man, it is said, is a sexual being because he possesses a sex. And if the reverse were true? If sex were only the instrument and, so to speak, the image of a fundamental sexuality? If man possessed a sex only because he is originally and fundamentally a sexual being as a being who exists in the world in relation with other men? Infantile sexuality precedes the physiological maturation of the sex organs. Men who have become eunuchs do not thereby cease to feel desire. Nor do many old men. The fact of being able to make use of a sex organ fit to fertilize and to procure enjoyment represents only one phase and one aspect of our sexual life. There is one mode of sexuality with the possibility of satisfaction, and the developed sex represents and makes concrete this possibility. But there are other modes of sexuality of the type which cannot get satisfaction, and if we take these modes into account we are forced to recognize that sexuality appears with birth and disappears only with death. Moreover, neither the tumescence of the penis nor any other physiological phenomenon can ever explain or provoke sexual desire no more than the vasoconstriction or the dilation of the pupils, or the simple consciousness of these physiological modifications, will be able to explain or to provoke fear. In one case as in the other, although the body plays an important role, we must in order to understand it refer to being in the world and to being for others. I desire a human being, not an insect or a mollusk, and I desire him, or her, as he is and as I am in situation in the world and as he is an other for me and as I am an other for him. The fundamental problem of sexuality can therefore be formulated thus: is sexuality a contingent accident bound to our physiological nature, or is it a necessary structure of being for itself for others? From the sole fact that the question can be posited in these terms, we see that we must go back to ontology to decide it. Moreover, ontology can decide this question only by determining and fixing the meaning of sexual existence for the other. To have sex means, in accordance with the description of the body which we attempted in the preceding chapter, to exist sexually for an other who exists sexually for me. And it must be well understood that at first this other is not necessarily for me nor I for him a heterosexual existent, but only a being who has sex. Considered from the point of view of the for itself, this apprehension of the other's sexuality could not be the pure disinterested contemplation of his primary or secondary sexual characteristics. My first apprehension of the other as having sex does not come when I conclude from the distribution of his hair, from the coarseness of his hands, the sound of his voice, his strength, that he is of the masculine sex. We are dealing there with derived conclusions which refer to an original state. The first apprehension of the other's sexuality in so far as it is lived and suffered can be only desire. It is by desiring the other, or by discovering myself as incapable of desiring him, or by apprehending his desire for me, that I discover his being sexed. Desire reveals to me simultaneously my being sexed and his being sexed, my body as sex and his body. Here therefore, in order to decide the nature and ontological position of sex, we are referred to the study of desire. What therefore is desire? And first, desire of what? We must abandon straight off the idea that desire is the desire of pleasure or the desire for the cessation of a pain. For we cannot see how the subject could get out of the state of immanence so as to attach his desire to an object. Every subjectivist and immanentist theory will fail to explain how we desire a particular woman and not simply our sexual satisfaction. It is best therefore to define desire by its transcendent object. Nevertheless, it would be wholly inaccurate to say that desire is a desire for physical possession of the desired object, if by possess we mean here to make love to. Of course, the sexual act for a moment frees us from desire, and in certain cases it can be posited explicitly as the hoped-for issue of the desire when desire, for example, is painful and fatiguing. But in this case it is necessary that the desire itself be the object which is posited as to be overcome, and this can be accomplished only by means of a reflective consciousness. But desire by itself is non-reflective, therefore it could never posit itself as an object to be overcome. Only Arue represents his desire to himself, treats it as an object, excites it, turns it off, varies the means of assuaging it, etc. But in this case, we must observe, it is the desire itself which becomes the desirable. The error here stems from the fact that we have learned that the sexual act suppresses the desire. We have therefore added on a bit of knowledge to the desire, and from outside we have added pleasure as desire's normal satisfaction for reasons external to the essence of desire, example procreation, the sacred character of maternity, the exceptional strength of the pleasure provoked by ejaculation, the symbolic value attached to the sexual act. Thus the average man through mental sluggishness and desire to conform can conceive of no other goal for his desire than ejaculation. This is what has allowed people to conceive of desire as an instinct whose origin and end are strictly physiological, since in man, for example, it would have as its cause the erection and as its final limit the ejaculation. But desire by itself by no means implies the sexual act. Desire does not thematically posit it, does not even suggest it in outline, as one sees when it is a question of the desire of very young children or of adults who are ignorant of the technique of love. Similarly, desire is not a desire of any special amorous practice. This is sufficiently proved by the diversity of sexual practices, which vary with social groups. In a general way, desire is not a desire of doing. The doing is after the event, is added on to the desire from outside, and necessitates a period of apprenticeship. There is an amorous technique which has its own ends and means. Therefore, since desire cannot posit its suppression as its supreme end nor single out for its ultimate goal any particular act, it is purely and simply the desire of a transcendent object. Here again we find that affective intentionality of which we spoke in preceding chapters and which Skeeler and Husserl have described. But what is the object of desire? Shall we say that desire is the desire of a body? In one sense this cannot be denied. But we must take care to understand this correctly. To be sure, it is the body which disturbs us, an arm or a half-exposed breast or perhaps a leg. But we must realize at the start that we desire the arm or the uncovered breast only on the ground of the presence of the whole body as an organic totality. The body itself as totality may be hidden. I may see only a bare arm. But the body is there. It is from the standpoint of the body that I apprehend the arm as an arm. The body is as much present, as adherent to the arm which I see as the designs of the rug, which are hidden by the feet of the table, are present and adherent to those designs which I see. And my desire is not mistaken, it is addressed not to a sum of physiological elements but to a total form, better yet, to a form in situation. A particular attitude, as we shall see later, does much to provoke desire. Now along with the attitude the surroundings are given, and finally the world. But here suddenly we are at the opposite pole from a simple physiological pruritus. Desire posits the world and desires the body in terms of the world and the beautiful hand in terms of the body. There follows exactly the procedure which we described in the preceding chapter, that by which we apprehended the other's body from the standpoint of his situation in the world. Moreover, there is nothing in this which should surprise us, since desire is nothing but one of the great forms which can be assumed by the revelation of the other's body. Yet precisely for this reason we do not desire the body as a purely material object. A purely material object is not in situation. Thus this organic totality which is immediately present to desire is desirable only in so far as it reveals not only life but also an appropriate consciousness. Nevertheless, as we shall see, the other's being in situation which desire reveals is of an entirely original type. Furthermore, the consciousness here considered is still only one property of the desired object, that is, it is nothing but the sense of flow of the objects in the world, precisely in so far as this flow is cut off, localized, and made a part of my world. To be sure, one can desire a woman who is asleep, but one desires her in so far as the sleep appears on the ground of consciousness. Consciousness therefore remains always at the horizon of the desired body, it makes the meaning and the unity of the body. A living body as an organic totality in situation with consciousness at the horizon, Such is the object to which desire is addressed. What does desire wish from this object? We cannot determine this until we have answered a preliminary question: who is the one who desires? The answer is clear. I am the one who desires, and desire is a particular mode of my subjectivity. Desire is consciousness, since it can be only as a non-positional consciousness of itself. Nevertheless, we need not hold that the desiring consciousness differs from the cognitive consciousness, for example, only in the nature of its object. For itself, to choose itself as desire is not to produce a desire while remaining indifferent and unchanged as the Stoic cause produces its effect. The for itself puts itself on a certain plane of existence which is not the same, for example, as that of a for itself which chooses itself as a metaphysical being. Every consciousness, as we have seen, supports a certain relation with its own facticity. But this relation can vary from one mode of consciousness to another. The facticity of a pain consciousness, for example, is a facticity discovered in a perpetual flight. The case is not the same for the facticity of desire. The man who desires exists his body in a particular mode and thereby places himself on a particular level of existence. In fact, everyone will agree that desire is not only longing, a clear and translucent longing which directs itself through our body toward a certain object. Desire is defined as trouble. The notion of trouble can help us better to determine the nature of desire. We contrast troubled water with transparent water, a troubled look with a clear look. Troubled water remains water, it preserves the fluidity and the essential characteristics of water, but its translucency is troubled by an inapprehensible presence which makes one with it, which is everywhere and nowhere, and which is given as a clogging of the water by itself. To be sure, we can explain the troubled quality by the presence of fine solid particles suspended in the liquid, but this explanation is that of the scientist. Our original apprehension of the troubled water is given us as changed by the presence of an invisible something which is not itself distinguished and which is manifested as a pure factual resistance. If the desiring consciousness is troubled, it is because it is analogous to the troubled water. To make this analogy precise, we should compare sexual desire with another form of desire, for example, with hunger. Hunger, like sexual desire, supposes a certain state of the body, defined here as the impoverishment of the blood, abundant salivary secretion, contractions of the tunica, etc. These various phenomena are described and classified from the point of view of the other. For itself they are manifested as pure facticity. But this facticity does not compromise the nature of the for itself, for the for itself immediately flees it toward its possibles, that is, toward a certain state of satisfied hunger which, as we have pointed out in Part 2, is the in itself for itself of hunger. Thus hunger is a pure surpassing of corporal facticity, and to the extent that the for itself becomes conscious of this facticity in a nonthetic form, the for itself becomes conscious of it as a surpassed facticity. The body here is indeed the past beyond. In sexual desire, to be sure, we can find that structure common to all appetites, a state of the body. The other can note various physiological modifications, the erection of the penis, the turgescence of the nipples of the breasts, changes in the circulatory system, rise in temperature, etc. The desiring consciousness exists this facticity. It is in terms of this facticity we could even say through it that the desired body appears as desirable. Nevertheless, if we limited ourselves to this description, sexual desire would appear as a distinct and clear desire, comparable to the desire of eating and drinking. It would be a pure flight from facticity toward other possibles. Now everyone is aware that there is a great abyss between sexual desire and other appetites. We all know the famous saying, "Make love to a pretty woman when you want her just as you would drink a glass of cold water when you are thirsty." We know also how unsatisfactory and even shocking this statement is to the mind. This is because when we do desire a woman, we do not keep ourselves wholly outside the desire compromises me, I am the accomplice of my desire. Or rather, the desire has fallen wholly into complicity with the body. Let any man consult his own experience, he knows how consciousness is clogged, So to speak, by sexual desire, it seems that one is invaded by facticity, that one ceases to flee it and that one slides toward a passive consent to the desire. At other moments it seems that facticity invades consciousness in its very flight and renders consciousness opaque to itself. It is like a yeasty tumescence of fact. The expressions which we use to designate desire sufficiently show its specificity. We say that it takes hold of you, that it overwhelms you, that it paralyzes you. Can one imagine employing the same words to designate hunger? Can one think of a hunger which would overwhelm one? Strictly speaking, this would be meaningful only when applied to impressions of emptiness. But, on the contrary, even the feeblest desire is already overwhelming. One cannot hold it at a distance as one can with hunger and think of something else while keeping desire as an undifferentiated tonality of nonthetic consciousness which would be desire and which would serve as a sign of the body as ground. But desire is consent to desire. The heavy, fainting consciousness slides toward a languor comparable to sleep. Everyone has been able to observe the appearance of desire in another. Suddenly the man who desires becomes a heavy tranquility which is frightening. His eyes are fixed and appear half-closed, his movements are stamped with a heavy and sticky sweetness, many seem to be falling asleep. And when one struggles against desire, it is precisely this languor which one resists. If one succeeds in resisting it, the desire before disappearing will become wholly distinct and clear, like hunger. And then there will be an awakening. One will feel that one is lucid but with heavy head and beating heart. Naturally all these descriptions are inexact, they show rather the way in which we interpret desire. However, they indicate the primary fact of desire. In desire consciousness chooses to exist its facticity on another plane. It no longer flees it, it attempts to subordinate itself to its own contingency as it apprehends another body, i.e., another contingency as desirable. In this sense desire is not only the revelation of the other's body but the revelation of my own body. And this, not in so far as this body is an instrument or a point of view, but in so far as it is pure facticity, that is, a simple contingent form of the necessity of my contingency. I feel my skin and my muscles and my breath, and I feel them not in order to transcend them towards something as in emotion or appetite but as a living and inert datum, not simply as the pliable and discrete instrument of my action upon the world but as a passion by which I am engaged in the world and in danger in the world. The for itself is not this contingency, it continues to exist but it experiences the vertigo of its own body. Or, if you prefer, this vertigo is precisely its way of existing its body. The nonthetic consciousness allows itself to go over to the body, wishes to be the body and to be only body. In desire the body, instead of being only the contingency which the for itself flees toward possibles which are peculiar to it, becomes at the same time the most immediate possible of the for itself. Desire is not only the desire of the other's body, it is within the unity of a single act the nonthetically lived project of being swallowed up in the body. Thus the final state of sexual desire can be swooning as the final stage of consent to the body. It is in this sense that desire can be called the desire of one body for another body. It is in fact an appetite directed toward the other's body, and it is lived as the vertigo of the for itself before its own body. The being which desires is consciousness making itself body. But granted that desire is a consciousness which makes itself body in order to appropriate the other's body apprehended as an organic totality in situation with consciousness on the horizon, what then is the meaning of desire? That is, why does consciousness make itself body or vainly attempt to do so, and what does it expect from the object of its desire? The answer is easy if we realize that in desire I make myself flesh in the presence of the other in order to appropriate the other's flesh. This means that it is not merely a question of my grasping the other's shoulders or thighs or of my drawing a body over against me, it is necessary as well for me to apprehend him with this particular instrument which is the body, as it produces a clogging of consciousness. In this sense, when I grasp these shoulders, it can be said not only that my body is a means for touching the shoulders but that the other's shoulders are a means for my discovering my body as the fascinating revelation of facticity, that is, as flesh. Thus desire is the desire to appropriate a body, as this appropriation reveals to me my body as flesh. But this body which I wish to appropriate, I wish to appropriate as flesh. Now at first the other's body is not flesh for me, it appears as a synthetic form in action. As we have seen, we cannot perceive the other's body as pure flesh, that is, in the form of an isolated object maintaining external relations with other this. The other's body is originally a body in situation, flesh on the contrary, appears as the pure contingency of presence. Ordinarily it is hidden by cosmetics, clothing, etc., in particular it is hidden by movements. Nothing is less in the flesh than a dancer even though she is nude. Desire is an attempt to strip the body of its movements as of its clothing and to make it exist as pure flesh, it is an attempt to incarnate the other's body. It is in this sense that the caress is an appropriation of the other's body. It is evident that if caresses were only a stroking or brushing of the surface, there could be no relation between them and the powerful desire which they claim to fulfill, they would remain on the surface like looks and could not appropriate the other for me. We know well the deceptiveness of that famous expression, the contact of two epidermises. The caress does not want simple contact, it seems that man alone can reduce the caress to a contact, and then he loses its unique meaning. This is because the caress is not a simple stroking, it is a shaping. In caressing the other I cause her eight flesh to be born beneath my caress, under my fingers. The caress is the ensemble of those rituals which incarnate the other. But, someone will object, was the other not already incarnated? To be precise, no. The other's flesh did not exist explicitly for me since I grasped the other's body in situation, neither did it exist for her since she transcended it toward her possibilities and toward the object. The caress causes the other to be born as flesh for me and for herself. And by flesh we do not mean a part of the body such as the dermis, the connective tissues or, specifically, epidermis, neither need we assume that the body will be at rest or dozing, although often it is thus that its flesh is best revealed. But the caress reveals the flesh by stripping the body of its action, by cutting it off from the possibilities which surround it. The caress is designed to uncover the web of inertia beneath the action, i.e., the pure being there which sustains it. For example, by clasping the other's hand and caressing it, I discover underneath the act of clasping, which this hand is at first, an extension of flesh and bone which can be grasped, and similarly my look caresses when it discovers underneath this leaping which is at first the dancer's legs, the curved extension of the thighs. Thus the caress is in no way distinct from the desire, to caress with the eyes and to desire are one and the same. Desire is expressed by the caress as thought is by language. The caress reveals the other's flesh as flesh to myself and to the other. But it reveals this flesh in a very special way. To take hold of the other reveals to her her inertia and her passivity as a transcendence transcended, but this is not to caress her. In the caress it is not my body as a synthetic form in action which caresses the other, it is my body as flesh which causes the other's flesh to be born. The caress is designed to cause the other's body to be born, through pleasure, for the other and for myself as a touched passivity in such a way that my body is made flesh in order to touch the other's body with its own passivity, that is, by caressing itself with the other's body rather than by caressing her. This is why amorous gestures have a language which could almost be said to be studied. It is not a question so much of taking hold of a part of the other's body as of placing one's own body against the other's body. Not so much to push or to touch in the active sense but to place against. It seems that I lift my own arm as an inanimate object and that I place it against the flank of the desired woman, that my fingers which I run over her arm are inert at the end of my hand. Thus the revelation of the other's flesh is made through my own flesh, in desire and in the caress which expresses desire, I incarnate myself in order to realize the incarnation of the other. The caress by realizing the other's incarnation reveals to me my own incarnation, that is, I make myself flesh in order to impel the other to realize for herself and for me her own flesh, and my caresses cause my flesh to be born for me in so far as it is for the other flesh causing her to be born as flesh. I make her enjoy my flesh through her flesh in order to compel her to feel herself flesh. and so possession truly appears as a double reciprocal incarnation. Thus in desire there is an attempt at the incarnation of consciousness. This is what we called earlier the clogging of consciousness, a troubled consciousness, etc., in order to realize the incarnation of the other. It remains to determine what is the motive of desire, or if you prefer, its meaning. For anyone who has so far followed the descriptions which we have here attempted will have understood long before this that for the for itself, to be is to choose its way of being on the ground of the absolute contingency of its being there. Desire therefore does not come to consciousness as heat comes to the piece of iron which I hold near the flame. Consciousness chooses itself as desire. For this, of course, there must be a motive. I do not desire just anything at any time. But as we showed in part 1 of this book, the motive is raised in terms of the past, and consciousness, by turning back upon it, confers on the motive its weight and its value. There is therefore no difference between the choice of the motive of the desire and the meaning of the upsurge in the three ecstatic dimensions of duration of a consciousness which makes itself desiring. This desire, like emotions or the imagining attitude, or in general all the attitudes of the for itself, has a meaning which constitutes it and surpasses it. The description which we have just attempted would hold no interest if it did not lead us to pose a further question: why does consciousness annihilate itself in the form of desire? One or two preliminary observations will help us in replying to this question. In the first place, we must note that the desiring consciousness does not desire its object on the ground of a world which is unchanged. In other words, it is not a question of causing the desirable to appear as a certain this on the ground of a world which would preserve its instrumental relations with us and its organization in complexes of instrumentality. The same is true of desire as of emotion. We have pointed out elsewhere that emotion is not the apprehension of an exciting object in an unchanged world, rather, since it corresponds to a global modification of consciousness and of its relations to the world, emotion expresses itself by means of a radical alteration of the world. 9 Similarly, sexual desire is a radical modification of the for itself. Since the for itself makes itself be on another plane of being, it determines itself to exist its body differently, to make itself be clogged by its facticity. Correlatively, the world must come into being for the for itself in a new way. There is a world of desire. If my body is no longer felt as the instrument which cannot be utilized by any instrument, i.e., as the synthetic organization of my acts in the world, if it is lived as flesh, then it is as a reference to my flesh that I apprehend the objects in the world. This means that I make myself passive in relation to them, and that they are revealed to me from the point of view of this passivity, in it and through it, for passivity is the body, and the body does not cease to be a point of view. Objects then become the transcendent ensemble which reveals my incarnation to me. A contact with them is a caress, that is, my perception is not the utilization of the object and the surpassing of the present in view of an end, but to perceive an object when I am in the desiring attitude is to caress myself with it. Thus I am sensitive not so much to the form of the object and to its instrumentality, as to its matter, gritty, smooth, tepid, greasy, rough, etc. In my desiring perception I discover something like a flesh of objects. My shirt rubs against my skin, and I feel it. What is ordinarily for me an object most remote becomes the immediately sensible, the warmth of air, the breath of the wind, the rays of sunshine, etc., all are present to me in a certain way, as posited upon me without distance and revealing my flesh by means of their flesh. From this point of view, desire is not only the clogging of a consciousness by its facticity, it is correlatively the ensnarement of a body by the world. The world is made ensnaring, consciousness is engulfed in a body which is engulfed in the world. 10 Thus the ideal which is proposed here is being in the midst of the world. The for itself attempts to realize a being in the midst of the world as the ultimate project of its being in the world. That is why sensual pleasure is so often linked with death, which is also a metamorphosis or being in the midst of the world. There is, for example, the theme of pseudo-death so abundantly treated in all literatures. But desire is not first nor primarily a relation to the world. The world here appears only as the ground for explicit relations with the other. Usually it is on the occasion of the other's presence that the world is revealed as the world of desire. Accessorily it can be revealed as such on the occasion of the absence of a particular other or even on occasion of the absence of all others. But we have already observed that absence is a concrete existential relation between the other and me, which appears on the original ground of being for others. I can, of course, by discovering my body in solitude, abruptly realize myself as flesh, suffocate with desire, and experience the world as suffocating. But this solitary desire is an appeal to either a particular other or the presence of the undifferentiated other. I desire to be revealed as flesh by means of and for another flesh. I try to cast a spell over the other and make him appear, and the world of desire indicates by a sort of prepared space the other whom I am calling. Thus desire is by no means a physiological accident, an itching of our flesh which may fortuitously direct us on the other's flesh. Quite the contrary, in order for my flesh to exist and for the other's flesh to exist, consciousness must necessarily be preliminarily shaped in the mold of desire. This desire is a primitive mode of our relations with the other which constitutes the other as desirable flesh on the ground of a world of desire. We are now in a position to make explicit the profound meaning of desire. In the primordial reaction to the other's look I constitute myself as a look. But if I look at his look in order to defend myself against the other's freedom and to transcend it as freedom, then both the freedom and the look of the other collapse. I see eyes, I see a being in the midst of the world. Henceforth the other escapes me. I should like to act upon his freedom, to appropriate it, or at least, to make the other's freedom recognize my freedom. But this freedom is death. It is no longer absolutely in the world in which I encounter the other as object, for his characteristic is to be transcendent to the world. To be sure, I can grasp the other, grab hold of him, knock him down. I can, providing I have the power, compel him to perform this or that act, to say certain words. But everything happens as if I wished to get hold of a man who runs away and leaves only his coat in my hands. It is the coat, it is the outer shell which I possess. I shall never get hold of more than a body, a psychic object in the midst of the world. And although all the acts of this body can be interpreted in terms of freedom, I have completely lost the key to this interpretation. I can act only upon a facticity. If I have preserved my awareness of a transcendent freedom in the other, this awareness provokes me to no purpose by indicating a reality which is on principle beyond my reach and by revealing to me every instant the fact that I am missing it, that everything which I do is done blindly and takes on a meaning elsewhere in a sphere of existence from which I am on principle excluded. I can make the other beg for mercy or ask my pardon, but I shall always be ignorant of what this submission means for and in the other's freedom. Moreover, at the same time my awareness is altered, I lose the exact comprehension of being looked at, which is, as we know, the only way in which I can make proof of the other's freedom. Thus I am engaged in an enterprise the meaning of which I have forgotten. I am dismayed confronting this other as I see him and touch him but am at a loss as to what to do with him. It is exactly as if I had preserved the vague memory of a certain beyond which is beyond what I see and what I touch, a beyond concerning which I know that this is precisely what I want to appropriate. It is now that I make myself desire. Desire is an attitude aiming at enchantment. Since I can grasp the other only in his objective facticity, the problem is to ensnare his freedom within this facticity. It is necessary that he be caught in it as the cream is caught up by a person skimming milk. So the other's for itself must come to play on the surface of his body, and be extended all through his body, and by touching this body I should finally touch the other's free subjectivity. This is the true meaning of the word possession. It is certain that I want to possess the other's body, but I want to possess it in so far as it is itself a possessed, that is, in so far as the other's consciousness is identified with his body. Such is the impossible ideal of desire, to possess the other's transcendence as pure transcendence and at the same time as body, to reduce the other to his simple facticity because he is then in the midst of my world, but to bring it about that this facticity is a perpetual presentation of his annihilating transcendence. But in truth the other's facticity, his pure being there, cannot be given to my intuition without a profound modification of my own unique being. In so far as I surpass my personal facticity toward my own possibilities, so far as I exist my facticity in an impulse of flight, I surpass as well not only the other's facticity but also the pure existence of things. In my very upsurge I cause them to emerge in instrumental existence. Their pure and simple being is hidden by the complexity of indicative references which constitute their manageability and their instrumentality. To pick up a fountain pen is already to surpass my being there toward the possibility of writing, but it is also to surpass the pen as a simple existent toward its potentiality, and once again to surpass this potentiality toward certain future existence which are the words about to be formed and finally the book about to be written. This is why the being of existence is ordinarily veiled by their function. The same is true for the being of the other. If the other appears to me as a servant, as an employee, as a civil servant, or simply as the passerby whom I must avoid, or as this voice which is speaking in the next room and which I try to understand, or on the other hand, which I want to forget because it keeps me from sleeping, it is not only the other's extra-mundane transcendence which escapes me but also his being there as a pure contingent existence in the midst of the world. This is because it is exactly in so far as I treat him as a servant, or as an office clerk, that I surpass his potentialities, transcendence transcended, dead possibilities, by the very project by which I surpass and annihilate my own facticity. If I want to return to his simple presence and taste it as presence, it is necessary for me to reduce myself to my own presence. Every surpassing of my being there is in fact a surpassing of the other's being there. And if the world is around me as the situation which I surpass toward myself, then I apprehend the other in terms of his situation, that is, already as a center of reference. Of course the desired other must also be apprehended in situation. I desire a woman in the world, standing near a table, lying naked on a bed, or seated at my side. But if the desire flows back from the situation upon the being who is in situation, it is in order to dissolve the situation and to corrode the other's relations in the world. The movement of desire which goes from the surrounding environment to the desired person is an isolating movement which destroys the environment and cuts off the person in question in order to effect the emergence of his pure facticity. But this is possible only if each object which refers me to the person is fixed in its pure contingency at the same time that it indicates him to me. Consequently, this return movement to the other's being is a movement of return to myself as pure being there. I destroy my possibilities in order to destroy those of the world and to constitute the world as a world of desire, that is, as a destructured world which has lost its meaning, a world in which things jut out like fragments of pure matter, like brute qualities. Since the for itself is a choice, this is possible only if I project myself toward a new possibility, that of being absorbed by my body as ink is by a blotter, that of being reduced to my pure being there. This project, inasmuch as it is not simply conceived and thematically posited but rather lived, that is, inasmuch as its realization is not distinct from its conception, is disturbance or trouble. Indeed, we must not understand the preceding descriptions as meaning that I deliberately put myself in a state of disturbance with the purpose of rediscovering the other's pure being there. Desire is a lived project which does not suppose any preliminary deliberation but which includes within itself its meaning and its interpretation. As soon as I throw myself toward the other's facticity, as soon as I wish to push aside his acts and his functions so as to touch him in his flesh, I incarnate myself, for I can neither wish nor even conceive of the incarnation of the other except in and by means of my own incarnation. Even the empty outline of a desire, as when one absent-mindedly undresses a woman with one's look, is an empty outline of troubled disturbance, for I desire only with my trouble, and I disrobe the other only by disrobing myself. I foreshadow and outline the other's flesh only by outlining my own flesh. But my incarnation is not only the preliminary condition of the appearance of the other as flesh to my eyes. My goal is to cause him to be incarnated as flesh in his own eyes. It is necessary that I drag him onto the level of pure facticity. He must be reduced for himself to being only flesh. Thus I shall be reassured as to the permanent possibilities of a transcendence which can at any instant transcend me on all sides. This transcendence will be no more than this, it will remain enclosed within the limits of an object. In addition, and because of this very fact, I shall be able to touch it, feel it, possess it. Thus the other meaning of my incarnation, that is, of my troubled disturbance, is that it is a magical language. I make myself flesh so as to fascinate the other by my nakedness and to provoke in her the desire for my flesh, exactly because this desire will be nothing else in the other but an incarnation similar to mine. Thus desire is an invitation to desire. It is my flesh alone which knows how to find the road to the other's flesh, and I lay my flesh next to her flesh so as to awaken her to the meaning of flesh. In the caress, when I slowly lay my inert hand against the other's flank, I am making that flank feel my flesh, and this can be achieved only if it renders itself inert. The shiver of pleasure which it feels is precisely the awakening of its consciousness as flesh. If I extend my hand, remove it, or clasp it, then it becomes again body in action, but by the same stroke I make my hand disappear as flesh. To let it run indifferently over the length of her body, to reduce my hand to a soft brushing almost stripped of meaning, to a pure existence, to a pure matter, slightly silky, slightly satiny, slightly rough, this is to give up for oneself being the one who establishes references and unfolds distances, it is to be made pure mucous membrane. At this moment the communion of desire is realized, each consciousness by incarnating itself has realized the incarnation of the other, each one's disturbance has caused disturbance to be born in the other and is thereby so much enriched. By each caress I experience my own flesh and the other's flesh through my flesh, and I am conscious that this flesh which I feel and appropriate through my flesh is flesh realized by the other. It is not by chance that desire, while aiming at the body as a whole, attains it especially through masses of flesh which are very little differentiated, grossly nerveless, hardly capable of spontaneous movement, through breasts, buttocks, thighs, stomach. These form a sort of image of pure facticity. This is why also the true caress is the contact of two bodies in their mostly fleshy parts, the contact of stomachs and breasts. The caressing hand is too delicate, too much like a perfected instrument. But the full pressing together of the flesh of two people against one another is the true goal of desire. Nevertheless, desire is itself doomed to failure. As we have seen, coitus, which ordinarily terminates desire, is not its essential goal. To be sure, several elements of our sexual structure are the necessary expression of the nature of desire, in particular the erection of the penis and the clitoris. This is nothing else in fact but the affirmation of the flesh by the flesh. Therefore it is absolutely necessary that it should not be accomplished voluntarily, that is, that we cannot use it as an instrument, but that we are dealing with a biological and autonomous phenomenon whose autonomous and involuntary expression accompanies and signifies the submerging of consciousness in the body. It must be clearly understood that no fine, prehensile organ provided with striated muscles can be a sex organ, a sex. If sex were to appear as an organ, it could be only one manifestation of the vegetative life. But contingency reappears if we consider that there are sexes and particular sexes. Consider especially the penetration of the female by the male. This does, to be sure, conform to that radical incarnation which desire wishes to be. We may in fact observe the organic passivity of sex in coitus. It is the whole body which advances and withdraws, which carries sex forward or withdraws it. Hands help to introduce the penis itself appears as an instrument which one manages, which one makes penetrate, which one withdraws, which one utilizes. And similarly the opening and the lubrication of the vagina cannot be obtained voluntarily. Yet coitus remains a perfectly contingent modality of our sexual life. It is as much a pure contingency as sexual pleasure proper. In truth, the ensnarement of consciousness in the body normally has its own peculiar result, that is, a sort of particular ecstasy in which consciousness is no more than consciousness of the body, and consequently a reflective consciousness of corporeality. Pleasure, in fact, like too keen a pain, motivates the appearance of reflective consciousness, which is attention to pleasure. But pleasure is the death and the failure of desire. It is the death of desire because it is not only its fulfillment but its limit and its end. This, moreover, is only an organic contingency. It happens that the incarnation is manifested by erection and that the erection ceases with ejaculation. But in addition, pleasure closes the sluice to desire because it motivates the appearance of a reflective consciousness of pleasure, whose object becomes a reflective enjoyment, that is, it is attention to the incarnation of the for itself which is reflected on, and by the same token it is forgetful of the other's incarnation. Here we are no longer within the province of contingency. Of course it remains contingent that the passage to the fascinated reflection should be effected on the occasion of that particular mode of incarnation which is pleasure, although there are numerous cases of passage to the reflective without the intervention of pleasure, but there is a permanent danger for desire in so far as it is an attempt at incarnation. This is because consciousness by incarnating itself loses sight of the other's incarnation, and its own incarnation absorbs it to the point of becoming the ultimate goal. In this case the pleasure of caressing is transformed into the pleasure of being caressed. What the for itself demands is to feel within it its own body expanding to the point of nausea. Immediately there is a rupture of contact and desire misses its goal. It happens very often that this failure of desire motivates a passage to masochism, that is, consciousness apprehending itself in its facticity demands to be apprehended and transcended as body for the other by means of the other's consciousness. In this case the other as object collapses, the other as look appears, and my consciousness is a consciousness swooning in its flesh beneath the other's look. Yet conversely desire stands at the origin of its own failure inasmuch as it is a desire of taking and of appropriating. It is not enough merely that troubled disturbance should affect the other's incarnation, desire is the desire to appropriate this incarnated consciousness. Therefore desire is naturally continued not by caresses but by acts of taking and of penetration. The caress has for its goal only to impregnate the other's body with consciousness and freedom. Now it is necessary to take this saturated body, to seize it, to enter into it. But by the very fact that I now attempt to seize the other's body, to pull it toward me, to grab hold of it, to bite it, my own body ceases to be flesh and becomes again the synthetic instrument which I am. And by the same token the other ceases to be an incarnation, she becomes once more an instrument in the midst of the world which I apprehend in terms of its situation. Her consciousness, which played on the surface of her flesh and which I tried to taste with my flesh 11 disappears under my sight, she remains no more than an object with object images inside her. At the same time my disturbance disappears. This does not mean that I cease to desire but that desire has lost its matter, it has become abstract, it is a desire to handle and to take. I insist on taking the other's body but my very insistence makes my incarnation disappear. At present I surpass my body anew toward my own possibilities, here the possibility of taking, and similarly the other's body which is surpassed toward its potentialities falls from the level of flesh to the level of pure object. This situation brings about the rupture of that reciprocity of incarnation which was precisely the unique goal of desire. The other may remain troubled, she may remain flesh for herself, and I can understand it. But it is a flesh which I no longer apprehend through my flesh, a flesh which is no longer anything but the property of an other as object and not the incarnation of an other as consciousness. Thus I am body, a synthetic totality in situation, confronting a flesh. I find myself in almost the same situation as that from which I tried to escape by means of desire, that is, I want the other to count as a transcendence by my attempt to utilize her as an object, and precisely because she is all object she escapes me with all her transcendence. Once again I have even lost the precise comprehension of what I seek and yet I am engaged in the search. I take and discover myself in the process of taking, but what I take in my hands is something else than what I wanted to take. I feel this and I suffer from it but without being capable of saying what I wanted to take, for along with my troubled disturbance the very comprehension of my desire escapes me. I am like a sleepwalker who wakens to find himself in the process of gripping the edge of the bed while he cannot recall the nightmare which provoked his gesture. It is this situation which is at the origin of sadism. Sadism is passion, barrenness, and tenacity. It is tenacity because it is the state of a for itself which apprehends itself as engaged without understanding in what it is engaged, and which persists in its engagement without having a clear consciousness of the goal which it has set for itself or a precise recollection of the value which it has attached to this engagement. It is barrenness because it appears when desire is emptied of its trouble. The sadist has reapprehended his body as a synthetic totality and center of action. He has resumed the perpetual flight from his own facticity. He experiences himself in the face of the other as pure transcendence. He has a horror of troubled disturbance for himself and considers it a humiliating state. It is possible also that he simply cannot realize it in himself. To the extent that he coldly persists, that he is at once a tenacity and a barrenness, the sadist is impassioned. His goal, like that of desire, is to seize and to make use of the other not only as the other as object but as a pure incarnated transcendence. But in sadism the emphasis is put on the instrumental appropriation of the incarnated other. The moment of sadism in sexuality is the one in which the incarnated for itself surpasses its own incarnation in order to appropriate the incarnation of the other. Thus sadism is a refusal to be incarnated and a flight from all facticity, and at the same time an effort to get hold of the other's facticity. But as the sadist neither can nor will realize the other's incarnation by means of his own incarnation, as due to this very fact he has no resource except to treat the other as an instrumental object, he seeks to utilize the other's body as a tool to make the other realize an incarnated existence. Sadism is an effort to incarnate the other through violence, and this incarnation by force must be already the appropriation and utilization of the other. Sadism, like desire, seeks to strip the other of the acts which hide him. It seeks to reveal the flesh beneath the action. But whereas the for itself in desire loses itself in its own flesh in order to reveal to the other that he too is flesh, the sadist refuses his own flesh at the same time that he uses instruments to reveal by force the other's flesh to him. The object of sadism is immediate appropriation. But sadism is a blind alley, for it not only enjoys the possession of the other's flesh but at the same time, in direct connection with this flesh, it enjoys its own non-incarnation. It wants the non-reciprocity of sexual relations. It enjoys being a free appropriating power confronting a freedom captured by flesh. That is why the sadist wants to make the flesh present to the other's consciousness differently. He wants to make it present by treating the other as an instrument. He makes it present in pain. In pain facticity invades consciousness, and ultimately the reflective consciousness is fascinated by the facticity of the unreflective consciousness. There is then indeed an incarnation through pain. But at the same time the pain is procured by means of instruments. The body of the torturing for itself is no longer anything more than an instrument for giving pain. Thus from the start the for itself can give itself the illusion of getting hold of the other's freedom instrumentally, that is, of plunging this freedom into flesh without ceasing to be the one who provokes, who grabs hold, who seizes, etc. As for the type of incarnation which sadism would like to realize, this is precisely what is called the obscene. The obscene is a species of being for others which belongs to the genus of the ungraceful. But not everything which is ungraceful is obscene. In grace the body appears as a psychic being in situation. It reveals above all its transcendence as a transcendence transcended. It is in act and is understood in terms of the situation and of the end pursued. Each movement therefore is apprehended in a perceptive process which in the present is based on the future. For this reason the graceful act has on the one hand the precision of a finely perfected machine and on the other hand the perfect unpredictability of the psychic, since, as we have seen, the psychic is for others the unpredictable object. Therefore the graceful act is at each instant perfectly understandable in so far as one considers that in it which has elapsed. Better yet, that part of the act which has elapsed is implied by a sort of aesthetic necessity which stems from its perfect adaptation. At the same time the goal to come illuminates the act in its totality. But all the future part of the act remains unpredictable, although upon the very body of the act it is felt that the future will appear as necessary and adapted once it too has elapsed. It is this moving image of necessity and of freedom, as the property of the other as object, which, strictly speaking, constitutes grace. Bergson has given a good description of it. In grace the body is the instrument which manifests freedom. The graceful act in so far as it reveals the body as a precision instrument, furnishes it at each instant with its justification for existing. The hand is in order to grasp and manifests at the start its being in order to grasp. In so far as it is apprehended in terms of a situation which requires grasping, the hand appears as itself required in its being, as summoned. And in so far as it manifests its freedom through the unpredictability of its gesture, it appears at the origin of its being. It seems that the hand is itself produced as the result of a justifying appeal from the situation. Grace therefore forms an objective image of a being which would be the foundation of itself in order to. Facticity then is clothed and disguised by grace. The nudity of the flesh is wholly present, but it cannot be seen. Therefore the supreme coquetry and the supreme challenge of grace is to exhibit the body unveiled with no clothing, with no veil except grace itself. The most graceful body is the naked body whose acts enclose it with an invisible garment while entirely disrobing its flesh, while the flesh is totally present to the eyes of the spectators. The ungraceful, on the contrary, appears when one of the elements of grace is thwarted in its realization. A movement may become mechanical. In this case the body always forms part of an ensemble which justifies it, but in the capacity of a pure instrument, its transcendence transcended disappears, and along with it the situation disappears as the lateral overdetermination of the instrumental objects of my universe. It can happen also that the actions are abrupt and violent. In this case it is the adaptation of the situation which collapses. The situation remains but an hiatus slips in like an emptiness between it and the other in situation. In this case the other remains free, but this freedom is apprehended only as pure unpredictability. It resembles the clinamen of Epicurean atoms, in short an interminism. At the same time the end remains posited, and it is always in terms of the future that we perceive the other's gesture. But the fall from adaptation involves this consequence, that the perceptive interpretation by means of the future is always too broad or too narrow. It is an approximate interpretation. Consequently the justification of the gesture and the being of the other is imperfectly realized. In the final analysis the awkward is unjustifiable. All its facticity, which was engaged in the situation, is absorbed by it, flows back upon it. The awkward one frees his facticity inopportunely and suddenly places it beneath our sight, hence where we expected to seize a key to the situation, spontaneously emanating from the very situation, we suddenly encounter the unjustifiable contingency of an unadapted presence. We are put face to face with the existence of an existent. Nevertheless, if the body is wholly within the act, the facticity is not yet flesh. The obscene appears when the body adopts postures which entirely strip it of its acts and which reveal the inertia of its flesh. The sight of a naked body from behind is not obscene. But certain involuntary waddlings of the rump are obscene. This is because then it is only the legs which are acting for the walker, and the rump is like an isolated cushion which is carried by the legs and the balancing of which is a pure obedience to the laws of weight. It cannot be justified by the situation. On the contrary, it is entirely destructive of any situation since it has the passivity of a thing and since it is made to rest like a thing upon the legs. Suddenly it is revealed as an unjustifiable facticity. It is de trop like every contingent. It is isolated in the body for which the present meaning is walking. It is naked even if material covers it, for it no longer shares in the transcendence transcended of the body in action. Its movement of balancing instead of being interpreted in terms of what is to come is interpreted and known as a physical fact in terms of the past. These remarks naturally can apply to cases in which it is the whole body which is made flesh, either by some sort of flabbiness in its movements, which cannot be interpreted by the situation, or by a deformity in its structure, for example the proliferation of the fat cells, which exhibits a superabundant facticity in relation to the effective presence which the situation demands. This revealed flesh is specifically obscene when it is revealed to someone who is not in a state of desire and without exciting his desire. A particular lack of adaptation which destroys the situation at the very moment when I apprehend it and which releases to me the inert expanding of flesh as an abrupt appearance beneath the thin clothing of the movements which cover it, when I am not in a state of desire for this flesh, this is what I shall call the obscene. Now we can see the meaning of the sadist's demand. Grace reveals freedom as a property of the other as object and refers obscurely, just as do the contradictions in the sensible world in the case of Platonic recollection, to a transcendent beyond of which we preserve only a confused memory and which we can reach only by a radical modification of our being, that is, by resolutely assuming our being for others. Grace both unveils and veils the other's flesh, or if you prefer, it unveils the flesh in order immediately to veil it. In grace, flesh is the inaccessible other. The sadist aims at destroying grace in order actually to constitute another synthesis of the other. He wants to make the other's flesh appear, and in its very appearance the flesh will destroy grace, and facticity will reabsorb the other's freedom as object. This reabsorption is not annihilation. For the sadist it is the other as free who is manifested as flesh. The identity of the other as object is not destroyed through these avatars, but the relations between flesh and freedom are reversed. In grace, freedom contained and veiled facticity; in the new synthesis to be effected, it is facticity which contains and hides freedom. The sadist aims therefore at making the flesh appear abruptly and by compulsion, that is, by the aid not of his own flesh but of his body as instrument. He aims at making the other assume attitudes and positions such that his body appears under the aspect of the obscene. Thus the sadist himself remains on the level of instrumental appropriation, since he causes flesh to be born by exerting force upon the other, and the other becomes an instrument in his hands. The sadist handles the other's body, leans on the other's shoulders so as to bend him toward the earth and to make his haunches stick up, etc. On the other hand, the goal of this instrumental utilization is immanent in the very utilization. The sadist treats the other as an instrument in order to make the other's flesh appear. The sadist is the being who apprehends the other as the instrument whose function is his own incarnation. The ideal of the sadist will therefore be to achieve the moment when the other will be already flesh without ceasing to be an instrument, flesh to cause the birth of flesh, the moment at which the thighs, for example, already offer themselves in an obscene expanding passivity, and yet are instruments which are managed, which are pushed aside, which are bent so as to make the buttocks stick out in order in turn to incarnate them. But let us not be deceived here. What the sadist thus so tenaciously seeks, what he wants to knead with his hands and bend under his wrists, is the other's freedom. The freedom is there in that flesh, it is freedom which is this flesh, since there is a facticity of the other. It is therefore this freedom which the sadist tries to appropriate.